Chapter 1. Mutual Destruction. In the South Seas, a solitary island lies isolated amidst the vast ocean. Beneath the seemingly innocuous surface of this island, however, lurks a clandestine and inhumane underground laboratory. Inside a research chamber cluttered with vials and high-tech apparatus, a narrow single bed stands empty, save for 4 bloodied handcuffs ominously affixed to its corners, sending chills down one's spine. The blood shadow has vanished. The monitor displays a chilling emptiness where the girl once lay, sending the operators before the screen into a state of panic. At these words, the faces of those in the control room turn pale, as if confronted by an imminent threat, their gazes fixated on the screen. They frantically scoured the myriad of surveillance feeds in search of the girl's whereabouts, but found nothing. The sight of guards, collapsed along the corridor, left them in a state of disarray. Activate the security system immediately to track the blood shadow. We cannot allow her to escape. If we do, none of us will survive. As the system engaged, a colossal blue projection materialized in the air, displaying a torrent of data that resembled an intricate web ensnaring its prey. Quickly, release the MT-34 smoke regardless of the cost. Employ any feasible means to capture her. With this command, a multitude of spray devices emerged from the ironclad walls, releasing toxic gas. A battalion of armed men, equipped with gas masks, cautiously advanced into the gas-filled laboratory. Amidst the smoke, the sickening sound of necks snapping echoed, rendering the air thick with horror as screams were stifled before they could escape. Beneath the invisible haze, a grim pile of corpses began to accumulate. Immediately inform Dr. Sang and the others to enter the safe zone. ZZZZ. The equipment suddenly crackled with electric noise. In an instant, all devices were compromised, the control panel igniting in a burst of sparks, emitting a foul scent of charred circuitry, causing the personnel to recoil in fear. The surveillance feed was irrevocably destroyed, leaving the laboratory bereft of its fundamental monitoring capabilities. And alarms blared. Panic ensued. The communication device transmitted an urgent report. All the doctors and researchers have been killed. Dr. Sang is missing. Dr. Sang must have fallen victim to the blood shadow. Let's retreat. No one here can match her prowess. The gene extraction is mostly complete. We must take the data and flee. We need to decide swiftly before the blood shadow finds us. The control room descended into chaos as the leader finally spoke. Take all data and evacuate immediately. Prepare for detonation. The higher-ups have decreed that once the gene extraction is successful, the blood shadow must not survive. At that moment, a thunderous explosion shattered the metal door of the control room. The entire laboratory trembled, the deafening blast rendering everyone momentarily deaf, as flames and metal shrapnel erupted, forcing them to shield their heads in terror. The entrance lay in ruins. Amidst the wreckage, a gaunt figure emerged, treading upon the blood-soaked ground, exuding an aura of devastation. As the smoke cleared, the onlookers beheld the arrival of what appeared to be a harbinger of death itself. Blood. Shadow. The girl slowly lifted her face, her bloodthirsty gaze locking onto the paralyzed individuals within the control room. Her long hair cascaded around her, her eyes cold as steel, her visage marred by the stains of blood, resembling a specter come to claim souls. This girl was the notorious Blood Shadow, a gold medal assassin who commanded fear and respect within the underworld, leaving even the highest officials trembling in her wake. With a casual flick of her wrist, she discarded the object she had been holding as one might dispose of refuse. As the horrified onlookers discerned the rolling object upon the floor, their legs turned to jelly. It was the severed head of Dr. Sang. Severed cleanly, wherever the head rolled, blood followed. The eyes wide in terror, unblinking in death, casting a paralyzing dread over all present. The leader, snapping back to reality, trembled as he produced a black detonator, threatening the blood shadow. We have implanted a chip in your brain. Should I detonate it, you will be obliterated in 30 seconds. I suggest you refrain from any rash actions. The girl's icy voice resonated. 30 seconds is ample time to eliminate you all. We are merely following orders. It was the shadow that compelled us to act thus. We bear no ill will. Sensing her indifference, the others immediately begged for mercy. Please, spare us. The shadow? The girl's sinister laughter echoed, her bloodshot eyes gleaming with mockery. The Shadow, the largest and most formidable assassin organization in existence, trained their operatives through ruthless methods, producing countless lethal assassins. And she, the Blood Shadow, was among them. Unlike the rest, she was the sole recruit taken in as an infant, nurtured by the organization, becoming its youngest yet most gifted assassin. After 13 years of grueling training, she began accepting extreme missions at the age of 14. By 17, she had cemented her position at the pinnacle of the global assassin rankings under the moniker Blood Shadow, an unassailable feat. Throughout her 6-year life of peril, she shattered record after record, accumulating an array of formidable identities. A living legend within the Shadow organization and the assassin realm, with an unblemished record. Even retired veterans within the organization were no match for her, and her prodigious talent incited envy. Her strength incited trepidation within the organization, leading to a fatal miscalculation against her. They sought to extract her genes to clone another Blood Shadow, or perhaps many, to serve them. She had not come here out of coercion, but of her own volition. Out of gratitude for the years of nurturing by the organization, she was willing to offer a portion of her genes to strengthen it. Little did she anticipate that they intended to extract her entire genetic makeup to clone a perfect replica of her, even plotting her demise to eliminate future threats. The Blood Shadow could not help but shake her head in disbelief. Though extraordinarily powerful and capable of standing on her own, lacking neither wealth nor influence, she had never wavered in her loyalty to the organization. Yet, her terrifying growth rate had prompted them to contemplate her elimination. In that moment of introspection, she felt a pang of self-mockery. From a young age, the organization had instilled in her the notion of emotional detachment, yet she found her compassion ultimately directed toward those she once called kin, leading to her downfall. She sighed, recognizing that the true embodiment of cold-heartedness lay within the ranks of the organization itself. While she was momentarily lost in thought, the leader saw his opportunity and stealthily pressed the detonator, retreating hastily. The girl sensed his movement with a mere glance. She instilled chaos within his ranks. Without making a move, she produced a detonator of her own, her eyes glinting with malice. "Are you familiar with this detonator? Dr. Sang informed me that you've buried 100 pounds of TNT within a laboratory. Let us descend into hell together." Her voice chilled the air. Under the gaze of terrified eyes, she pressed the detonator. The leader lamented his hesitation in initiating the explosion from the outset, clinging to the delusion that he could capture her and extract her genes. With a deafening explosion, flames erupted skyward, engulfing the island steeped in sin, sinking it beneath the waves. Along with the girl who, despite her tender years, had already amassed a lifetime of glory. Chapter 2. Rebirth, Xiaoying, Yun City. In a modest hospital room, my daughter has suffered a concussion, and this is all the compensation your school offers us? If there are any lasting repercussions that render her incapable of learning, her life will be ruined. Who will take responsibility for that? I tell you, if we do not receive at least 100,000 or 80,000 today, we shall meet at the police station. I will ensure everyone knows how your school conducts its affairs, and I will make sure it cannot continue to operate. Xiao's mother, can you be reasonable? Your daughter is not a kindergarten child who needs constant supervision. Furthermore, her fall was due to her own weight. The responsibility lies entirely with her. The school has already been generous by covering half of the medical expenses. Your daughter's performance has been poor, consistently at the bottom of her class without any desire to improve, and she disrupts her classmates' learning. More than once, students have complained to me. And just a few days ago, she was seen in a romantic escapade, delivering breakfast to a male classmate, severely undermining the school's reputation. The parents of that boy have approached me as well. Li Liliang, with hands on her hips, took on a confrontational stance. You say all this because your school does not want to pay, don't you? The argument escalated, voices raised in anger. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the chaos. Silence, all of you. Li Liliang and her husband, along with the homeroom teacher and the academic director, fell silent. Their gazes turning toward the bed where a girl, heavy-set and in pain, lay. Blood impressed her throbbing temple and sat up in bed, the frail structure creaking under her weight. A wave of intense pain surged from the back of her head throughout her body, causing her to furrow her brow as she attempted to regain composure. In an instant, Blooding sensed something amiss. Her hand froze over her temple, and she suddenly opened her eyes wide. She was alive. Her gaze swept across the room, landing on the 4 ordinary individuals at the foot of her bed, all staring intently at her. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice startling her. It did not sound like her own. She instinctively reached for her throat, only to notice her robust arms. This time, her brow furrowed deeply. What was happening? Her question left the 4 in a state of shock. Li Liliang lunged at the teacher, shouting, "Look at what has happened to my daughter. Your school only offers a meager amount for medical expenses. You are inhumane, heartless." The bespectacled homeroom teacher, in her 40s, began to panic. "Xiao's mother, please remain calm. Xiaoying, I am your father. Do you not recognize me? Xiao, please do not frighten the teacher. Are you still disoriented? Look closely at who we are." Yet the girl merely stared at her own muscular arms. At that moment, a news report blared from the television. A massive explosion occurred on a remote island in the South Seas at 7:10 this morning. Blood Ing turned her attention to the screen. Before she could react, an influx of memories that did not belong to her surged forth, overwhelming her like a tidal wave. And she tightened her brow. Li Lilian continued her relentless argument with the homeroom teacher, while Qiao's father and the academic director expressed their concern in her ear. Her headache intensified, and she could no longer endure it. Everyone, please leave. Stop the noise. Xiaoying has just awakened. Let her rest properly. We will discuss matters outside. Qiao's father finally asserted himself, ushering the incessantly arguing Li Liliang out of the room. The hospital ward finally fell into a tranquil silence. The faint scent of disinfectant lingering in the air, while Shueying maintained an extraordinary composure. Li Lilian's boisterous voice echoed in the corridor outside. The girl had entered the restroom, gazing at the unfamiliar reflection in the mirror for over 10 minutes. Her features were fairly delicate, though her body was somewhat plump. Her face bore little excess, and her skin was fair and radiant. If she were to lose some weight, she would undoubtedly look appealing. Xiaoying. After a moment, the girl uttered these two syllables to the mirror. This name seemed to resonate with her. A rebirth of the soul, perhaps? Having witnessed numerous peculiarities, this notion was not difficult to accept. After standing for so long, her body began to protest. Her legs felt weak. Not solely due to the head injury, but also due to a lack of physical exercise. Shueying truly wished to understand how this body could appear robust, yet be so fragile. Alas, her former physique, as solid as a fortress, had been reduced to nothing. A mere source of nourishment for the fish in the sea after years of diligent training. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she had fully embraced her new body and identity. Xiaoying. It sounded far more human than Shueying. Upon returning to the ward, the corridor was now quiet. A doctor entered with a medical record in hand, inquiring, Xiaoying? The girl's bright eyes lifted as she responded, that's me. In the capital city, within the elegantly understated yet luxurious study of the Qin family, a man sat at his desk, a dossier laid before him. What a pity, he murmured, his voice deep and resonant, tinged with the regret of dashed hopes. It seemed his father's illness might be beyond the reach of any healer. Moments later, he lamented again. What a waste of such a talent. This statement was an unvarnished expression of his sorrow. His gaze fell upon the dossier, where the name Shueying stood out prominently. This elusive, prodigious assassin was known to many, yet countless individuals were unaware of her gender. Before this man lay a substantial portion of her information. Xiaoying spent a night in the hospital, and the following morning, her mother, Li Lilian, urged her to return home. Hurry and change your clothes. Your school only compensated a meager sum, and we can't afford to keep you in the hospital. Li Lilian tossed the clothes she had brought to Xiaoying, incessantly repeating how little compensation they had received. Xiaoying's eyes were icy as she remained motionless on the hospital bed. Stop dawdling. What are you waiting for? I have to get to work soon, and if I'm late, you'll have to cover my pay cut. Money was all she could think about. Reflecting on the fact that she had taken over Xiaoying's body made her endure her mother's harshness. Once outside the hospital, Li Lilian abandoned her, handing her 2 coins for the bus fare and thrusting the keys into her hand before rushing off to work. Guided by the memories of the original owner, Xiaoying made her way to the residence of her new body. The original family resided in a dilapidated urban village, and before entering the crumbling housing complex, she encountered a boy with striking features. Clad in a blue and white school uniform, he exuded youthful vitality, but appeared somewhat shy and reserved. Though Li Lilian was often sharp-tongued, her beauty had instilled in her a prideful disposition, unwilling to settle for mediocrity. The boy before her had inherited his mother's striking looks remarkably well. Upon encountering her, the young man momentarily halted his steps, casting a glance at the bandage wrapped around her head. Xiaoying reciprocated with a scrutinizing gaze. Perhaps, in her past, she had been accustomed to lowering her gaze and refraining from meeting others' eyes, which rendered her current action surprising enough to elicit a frown from the young man. As he approached her, she noticed a slight limp in his left foot. He did not utter a single word to her. However, as he passed by, he discreetly handed her something before shouldering his backpack and heading off to school. Xiaoying gazed at the bun in her hand. Surprisingly, her younger brother had not inherited their mother's caustic disposition. A concussion is no trivial matter. The doctor had vehemently opposed Xiaoying's discharge, while Li Lilian fretted over expenses and could not be deterred. Consequently, upon returning home, Xiaoying did nothing but succumb to slumber, sleeping until dusk. That glutton, truly a reincarnation of a pig, spends the entire day either eating or sleeping. Why hasn't he met his demise yet? Upon opening her eyes, Xiaoying found Xiao Lingling standing at the foot of her bed, glaring at her with disdain. What are you staring at? Get up and eat. Even the disabled are more useful than you. With that, Xiao Lingling turned on her heel, unwilling to linger a moment longer in her room. Such looks and temperament. She was indeed cast from the same mold as Li Lilian. Xiaoying propped herself up, sensing that this family was decidedly peculiar, particularly her nominal sister, Xiao Lingling. Having inherited the original owner's memories, Xiaoying was acutely aware of the bullying the original had suffered at the hands of her so-called good sister. Young in age, yet possessing a heart full of malice, she truly was in dire need of a reckoning. Chapter 3. Exceptional Intelligence. Xiaoying stepped out of her room. Xiaoying, come eat, called her father, who had set the table for her. The living room, devoid of any noteworthy possessions, could be described as bare. The dust-covered light bulb emitted a faint glow. In this family of 5, a small, worm-eaten table offered her a corner seat. Xiaoyi, head bowed as he ate, silently shifted his chair over to make room for the portly Xiaoying, seating himself at the table's edge. Feeling better after your nap? Eat up, her father encouraged. As he placed meat into her bowl, expressing shame. Our family's circumstances are not favorable. We cannot afford for you to stay in the hospital longer. You should rest well at home, and once you feel better, you can return to school. Tomorrow, I will buy a chicken to make soup for you to nourish your health. With her dismal academic performance, her attendance at school made little difference. The teachers would likely prefer her absence. Lingling, her father reprimanded. Xiaoying is your sister. Is that how you speak to her? Why are you getting angry? What did Lingling say that was wrong? I truly don't understand what's in that pig's brain. She can barely scrape through with a score of 5. Yet she is still trying to pursue romance at such a young age, utterly shameless. Li Lilian's anger escalated. Not only had she scolded Xiaoying, but she now shifted her ire towards Xiaoyi. Do you know how your relatives mock me? How could I possibly marry someone as utterly useless as you? Remember when your brothers were all struggling financially? Yet now, each one drives their own little car and lives in a new home, while you remain here, burdened with a wife and children in this old house, scavenging for discarded items like electric bikes, televisions, and refrigerators from your brothers. If you had even a modicum of ambition, your son wouldn't have a limp. After all these years, even wealth cannot remedy that. I truly lament the folly that led me to choose you. Faced with his wife's grievances, Xiao Fu lowered his head in silence, merely gripping his wine glass, his face, worn and aged from excessive toil, flushed with shame. Xiao Yi remained unfazed, quietly eating her meal, seemingly numb to the unfolding drama. Yet upon hearing the mention of the limp, she tightened her grip on her chopsticks. You certainly are impervious to shame. Your parents are at each other's throats because of you, and you have the audacity to fixate on the television. Truly, you are like mud against a wall, beyond redemption. How could I possibly have such a sister? Xiao Lingling glared at Xiaoying, fanning the flames of discord. Inevitably, this drew a glance of near hatred from Li Lilian towards Xiaoying. However, Xiaoying merely shifted her gaze from the television. Her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Xiao Lingling, her eyes cold as steel. What is this look you're giving me? Have I spoken out of turn? Xiao Lingling sensed something amiss with Xiaoying since her return from the hospital. In the past, she would have dared not lift her gaze, shrinking in fear. Too intimidated to eat. What has possessed her? Has she suffered some brain injury from that fall? You insolent girl, daring to glare at your sister. Finish your meal and wash your bowl. Your mere presence infuriates me. After reprimanding Xiaoying, Li Lilian resumed her meal. Xiaoying glanced over Li Lilian but chose not to engage with them at that moment. Her attention returned to the television, which was quite dated. Having been in use for several years, its model long obsolete. At that moment, it reported on a catastrophic explosion in the South Sea Islands. Xiaoying watched quietly, and once the news concluded, she set down her chopsticks and rose to return to her room. Oh, eating so little today? Don't you usually require 3 bowls to feel satisfied? Xiao Lingling mocked, glancing at Xiaoying's bowl. Make sure to wash your bowl before heading back to your room, Li Lilian instructed, throwing a comment towards Xiaoying. Xiaoying suffered a heavy fall just yesterday. She cannot wash the dishes. Lingling, little Li, you both do it instead, Xiao Fu stated gruffly. I want to do it, Xiao Lingling retorted, muttering under her breath. She only fell on her head, not her hands. She usually does it all. Little E still has homework to complete. What will happen when grades are announced? Every new year, we sit with your relatives, listening to them boast about their cars and houses, while our family can only showcase Lingling and little Yi's academic achievements. After expressing her irritation, Li Lilian urged Xiaoying again to wash the dishes. Standing at the entrance of the living room, Xiaoying turned back to Li Lilian, her eyes narrowing slightly, as if restraining something within. She was not known for her patience. The rumors of her ruthless nature were not exaggerated nor baseless. Should Li Lilian and Xiao Lingling dare to utter another word, Xiaoying could not guarantee her own restraint. At that moment, Xiao Yi finished his meal and quietly began to gather the dishes. Put that down, did you wash those? Go back to your room and do your homework. Li Lilian ordered, unwilling to let her son undertake such tasks, as household chores were typically assigned to Xiaoying. Xiaoying labored tirelessly each day, her appetite remaining substantial. Xiao Yi paid no heed to Li Lilian, clearing the dishes to wash them. Xiao Lingling frowned, unable to tolerate her taciturn brother, and, feeling disinclined to address him, retreated to her own room, unaware of the storm she had narrowly escaped. Li Lilian cast a fierce glare at Xiao Ying before heading to the kitchen to send her son back to his room, opting to wash the dishes herself. After a day of rest, Xiao Ying's spirit and physical condition improved somewhat. She ventured into the courtyard to inspect their living quarters. This old house, inherited from 2 generations prior, though dilapidated, was spacious, featuring a courtyard, a wall, and a separate kitchen. In the courtyard stood a fragrant osmanthus tree. Several rooms, once home to a large family, were now occupied solely by them after Xiao Yi's uncles had moved out upon earning some money. Xiao Yi emerged from the kitchen, glanced at Xiao Ying in the courtyard, their eyes meeting for a brief moment before he turned on his one good foot and returned to his room. Observing his retreating figure, Xiao Ying followed suit. Xiao Yi retrieved a challenging math problem he had copied from the internet yesterday, furrowing his brow as he sat at his desk, pondering the solution. Suddenly, he sensed a presence and looked up to find Xiao Ying unexpectedly leaning against his doorframe. Arms crossed, she blocked the entrance with her ample frame. This marked Xiao Ying's first visit to his room. Typically, she would retreat to her own space upon returning from school, only emerging to perform household chores. Xiao Yi noted a peculiar change in her demeanor that day. Xiao Ying approached and glanced at his notebook, raising an eyebrow as she inquired, "Can't solve it?" Xiao Yi regarded her, and she snatched the pen from his hand, swiftly scribbling on his page without needing to deliberate. By the time Xiao Yi comprehended what was happening, the page was filled with a multitude of steps. The complex problem solved flawlessly. The clarity and ingenuity of her method left him enlightened, and upon comparing it with the online solution, he discovered hers to be even more succinct, causing his face to flush with excitement. In disbelief, he turned to Xiao Ying and exclaimed, "How did you manage that?" This was the first statement his younger sister had ever uttered to her. "Isn't it just a simple problem?" Xiao Ying replied candidly. Xiao Yi clarified, "I copied this from a university-level problem online. As a second-year high school student, he was a grade below Xiao Ying and Xiao Lingling." "And so?" she asked. Xiao Yi scrutinized her, perplexed by her unusual behavior. "You typically score only 5 to 10 points, and your highest was 25. You can only answer multiple-choice questions." Given her perceived intelligence, he found it improbable she could solve such a problem. Xiao Ying, possessing the memories of the original owner, was acutely aware of her predecessor's ignorance. Without a moment's hesitation, she scoffed, "Writing a solution is merely for their sake. Problems like this are just a waste of time and ink." Xiao Yi, incredulous, retorted, "So you were just pretending?" Chapter 4. A stern lesson. Xiao Ying remained noncommittal. "You, solve this problem again," Xiao Yi insisted, refusing to believe her capabilities, and presented her with another challenging question. Xiao Ying glanced over the questions, falling into silence without putting pen to paper. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Yi curled her lip, wondering if Xiao Ying had somehow seen her draft and then searched for the answers online. What a pretentious act. She must have a lot of free time. It was impressive that she could remember such an array of problem-solving steps. Just as Xiao Yi was about to suggest she return to her own room so he could complete his homework, Xiao Ying spoke up. "The equation of the surface is Zxy." "What?" Xiao Yi responded, bewildered. "The answer," Xiao Ying replied. Xiao Yi was taken aback for a moment, then skeptically searched for the answer online. When he discovered that it matched precisely what Xiao Ying had stated, he was left in shock, especially upon seeing the extensive 2.5 pages of solution steps. He looked at his older sister, whom their mother and second sister had called a fool for over a decade, with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. She had solved the problem in her mind. What a peculiar talent. "What other questions can you solve?" he asked, still in astonishment. Seeing his shocked expression, Xiao Ying found it amusing. In their family, only this somewhat dim-witted brother was somewhat agreeable in her eyes. For quite a while, Xiao Yi remained in disbelief, pondering how extraordinary it was. Finally, regaining some composure, he asked, "You can actually do this. Why do you perform so poorly?" "Just too lazy to try," Xiao Ying casually responded. "And how long will you remain lazy? Will you be too lazy for the college entrance examination as well?" "Of course not." Xiao Ying thought of her legendary past, filled with countless honors, and how she had never experienced such humiliation before, subjected to disdainful gazes. Regardless of her identity, even as a crippled waste, others had no choice but to look up to her. She could only stand at the pinnacle, overlooking them all. The revelation that her foolish sister, whom she had known for over a decade, had deliberately concealed her high intelligence left Xiao Yi momentarily disoriented. Yet he felt an inexplicable trust and began to anticipate her potential when she wasn't being lazy. "What are you thinking?" Xiao Yi shook his head and offered her a piece of candy. "You didn't eat much for dinner. You'll surely be starving later. Here." Accustomed to solitude, Xiao Ying hesitated for a moment, staring at the candy in his palm before eventually accepting it. You should consider losing some weight. You have no idea how harshly people speak about you. Don't you feel hurt listening to it? As she looked at the candy in her hand, she couldn't help but feel a bit of affection for this brother who had offered it without reservation. In the past, I was too lazy to argue with them. Since they persistently overstepped their bounds, I have no reason to be polite. Those who have bullied me will face the consequences, Xiaoying said calmly. Xiaoyi dismissed her words as mere bravado from a sister who had lost her mind. I'm heading back to my room. Before leaving, Xiaoying glanced at Xiao's limping left foot. She could heal his foot, lying on her bed while eating the candy. She frowned at the cobwebs adorning the ceiling. The air was thick with dust. Aside from training, missions, and organizational obligations, Xiaoying had never truly lived in such a disheartening environment. Despite her background as an assassin, she had always led a life of luxury and sophistication, spending with a lavishness that surpassed many top-tier tycoons. In her mind, the words of Li Lilian echoed, constantly mentioning wealth. Xiaoying had risen to fame at a young age, possessing wealth, power, and influence. Any one of her identities held riches that could rival nations. Regrettably, her soul is now ensnared within this corporeal vessel, rendering her unable to utilize any of her former identities, wealth, or power. Even her finances remain inaccessible. However, such matters are trivial, for these possessions would be effortlessly within her grasp should she desire them. Xiaoying swiftly acclimatized to her new environment and identity, taking a brief respite at home for 2 days before preparing to attend school. As dawn broke with a gentle light, she ventured out for a morning jog. Amongst all the new experiences, the excess weight she bore was the only aspect she found intolerable. It was not merely the inconvenience of movement. Even the slightest hint of danger would be difficult to withstand. She needed to expedite her return to her original physical prowess. Upon returning, drenched in sweat and utterly fatigued, Xiaoying took a quick shower and donned her school uniform before stepping outside. Upon exiting, she spotted Xiaoyi waiting at the door with a backpack. According to the original owner's memories, this was the first time Xiaoyi had awaited her for school. The shy Xiaoyi, feeling slightly bashful, mumbled, "Let us go," and set off ahead. During the 2 days of Xiaoying's recuperation, Xiaoyi had frequently entered her room, laden with math problems. After witnessing Xiaoying's astonishing capabilities firsthand, Xiaoyi was thoroughly convinced that her sister was merely lazy. For Xiaoying, such problems were trivial, in truth. She required no physical effort at all, as a mere glance was sufficient to discern the answers. As she had stated, writing out a solution was merely for their sake. Solving such problems was a sheer waste of time and ink. Xiaoyi often found herself questioning whether this individual was truly her sister. Has history ever recorded a case of someone becoming a genius after a tumble? No. But there was an extraordinary individual abroad who pretended to be mute for decades to avoid social interactions and the incessant chatter of a spouse. It seemed her sister belonged to the latter category. Xiaoyi was utterly captivated by Xiaoying's extraordinary intellect. "What shall we have for breakfast?" "I have no money," Xiaoying inquired. "Mother gave me 5 yuan. I'll buy buns shortly," Xiaoyi replied, pulling the 5 yuan from her pocket and offering it to her. "You may choose something else if you prefer." Xiaoying was well aware that this breakfast money did not include her share, yet she was unconcerned. "Let us stick with the buns. Did you go for a run this morning?" Xiaoyi asked. "Yes, I'm trying to lose weight." "You'll look beautiful once you shed those pounds," Xiaoyi said, turning her head slightly, a hint of shyness evident. Noticing the blush that tinged her brother's ears, Xiaoying couldn't help but smile. This brother of hers was rather endearing. Upon entering the school gates, the two parted ways, each heading to their respective classrooms. The campus, brimming with youthful exuberance and the scent of books, was a peculiar place for someone like Xiaoying, who had lived a life steeped in danger. The moment Xiaoying entered the classroom, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, with all eyes fixated upon her. Soon, hushed whispers began to circulate. "This rotund girl is back at school so soon. It seems her fall wasn't too severe. Do you know how she fell?" While descending the stairs, she became so flustered at the sight of the school heartthrob that she missed a step and tumbled down. "I know. I was nearby. There was this tremendous crash. And I thought it was an earthquake. Haha. If it were me, I'd be too embarrassed to return to school. Hey, she is looking at us." After that fall, her audacity has certainly increased. Not only did she sweep her bangs aside to reveal her face, but she also dares to gaze in our direction. To be fair, this chubby girl has quite striking features I never noticed before. "Don't disgust me." The whispers escalated into loud discussions and ridicule. Xiaoying cast her gaze over the crowd, each member of which had, to varying degrees, tormented the original owner. Taking her seat, she observed the desk marred by malicious graffiti, her eyes cold as they swept over those present. Under the chilling weight of her stare, the onlookers gradually fell silent, an inexplicable shiver coursing through them, leaving them breathless. They exchanged glances, sensing that today's usually docile and timid Xiao Ying was strikingly different from her usual submissive demeanor. As the morning study session commenced, Xiao Ying retrieved her textbook, which had been maliciously torn. However, she chose not to react overtly. After completing the session without incident, she rose to head to the restroom. Inside a stall, she heard rustling noises outside, and when she attempted to open the door, it had been blocked from the outside. Imagining the wretched scene of being trapped within, the group outside could not stifle their laughter. This foolish heavy-set girl truly has no memory. Daring to use the restroom at school, it seems she is unafraid of confinement. Quick, bring a bucket of water. When the water arrived, two individuals hoisted the bucket, preparing to pour it over Xiao Ying. Just as they were about to unleash the deluge, the door was suddenly kicked open with force from within. The door slammed into the two girls, drenching them with the very bucket of water they had intended for Xiao Ying. With cries of pain and the cacophony of splashing water, the two girls staggered backward, colliding with others who were spectating, all tumbling onto the wet floor. Their screams mingling in a chaotic symphony. Xiao Ying gently nudged the rebounding door with her toe, hands tucked into her coat pockets, and looked down with a cold, disdainful gaze at the drenched individuals sprawled on the floor. Her eyes then rose to meet those of the only unscathed girl, Yi Jingning. As Xiao Lingling entered the restroom and stumbled upon this scene, upon seeing Xiao Ying in the stall, she instantly retreated, fleeing in haste. Fearful that lingering even a moment would lead to the revelation that the foolish heavy-set girl was her elder sister, Xiao Ying observed Xiao Lingling's hasty retreat with indifference. Stepping out from the stall and deliberately crossing over the girls on the floor, her icy gaze fixed on Yi Jingning. The latter, startled, paled slightly. Having grown accustomed to bullying Xiao Ying, but now witnessing her unexpected defiance. As Xiao Ying approached, the transformation from her former meek self was stark, prompting Yi Jingning to instinctively back away until her back met the door, leaving her no further retreat. What do you intend to do? She stammered. But before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Ying's fist came crashing toward her. With a startled scream, Yi Jingning shut her eyes tightly, bracing for the anticipated pain that never arrived. Hesitantly opening her eyes, she found Xiao Ying's face mere inches away, her fist hovering threateningly next to Yi Jingning's ear. Still reeling from the shock, she heard Xiao Ying's chilling warning. If their essay next time, you won't be so fortunate. Observing the bewildered Yi Jingning, Xiao Ying felt that engaging in conflict with such individuals was nothing short of an affront to her dignity. Xiao Ying retracted her hand, casually pocketing it and walking away as if nothing had happened. Yi Jingning slowly turned her head, noticing a prominent dent on the solid wooden door, intricate cracks radiating outward. After a considerable moment, she regained her composure, incredulously gazing at the several disheveled lackeys on the floor, belatedly realizing that she had been intimidated by that repugnant fatty, which ignited a surge of anger within her. With a fierce expression, she declared, Xiao Ying, you shall wait for me. On her way back, Xiao Ying spotted Xiao Yi in the corridor outside her classroom, anxiously searching for something. Upon seeing her, he hurried over, saying, Sister, is everything all right? I heard someone mention you were cornered in the restroom. So you came to check on me? With his tacit acknowledgement, Xiao Ying understood. She had previously stated her reluctance to engage with them. Observing her younger brother, who limped as he hurriedly traversed the stairs, she couldn't help but feel moved. Typically reticent, she offered a few words of reassurance. I'm fine. He was indeed the brother of that repulsive fatty, a limping brother paired with an overweight one. Their family's genetic distribution was quite equitable. A poorly timed jest shattered the atmosphere. Xiao Ying turned to see two boys emerging from the next room, one of whom was Su Mingchun, the object of her secret affection during her previous life. With a dismissive glance, she commented, mediocre at best. He barely possesses half the charm of my younger brother. Xiao Yi's physical limitations had allowed Su Mingchun to seize this opportunity. Xiao Ying's gaze then shifted to the boy who had just spoken. You're a fatty, and your brother's a cripple. With such attributes, you dare to harbor feelings for him? The boy remarked to Su Mingchun. Su Mingchun's expression soured. It seemed that being liked by Xiao Ying was an embarrassment. He retorted to the boy, enough. Noticing Su Mingchun's displeasure, the boy scoffed and turned to Xiao Yi, saying, Hey, Limpy, class is about to start. If you don't head back now, you'll miss it. Xiao Yi's fair, delicate face flushed crimson, his hands balled into fists at his sides, suppressing his anger. Let us go, this is pointless. The boy continued. Before he could finish, a hefty hand clutched his collar, slamming him against the wall. The impact caused pain to shoot through his back and head, prompting a yelp. Looking up, he found Xiao Ying's formidable visage before him. You looking for a fight, fatty? Let me go? The boy struggled like a scrawny monkey. But to no avail, his frustration boiling over into indignation as he began to curse. Can you apologize? Xiao Ying interjected. I'll apologize to your mother. Get your filthy hands off me. He retorted. I demand you apologize. Xiao Ying's voice turned icy. The boy was momentarily taken aback by the forceful tone, meeting Xiao Ying's suddenly frigid gaze, leaving him somewhat bewildered. What are you doing? Release him. Su Mingchen spoke tersely to Xiao Ying, clearly unwilling to engage with her otherwise. The boy, sensing Su Mingchen's intervention, quickly transitioned from shock to amusement, casting a derisive glance at Xiao Ying, as if to say, as soon as Su Mingchen speaks, this fatty will obediently comply. However, Xiao Ying didn't even spare Su Mingchen a glance. Be quiet. This is none of your concern. Her words left everyone momentarily stunned. Su Mingchen was taken aback by Xiao Ying's boldness. Once he regained his composure, he felt a flush of embarrassment but was momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Yi, in utter disbelief, gazed at the commanding Xiao Ying. Apologize. Xiao Ying, having lost all patience, thought that if they were outside, she would have already taken action. With a firm grip, she tightened the boy's collar, rendering him breathless and causing his face to redden. A crowd gathered in the corridor, and the boy wished desperately to vanish, yet he yearned even more to retaliate against the hefty figure before him. However, he found himself utterly trapped, as the onlookers multiplied. He grit his teeth and muttered, "Yes, I'm sorry." Xiao Ying leaned closer, her voice low enough for only the two to hear. "If I hear cripple from you again, I will ensure you experience what it is like to be one." With that, she disdainfully flung the lanky boy aside, commanding, "Get lost." His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Xiao Ying, yet he lacked the courage to act. Just then, the bell rang, prompting Su Mingchen to call him back to class, and the boy turned to leave. "What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear the bell?" Xiao Ying remarked, amused by Xiao Yi's dazed expression. Xiao Ying's transformation was so profound that Xiao Yi struggled to comprehend it, yet she managed to pinpoint the crux of the matter. You no longer like Su Mingchen?" It was common knowledge that her sister harbored a crush on Su Mingchen, having faced public humiliation over a love letter. Xiao Yi had felt embarrassed on her behalf. Xiao Ying hesitated. "I have never been interested in him." Just then, Su Mingchen happened to overhear this. Chapter 6. The mysterious man Su Mingchen turned to glance at Xiao Ying, a frown creasing his brow, pondering what trick she was attempting to employ to capture his attention. Humph, whatever ploy she devised would be futile. Throughout the lesson, Xiao Yi found herself distracted, her mind replaying the scene of Xiao Ying assertively demanding an apology from the boy. She felt a surge of exhilaration. At the end of the class, a group of boys approached. "Xiao Yi, is that hefty boy from class 8 your sister? Is that true? I've never heard you mention having such a plump sister. If your sister is that heavy, your family must be well off. So why can't they afford to treat your foot? Is it that your parents favor her? I reckon she has consumed all the money meant for your treatment. Just look at their clothing and shoes. They must have eaten their family into poverty. Ha ha ha." Xiao Yi remained seated, gripping her palms tightly. "Are you really siblings? How come your grades are so good while hers are so poor? I heard she barely scores 5 or 10 points. I could do better by filling in answers with my eyes closed." Xiao Yi felt as if she were about to break her hands from the pressure. "How can you say that? You should say that if the answer sheet were placed on the ground, stepping on it would yield 4 or 5 correct answers. How on earth did she manage to score so low? Ha ha ha. My sister is not stupid." Xiao Yi could no longer contain herself and lifted her head. "This is not stupidity. This is foolishness. Ha ha ha." The boys laughed mockingly as they walked away. Xiao Yi's face flushed crimson, a mix of anger and humiliation. Meanwhile, Xiao Ying sat in her seat, distracted. Lacking even a mobile phone, she realized she needed to acquire some money. Without funds, many of her plans remained unattainable. After contemplating various options, she recognized that the avenues available to her often skirted the boundaries of legality. The teacher was passionately lecturing at the front of the classroom when she noticed Xiao Ying staring blankly out the window, her irritation flaring. Xiao Ying, Xiao Ying." When there was no response from her, the teacher's frustration mounted. Some individuals, with unfortunate family circumstances and lacking ambition, squander their time and lives, negatively impacting the entire class's learning environment and dragging down overall performance. They are nothing short of pests to the class. "Are you talking about me?" Xiao Ying turned her head to inquire. All eyes in the classroom were fixed on her. It was clear she was the subject of the teacher's remarks. "Self-awareness is commendable. Come up and solve this problem," the teacher commanded, tapping the blackboard. Without waiting for Xiao Ying's response, she sneered, "With your intellect, never mind, just sit down." Xiao Ying stood up nonetheless. "What are you doing? Do you really think you can solve it? Hurry back to your seat and don't waste everyone's time." "Just let her try, teacher. If she is not afraid of embarrassment, why should we be?" The students were eager to witness the spectacle. Ignoring the chatter, Xiao Ying walked to the podium, took a piece of chalk, and began to write. Her elegant handwriting contrasted sharply with the brisk strokes of her classmate Bloodshadow, whose calligraphy was as fluid as a dragon in flight, surpassing even the teachers in beauty. To the astonishment of her classmates, Xiao Ying filled an entire blackboard with solutions that were not only simpler, but also clearer than what the teacher had presented. The laughter that had filled the room gradually faded into silence as disbelief washed over the students. The teacher, adjusting her glasses, stared at the blackboard. As Xiao Ying completed the final stroke, she tossed the chalk aside and remarked, "As a teacher, perhaps you should exhibit a bit more quality." Then she returned to her seat. The teacher's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving her momentarily speechless. Finally, she stammered, a blind cat stumbling upon a rat. After the evening study session, Xiao Ying had expected Xiao Yi to wait for her, but she did not. Approaching home, she spotted Xiao Yi limping ahead. Enduring the taunts of being called a cripple at school, it was evident that Xiao Yi faced her own share of bullying, perhaps even more than Xiao Ying, the so-called fat one. Regrettably, without money or silver needles at hand, Xiao Ying wished she could treat her younger brother's injury. Quickening her pace, she caught up to Xiao Yi, who glanced back before turning away again. Neither sibling was particularly talkative. "Will you take the college entrance exam seriously?" Xiao Yi suddenly asked. "Of course. How could I let anyone else surpass me?" Upon returning home, Xiao Ying changed her clothes to prepare for an evening jog, but was interrupted by Li Lilian, who called her to wash the dishes. These dishes had been left for her to clean after her evening studies. Xiao Ying merely glanced at her, disregarding her presence entirely. "You ungrateful girl," Li Lilian scolded angrily. Xiao Yi set down her backpack and quietly entered the kitchen to wash the dishes. As Xiao Ying stepped out the door, she could still hear Li Lilian scolding her son to return to his room to do his homework while she continued her tirade at the sink. Xiao Ying meticulously controlled her diet and maintained her running regimen, and after several days, the results were remarkable. She had lost weight and her chin had become more defined. Having run out of money on her meal card, Xiao Ying decided to skip dinner altogether. She did not intend to ask Li Lian for assistance, as she was uncertain whether she could maintain her composure amidst Li Lian's incessant tirades. That evening, after her night run and a refreshing shower, she returned to her room to contemplate how to quickly procure some funds. Suddenly, her keen ears detected a sound, prompting her to swiftly rise from her bed. A group of outsiders had intruded into the dimly lit urban village. A man, clutching his abdomen where he had been shot, darted through the aged residential area in a frantic escape. Losing his footing, he collapsed onto the ground. For the moment, his pursuers had not caught up to him, allowing him a brief respite. Under the moonlight, Xiao Ying traversed the hallway and emerged into the courtyard, where the fragrant osmanthus trees were in bloom, perfuming the air with their scent at the end of April. The man, disregarding his dignity, slumped against the wall, blood soaking his midsection, his breathing erratic. Suddenly alerted by an instinct, he raised his head sharply as the door of the residence swung open. Upon seeing the man's face, Xiao Ying raised an eyebrow, recognizing him from a myriad of memories. She stepped into the courtyard and crouched down beside him. The man, clutching his wound, rasped, "If you don't want to die, you should go inside." To his surprise, the plump girl calmly inquired, "Do you need help?" The man eyed her warily, noting that while his injury was serious, it was not life-threatening, at least not unless he continued to bleed for much longer. Xiao Ying assessed his wound and spoke with a measured calmness. The sound of disciplined footsteps approached, unmistakably belonging to trained individuals. Xiao Ying's acute hearing detected them as well, causing the man to instinctively go on high alert. To his astonishment, Xiao Ying nonchalantly retrieved a pen from the inner pocket of his suit jacket. Under his bewildered and cautionary gaze, she used the pen to brush aside the blood on his sleeve, exposing a portion of his wrist. With deft precision, she inscribed a series of numbers on his arm, capped the pen, and returned it to its place. "Enter through here and exit via the back door. If you survive, don't forget to transfer the funds to my account," she instructed. The man fixed his gaze on Xiao Ying, but before he could ponder her words, the footsteps grew nearer. Struggling to his feet, he hurried into her courtyard. No sooner had he entered than several figures in black arrived in pursuit. Chapter 7. Qin Hanyue. With the arrival of the black-clad figures, Xiao Ying, possessing a background as a killer, detected a familiar aura emanating from them, evoking a sense of nostalgia, specifically, the air of lethal intent that surrounded them. However, these individuals were far from worthy of her recognition. They barely grazed the threshold of the shadows. "Have you seen a man pass through here?" the leader inquired, concealing his weapon as he addressed Xiao Ying coldly. She turned to face them, idly scraping her foot against the damp earth, akin to playing in the mud. The rainy season was nearing its end, characterized by frequent, albeit light, showers that left the ground perpetually moist. Outside the walls of the Qiao family, no roads have been paved. It remains a dirt path, with a thick mound of earth piled at the base of the wall to better fortify its foundation. Calmly, Xiao Ying scraped the soil with her foot, burying the blood left behind by the man right beneath the watchful eyes of several men in black. The scent of osmanthus in the air, mingled with the metallic tang of blood, heightened the suspicion surrounding Xiao Ying. Just as they were about to inquire further, the plump girl raised her hand and pointed in a direction. She went that way. The men in black exchanged glances, still harboring doubts. yet hastily pursued the lead. Xiao Ying retreated to the courtyard, closed the door, and returned to sleep. After escaping through the back door of the Qiao residence, Qin Yuqing was swiftly picked up by the arriving members of the Qin family, and, having tended to his wounds, they hurried back to the capital overnight. In the capital, at the Qin estate, Qin Yuqing resided in the southeastern wing of the manor. Upon entering the villa, he ascended the stairs, intending to change his attire before meeting his uncle. However, just as he had changed, he found the man already seated in the living room below, his long legs crossed on the sofa, waiting for him. "Uncle." Qin Yuqing approached the man respectfully. It was now dawn on the second day. The man on the sofa possessed a strikingly handsome countenance, adorned in a tailored dark gray suit that accentuated his dignified and austere demeanor. His formidable presence instilled a sense of trepidation among the subordinates in the hall and Qin Yuqing alike. The man was Qin Hanyue, the current head of the Qin family, a late-born son of the retired patriarch. Although he was referred to as uncle by the younger generation of the Qin family, he was but 29 years of age. "Why have you come in person?" Qin Yuqing's spine chilled at the thought of failure. He dared not meet the man's gaze. "It is my inadequacy. To have mishandled such a trivial matter, losing not only the cargo but also putting myself in this predicament," Qin Yuqing lamented. He recalled how, at his age, his uncle was already capable of handling affairs with remarkable finesse, commanding respect wherever he went, while he himself seemed lackluster by comparison. "I shall accept my punishment at dawn." Qin Yuqing lowered his head further. Qin Hanyue's voice was calm and deep. "You are a member of the Qin family, not merely a bodyguard or assassin. It is only natural that your first mission would not go flawlessly. The important thing is that you are unharmed." He had always been lenient towards his younger kin. He then slowly raised his gaze to Qin Yuqing. "How severe are your injuries?" Qin Yuqing hurriedly replied, "It is not life-threatening. The bullet has been removed. And with a few days of rest, I shall recover." He pressed his hand against the bandaged wound on his abdomen. Noticing that the string of numbers on his arm caught Qin Hanyue's attention. "What is this?" he inquired, assuming it was some critical information Qin Yuqing had brought back. As Qin Yuqing looked down, he recalled how he had been careful while cleaning the blood from his hands, anxious not to wash away the numbers. Upon hearing his uncle's question, he quickly explained, "The cargo was seized on the outskirts of Yun City. In a moment of peril, a young girl came to my rescue. She left this bank account number." "Oh, a young girl?" Qin Hanyue seemed rather indifferent, merely responding in passing. "Yes, she appears to be a student. She said that if I survive, I should transfer money to her account." Qin Yuqing was left with a strong impression of the audacious and composed young woman. "Do you require assistance?" Injuries sustained were not fatal. However, should the bleeding persist for another half hour, the outcome would be uncertain. "Enter through here and exit via the back door. If you survive, do not forget to transfer the funds to my account." Xiao Ying's 3 statements, along with her action of retrieving a pen from his pocket to note down the account number, were etched clearly in Qin Yuqing's memory. "She truly is a remarkable young lady. I have dispatched someone to pursue the goods. They will not be lost. Rest well, and once those individuals are apprehended, I shall send them to you for your handling." Qin Hanyue rose, preparing to depart. After pondering for a moment, as Qin Hanyue was about to step out, Qin Yuqing hurried after him and inquired, "Uncle San, I wish to visit Yun City once more to express my gratitude to that girl in person." "That is your concern," Qin Hanyue replied, continuing his stride. Yet, after a few steps, he paused to remind, "You must understand that you are a member of the Qin family. Numerous eyes are secretly watching you. In a small place like Yun City, your grand gestures may inadvertently cause her trouble. Has she not already indicated how she wishes to be thanked? There is no need to complicate matters." "Yes, I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle San," Qin Yuqing replied, a hint of regret in his voice. "For the time being, you need not go to the company. Focus on recuperating at home," Qin Hanyue instructed. "I am fine," Qin Yuqing insisted. "If you find yourself restless, seek out a doctor who can perform surgery for the old master, even if it is merely a way to alleviate his condition." Understood. They both knew that with the passing of Blood Shadow, the old master's illness was nearly beyond hope. After seeing Qin Hanyue off, Qin Yuqing ascended the stairs, staring at the account number he had transcribed on paper for a long while. How much should he transfer? His life was undoubtedly worth any sum, but she was still a student. Would giving her too much money frighten her? Might it inadvertently bring her trouble? After all, regardless of her courage, she was merely a teenager. 10 million or 8 million could be beyond her means to manage. Upon awakening, Xiao Ying resumed her morning run, subsequently taking her backpack and heading out. Xiao Yi awaited her at the door. "Here," he said, handing her 50 yuan. Xiao Ying raised an eyebrow, not accepting it, and merely inquired with her gaze, "Isn't your meal card out of funds?" Xiao Yi asked. After a moment's thought, Xiao Ying accepted the money, gazing at the 50 yuan in her hand. Amused, she reflected on how she, once a figure of prominence, now relied on her younger brother's meager 50 yuan for sustenance. Where did this come from? She questioned. I told Mom that my meal card was empty, Xiao Yi replied. And what about you? She pressed. I still have 20 yuan left on my card, he answered, slung her backpack over her shoulder. She placed her hands in the pockets of her uniform and followed Xiao Yi, asking, how did you know my meal card was depleted? You used to ask Mom for money every week, but it's been over a week this time without a request, Xiao Yi explained. Xiaoying fell silent, glancing down at her younger brother's worn and peeling sneakers, thinking to herself that he was indeed a commendable brother. Meanwhile, Yi Jingming stood on the upper floor of the 7th middle school, observing Xiaoying below as she leisurely made her way to school, her eyes glinting with malice. Have you found the person? Yi Jingming asked her subordinate beside her. Rest assured, by tonight, that fat fool will learn the consequences of crossing us. The drenched lackey glared fiercely, eager to witness the moment when Xiaoying would be brought to her knees, begging for mercy. Humph. Yi Jingming crossed her arms and snorted coldly. The audacity of that rotund fool to intimidate her was truly a death wish. Chapter 8. A spectacle awaits after evening study. Xiaoying strolled along the path home. The late April air remained brisk, and despite rummaging through her belongings that morning, she could not find a long-sleeved shirt suitable to wear. At this moment, she sported a short-sleeved top that had seen 2 or 3 years of wear beneath her school jacket. A fine drizzle fell softly, and the night breeze was particularly biting. With her hands tucked into her pockets, Xiaoying ambled homeward. The dilapidated residential area came into view, prompting her to halt. The street lamp emitted a faint glow as she stood with her back to the light. If I don't act soon, I shall reach home. Just as her words faded, a handful of unruly thugs emerged from the shadows, led by a brazen leader who sported gaudy red and green hair and a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Little girl, quite clever, aren't you? Xiaoying, unperturbed, shrugged her shoulders casually, waiting as the thugs encircled her. She recognized these individuals, or rather, the original owner of this body did. They were known for loitering around the 7th high school, demanding protection fees from students, who typically avoided them at all costs, including the original owner. Though young, she possessed considerable audacity. The thug leader scrutinized Xiaoying and exhaled a plume of smoke towards her face. Fat indeed. But you're quite handsome. A smile curled at the corners of Xiaoying's lips, her expression sweet, yet her eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. No one dares to blow smoke in my face. The thug, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, seemed taken aback by her beauty, which had become more refined after losing some weight. His lustful intentions ignited. Oh, and what will you do about it? He asked, exposing his yellow teeth as he reached out to touch her face. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, a delicate hand seized his wrist with alarming force. She appeared to exert little strength, yet the thug winced in pain, unable to break free from her grasp, which felt like a vice. You will die, Xiaoying uttered coolly. In the next instant, she twisted his arm with a sudden force, and the sickening sound of bones snapping echoed through the air. She had dislocated his entire arm with ease. In a matter of moments, the once arrogant thugs lay sprawled on the ground, limbs contorted at unnatural angles, their cries of agony ringing out like a wailing chorus. Xiaoying stood with her hands in her pockets, looking down upon the disheveled thug leader, whose chest she casually placed her foot upon. Consider yourself fortunate. I am currently indisposed to dispose of bodies, and thus I have spared your wretched life. Who sent you? The thug writhed in excruciating pain, his focus solely on his suffering, oblivious to her inquiries. Who sent you? Xiaoying reiterated, applying pressure with her foot. The thug felt as though his chest might shatter beneath her weight, and he cried out. It was a student from 7th High, Yi Jingming. Even a child could deduce that. What a forgetful fool, Xiaoying silently cursed. Given her previous conduct, she would not grant them a second chance to self-destruct. However, she now finds herself in a position where she cannot act without restraint. Should she truly desire to eliminate someone, whether through a silent assassination or in the midst of a crowd, she could effortlessly extinguish a life without leaving a trace. Yet, it has not yet reached the point where she seeks Yi Jingming's demise. Merely delivering a beating would be too lenient for such a person. She has numerous methods at her disposal to deal with individuals like her and is unbothered by the prospect of indulging in some entertaining mischief. Xiaoying lowered her gaze upon the thugs at her feet, and an idea swiftly formed in her mind. This morning, Yi Jingming was in particularly high spirits, even waving goodbye to her driver as she disembarked at the school gate, coming from a well-off family. With her father holding a minor official position and her uncle owning a factory and several restaurants, she epitomizes the affluent girl. Since childhood, she has been accustomed to being chauffeured to and from school, always the center of attention. Upon alighting from her vehicle, she coincidentally encountered Su Mingchen, who had just exited his car as well. Yi Jingming greeted him warmly. Mingchen, good morning. Su Mingchen glanced at her, offering a cool acknowledgement before turning away to continue on his way. Though irked for a fleeting moment, Yi Jingming quickly pursued him. Su Mingchen, an academic prodigy, is the son of the deputy mayor, with a bright future ahead. Yi Jingning has known him since childhood and has harbored feelings for him, a fact well known among her entourage. Thus, upon discovering that Xiaoying also had affections for Su Mingchen, they intensified their bullying of her. To Yi Jingning, Xiaoying's interest in Su Mingchen was a humiliation for him. "Mingchen, where do you plan to apply for college?" she inquired. "I'm aiming for Jingdao. My uncle lives in the capital, and I'll have someone to look after me there." Upon hearing her intention to apply to Jingdao, Su Mingchen, who had previously ignored her, glanced at her and engaged her for the first time. "I remember you scored 650 on your midterm exam. You have a great chance of getting in." "You actually remember my midterm score?" Yi Jingning's heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. "Good luck with the college entrance exam." Su Mingchen replied coolly before hastening his pace and walking ahead. After 2 classes, her followers hurriedly approached her with news that Xiaoying had arrived at school unscathed. "That fat girl is fine." "Impossible." Yi Jingning, disbelieving, rushed to confirm for herself and found Xiaoying sitting at her desk, perfectly well. "How could they mess up something so simple and still have the audacity to charge me so much?" Yi Jingning seethed with anger, her ire unresolved even by midday. Accustomed to the school cafeteria's delicate offerings, Yi Jingning, already in a foul mood, decided to dine outside. However, just as she stepped out of the school gate, she was surrounded by a group of people rushing towards her, causing her to gasp in fright. Upon closer inspection, she recognized them as the same thugs, albeit now battered and bruised, some nursing broken arms or leaning on crutches, which instilled considerable fear in her. Meanwhile, students in the cafeteria were gossiping loudly as they rushed in, hurried to the school gate. "The campus bell is being cornered by those thugs. They're all injured," claiming that the campus bell sent them to beat up our students, and now they're back to demand medical fees. "Even the principal and teachers have gone. Hasten to witness the spectacle." The campus bell is in tears, repeatedly insisting that she is not involved. Yet, the evidence has surfaced. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingling abandoned her meal, leaving her bowl and chopsticks behind to join the fray. Su Mingchen furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before rising to follow the throng. In an instant, the cafeteria was deserted. Xiao Yi looked up to find the place starkly empty. In the vast dining hall, he spotted his elder sister seated by the window, unfazed by the commotion outside, calmly enjoying her meal, seemingly indifferent. He approached her with his tray. "Aren't you going to see what is happening?" Xiao Ying casually initiated conversation. Not interested, Xiao Yi replied without lifting his head, focused on his food. Observing Xiao Yi's modest plate, Xiao Ying transferred a chicken leg from her own plate to his. "There's not much to see anyway. I'll take you to something far more thrilling next time," she remarked. Xiao Yi glanced at her, but did not take her words to heart. Instead, he noticed that his sister seemed to have lost more weight. Chapter 9. A million arrives. Engaging in a conspiracy to harm a fellow student is no trivial matter. Like cold water poured into hot oil, the incident involving Yi Jingning stirred considerable uproar, ultimately drawing the attention of the police. Yi Jingning, along with her accomplices, was taken away, with the principal accompanying them. Throughout the afternoon, discussions about the affair dominated conversations, leaving no room for academic pursuits, as school authorities convened meetings. Xiaoying's homeroom teacher was also present. With no one overseeing them, the students engaged in fervent speculation, questioning the authenticity of the events. If true, who was the victim? Were the thugs truly retaliated against? Which student possessed such prowess? Their institution had never harbored any martial arts prodigy of that caliber. Within less than an afternoon, the situation escalated uncontrollably, echoing in every corner. In this age of rapid information exchange, teachers admonished students from the podium against excessive discussion that could incite public opinion, cautioning against potential repercussions for the school and its students. However, such warnings could not quench their curiosity. Yi Jingning, sobbing, was retrieved from the police station by her father. Upon entering their home, she received a stinging slap from him. She had always been the apple of her parents' eyes, their pride, and the model daughter in the eyes of relatives and friends. Yet, she had now brought such disgrace upon the family. "Do you realize that I was preparing to run for deputy director? You've ruined everything. How did I raise such a scoundrel?" Her father erupted in anger, with even her mother, who typically defended her, unable to escape his ire. The Yi household remained in turmoil well into the night. Among those relishing the fallout of the Yi Jingning incident was Xiao Lingling, who left school cheerfully humming a tune. She had long believed herself as attractive as Yi Jingning, but had always been overshadowed due to her less affluent background. All the resentment built over the years seemed to dissipate today. It was utterly exhilarating. Even witnessing Xiao Yi perform chores for Xiao Ying did not dampen her spirits enough to confront her sister. The following morning, the school's broadcast system announced that the principal would personally address the matter, clarifying that Yi Jingning's actions in hiring thugs to harm a classmate were a misunderstanding. Several troublemakers have already been apprehended, and the so-called evidence is nothing but a fabrication, utterly non-existent. Xiaoying sat in her seat, listening to the principal's admonitions urging everyone to pay attention to safety while commuting to and from school, along with various expressions of concern, which she found amusing. It seems that Yi Jingning's family has spared no expense in managing the situation. Xiaoying felt no stirrings within her, having anticipated such an outcome. Yet it was sufficient to serve as a bitter lesson for Yi Jingning's family. 2 days after the incident, Yi Jingning returned to school, utterly haggard, devoid of her usual haughty demeanor, and kept her head down in silence. The matter had simmered for 2 days, maintaining its fervor within the school, becoming a topic of gossip during breaks. Whenever students encountered Yi Jingning, they whispered and pointed. Previously, she had not been well received by the other girls, and now she had provided ample opportunity for their schadenfreude. In the corridor, when Yi Jingning crossed paths with Xiao Ying, she could only cast a fierce glance before hastily looking away and moving on. Xiao Ying remained unfazed, for she had never regarded Yi Jingning as significant, even for amusement. She would not deign to seek it from someone of Yi Jingning's ilk, who fell far short of her standards. She recalled her own past mischief, where, in a fit of boredom, she had once blown up a certain country's information building, akin to setting off fireworks. That was her style. Su Mingxian returned home, where his father inquired about the situation with Yi Jingning, indicating the magnitude of the uproar. Su Mingxian recounted the principal's words to his father. Having grown up under his father's influence, keenly observing his expressions and words, he was not inclined to believe everything the principal said. Su's father, with a wry smile, remarked, Yi Dongxing has been eyeing that deputy department position for years, making all the necessary arrangements, only to have his precious daughter ruin it all. Su Mingxian was not particularly interested. He had thought that Yi Jingning was merely spoiled by her family, but fortunately, she was not entirely incompetent, achieving commendable grades. Just days prior, he had heard she intended to apply to Beijing University, hoping for mutual support when they both moved to the capital. Yet now, this incident had occurred. It was indeed true that one should not judge a book by its cover. Thus, the slight fondness he had felt was now extinguished. That evening, after study hall, Xiao Yi was on her way home when she was accosted by a group of ill-intentioned ruffians. Are you going to act, or shall we? I have no money. These bookish types always claim they have no money. It seems a beating is the only way to coax it out of them. One of the thugs snatched Xiao Yi's backpack, dumping its contents onto the ground. Xiao Yi silently gritted her teeth, watching their actions. When no money was found in her bag, they began impatiently searching her pockets. Where are you hiding the money? Hand it over. I told you I have no money. Oh, you have a phone too. That will do. Give it back. Get lost. You dare to rob me? I wouldn't even want this piece of junk. An argument erupted over the phone in the darkened street, with the thugs taken aback by Xiao Yi's fierce defense of the device, inciting their anger to the point of violence. Suddenly, a female voice rang out, prompting the ruffians to turn towards the sound, where they saw a girl clad in a school uniform. The girl appeared to have lost weight compared to a few days ago, yet they recognized her at a glance. As Xiao Yi turned around, she spotted Xiao Ying and immediately urged her to leave quickly. However, Xiao Ying not only refused to leave but strolled over with her hands in her pockets, exuding an air of leisurely enjoyment. It seemed as though Xiao Ying was oblivious to Xiao Yi's distress and the unfolding situation. Xiao Yi felt a surge of anxiety. Just as she was about to take action, the group of ruffians suddenly lost their composure upon seeing Xiao Ying, resembling frightened ghosts as they discarded their backpacks and phones, fleeing in a panic. Some, whose legs were not agile, nearly tumbled as they ran, while others exaggeratedly screamed as they dashed away. This absurd and comical scene left Xiao Yi momentarily stunned. Xiao Ying approached her, asking if she was all right. Xiao Yi, still in a daze, shook her head and hurriedly bent down to retrieve her phone from the ground, which had been rendered black screen from the fall. Attempting to power it on, she discovered it was irreparably damaged. After a moment of silence, she quietly placed the scattered books back into her bag. Observing this, Xiao Ying furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating whether to pursue the ruffians for compensation. Xiao Yi, standing with her bag in hand, questioned, why are they so afraid of you? They ran at the sight of you. Xiao Ying shrugged. Perhaps they were eager to return home and sleep. Xiao Yi, being astute, almost instantly deduced the truth. Though with a hint of uncertainty, Yu Jingning hired thugs to harm classmates, and you are that person, aren't you? Xiao Ying acknowledged. I did encounter them a few nights ago on my way home from school. Xiao Yi, incredulous, asked, so those injuries were inflicted by you? Did you also instruct them to confront Yu Jingning at school for medical expenses, causing all this commotion? Xiao Ying nonchalantly replied. It was merciful of me not to let them beat up Yu Jingning. As Xiao Yi continued to scrutinize her, Xiao Ying reiterated, I told you. I used to find it beneath me to engage with them. Yet, no matter the circumstances, how could a girl overpower those delinquents? And with such force? Could this truly be the sister he had lived with for over a decade? Although sometimes feeling estranged and bewildered, he admired such a formidable sister. Just as Xiao Yi was about to speak further, she heard Xiao Ying inquire, "Is there a bank nearby?" Confused, Xiao Yi provided the information and then asked, "What do you need a bank for? You should head back. I have something to attend to," Xiao Ying said before striding towards the bank. It was a self-service bank. Xiao Ying rummaged through her bag to find the only bank card she possessed. This card had been issued by the school for tuition payments each semester. Inserting the card into the machine, she checked her balance. Account balance: 1,000,000 million. How miserly of the Qin family. Saving his life warrants $1 million. Do they consider their lives so worthless? Or is it just Qin Yuchen who is deemed worthless? Well, $1 million is better than nothing. Xiao Ying tucked the card away and turned to enter a mobile phone store. The attendant, noticing she was a student, remained seated in their chair, indifferent and unwelcoming. Which is the most expensive phone? Upon hearing these words, the clerk momentarily paused, scrutinizing Xiao Ying anew before rising to attend to her. When informed that Xiao Ying intended to purchase 2 phones, the clerk's face immediately lit up with a broad smile as she served tea, packaged the items, and personally escorted Xiao Ying to the door, her joy nearly overwhelming her countenance. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi gazed at his silent, shattered phone with mounting frustration. This device, a second-hand model bought with his hard-earned New Year's money, was solely for the purpose of accessing study materials and completing exercises. Given their family's financial constraints, acquiring a replacement, even a second-hand one, was out of the question. He hesitated, contemplating whether to have it repaired, yet, setting aside the question of worth. The feasibility of repair itself was uncertain. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door. Xiao Yi looked up to see Xiao Ying entering, placing an item onto his desk. Curiously, he opened the bag to reveal a phone box. Initially, he regarded Xiao Ying with suspicion, but upon extracting the box and opening it, he found a brand new phone inside. Not only that, but it was also the latest and most expensive model. Chapter 10. High-end consumption. Xiao Yi hesitated to touch such an expensive item, scrutinizing it to confirm its authenticity. This was no mere model. "Where did this come from?" he inquired. "I bought it," she replied. "Where did you acquire such funds?" "And that's not all," Xiao Ying declared, lifting her hand to reveal yet another phone. Xiao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. This phone cost nearly 10,000. An average wage earner could hardly afford it. Yet his sister, a struggling student, had somehow managed to purchase 20,000. Such an amount was beyond their family's annual frugality. "Where did you actually get this money? Did you perhaps acquire it in a manner akin to those ruffians?" Yet those ruffians only dared to rob students. And even a few hundred yuan in a day would be considered a fortune at haul. Xiao Ying reassured him, "No theft or robbery involved. It's all legitimate. Use it freely, and should anything happen, I'll simply buy you another." Xiao Yi quietly regarded Xiao Ying's familiar yet strangely unfamiliar visage for a moment, and then, inexplicably trusting, perhaps it was the calm assurance reflected in her demeanor, or possibly her remarkable transformation, he chose to believe her words about her past foolishness being mere pretense. Is it truly just a phone that warrants such an uproar? He mused. If he were to learn about her previous assets, he might very well faint from shock. Just the remaining balance of 980,000 in her account would likely leave him speechless. "I'll take you shopping tomorrow," Xiao Ying declared before retreating to her room, clutching her new phone. Xiao Yi cautiously extracted the device from its box, handling it with utmost care as he admired it for some time, his excitement rendering his hands somewhat stiff. It then occurred to him to retrieve his SIM card from the old phone and carefully insert it into the new one. As the device powered on, his heart raced, and his breath quickened. It felt surreal. Such an extravagant item was beyond his wildest dreams, something he would never dare to accept, even as a gift from relatives. Yet now, astonishingly, it belonged to him, a gift from his older sister, the one who had endured years of scolding from their mother for being unworthy. The following day, on the weekend, Xiao Ying returned from her morning run, changed her clothes, and called for Xiao Yi to join her outside. "Did you study late last night?" As Xiao Yi appeared with dark circles under his eyes, Xiao Ying casually inquired about it. Xiao Yi, somewhat evasive, simply replied, "Mm." He did not wish for Xiao Ying to know that he had been unable to sleep all night due to excitement and joy. Observing Xiao Yi carefully placing his new phone into his pocket as if it were a treasured possession, while feigning indifference, Xiao Ying chose not to expose him. Following Xiao Ying outside, Xiao Yi asked, "You mentioned taking me shopping last night. What are we buying? Do you have money? Where are you going? Did Mom give you money?" With keen ears, Xiao Lingling rushed out of her room upon hearing Xiao Yi's words. Ever since Xiao Ying returned from the hospital after his fall, he seemed to have transformed, inexplicably growing closer to Xiao Yi, which irked Xiao Lingling. Xiao Ying ignored her, striding purposefully out of the courtyard. Fearing that Xiao Lingling might complain to their parents, Xiao Yi hesitated but ultimately turned back to assure her, "No." Xiao Lingling rolled her eyes, dismissing them, thinking they likely had no money to speak of. After a casual breakfast, Xiao Ying took Xiao Yi to the largest shopping mall in Yun City. Standing hesitantly at the entrance, Xiao Yi finally followed Xiao Ying as he walked confidently inside. It was Xiao Yi's first time entering such an establishment. Dressed in worn-out clothes he had sported for over half a year and limping on his left foot, he felt out of place. He kept his head down, trailing behind Xiao Ying, attempting to appear less awkward. He contemplated calling out to Xiao Ying several times, but ultimately chose to trustingly follow him. Once Xiao Ying led him into the men's clothing section and instructed a well-dressed sales associate, get him a few suitable outfits. Xiao Yi's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Buy him clothes? This one looks nice. Xiao Ying casually picked out a leisurewear set and handed it to the dazed Xiao Yi, saying, go try it on. Confused, Xiao Yi entered the fitting room, and when he emerged wearing the third outfit, he was taken aback to see Xiao Ying at the cash register, presenting a card he recognized. Charge it, Xiao Ying instructed. Xiao Yi was stunned. The total was 19,800. Please enter your PIN. The sales associate handed him the card reader. Payment successful. Xiao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Ying pocketed the card and glanced at Xiao Yi. Wear this outfit. He then told the sales associate, please cut off the tags for him. Dressed in new clothes and carrying 2 shopping bags, Xiao Yi followed Xiao Ying, utterly bewildered. Xiao Ying instructed the associate to dispose of Xiao Yi's old clothes, which he had expected to wear until the next year. Choose whichever style you like, Xiao Ying said, still reeling from the shock of the 19,800. Xiao Yi was led to the shoe section. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi raised his head to behold a dazzling array of brand-name shoes. Many boys in his class wore designer footwear, frequently changing them. While he hardly recognized those brands, nor had any interest in them, they often discussed them in his presence. The least expensive shoes worn by classmates from less affluent backgrounds cost at least 200 to 300, while he was stuck with his ill-fitting, cheap pair from the market that had cost him only 50 or 60. Noticing that Xiao Yi was already carrying items and dressed in branded clothes, the sales associate, demonstrating keen insight, crouched down with 2 pairs of shoes, eagerly offering to help Xiao Yi try them on. I can do it myself. Xiao Yi evaded the situation and took a seat on the sofa. Lowering her gaze, she noticed her shoes, worn and peeling, then glanced at the beautiful, expensive pair held by the sales assistant, her cheeks warming slightly. While changing shoes, Xiao Yi inadvertently turned to the side, instinctively wishing to conceal her left foot. She quickly tried on the shoes, and before she could utter a refusal or any other word, Xiao Ying had already pulled out her card. The 2 pairs of shoes cost 23,000 yuan, surpassing the price of her clothes. Upon hearing the successful payment notification, Xiao Yi's heart involuntarily skipped a beat, her expression betraying her surprise. After purchasing for Xiao Yi, Xiao Ying treated herself to 2 outfits and a pair of shoes, which Xiao Yi carried. The items in her hands amounted to nearly 100,000 yuan, and she held them tightly, as if they were actual cash, fearing they might be snatched away. Upon reaching the ground floor, Xiao Ying proceeded to buy a laptop before finally escorting Xiao Yi out of the mall. The emotions felt upon entering and exiting the establishment were starkly different. Instead of returning home directly, Xiao Ying led Xiao Yi to the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Yun City. Sister, why are we here? Xiao Yi asked, eyeing the gilded sign of the Grand Yuntian International Hotel and hastily stopping Xiao Ying from entering. To dine, Xiao Ying replied, striding confidently inside, leaving Xiao Yi with no choice but to follow. Xiao Ying requested a private room on the top floor. Order whatever you wish, she said. When presented with the menu by the waiter, Xiao Yi's expression turned serious and conflicted. The menu was filled with unfamiliar French words, the only thing he recognized being the prices. Although he typically remained oblivious to worldly matters, as a resident of Yun City, he was aware of the hotel's reputation. It was well known among classmates that those who dined here with their families during gatherings would evoke envy for days. He had heard tales of the exorbitant prices within, vegetables costing triple digits, and the meats and seafood were even more outrageous. Just a few dishes could easily equal a month's salary for his family. The menu itself was gilded, its design and material bespoke of luxury. Xiao Yi never imagined he would one day find himself seated here. Quietly closing the menu, he wanted to speak to Xiao Ying, but noticed she was already perusing the menu and skillfully ordering in French. Xiao Yi was astonished to hear her fluently uttering French phrases. How did he not know she could speak the language? Terms like foie gras and the accompanying caviar and black truffle left him bewildered. After Xiao Ying finished ordering her selections, she looked up to find Xiao Yi staring at her rather than the menu. She turned to the waiter and asked for a Chinese menu for Xiao Yi. No need, he replied. The items listed were far too expensive for him to even contemplate ordering. Xiao Ying didn't insist, returning the menu to the waiter. Please bring 2 portions of what I just ordered. Once the waiter departed, Xiao Ying placed the newly purchased laptop on the table and opened it. Dressed in luxurious new clothes and shoes, Xiao Yi sat in a plush chair at a grand glass dining table, beneath an exquisite chandelier. He felt entirely out of place, uncertain of what to do, so he initiated a conversation with Xiaoying. "Sister, have you dined in places like this before?" "Something like that," she replied. She either went to a 7-star establishment or a private French chef. This was her first visit to a star-rated hotel in such a small place as Yunqing. "Is that menu in French? When did you learn French?" "Self-taught, merely to pass the time." Xiaoying seemed engrossed in something, and Xiao Yi observed her hands moving swiftly across the keyboard, her dark eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness and indescribable intensity. Curiously, Xiao Yi approached. Upon seeing her computer screen, he exclaimed in astonishment, "What is this?" The screen was filled with dense data, and as Xiao Ying's fingers danced across the keys, the figures seemed to pulsate as if alive. This scene reminded Xiao Yi of the impressive and enigmatic hackers depicted in television dramas, leaving him thoroughly intrigued. Bloodshadow, the world's premier assassin organization, also bore another identity that left peers in awe and instilled fear among numerous business moguls and high-ranking officials. The world's foremost hacker, X. In just a few minutes, Xiaoying established a security system, implanting a tracking device in her computer and phone while setting up a firewall. Although Xiao Yi found it impressive, being an outsider, he could not comprehend the significance of the seemingly arcane data. Any professional would recognize that the security system she casually created was beyond the reach of countless peers, worth a fortune to any company in need. After finishing, Xiaoying noticed Xiao Yi staring intently at her screen and raised an eyebrow. "Interested?" Xiao Yi, still dazed, nodded after a moment. "Yes." It seemed every boy harbored a fascination and admiration for a mysterious and formidable hacker. "I can teach you." "Really?" "Yes." The waiter pushed a card into the room. Xiao Yi gazed at the peculiar dishes placed on the table, uncertain of where to begin, mimicking Xiaoying with a knife in one hand and a fork in the other. Xiaoying, however, simply requested chopsticks from the waiter. The waiter asked, "Should this wine be decanted now?" Xiaoying had also ordered a bottle of red wine. Xiaoying replied, "Yes." Once the wine was ready, she asked Xiao Yi, "Care for a drink?" Xiao Yi shook his head, watching Xiaoying elegantly hold her wine glass, her swirling motion reminiscent of the aristocrats on television. After a mere sip, Xiaoying set the glass aside, clearly unimpressed by the taste. As Xiao Yi sampled the unfamiliar food, his gaze remained fixed on Xiaoying, his thoughts adrift. How could the face and voice so familiar belong to someone so drastically different? Seated at the table, Xiaoying exuded an indescribable air of noble elegance that overshadowed her corpulence. Xiao Yi understood the distinction. The current Xiaoying radiated a confidence and composure she had never possessed before. When it came time to settle the bill, Xiao Yi was startled by the figure the waiter announced, accidentally knocking the chopsticks off the plate. "How much?" 82,000. "Are you insane?" Observing Xiaoying nonchalantly produce her card for the waiter, Xiao Yi exclaimed in alarm, "Why is it so expensive? Is there a mistake?" Although these dishes appear undeniably extravagant, even if he does not find them palatable, one cannot overlook the lavishness of this location, adorned with opulence, where even the cutlery exudes an air of affluence. The service is impeccable, yet can it truly justify such exorbitant prices? Despite having already incurred a consumption of nearly 100,000 yuan, which comprised designer shoes and clothing, expenses he could begrudgingly accept, this culinary experience is beyond his comprehension. He typically refrains from purchasing a meat bun priced at a mere 1 yuan 50, preferring to indulge in vegetarian options instead. 82,000 yuan could sustain his family for 3 years. This fare hardly qualifies as food. It is as if it were made of gold. Our foie gras and black truffles are air-freighted from France, and this red wine hails from Italy, the waiter explains. But the real cost lies primarily in this bottle of wine. With a smile, the waiter presents the bill. "How much?" he inquires. 50,000. 50,000 for a bottle of wine. His breath catches as he glances at the bottle of red wine that Xiaoying had merely sipped and set aside. Recalling his father's daily indulgence in 2 yuan per jean bulk erguo 2. In just one morning, Xiao Yi's worldview has been repeatedly shattered. Within his limited understanding, owning a car worth over 100,000 yuan, residing in a community with fountains, and wearing several hundred yuan worth of designer clothing qualified one as wealthy. Now, he realizes that wealth, when compared to luxury, exists on an entirely different plane. Upon exiting the hotel and settling into a taxi, Xiao Yi remains lost in thought until a sudden realization strikes him. Xiaoying raises an eyebrow, observing his startled expression. "It's nothing," he replies, shaking his head. His face remains composed, yet his heart bleeds. He recalls the foie gras and caviar he found peculiar and had only sampled twice, and upon hearing their price, he was left dumbfounded, completely forgetting to ask for a takeout. Had he known the cost was so steep, he would have forced himself to swallow those delicacies. And that bottle of red wine, just the thought of it makes him feel breathless. Such wastefulness is unbearable. Just as Qiao Yi cannot fathom Qiao Ying's spending habits, the latter, accustomed to lavish expenditures, struggles to comprehend Qiao Yi's exaggerated response. Regarding that very bottle of wine, had it not been for the necessity of preserving her funds, she would have found even using a 50,000 yuan bottle for rinsing her mouth to be excessive. You'll need to adapt to this sooner or later, Qiao Ying offers casually. Qiao Yi does not quite grasp her meaning. Does this imply that such terrifying expenditures will become commonplace in the future? His father works on construction sites and eats fast food for lunch, while his mother labors in a factory, also dining there. Xiao Ling is likely out enjoying herself with friends. When the siblings return home, they find the house empty and retreat to their respective rooms. Xiao Ying retrieves her phone and dials a number. Shortly thereafter, the largest traditional Chinese medicine clinic in the capital receives her call, a relatively inexperienced apprentice. Upon learning that someone is seeking Old Master Ming, promptly goes to fetch him from the tea room. Upon answering the call, Old Master Ming is slightly taken aback by the request. How did you know I had that? He inquires, recognizing the voice as that of a mere teenager. A friend referred me. Which friend? I cannot disclose that at this time. I will transfer the deposit to your account shortly, and I will personally come to the capital in half a month. By then, I may be in the mood to answer your questions. Such arrogance from someone so young is ill-advised. Xiao Ying did not engage in further conversation and promptly ended the call. Subsequently, she transferred 700,000 to the designated account of the other party. As the substantial sum was withdrawn, her balance returned to a state of financial desolation. However, Xiao Ying chose not to dwell on monetary concerns. After a tiring morning of shopping, she intended to take a brief respite, only to find herself slipping into a sleep that transported her back to the harrowing days spent imprisoned within a subterranean laboratory in the South Seas. The inhumane experiments, the exploitation and deceit by the organization, the betrayal and abandonment, culminated in the bomb she had detonated with her own hands. Xiao Ying was jolted awake by the piercing voice of Qiao Lingling. Chapter 12. Then you should call the police, dead fatso. Open the door. Can you hear me? Open up. Now you're scared, huh? Let me tell you, hiding in there won't do you any good. Open the door, do you hear me? If you don't come out, I swear I'll beat you to a pulp. Qiao Lingling pounded on the door, her voice shrill and unrelenting. Unexpectedly, the door swung open, and Xiao Lingling, in her aggressive stance, almost stumbled backward. She regained her balance, infuriated, silently cursing Qiao but refraining from voicing it. As more pressing matters loomed, at the very moment Xiao Ying opened the door, she barely restrained herself from twisting Qiao Lingling's delicate neck. Observing the entire Qiao family gathered outside, she managed to hold back, her icy gaze sweeping over them, her face etched with impatience and irritation, as if warning them to tread carefully. However, they remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Upon spotting Xiao Ying, Xiao's mother, Li Lilian, scowled and scolded. You wretched girl, you finally dare to show yourself. Her demeanor and expression suggested she would devour Xiao Ying whole. In her grasp was a new outfit that Xiao Ying had purchased for Qiao Yi. Were it not for Qiao Lingling's revelation that the clothes were exorbitantly priced, costing 4,000 to 5,000, she would have surely thrown the garment at Xiao Ying's face. From the moment you were born, I knew you were a calamity, a harbinger of misfortune, but I never anticipated your audacity to break the law. Stealing for yourself is one thing, but dragging your brother into it is inexcusable. Xiao's mother glared with predatory eyes. Now tell me, where did you acquire the stolen money? Whose money is it? If you don't clarify today, I will make you regret it. Looking around, Xiao's mother sought a stick to strike Xiao Ying. Fortunately, Xiao's father intervened. Hold your horses. Xiao Yi has stated that this money was not stolen. You ought to listen to the child. If it's not stolen, then it must be given by some wealthy relative, which I am entirely unaware of. Xiao's mother gesticulated wildly towards the new clothes, shoes, and phone laid out on the living room table. If you have such wealth, why not share a little with me or your brother? Ah, Xiao Sheng. You may protect this wretched girl, but if you endanger my son, I will not hesitate to confront both of you. Do you think I want tea? These items total at least 40,000 to 50,000. Can you fathom how many years you might be sentenced? Qiao Lingling fanned the flames from the sidelines. Xiao's father felt a chill run down his spine, unsure of how to navigate this turmoil. He had just returned from the construction site and had not quite grasped the situation. The clothes and shoes appeared expensive, yet he rationalized that even the priciest would amount to a few hundred. The phone he recognized, identical to one owned by the contractor at the site, which cost nearly 10,000, more than 2 months' salary. Upon hearing Xiao Lingling claim that the total cost amounted to 40,000 to 50,000, Xiao's father felt a sense of impending doom. I have insisted that my sister did not steal the money. Xiao Yi, with reddened eyes, stood resolutely at the back, yearning to assist Xiao Ying, yet he was utterly unaware of the origins of such a substantial sum. He wished to clarify, but found himself at a loss. Just moments ago, while he was diligently completing his homework in his room, Xiao Lingling returned from a shopping excursion with her classmates, eager to flaunt her newly purchased dress. It was then that she noticed his new clothes and shoes. Where did you get that if not stolen? With her kind of character, she couldn't possibly sell anything. Xiao Lingling exclaimed. How can you speak like that? She is your sister. Xiao's father shot a glare at Xiao Lingling. With a disdainful pout, she sharpened her gaze and spotted something else. Oh, you've even bought a computer. Since Xiao Ying had opened her door, Xiao Lingling had been peering into her room. Convinced that if Xiao Yi had received so many gifts, she must have acquired even more. Do you think you can keep this hidden? Move aside, Xiao Lingling declared as she attempted to barge into Xiao Ying's room to seize the computer. However, the moment she made contact with Xiao Ying, she found herself ensnared by a vice grip on her wrist, twisted painfully. Who do you think you are to question me? Xiao Ying's gaze was icy. Her demeanor both frigid and fervent. She stifled a roiling intent to harm. Were it not for the original owner of this body, Xiao Ying would have silenced her the moment their mother had interjected. Mom, save me. She's going to break my hand. Xiao Lingling shrieked. You wretched girl. Let Lingling go immediately. Xiao Ying twisted Xiao Lingling's arm, hurling her towards their mother, who was advancing to strike her. The two collided and tumbled to the floor, creating quite a scene. You insolent wretch. How dare you strike your mother? You'll face divine retribution. Xiao's mother exclaimed as she fell. Unaccustomed to being on the receiving end of such treatment, especially from her own daughter, she sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Xiao Xinquan, you have raised a fine daughter. If she dares to strike me today, she will dare to strike you tomorrow. Xiao Ying emerged from the room, bending down to snatch the clothes from her mother's hands, handing them to Xiao Yi without sparing a glance. She regarded the mother-daughter duo with a cold, expressionless countenance. I have tolerated both of you solely for the sake of Dad and Xiao Yi. Do not test my patience any further. From this day forth, it would be wise for you to keep your mouths shut in my presence. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to silence you myself. Then, turning her attention to Xiao Lingling, she continued, since you are so curious about the source of my funds, feel free to report me to the authorities. But I warn you, should I evade capture, I will ensure you are imprisoned for defamation. Trust me, I possess the capability to do so. With that, disregarding the stunned expressions of the others, Xiao Ying retreated to her room. Xiao's mother sat on the floor, dazed, her mind haunted by the chilling, bloodthirsty glint in Xiao Ying's eyes, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Only Xiao Yi managed to remain composed. He had long been aware of Xiao Ying's transformation, yet her attitude towards their mother still took him by surprise. Xiao Lingling had heard rumors at school about the school belle confronting Xiao Ying in the restroom only to suffer a setback, but she had dismissed them. Until just now. Reflecting on Xiao Ying's recent peculiar behavior, the realization dawned upon her. This so-called useless girl had indeed changed. Xiao Yi picked up his belongings from the table and headed back to his room. After taking a few steps, he paused and declared, Sister did not steal any money nor engage in any illicit activities. That money was earned by her programming skills on the computer. This marked the first time Xiao Yi had told a lie. He was aware that Xiao Ying did not require such a defense, yet he wished to shield her from unfounded suspicions and malice. For less than half an hour, Xiao Ying enjoyed a brief respite from her mother's incessant tirades. But soon Li Lilian erupted again, throwing a fit in the room and berating Xiao Ying as an ungrateful wretch. Were it not for Xiao Fu's intervention, she would likely have sought out Xiao Ying with reckless abandon. Xiao Lingling feigned sympathy for her mother, standing by to mock Xiao Ying, doubting that this so-called good-for-nothing could possibly earn such a sum. However, Xiao Ying, with unwavering conviction, urged her to report it to the authorities, though she outwardly denied it. Her heart had shifted from schadenfreude to envy from the very beginning. Suddenly, the door to Xiao Ying's room swung open, causing the mother-daughter duo to fall silent at the sound. Xiao Fu stepped outside and saw Xiao Ying emerging. He intended to call out to her, but ultimately let his hand fall back down. At that moment, at the foot of a mountain on the outskirts of Yin City, a group of young men and women gathered, their excitement palpable amidst the cacophony of revving engines, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Xiao Ying alighted from a taxi, her hands tucked casually into her pockets, and strolled into the throng of youthful revelers. Huxiao? 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 They chanted in fervent unison. They instinctively parted to form lines along the roadside, where a banner marked the finish line and several convertible sports cars were parked nearby. The recently completed winding mountain road had transformed into a racetrack for these affluent youths. Chapter 13. Racing. A bed of 1 million several sports cars jostled for position halfway up the mountain, racing downwards amidst the spirited cheers of the young crowd below. Leading the pack was a sleek silver car. To the spectators' delight, it lived up to the anticipation, clinching first place amidst a chorus of cheers. Huxiao? Huxiao? While the crowd lavished praise upon the car's owner, Xiao Ying raised an eyebrow, her attention diverted elsewhere. The car was indeed impressive. The next 3 sports cars followed closely behind. Hua Chengdong leaped out of his vehicle to a shower of applause and flowers. Around the same age as Qiaoying, he adorned himself in high-end fashion and various accessories, resembling a flamboyant peacock, unmistakably a privileged scion. A tall, voluptuous girl with cascading waves approached him, cooing. Hua Chengdong embraced her in return. Two friends from the other three vehicles descended, offering compliments on the new car's performance. Their thumbs raised in approval as they gathered around the silver sports car for a closer look. Come on, it's mainly my exceptional skills at play. My old car never saw you win against me, Hua Chengdong replied, lighting a cigarette. He turned to his three friends, reminding them. Each of you owes me 500,000. Don't forget to transfer it to my card. You've already won all night. We can't compete with your prowess in driving or skill. This is becoming rather dull. Indeed, it is quite tedious. And I know precisely what each of you is worth, Hua Chengdong retorted, taking a drag from his cigarette, pondering for an entertaining twist. How about this? Just like last night, whoever can beat me here, regardless of who it is, I'll award them 1 million and grant them a 20-second head start. As soon as the words were spoken, the young men present eagerly anticipated the challenge. Yet after a considerable amount of time, none dared to step forward to compete. These affluent young gentlemen hailed from the capital, having heard of the newly constructed mountain road. They had come here out of sheer curiosity and for amusement. Typically, they cruised around in their sports cars for school commutes. Observing them, one could easily discern that aside from having merely glimpsed these vehicles a handful of times in their small hometown of Yin City, most of them likely had never even learned to drive. Just last night, a few audacious boys, indifferent to winning or losing, had wished to experience driving a sports car, only to be thoroughly humiliated. One almost met with disaster halfway up the mountain, narrowly escaping serious injury at the hands of Hua Chengdong. It was rumored that Hua Chengdong was a prominent figure in the capital, the sole heir of his family, and thus no one dared to provoke him. Even the mayor's son showed him deference. The young man standing behind a few of the affluent boys was Feng Wenzhong, the mayor's son, who immediately stepped forward to inquire if anyone was brave enough to compete. However, after a thorough inquiry, he found no takers. At that moment, a nonchalant female voice broke through the air. I will participate. Everyone turned to see a girl emerging from the crowd, hands tucked into her pockets. She was slightly plump, yet her delicate features suggested that she would be strikingly beautiful if she were to lose some weight. Though her appearance was unremarkable, her calm demeanor and confidence, unfazed by anyone's opinion, was particularly captivating. No one had anticipated that in a gathering dominated by males, it would be a girl who dared to step forward, evoking admiration for her audacity. You? Feng Wenzhong regarded Qiaoying with a look of disbelief, as if constipated, silently urging her not to disrupt the proceedings. While her features were indeed pleasant, he thought it overly ambitious for her to seek the attention of these affluent young men. Perhaps she might have a chance if she slimmed down. Is there a rule against competing with women? Or are you afraid of losing to a girl? Qiaoying replied with a calm demeanor. These young men had been enjoying themselves for a couple of days. Qiaoying had discovered this event from a post online. Frustrated by the commotion at home instigated by Li Lilian, she had decided to come here, hoping to earn some money. In 2 weeks, she needed to retrieve something from the capital, and the unpaid balance was a significant sum for her at present. Although she had some acquaintance with Ming Lao, she did not intend to exploit her identity as Blood Shadow for free handouts. Hua Chengdong, with a cigarette in his mouth and an attractive girl in his embrace, watched Qiaoying in her school uniform with keen interest, raising his chin with a smirk. Can you drive? Can you even hold the steering wheel? If you crash, I want to take responsibility. Qiaoying shot back. Save that warning for yourself. If you crash, it's on you. Hua Chengdong was momentarily taken aback. Is there a car? Qiaoying cast her gaze towards the crowd, noticing a taxi driver still lingering to witness the spectacle. Yes, there is, she replied. Subsequently, Qiaoying walked towards the taxi amidst the puzzled stares of the onlookers. She rapped on the car window and said, Driver, I'd like to rent your car for a spin up the mountain. I'll give you 20,000. The taxi driver remained seated, assessing whether this student could indeed produce 20,000, preparing to wave her off to clear the way for his view of the sports cars. Just then, Qiaoying pulled out her phone and scanned the QR code displayed on his vehicle. Then, hearing the words WeChat payment, 20,000, the taxi driver widened his small, muddy eyes in astonishment and quickly jumped out of the vehicle, exclaiming, just drive. Qiaoying took the driver's seat. The taxi driver leaned against the window, questioning, Are you really going to pit my car against those luxury vehicles? After a moment's contemplation, his conscience pricked him. He felt uneasy about the potential consequences should this student lose and do something reckless, for 20,000 yuan is no trivial sum. Thus, he kindly warned, Your stakes are rather high, don't you think? Earning 1 million isn't as simple as it sounds. If my car had any merit, I would have made it big myself. Even if you push this old clunker to its limits, you could never compete with those speedsters. Those are racing cars, after all. It's not merely about whose vehicle is superior. It's about skill. With a deft turn of the steering wheel, Xiaoying executed a graceful drift, merging into the throng of racing cars. The dusty blue Honda taxi stood out among the vibrant, sleek sports cars, resembling a rustic girl intruding upon an elegant gala. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, who regarded the blue Honda and Xiaoying with expressions of bemusement. Was she attempting to be humorous by comparing this dilapidated vehicle to high-performance cars? Would Hou Xiao truly lose his temper and smash her car? Had she lost her mind? She appeared perfectly sane, after all. Ho Qingdong suppressed his urge to curse. Yet when his gaze fell upon the blue Honda, he couldn't help but silently mutter, "Damn it. This is the car you speak of? You dare to compare it to mine?" Xiaoying retorted, "Are we comparing cars or skills here?" The taxi driver, squeezed into the front row, mused to himself about her assertion of skill, knowing full well that with such a decrepit vehicle, even flooring the accelerator would yield no impressive results. Ho Qingdong chuckled. Though the amusement did not reach his eyes, it seemed he was more irritated than entertained. He stood before his own car, engrossed in flirting with the girl in his arms, clearly unwilling to waste time with Xiaoying. Xiaoying, growing impatient with his hesitation, challenged, "What's the matter, afraid? If I lose, I'll still hand you $1 million. Chapter 14. Shocking the crowd. Your attempts to catch Hou Xiao's attention are rather clumsy. Perhaps it would be wise to reflect on your own image at home. A sultry young woman scrutinized Xiaoying with disdain, twisting her slender waist. Hurry up and move that clunker of yours. Even if you scraped by selling it, you wouldn't be able to cover the damages. Another wealthy young man waved dismissively at Xiaoying, as if swatting away a fly. Feng Wenzhong approached, intending to usher her away. However, after a few seconds of studying Xiaoying, Ho Qingdong raised his hand to stop Feng Wenzhong and then pushed the girl aside. His friends, witnessing Ho Qingdong climbing into his sports car, exchanged bewildered glances and questioned, "No way, Chung brother, are you really going to engage with her?" Ho Qingdong beckoned the sultry girl to the passenger seat, wrapping his arm around her as he addressed Xiaoying. "I'll give you 20 seconds. Let us see what you've got." "No need," she replied, her patience waning. "I've always been fair. I said I'd give you $1 million if I lost. Stop dawdling. Will you race or not? I like your spirit, but let's keep it straightforward. If you lose, don't shed any tears. I'm not one for tender-heartedness with someone like you." Xiaoying's lips moved silently, cursing, "You really talk too much." Feng Wenzhong assumed the role of referee. With a commanding shout, the blue Honda surged forward, leading the charge. As he watched the taxi dart away like an arrow released from its bow, Ho Qingdong momentarily froze. Although he had agreed to race with Xiaoying, he had approached the matter with a lackadaisical attitude, merely indulging her for the sake of amusement, never intending to take it seriously. He believed, as the girl had suggested, that Xiaoying sought to capture his attention. Were it not for her somewhat intriguing personality, he would not have paid her any mind. However, he was taken aback to discover that Xiaoying could indeed handle a vehicle. A smirk crept across his lips as interest peaked within him. Releasing the girl beside him, he pressed the accelerator and pursued her. It was the first time in his life he had witnessed someone so eager to embarrass themselves. Comparing a battered Honda to a sports car was, without a doubt, the most comical spectacle he had seen this year. It was pure self-inflicted torment. Had her brain short-circuited? At the rate she was driving, the old Honda would likely meet its demise long before reaching the mountain summit. Onlookers speculated whether Xiaoying was either madly chasing after a win or, as the girl had claimed, attempting to attract the attention of the illustrious Hua. In any case, the likelihood of her succeeding was no greater than that of a Honda besting a sports car. Ultimately, regardless of her intentions, it was a fanciful daydream. "I could do without that remark," thought the driver, irritated by their constant disparagement of the Honda. While he too had an affinity for sports cars and shared their belief that Xiaoying was foolishly challenging fate, he recognized her commendable courage. For her audacity alone, he felt compelled to support her victory. On the mountainside, the blue Honda and the sports car engaged in an extreme chase, their speed so swift that they appeared as mere blurs. Ho Qingdong observed as the tiny car's tires threatened to lift off the ground with a burst of acceleration. He effortlessly overtook her, casting a triumphant smile back at Xiaoying, as if to mock her fanciful aspirations. He chose to flirt with the girl in the passenger seat, entirely dismissing Xiaoying's presence. As they continued down the winding road, Ho Qingdong noted the tenacious Honda clinging to his rear bumper and raised an eyebrow, thinking, "Not bad." He accelerated, aiming to create some distance, only to find the old Honda keeping pace without losing an ounce of speed. Ho Qingdong pressed on. Yet as they approached the next bend, the blue Honda suddenly surged ahead, brushing perilously close to the cliff's edge in a reckless maneuver that left him breathless. The newly constructed mountain road still lacked guardrails, and having driven it numerous times over the past 2 days, Ho Qingdong was acutely aware of the dangers lurking in each turn. As the blue Honda brushed past him, he felt a jolt of panic, fearing that it would careen off the cliff, leading to catastrophic consequences. Is she really risking her life for a mere 100,000? He wondered. Yet, miraculously, the old Honda remained steady and unscathed. After the initial shock, Hua Qingdong began to regard Xiao Ying with newfound respect. At that moment, her driving skills surpassed those of his friends. He accelerated in pursuit once more. Thus, the two vehicles, disparate in both design and performance, raced along the mountain road, each overtaking the other, unable to determine a clear victor. After a flurry of competition, the blue Honda reached the summit first, with Hua Qingdong hot on her heels, swiftly closing the gap and attempting to overtake her. However, it seemed as though the old Honda had a tracker installed, always predicting his next move and blocking his path time and again. Hua Qingdong experienced several failed overtakes, leading to 2 minor collisions that left his car's front end damaged, causing him to grow increasingly anxious. The girl in the passenger seat, thoroughly frightened, had been reduced to screams echoing across the mountaintop. Hua Qingdong was tempted to open the car door and throw her out. Finally, after successfully completing an overtake, the tension etched on Hua Qingdong's face eased. By this point, they had reached the halfway mark. As long as he blocked the blue Honda from overtaking, victory was assured. He repeatedly thwarted the blue Honda's attempts to pass, relishing the sweet revenge. Then came the moment everyone had been waiting for, the appearance of the silver sports car. However, the crowd was not particularly surprised, as this was a race devoid of suspense. Wait a moment, who's behind Hua? A blue Honda? How could she be keeping up so closely? The sight of the blue Honda trailing the silver sports car ignited far more excitement than the initial sighting of the silver vehicle. How could she possibly be here? Wasn't she still on the way up? As the blue Honda showed signs of attempting to overtake, the spectators shifted from relaxed observers to anxious watchers. Hua Qingdong denied Xiao Ying any opportunity to pass. The finish line was near, victory within reach, and a triumphant smile began to form on his lips. He thought to himself that this race had proven worthwhile. His opponent was indeed formidable. Although the blue Honda was destined to lose, she had already altered everyone's perception of Xiao Ying. It could be said that she had triumphed in defeat. Just as the crowd braced themselves to welcome Hua Qingdong, the blue Honda suddenly created distance from the silver sports car and then surged forward. As the blue Honda soared past Hua Qingdong's head, the crowd erupted in astonishment, followed by a hushed silence. The blue Honda flew over Hua Qingdong's head, casting a shadow above him. Instinctively, he looked up and saw the battered undercarriage of the blue Honda, his mouth agape in disbelief. Gasps echoed throughout the venue. The blue Honda glided over the silver sports car, comfortably positioning itself in front before crossing the finish line, completing a graceful drift and turning to face the silver car. As if to coldly regard the defeated, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Wow! Someone finally exclaimed after what felt like an eternity, followed by a chorus of astonished reactions. Wow! Can that battered Honda really perform like this? Wow! Is this a daily racing event? Wow! What did I just witness? Did that car just fly? Did it just fly? Chapter 15, 3 million received. Hua Qingdong was left stunned. The driver of that battered car was equally dumbfounded. After 5 or 6 years of driving it, he had never known it could be handled in such a manner. Hua Qingdong stood dazed for a moment. Once he regained his composure, he quickly exited the car, incredulously staring at Xiao Ying, who remained serene within the vehicle. Momentarily at a loss for words, the wealthy onlookers exchanged glances between Hua Qingdong and Xiao Ying. Had Qinggu truly lost? This seems to be irrelevant. The crux of the matter is, a Lamborghini worth over 15 million loses to a mere Honda worth a few 100,000? Goodness, if this isn't sheer madness, then it must take extraordinary driving skills. Xiao Ying reached for the pin resting on the dashboard, borrowed the driver's notebook, and after jotting down her bank account number, tore off the paper. Hua Qingdong stood before his car door, staring at Xiao Ying motionless, clearly still in shock. As Xiao Ying stepped out of the vehicle and approached him, she raised her arm, a slender finger pinching the note. 1 million, deposited into my account. She slapped the note onto the silver sports car's hood, shoved her hands into her pockets, and turned to leave. Wait. Hua Qingdong finally snapped back to reality and called out to her. Is there a problem? Xiao Ying glanced back, one eyebrow arching slightly, emanating an indescribable coolness mixed with a hint of mischief. Her confident demeanor and formidable aura often made others overlook her rather petite stature. Dare to race again? Hua Qingdong struggled to suppress his excitement and exhilaration, raising the note with a finger. 1 million. Xiao Ying fixed her gaze upon him, momentarily still. Hua Qingdong increased the stakes. 2 million. Xiao Ying raised an eyebrow once more. How shall we compete? Accepting money that falls into one's lap is a no-brainer. Simple. Seeing her agreement, Hua Qingdong couldn't hide his delight. He beckoned his most skilled friend in driving over. To Xiao Ying, he declared, you will drive my car and race against him, but there's one condition. I must sit in the passenger seat. Xiao Ying agreed. Hua Qingdong was merely a carefree young man, devoid of ulterior motives. Xiao Ying could read his thoughts clearly from his expression. He slung an arm around his friend's shoulders, excitedly encouraging him. Show me all your skills. Floor the accelerator. Without delay, he rushed to his sports car, flung open the door, and yanked the unresponsive attractive girl from the passenger seat, taking his place. Xiaoying then settled into the driver's seat. Can you handle it? This car is a limited edition, fewer than 10 exist globally, and I've modified it. Should we take a spin first to get accustomed? Huo Qingdong was eager to see just how exceptional Xiao Ying's driving skills were. If she could make a Honda soar and execute such intricate maneuvers, he could only imagine the prowess required for a supercar. Xiaoying fastened her seatbelt. No need, I have 2 of these in my garage. Moreover, she had another one that was even better. What? So wealthy? Was Huo Qingdong's immediate reaction. He eyed Xiaoying skeptically, assessing her from head to toe. You can't possibly be from Yin City, can you? Who in that little place could afford such a car? Let alone 2? Xiaoying remained silent, awaiting the race's commencement. Suddenly, he remembered that this car, though priced, was hard to come by. It had taken him 2 months of behaving well at home to persuade his father to acquire it. You claim you own 2 of these? Just this model? Huo Qingdong scoffed, tapping the armrest. You really can talk big, he muttered under his breath. Do you think you're from the Qin family? Reflecting on how he had momentarily failed to grasp the situation, nearly allowing Xiaoying to pull a fast one on him, Huo Qingdong rolled his eyes dramatically. Given the impressive driving skills of Xiaoying, she was spared any embarrassment. Xiaoying, disinterested in further conversation, introduced herself. I am Huo Qingdong. What is your name? You are still in high school, aren't you? What year are you in? You should consider applying to universities in the capital. I am studying at Jingda. This way, we can practice our driving skills together every day. Perhaps we could exchange contact information? Just then, the competition commenced, and Huo Qingdong's friend sped away at the signal from Feng Wenzhou. Xiaoying, however, remained still, prompting Huo Qingdong to urge her anxiously. Why the rush? Even if he has a 20-second lead, he poses no threat. I will ensure you lose that 200,000 with complete conviction, Xiaoying replied calmly. Her confidence only heightened Huo Qingdong's excitement. After she finished speaking, she finally pressed the accelerator. Having been confined in the Nanyang underground laboratory for over 6 months, and with a significant hiatus from racing, she was eager to experience the thrill of speed once more. A sports car is incomparable to that dilapidated Honda. Huo Qingdong's friend's driving skills were commendable, and having witnessed Xiaoying's remarkable maneuvers earlier, he dared not underestimate her, remaining fully focused throughout. Noticing that Xiaoying had fallen behind, he secretly reveled in the thought that if he could defeat her, who had just bested Huo Qingdong's supercar with a mere Honda, he would become quite the figure of admiration, perhaps even earning Huo Qingdong's respect. However, before he could bask in his anticipation, the supercar he had thought so far ahead suddenly appeared in his rearview mirror, that silver shadow pursuing him with terrifying speed. Reacting swiftly, he attempted to block her from overtaking, yet she was quicker, utilizing a curve to pass him in an instant. The silver supercar zipped by him like a bullet, accompanied by the screech of tires against asphalt and Huo Qingdong's exhilarated shouts. Staring at the rapidly vanishing figure of the car ahead, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Wow, that is incredibly impressive. Huo Qingdong, in the passenger seat, stood half up to catch a glimpse of his friend trailing far behind, his face flushed with excitement. Racing demands not only skill, but also audacity. Huo Qingdong had always prided himself on his boldness, yet he was taken aback by Xiaoying's fearlessness. While he had to decelerate through the bends, she not only maintained her speed, but accelerated, seemingly defying gravity as her tires lifted off the ground. Huo Qingdong silently bowed to Xiaoying's prowess. Before he could fully process the moment, the car had already soared to the mountain's peak and began its descent. The thrill of descending was far greater than climbing, and Huo Qingdong shouted with glee throughout the experience. At the foot of the mountain, onlookers craned their necks, some even taking out their phones to time the race. As the engine roared, a blur of motion passed before their eyes before they could fully register the scene. When the car finally came to a halt, Huo Qingdong felt his legs weaken, remaining motionless in the passenger seat, his face numbed by the wind. The buzzing in his ears faded as he heard Xiaoying say, 300,000. Don't forget to transfer it to me. As he raised his gaze, Xiaoying had already exited the vehicle and settled into a blue Honda. Oh, Huo Qingdong, caught off guard, realized too late what he intended to say. As the car had already sped away, he hurriedly searched among his friends for someone, anyone. His eyes fixed upon Feng Wenzhou's face. Feng Wenzhou, pointing to himself, trotted over. Young Master Huo, did you call for me? Huo Qingdong gestured towards the direction where Xiaoying had departed. Do you know her? Feng Wenzhou shook his head, only recognizing Xiaoying's school uniform as belonging to the 7th high school. Meanwhile, Huo Qingdong's affluent companion was still making his way down the hillside. Chapter 16. Qin Hanyue. I might just take a liking to you. Throughout the journey, the driver chatted enthusiastically. If it weren't for the risk of being caught speeding and receiving a fine, he would have shamelessly asked Xiaoying to take him for a spin. He reminisced about his own youthful dreams of racing. Xiaoying navigated through the dilapidated residential area under the cool moonlight. The faint scent of osmanthus wafted from a distant courtyard, lingering at the tip of her nose. Refusing to dissipate. Arriving at the entrance of the Qiao residence, she raised her hand to push the door open. But a series of nearly imperceptible breaths from a dark corner halted her action. Casually, Xiaoying glanced towards the wall corner, where, illuminated by the moonlight, the bloodstains she had previously buried in the soil appeared to have been washed out by last night's heavy rain. Retracting her gaze, she feigned nonchalance and turned back in the direction she had come from. With no particular destination in mind, Xiaoying continued walking for over half an hour, ensuring she had distanced herself sufficiently from the old residential area before finally stopping. At the foot of the back mountain, she gazed into the distance, faintly spotting the osmanthus tree in the Qiao family's courtyard. Are you not coming out? How long do you intend to hide? Xiaoying spoke to the pitch-black surroundings. Her words sank into the thick night air, and the atmosphere remained tranquil. Yet, the next moment, several shadows emerged from the darkness, their hostile gazes fixed upon Xiaoying. As the world's foremost ace assassin, Blood Shadow could instantly recognize the aura of these individuals as belonging to the same group that had pursued Qin Yuchan that night. Xiaoying felt a pang of confusion. Who sent you? The others, clearly aware of Qiao Ying's formidable nature, grew increasingly vigilant. What is your relationship with Qin Yuchan? One of them inquired. Qin Yuchan? Xiaoying chuckled lightly. I have no ties to that boy from the Qin family. Seeing her denial, the man in black was about to produce evidence to confront her, but Xiaoying swiftly changed her tone, adding with a hint of disdain, if there were any ties, it would be to Qin Hanyue's identity. Perhaps I could take a liking to him. Such arrogance was astounding, leaving the black-clad men momentarily taken aback, prompting them to reconsider the relationship between this seemingly powerless girl and the Qin family, as well as Qin Hanyue. I will ask you once more, who sent you, and what do you want with me? However, the men in black remained silent. Xiaoying's expression remained calm as she regarded them. Not willing to speak? Then allow me to do so. For profit, you pursued Qin Yuchan, offending the Qin family and now facing their retribution. In desperation, you discovered that I saved Qin Yuchan, and thus approached me, assuming my connection with him was significant, hoping to use me as a bargaining chip with the Qin family. Am I correct? The figures clad in black exchanged glances, then reached for their weapons. Since you have deduced the truth, I advise you to cooperate willingly. Otherwise, do you understand why I prefer to act alone rather than in a group? This sudden, seemingly nonsensical question from Xiaoying left the black-clad men momentarily stunned. They were cautious, refraining from responding, their eyes fixed on her, ready to strike at the slightest movement. The reason is simple. Xiaoying slowly raised her gaze, stating, because no one is worthy to fight alongside me. In an instant, her eyes shimmered, and like a specter, she vanished from sight, reappearing behind the group of black-clad men. The sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed as she stood with her hands in her pockets, her gaze coldly fixed on one man still gasping for breath at her feet. What I truly meant to convey was that in solitary action, a fool may perish alone. But in collective combat, if one is foolish, all shall meet their demise. To negotiate with the Qin family, using her as leverage, is indeed a foolish notion. Who are you? One of the black-clad men gasped, clutching his bleeding neck, his eyes filled with disbelief. Xiaoying regarded him with a detached gaze, her lips parting to utter two words, Blood Shadow. The man's eyes widened in shock, and in that moment, he breathed his last. Upon returning to the Qiao residence, Xiaoying entered her room, opened her computer, and began typing rapidly. Meanwhile, in a hotel in Morocco, a Chinese man with long hair lay entwined with a sensual woman, both lost in slumber. Suddenly, the watch on his wrist flickered. He awoke instantly, glancing at the time, before pushing the sleeping woman aside and sitting up. Pressing a button on the left side of his watch, a beam of blue light illuminated the space before him, projecting an electronic screen. EC, urgent matter, returned swiftly. Upon seeing the layers of encryption that allowed only one person to contact him in this manner, the man quickly leapt from the bed, grabbing his computer and moving to the couch. Is it truly you, Blood Shadow? It is I. I knew you weren't dead. Even if the Shadow clan perished, you could not have. EC struggled to contain his excitement, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Where are you now? I will come to you immediately. He typed fervently, eager to know the condition of his friend. I cannot meet you at the moment. My circumstances are rather unique. When the time is right, I will explain everything. I cannot reveal my identity. You must help me dispose of a few bodies swiftly. Understood, leave it to me. That night, several bodies at the foot of the back mountain were discreetly handled by mysterious individuals, leaving no trace of blood. The back mountain was shrouded in shadows, lush and serene, the gentle breeze concealing the recent tragedy that had unfolded. Xiaoying's situation was exceedingly delicate. She had not intended to contact EC so soon. Revealing her survival was not wise, even though Isi was someone she trusted implicitly. If the shadow were to discover that she still lived, given her current circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to withstand the relentless pursuit of the shadow's frenzied wrath. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Xiaoying did not anticipate that her spontaneous act of saving someone would lead to her own troubles. 1 million truly felt like a loss. As she pondered over the money, her phone buzzed with a notification of an incoming transfer of 3 million. The following day in the capital, early in the morning, Qin Yuqing, upon learning that his subordinates had lost track of the black-clad pursuers in Yun City, hurriedly sought out Qin Hanyue. He feared that those men had gone to Yun City with intentions to rescue the girl who had saved him. Qin Hanyue replied, "I will send someone to investigate. Third uncle, I wish to go personally. After all, she is my savior. If anything were to happen to her because of me, I would be plagued by guilt for the rest of my life." Noticing Qin Yuqing's urgency, Qin Hanyue contemplated for a moment, then folded the newspaper in his hands. "Since you are so concerned, I shall go in your stead. How does that sound?" Qin Yuqing was taken aback. "You mean, you will go to Yun City for me? Your injuries have not yet healed. It would be unwise for you to travel. Since she saved your life, she is also a benefactor to the Qin family. As your elder, it is my duty to pay her a visit." However, Qin Yuqing felt conflicted. Though he was only 6 years younger than his third uncle and they had grown up together, he had always harbored a certain fear of him. They had lived under the same roof for years, yet he knew little about him, especially given his unpredictable nature. He genuinely worried that his uncle might frighten the young girl. Most importantly, he desired to go himself. How can it be that, as an elder of the Qin family, I am deemed unworthy? Not at all. That is not the case. Then it is settled. You should return and rest well. Xiaoying had gone to bed late the previous night, but still managed to wake early and go for a couple of laps, breaking a sweat. She returned to her room, intending to take a brief nap. However, mere minutes after lying down, she was disturbed by a persistent knocking at the door. Chapter 17. When Qin Hanyue encountered Xiaoying, he inquired, "Is this your young boyfriend?" Xiaoying cherished her solitude. Anyone who knew her even slightly understood that she harbored a deep-seated aversion to being disturbed while sleeping, comparable to the betrayal of a trusted confidant. Even Yi Si, who shared a close bond with her, dared not intrude upon her peaceful slumber, for the repercussions were evidently too severe for him to endure. Yet the individual outside remained oblivious, continuing to knock incessantly. "Xiaoying, are you in there?" Xiao Lingling knocked on the door while straining to hear any movements from within. After a prolonged silence, she furrowed her brow, pondering whether Xiao Ying was feigning sleep to ignore her or engaged in some other activity. She recalled Xiao Ying mentioning that Xiao Ying was skilled in programming and could earn substantial sums, though she was reluctant to believe or acknowledge it. Were it not for her desire for a new phone and computer, she would not have been so patient in her knocking. After much internal conflict, Xiao Lingling finally called out to the one she had referred to as that fat sister for years, uttering the most unwelcome word. "Sister?" No sooner had the words left her mouth than the door swung open. Before Xiao Lingling could react, a hand swiftly seized her throat. She was jolted by the sight of Xiao Ying's frosty gaze, and despite her shock, the grip around her throat rendered her unable to scream. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Ying exerted a lethal grip, causing Xiao Lingling's face to visibly flush crimson. She struggled to breathe, dropping the breakfast she had purchased to appease. Instinctively, she attempted to pry Xiao Ying's hand away and beat against her shoulder, yet her efforts proved futile. "Sister!" Xiao Yi rushed out from the room, alarmed by the scene before her, and hastily intervened to halt Xiao Ying. Suppressing her murderous intent, Xiao Ying cast Xiao Lingling aside, who lay gasping for air on the floor. A glance at the breakfast strewn across the ground revealed the thoughts swirling in Xiao Lingling's mind. If she wished to survive, she must distance herself. Overwhelmed by fear, Xiao Lingling gasped for fresh air, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Once Xiao Ying retreated into the room, she succumbed to her emotions and began to wail. Faced for the first time with the specter of death, her mind went blank, her body limp, as she sat on the ground, sobbing without dignity. Just as her cries echoed through the air, a sudden crash resounded as someone inside impatiently hurled a glass against the door, shattering it. Instantly silenced, Xiao Lingling scrambled back to her room in a panic. Xiao Yi, taking up a broom, quietly began to gather the scattered Zilong Bao at Xiao Ying's door, following up with a mop to clean the floor. At that moment, the door swung open. Xiao Yi looked up to find Xiao Ying standing before her. A few minutes later, Xiao Yi sat in front of Xiao Ying's computer, observing the rapid influx of dense data on the screen. She turned her gaze towards Xiao Ying, who stated, "You wish to learn hacking skills, did you not? I shall teach you." Xiao Yi's breath hitched, her eyes widening in disbelief. You mean you are a hacker?" The very notion that such a legendary figure would stand before him was unfathomable, and even more so that this figure was his sister. Xiao Yi was fair-skinned, with refined and handsome features. His eyes sparkled with a clarity that surpassed many girls, exuding both innocence and a touch of heroism. However, there was a certain somberness that lent him a unique aura. In this moment, with his mouth slightly agape and his eyes wide with astonishment, he appeared irresistibly endearing. Xiaoying was particularly fond of such a charming and reticent demeanor. Unable to resist, she playfully lifted Qiao Yi's chin, her light-hearted gesture reminiscent of a mischievous rogue from ancient tales teasing a virtuous maiden. Caught off guard, the unsuspecting young man blushed deeply. In stark contrast to her earlier ferocity towards Qiao Lingling, Xiaoying now bore a seemingly innocent expression, her suppressed laughter making it difficult for Qiao Yi to reconcile her two personas. Not lingering on the jest, Xiaoying proceeded to explain the fundamentals of hacking. Hacking, in simple terms, involves identifying and exploiting the flaws and vulnerabilities in computer systems and networks, including software defects. Qiao Yi possessed a natural aptitude for this domain, grasping concepts with remarkable ease. After Xiaoying's single explanation, he comprehended swiftly and demonstrated proficiency. Intelligent individuals are always endearing, and Xiaoying found great delight in Qiao Yi's budding talent, her earlier frustration dissipating entirely. Recognizing his genuine interest and capability, Xiaoying stood tall. Come, let us procure a computer. Qiao Yi, taken aback, could only respond, huh? After visiting the computer market and purchasing a new device, Xiaoying then headed to the bank to obtain a bank card, and before long, noon had arrived. Qiao Yi once again followed Xiaoying to the Grand Cloud Hotel. This was her second visit, and while her demeanor had grown considerably more composed, her heart still found it somewhat difficult to bear. After finishing their lunch, the two hailed a taxi to return home. In an effort to increase her physical activity and shed some weight, Xiaoying opted to alight from the vehicle at a point far from home. She suggested that Xiao Yi, who had difficulty walking, remain in the car. But Xiao Yi simply replied, I will accompany you, and disembarked to walk alongside her. Outside the aging residential area, a luxurious vehicle was parked, its understated elegance attracting the attention of passers-by. Even more captivating was the license plate, Jing A0000. Inside the comfortably tempered car, a man clad in formal attire sat cross-legged in the back seat, gazing patiently out the window. Soon, Xiaoying's figure came into his line of sight. Third master. It's her, the driver and assistant promptly informed the man upon spotting Xiaoying. When Qin Yuchen transferred funds to Xiaoying, he had also taken the liberty of researching the basic information of the woman who had saved him. The bank card Xiaoying used was issued by the school, making it effortless for Qin Yuchen to obtain her information without expending much effort. Prior to his arrival in Yun City, Qin Hanyu had already forwarded Xiaoying's details to him. Having traversed the business world for many years and encountered a myriad of individuals, Qin Hanyu found nothing particularly remarkable about Xiaoying. She was exceedingly ordinary, leaving him perplexed as to why Yuchen held her in such high regard. As he pondered this, Xiaoying, who had been walking away, suddenly turned back and locked eyes with him, their gazes colliding with precision. A flicker of emotion crossed Qin Hanyue's refined features, revealing a hint of alertness. She was perceptive. His assistant cast an admiring glance at Xiaoying, acknowledging her sharp intuition. It was no wonder that Qin Yuchen, despite being gravely injured, would remember his savior so keenly. Others in such a predicament might have hesitated to intervene, even if they were adult men. A swift electric scooter zoomed past Xiaoying and Xiao Yi, prompting Xiao Yi to instinctively shield her sister, whose attention had wandered elsewhere. Sister, what's wrong? Xiao Yi inquired, following Xiaoying's gaze, but only spotting the vehicle without noticing anything amiss. However, the mere presence of such a luxury car in this area was already an anomaly. With the vehicle's tinted windows, Xiaoying could not discern the occupants inside. In truth, she had noted the car's arrival the moment it came into view, even before Qin Hanyu had. Yet she felt no malice emanating from within, and thus did not pay it much heed until she caught the unmasked gaze of the person inside directed at her. Is there something wrong with that car? Xiao Yi asked. It's nothing. Let us go, Xiaoying replied, withdrawing her gaze. To reassure Qin Yuchen, Qin Hanyu retrieved his phone, activating the camera to capture a photo of Xiaoying as she walked beside Xiao Yi. Observing the image of Xiao Yi accompanying Xiaoying, Qin Hanyu mused. Is this her little boyfriend? Chapter 18. The Night Arctic Fox Mercenary Group. After sending the photo to Qin Yuchen, Qin Hanyu inquired of his assistant. Have the individuals who entered Yun City not been located yet? Assistant. No. Our people are nearby searching for those who went missing. It is quite strange. This area is relatively small, yet those individuals seem to have entered another realm upon arrival, vanishing without a trace. The assistant was perplexed. Those individuals had deliberately fled here, likely with the intent to harm Xiaoying, who had previously aided Qin Yuchen. Qin Yuchen was even prepared to negotiate with them. However, after a night had passed, Xiaoying remained unharmed. while those individuals seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Could it be that their pursuers were too relentless, leaving them no time to act, and only to escape? Disappearance? Surely it cannot be as mystical as that. Qin Hanyue gazed intently in the direction where Qiao Ying had vanished. Continue the chase. We must see the living or the dead. Additionally, assign more personnel to safeguard this area and ensure the girl's safety. Qiao Ying is a benefactor to the Qin family. If she were to fall into the hands of those individuals and meet with misfortune, it would turn the Qin family into a laughingstock. He pondered. Didn't we provide her with financial assistance to express our gratitude for her life-saving act? How much did Yuchan give her? And why is she residing in such a place? The assistant recalled something. By the way, third master. Our people discovered the presence of individuals from 791 in this vicinity a few hours ago. 791, Qin Hanyue replied, is affiliated with the most powerful mercenary group in M country, the Arctic Fox Mercenary Corps, specifically one of its battalions. Is he? Yes. He is the highest administrator of the Yasi 791 battalion. What could his men possibly be doing here? Qin Hanyue mused, realizing that this seemingly inconspicuous Yun city was rife with intrigue. The assistant remarked, however, they only appeared briefly before leaving, almost as if they were merely passing through. Investigate their purpose for being here, Qin Hanyue commanded. Understood. As he prepared to depart, Qin Hanyue surveyed the dismal and chaotic surroundings, contemplating whether to call the mayor of Yun City. Upon learning of the identity of his caller, Mayor Feng Tung was so exhilarated that he sprang from his chair, unable to sit still, even though the other party could not see him. Gripping the landline phone in his study, he trembled with anticipation. Rest assured, I shall take good care of her. If you have any other requests, I will fulfill them. After hanging up, Feng Tung promptly instructed his assistant to retrieve Qiao Ying's information. As he awaited the response, he could hardly remain seated, eager to take action himself. He contemplated whether to visit the Qiao family bearing gifts or perhaps to offer them financial assistance under another guise. Yet, the Qin family had advised him not to intrude upon the Qiao family's life or provide them with any form of assistance unless they were in dire need. Thus, he suppressed the urge to visit. He realized he was overly excited and confused. How could the Qin family extend their concern if the Qiao family were lacking in finances or housing? However, he could not recall any successful individuals or wealthy dignitaries in Yun City bearing the surname Qiao. At this moment, Feng Tung was intensely curious about Qiao Ying's identity. He never imagined that someone in Yun City would be connected to the esteemed Qin family from the capital, warranting personal attention from its members. Who could she possibly be? Unable to remain in the study, Feng Tung descended the stairs, only to encounter his prodigal son returning from outside. Without a doubt, you have spent another day gallivanting outside. You rascal, young Master Hua has already returned to the capital, and what are you up to now? I instructed you to keep young Master Hua company. Yet you took this opportunity to act recklessly, didn't you? Feng Ting opened his mouth to scold, even contemplating a physical reprimand. Feng Wenzhong, while dodging, replied, What have I done? Who is acting recklessly? I was attending to important matters for young Master Hua. Important matters? Feng Tung halted, utterly unconvinced. What significant affairs could you possibly manage for young Master Hua? Why would I deceive you? Young Master Hua personally tasked me with finding someone, and I am to call him once I succeed. As he spoke, Feng Wenzhong produced his phone, which indeed contained Hu Qingdong's number. Feng Wenzhong was not lying. The person Hu Qingdong had instructed him to find was none other than Qiao Ying. Early that morning, Hu Qingdong had summoned him back to the capital to assist in locating Qiao Ying, to which Feng Wenzhong readily agreed. Recognizing that Qiao Ying wore the uniform of the 7th High School, he rushed there to gather information. However, after inquiring for an entire morning, Feng Wenzhong found himself increasingly perplexed. From the students of 7th High, he learned that there was indeed a student named Qiao Ying in the same senior year as him. The physical descriptions matched perfectly, yet the Qiao Ying they spoke of was vastly different from the one he had encountered the night before. It could be said that the discrepancies were monumental. In his eyes, Qiao Ying was arrogant, handsome, domineering, confident, audacious, and impressively formidable, someone who even young Master Hua did not regard lightly. She was more captivating than any voluptuous beauty. In stark contrast, the Qiao Ying described by the students was timid, cowardly, weak, excessively self-deprecating, and academically poor to the point of despair, resembling a fool. Having been bullied throughout high school without ever standing up for herself, Feng Wenzhong believed that achieving a score of 20 was already commendable. Yet he heard that Qiao Ying had scored merely 5. It was hard for him to reconcile the notion of her being so intellectually lacking. This left Feng Wenzhong filled with perplexity. Feng Tung remarked, Then you must ensure you assist young Master Hua properly. Understood, Feng Wenzhong replied, determined to personally seek out Qiao Ying at 7th High. He also contemplated leveraging his connection with Qiao Ying to cultivate ties with Hu Qingdong. As he was planning to attend university in the capital, He hoped to eventually align himself with the influential Hu Qingdong. If he could integrate into Hu Qingdong's circle, his future prospects would be boundless. How has young Master Hu been enjoying himself these past couple of days? Feng Tung inquired. Quite well, Feng Wenzhong replied dismissively. Just a few days ago, Hu Qingdong had found his entertainment lacking until Qiao Ying's unexpected appearance the previous night. This morning, as he bid farewell to Hu Qingdong, he was still exhilarated. Make sure to keep in touch with young Master Hua, and be cautious with your words to avoid offending him. If you can become friends with young Master Hua and earn his favor, your father will fulfill your wish for a car. Really? Feng Wenzhong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Your father always keeps his promises, Feng Tung replied, in particularly high spirits. The prospect of establishing connections with the Qin and Hua families was thrilling. He envisioned the Feng family soaring to new heights. Qin Yuchan gazed at the photograph sent by his uncle, initially uncertain if the figure in the image was indeed Xiao Ying, for the girl appeared considerably slimmer than she had that evening. In the photograph, Xiao Ying appears to be aware of the person taking the picture, slightly turning her head, her profile soft and three-dimensional. After repeated comparisons, Qin Yuchan finally dared to confirm her identity. Subsequently, he noticed the young man in the photo. Qin Yuchan had only looked up Xiao Ying's personal information and was unaware of her specific family circumstances, including the existence of a younger brother. Thus, upon observing their close proximity, he reacted just like Qin Hanyue. Is this her boyfriend? Or perhaps her brother? Qin Yuchan did not dwell on it for long. Although Xiao Ying had saved him, he had repaid that debt, and with the vast distance between Jingqing and Yunqing, their identities rendered any future intersection improbable. Qin Hanyue's assistant discreetly arranged for a few individuals to ensure Xiao Ying's safety. That evening, when Xiao Ying went out for a night run, she noticed them. Known for her decisive nature, she never allowed suspicious characters to linger until the next day for identification. Thus, on her return path from the run, she deftly evaded their line of sight. Just as they began searching for her, she silently appeared behind them. Looking for me? Chapter 19. A roundabout critique of Qin Yuchan's frugality. The questions posed by the president of Jing University illuminated like a vacation resort, the Qin family estate. With its glaring lights, stands in the heart of the city. Well-trained bodyguards in black suits patrol the grounds. Assistant Qin Yin hurriedly ascends the expensive ebony staircase. The intricately carved handrail resembling a work of art, exuding understated luxury. Qin Hanyue prefers the subtle elegance of traditional Chinese architecture over the ostentatiousness of Western buildings devoid of depth. The first floor was designed in a Western style purely for the lofty ceiling of the living room, while the second floor harmoniously blends Eastern and Western elements, with a predominance of Chinese motifs. Navigating the long corridor, Assistant Qin Yin knocked on the study door. Upon receiving permission from the occupant inside, he stepped in. Third Master. Young Master Qin. The uncle and nephew were seated on the sofa, engaged in a work discussion, with several folders resting on a heavy pearwood table. Qin Yuchan was pouring tea for his uncle, Qin Hanyue, and noticed the rare expression of excitement on his uncle's assistant, Qin Yan. This piqued his curiosity. What could it be? Qin Yan replied. Our personnel were discovered by that girl. The uncle and nephew exchanged knowing glances. Discovered? Qin Yuchan questioned, incredulous. Just moments ago, that girl had managed to unearth their people during her brief outing. Qin Yan found it utterly astonishing. Given Qin Hanyue's explicit instructions, he had taken great care. The individuals chosen were the most skilled, with top-notch counter-surveillance capabilities, yet they had been uncovered by an ordinary female student. She wasn't frightened. Was she? Qin Yuchan inquired, his curiosity deepening. Qin Yan's expression became even more animated. After carefully choosing his words, he responded. I believe it is our personnel who should be the ones frightened. Qin Yuchan paused, and upon seeing Qin Yan's expression, he nearly laughed. Managing to suppress it out of respect for Qin Hanyue. To mask his embarrassment, he remarked to Qin Hanyue, she truly is a remarkably intelligent girl. Upon initially hearing the news, Qin Yuchan could not help but feel astonished. However, upon further contemplation of Xiao Ying's intelligence and audacity, he found it unsurprising that their people would be discovered by her. Qin Yin stated, indeed, we conveyed our identities and intentions to her to avoid causing her any distress. Qin Hanyue inquired, and what was her response? Yet, Qin Yin gazed at Qin Yuchan, a look of conflict on his face, seemingly hesitating whether to divulge more. Noticing this, Qin Yuchan quickly asked, did she mention me? A flicker of anticipation surged within him. He had never encountered such an intriguing young woman and was keen to know what Xiao Ying might have said about him. Yes. Qin Yin pondered for a moment before relaying Xiao Ying's words verbatim. So it turns out the Qin family's money is all spent on hiring bodyguards. Qin Yuchan questioned. What does that mean? Completely puzzled, he heard his third uncle, Qin Hanyue, pose a question. How much did you give her? With this prompt, Qin Yuchan began to comprehend the implications. 1 million. As expected, Qin Hanyue remarked. No wonder she said our family's funds are all going towards hiring bodyguards. This was a veiled criticism of Qin Yuchen's stinginess. Qin Yuchen replied, I was merely concerned about startling her, and besides, 1 million is not a trivial sum for a teenager. Qin Hanyue did not respond, instead asking his assistant, did she ask for money? Qin Yin shook his head, no. She did not request anything else. If Qiao Ying had sought more funds at that moment, the Qin family would have had no grounds to decline, yet she did not, which caused both Qin Yuchen and Qin Hanyue to regard her with greater esteem. Noticing the uncle and nephew had fallen silent, Qin Yin inquired on behalf of his subordinates. Do we still need to remain in the shadows to protect her, given that they had been fully discovered? The covert protection seemed somewhat awkward for Qin Yin and his men. Qin Yuchen replied, of course we must. She is clever but lacks the skills to defend herself. We must ensure her personal safety. Realizing he had been overly eager and had lost composure in front of his elders, Qin Yuchen quickly turned to the silent Qin Hanyue. Seeing no change in the latter's expression, he breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Hanyue gave a slight nod to the assistant, tacitly granting permission. Qin Yin acknowledged this, but felt an inexplicable sense that Qiao Ying did not require their protection, though he refrained from voicing this peculiar thought. Qin Yuchen began to regret not having insisted earlier that he personally visit Yun City to meet Qiao Ying. Noticing Qin Hanyue's gaze upon him, he realized he had been lost in thought and quickly regained his composure, stating, she truly is a remarkable girl. Qin Hanyue remained silent. Indeed, she was exceptional, and not as simple as she appeared. Qiao Ying knocked on Qiao Ying's door, holding a copied mathematics problem. Sister, can you solve this problem? Qiao Ying took it, examined the question, and raised an eyebrow. Where did you find this problem? This question was particularly challenging and rather intriguing. It was devised last year by the president of Jing University, along with several professors and a mathematician, and it seemed they could not solve it themselves. So they posted it online to see if anyone could manage it. The president of Kyoto University publicly pledged that any student who could solve this problem would be granted direct admission to the university, with the freedom to choose their major. While professionals could also secure positions at the university, selecting their desired roles. Many fervent enthusiasts of mathematics rushed forward, yet none could provide a correct answer. They all reached a point of confusion, unable to proceed. Even Su Ziyi, often hailed as a mathematical genius, spent 6 months in vain contemplation without success. Due to the impairment of one of his legs, Xiao Yi exerted himself more than anyone else, devoid of friends and hobbies. He channeled his fervor and time entirely into the realm of mathematics. He was self-studying first-year mathematics and had even acquired some relevant knowledge in advance for this particular problem. Yet every time he approached it, he found himself at a loss. Xiao Yi had been eagerly awaiting the day when the mathematical prodigy, Su Zi, would unveil the solution. However, 6 months passed without a whisper of news. Last month, Su Zi publicly disclosed the initial portion of the solution process. But it was still a far cry from the final answer. At that moment, Xiao Yi thought to himself that if even Su Zi could not solve it, then surely no one else could. Yet now, he felt that the long-awaited answer was finally within reach. Xiao Ying did not disappoint Xiao Yi's expectations. Announcing with a draft in hand, give me half an hour. Half an hour? Xiao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether it was not half a month or even half a year. He realized that he had been staring in astonishment for quite some time. Before he could inquire whether it was half a month or half a year, Xiao Ying shut the door and began working on the problem. Xiao Yi, observing the situation, transitioned from skepticism to anticipation and then to excitement, his heart racing faster with each passing moment. Resolutely, he decided to wait at the door, frequently glancing at his watch, counting down the seconds. The room was enveloped in silence, occasionally pierced by the soft sound of rustling paper, rendering time agonizingly prolonged. Finally, during Xiao Yi's nth glance at the clock, the door swung open, and Xiao Ying emerged, holding his draft notebook. At that moment, only 5 minutes remained until the half-hour mark. Without waiting for Xiao Ying to question his presence at the door, Xiao Yi hurriedly asked, did you solve it? Xiao Ying handed him the notebook. Chapter 20. Mathematical prodigy Xiao Yi could hardly believe his eyes as he flipped through the pages. He was astonished to find 6 full pages of meticulously written content. He glanced back at Xiao Ying, and upon seeing the clearly articulated answer at the end, he was left speechless, his pupils wide with shock. In that moment, he stood frozen, while the blood coursing through him surged with silent jubilation. It was done. A multitude of teams had tirelessly toiled for half a year, grappling with this problem that even the mathematical genius Su Zi could not resolve. Yet Xiao Ying had accomplished it in less than half an hour. Now, the steps to the solution and the answer were firmly in his hands, and Xiao Yi's grip on the draft notebook trembled with excitement. Xiao Ying playfully pinched Xiao Yi's fair and delicate face, her eyes glimmering with mirth. Please refrain from reacting like that. It truly makes it difficult to bear. Xiao Yi's mind was in a whirlwind, his neck flushing with embarrassment. Explaining the problem to you now would be a bit challenging. I'll discuss it with you once you enter university, Xiaoying remarked. Xiao Yi gazed at Xiaoying, whose demeanor appeared utterly relaxed, seemingly having exerted little effort in solving the problem. He opened his mouth, intending to say something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Finally, with a draft notebook in hand, he quietly returned to his room. Sitting at his writing desk, Xiao Yi flipped through the 6 pages repeatedly. After a while, something sparked in his mind, prompting him to take out his phone and capture each page clearly. He then opened the Mathematics Forum of Kyoto University, a vibrant hub where mathematicians from around the globe convene daily. At that moment, a third-year mathematics student at Kyoto University had just logged out from the esteemed account of Su Zi and was idly browsing through posts. Before long, a fresh post caught his attention. It bore no title, containing only 6 images, each a scrawled sheet filled with mathematical symbols. Upon clicking, he was astonished to find the very mathematical problem that had baffled countless experts. Initially, he remained indifferent. After all, this problem was dissected daily. With a plethora of related posts saturating the forum, he casually opened one to peruse. However, as he continued reading, his expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. Upon reaching the final image, he bypassed the solution process and went straight to the conclusion. To his astonishment, the answer appeared remarkably plausible. While many had shared their meager attempts at solving the problem, with some even diligently penning dozens of pages of discourse, this was the sole instance where a complete solution and answer had been presented. Without a second thought, he eagerly sought out the revered Su Zi, sharing the post across various WeChat discussion groups. It swiftly garnered widespread attention. Students from Kyoto University began to gather in droves beneath the post. Within a mere few minutes, the thread ascended to the top of the trending topics, attracting an ever-growing audience. Has this perplexing problem finally been unraveled? Having seen numerous experts showcase their calculations, this is the first time I've encountered a comprehensive process alongside the results. There's hope. I may not grasp mathematics, but it certainly looks impressive. Setting aside the correctness, anyone capable of producing this much is undoubtedly a genius. Which esteemed scholar shall we worship? Forgive my ignorance. All I can say is wow. No further words. Esteemed scholar, take my admiration. Humbly speaking, even these symbols are beyond my comprehension. This problem-solving approach resembles what Sue previously shared. It seems we are on the right track. Is this scholar even from our university? Their profile indicates they are 16. Could that be true? Please tell me it isn't. Let us bring our beloved principal and Sue over. I can hardly wait to learn the answer. Yet another day of me merely existing. What a waste. Could the esteemed scholar make an appearance? It appears Kyoto University is either gaining an exceptional student or an extraordinary teacher. Be bold. Let us add another vice principal. The previous comment lacks ambition. Solving this problem transcends such trivialities. As Xiao Yi took a moment to calm his thoughts by reviewing a paper, he later returned to the forum only to find his post inundated with waves of curious Kyoto University students. The comments had amassed over 2,000, increasing at an alarming rate, with each refresh yielding dozens of new messages. His private messages swelled to several hundred. It has only been a little over 20 minutes. Should the president of Kyoto University or Su Zi make an appearance, this post is bound to create a sensation. Xiao Yi did not anticipate being discovered so swiftly, nor did she expect such a fervent response. Clearly, the enthusiasm surrounding this problem has not waned. Meanwhile, Su Zi is deeply engrossed in her laboratory, diligently researching. When the door suddenly swings open with a bang, the old professor bursts in, his sprightly demeanor belied by his 70-plus years. Disturbed, Su Zi furrows her brow, evident annoyance etched across her handsome face. Just as she is about to express her frustration, the old professor exclaims, Xiao Yi, stop what you're doing. The solution has been found. Su Zi snaps her head up, her exhaustion from 2 sleepless nights dissipating in an instant. It's been solved? Without needing to ask, she knows precisely which problem the professor refers to. Look, it's solved, he says, presenting his phone before her, his excitement and exhilaration unmistakable. His wrinkled visage flushed with joy. Xiao Yi, no longer focused on her studies, scrolls through comments, her heart racing at the admiration expressed by the students of Kyoto University. Feeling as though she shares in their accolades. Sister can be directly admitted to Kyoto University, she muses, just as she is about to show the news to Xiaoying. Her mother, Li Lilian, calls her for dinner. It is only then that she realizes night has fallen. Xiao Yi reluctantly exits the forum, perfectly missing Su Zi's private message. At the dinner table, she intends to share the likelihood of Xiaoying's admission to Kyoto University in front of the family, hoping to bring joy to her father and prove to her mother and second sister that their eldest sister is not as lacking as they believe. However, before she can speak, Li Lilian taps her chopsticks against her bowl, saying, when will the money from the construction site arrive? We have so many mouths to feed at home, and the rice jar is nearly empty. I cannot sustain all these mouths on my meager salary of a little over 2,000. Xiao's father shares her concern over the overdue wages. The foreman said it would come by mid-month. I will inquire again then. Mid-month? What date is it today? Who knows if it will end up being the end of the month instead, Li Lilian retorts, turning her gaze to Xiaoying. Aren't you capable of earning money? We have invested so much in your education, supporting you all this time. Now that you have acquired skills and the ability to earn, shouldn't you contribute a little to the family? This, indeed, is her underlying intent. Xiao's father hesitates, ultimately falling silent as he looks at Xiaoying. Xiaoying sets down her utensils, not lifting her gaze. Account. Li Lilian's eyes light up as she quickly retrieves her phone to display her payment code. Beaming with delight, just scan here to transfer directly to Mom's WeChat. Xiaoying pulls out her phone. Meanwhile, Xiao Lingling, who has been quietly eating, cannot help but steal a glance at the expensive phone in Xiao Ying's hand. As the money arrives, Li Lilian checks the amount, and her smile instantly transforms into one of disbelief. Why only 2,000? Your phone alone costs over 10,000, not to mention your computer, new clothes, and shoes. You only give the family 2,000? I share my and Xiao Yi's food expenses for this month. Xiaoying replies, her tone devoid of any further elaboration. Xiao Lingling sneaks a glance at Xiao Yi, who is now observing Xiaoying. Food expenses? For 2 people? Do you have any idea how expensive basic necessities are? 2,000 is hardly sufficient for both of us. Xiaoying raised her eyes and coldly regarded Li Lilian. Are you not aware of how many meals Xiao Yi and I consume at home each month? There are hardly any meat dishes. Merely 2 plates of wilted vegetables. How costly could that be? After uttering these words, Xiaoying stood up, her appetite already diminished by the sight of the dull, lifeless greens before her. She took a few steps, then turned back to look at Li Lilian, who retorted, you are right. I have money. But even if I were to throw it away, I would not let you benefit. Xiaoying did not take advantage of the meager offerings of the Qiao household, nor would Li Lilian expect to extract more from her. This declaration infuriated Li Lilian to the point of exasperation. You heartless wretch. Xiao father attempted to intervene, but was met with a scathing remark instead. The sharpness of Li Lilian's demeanor had yet to fully manifest. Yet a single glance from Xiaoying silenced her. Chapter 21. Pursued by Su Zi for contact information. Submitting early, Xiao Lingling had lost her appetite. Her chopsticks idle before her. Xiaoying could easily produce 2,000 yuan, the equivalent of her mother's monthly salary, more than Xiao Lingling's allowance over several months. Turning to watch Xiaoying retreat to her room, Xiao Lingling noted her attire, adorned with designer labels she could never afford. She could not fathom how Xiaoying had suddenly transformed from a seemingly inept girl into someone capable of earning substantial wealth. Previously, Xiaoying had been beneath her, perpetually hunched, submissive, and timid, never daring to meet her gaze or retort to her reprimands. Xiao Lingling grappled with the stark contrast of Xiao Ying's newfound excellence. Moreover, she observed that Xiao Ying had slimmed down and blossomed into a striking beauty. The thought of Xiao Ying becoming both slender and attractive in the near future filled Xiao Lingling with a profound sense of anxiety and discomfort. With no appetite for the insipid greens before her, Xiao Lingling tossed her chopsticks aside and retreated to her room to study. What did it matter if Xiao Ying became thin, beautiful, and wealthy? She could barely pass her exams, let alone gain admission to even the most mediocre university. While Xiao Lingling's academic performance assured her a place in a prestigious institution, in the end, Xiao Ying might possess wealth sufficient to purchase a university degree, but they would not be of the same caliber. After graduating, Xiao Lingling envisioned herself securing a respectable job, seated in a high-end office, while Xiao Ying would lack even a respectable diploma. Such thoughts brought Xiao Lingling a sense of relief. After dinner, Li Lilian unexpectedly entered Xiao Yi's room, finding her at the desk, fiddling with her computer. What do you need that computer for? Isn't a phone sufficient for studying? Let me tell you, your second-aunt son has become utterly useless since acquiring a computer. He plays games every day after school. Once among the top students, he now ranks at the bottom of his class. He stays up until 1 or 2 in the morning playing games, dozing off in class the next day, leading to his mother being summoned to school daily. His once pleasant demeanor has soured significantly, and just a few days ago, he nearly came to blows with your uncle. Li Lilian felt inexplicably pleased. Humph. During the new year, your second aunt boasted that her son was bound for Beijing University. Now, let alone Beijing University. It would be a blessing if any university would accept him. Little E, you must make your mother proud. Do not follow his example. You need to attend a prestigious university. I will be relying on you in the future. Mother, I do not indulge in gaming. I am engrossed in programming. Once I master it, I shall earn a living like my sister, and I only study on weekends, which will not hinder my academic pursuits. Xiao Yi stated with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing the prospect of making money, Li Lilian fell silent. How much did your sister spend on this computer? After a brief pause, Xiao Yi, initially reluctant to disclose, felt a surge of pride for Qiao Ying, considering their mother's and second sister's attitudes towards the eldest sibling, and replied candidly, 12,000. 12,000. Li Lilian exclaimed, her eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. What a waste. Spending 12,000 on this. Her voice trembled with indignation, her frustration compelling her to march into Qiao Ying's room and confiscate her money. I have toiled tirelessly to raise her, providing for her every need, and she offers me a mere 2,000 for the family. How did I end up with such a child? She even dares to say that throwing it away wouldn't inconvenience me. Does she not fear the wrath of heaven? Listening to her mother's venomous words, Qiao Yi closed her eyes momentarily and interjected, Mother, if there is nothing more, I must study. Only then did Li Lilian cease her tirade. Who says there is nothing? Upon hearing her mother encourage her to demand money from Qiao Ying, Qiao Yi's expression darkened. Mother, that is her hard-earned money. Her money? I am her mother. Isn't it rightfully mine as well? After all these years of raising her, is it not her duty to honor me? It is only natural for children to support their parents. Have you lost your senses? That money, if I take it, is not solely for my benefit. Do you not need food and clothing? Ah, we live in such frugality, while she flaunts her wealth. Qiao Yi interrupted her mother once more. I will work during the summer break. Witnessing her daughter's steadfastness, Li Lilian resorted to her adeptness at creating a scene, lamenting about having raised ungrateful children who fail to appreciate their parents' hardships and selfishly squander their wealth. Her voice grew louder, intentionally projecting her grievances for Qiao Ying to hear from the adjacent room. Eventually, it was Qiao's father who intervened, calling Li Lilian away. After the commotion caused by her mother, Qiao Yi set aside her concerns regarding the forum. The next day, Monday, Qiao Ying, a science student, faced a mathematics examination, the last significant test before the college entrance exams. Sister, you can achieve a perfect score, can't you? Qiao Yi inquired. Do you wish to see me attain a perfect score? Qiao Ying responded. If you possess the capability, why not pursue it? Why allow others to mock you? Then I shall aim for it. Reassured by her sister's response, Qiao Yi handed her 2 boiled eggs for breakfast, adding, these eggs are low in fat. She had prepared them with care that very morning. Throughout the morning, Qiao Yi eagerly anticipated Qiao Ying's examination results and finally recalled the forum post. After a night of anticipation, she wondered how the situation had unfolded. As soon as classes ended at noon, Qiao Yi grabbed a quick bite at the cafeteria before heading to the tree by the track with her phone. Given the trajectory from the previous night, Qiao Yi anticipated that her post would certainly gain traction, though she underestimated its impact. It was not merely a matter of Beijing University and countless math enthusiasts. This question garnered attention throughout the entire mathematical community, causing a stir far beyond her imagination. In just one night, comments had surged to over 30,000, with more than 10,000 shares and an astonishing number of likes exceeding 100,000. Several comments were made by accounts belonging to esteemed professors admired by Qiao Yi, who were enthusiastically elevated by the community, eagerly awaiting his response. Initially, the focus of the audience was on the calculations and answers he had shared, but gradually, their attention shifted solely to seeking him out. Consequently, Qiao Yi became a figure of intrigue across the entire forum. He soon discovered that this matter had trended on other platforms, where messages were pouring in, one of which was from an ID named Suzy. Qiao Yi was taken aback. Friend, I am Suzy. Could you please respond? Without a hint of hesitation, Qiao Yi clicked on it, transitioning to the chat window with Suzy, his heart racing uncontrollably. Upon opening the message, he realized that Suzy had reached out to him the previous night. I am Suzy. Did you solve this problem? May I discuss the solution approach with you? Could you share a contact method? Qiao Yi did not reply, and Suzy continued to send messages. Are you there? I am Suzy. May we converse? If it is inconvenient now, could we schedule a time? Awaiting your response. Suzy had always been an idol for Qiao Yi. He never imagined he would experience a day when his idol sought his contact information. The examination for Qiao Ying commenced in the afternoon, spanning 2 class sessions. As the test papers were distributed, while others were still perusing the questions, Qiao Ying had already begun writing. While her peers had only completed 2 multiple-choice questions, she had progressed to the second page. Just as the invigilator was settling into the monitoring role, a student announced their intent to submit the paper prematurely, mere moments into the half-hour mark. The invigilator, irritated, deemed this an act of disruption. Upon turning to admonish the disruptive student, he realized it was Qiao Ying, and his expression darkened. He was about to reprimand her, but restrained himself, considering the impact on the other students, and irritably waved her off to leave quickly. Throughout the senior year, no teacher was unfamiliar with Qiao Ying. Nearly all who had taught her would exclaim in disbelief, I have never encountered such a lack of intelligence. Scoring a mere 5 points, the teachers had never witnessed such low performance in all their years of teaching, as if even luck had abandoned her. Even a random guess would have yielded a better score, The teachers were tempted to examine Xiao Ying's mind to discern what thoughts resided within. A poor performance might be acceptable, but her demeanor was equally unappealing, sullen and withdrawn, her hair obscuring her face, perpetually with her head bowed. This demeanor was inherently off-putting. However, upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a slight change. She appeared slimmer, more attractive, and exuded a newfound vitality, even daring to speak up. Unfortunately, this transformation seemed to have come too late. The invigilator cast a distant glance at the paper on Xiao Ying's desk, noticing only a few scribbles on the draft paper. Shaking his head, he thought to himself, there is no hope. Meanwhile, Xiao Lingling was fervently writing when she spotted Xiao Ying strolling through the corridor. Initially puzzled, she then scoffed derisively. What does it matter if she can earn some money from computers? She remains a dimwit. After finishing evening classes, Xiao Yi returned home and immediately sought out Xiao Ying. He suppressed his excitement and first inquired about her exam experience. I got home at 4:30, Xiao Ying replied. The school granted them a night off, marking the last moment of relaxation before the impending college entrance examination. Thus, upon submitting her exam paper, Xiao Ying returned. Xiao Yi quickly realized, you finished early? The exam is supposed to last until 5:30. Xiao Ying replied playfully, once tomorrow's results are out, no one will dare to claim you haven't performed well. Even a single step on the multiple choice questions will yield more than 2 correct answers. Xiao Ying sensed that Xiao Yi was overly excited, usually quiet and reserved. Xiao Yi was not one to openly express emotions. Yet her cheeks were flushed with an unusual enthusiasm. Is there something on your mind? Xiao Ying asked directly. Big sister, you've been recommended to Kyoto University. Xiao Yi exclaimed. The president of Kyoto University and math prodigy, Su Zi, have reached out to me. Xiao Ying raised her delicate brows, showing little reaction. Yesterday, I captured the calculations and answers for that problem and posted them on the Kyoto University Math Forum. Xiao Yi continued, showing her phone to Xiao Ying. Last night, Su Zi contacted me, but at that moment, Mom was looking for me. He wanted to meet you and discuss your problem-solving approach. Later, the president of Kyoto University also contacted me, stating that if you are a student, you can report directly to Kyoto University. He wishes to meet you as well. When Xiao Yi received the president's private message, it was just minutes before evening study sessions began, and the excitement almost drove her to run home immediately to share the news with Xiao Ying. However, Xiao Ying's tone remained indifferent, her expression devoid of emotion. Recommended? I'm not particularly interested. Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback. Why not? I'm not keen on mathematics, nor do I have the time to engage in tedious research with a bunch of old-timers. I have many things to accomplish. Xiao Yi inquired, so, will you take the entrance exam for Kyoto University? Attending Kyoto University had always been Xiao Yi's dream. Xiao Ying squinted slightly, seemingly lost in thought. After a brief pause, she spoke softly, Kyoto University, perhaps. The most formidable branch of the shadows lay concealed in the capital. She could hardly contain her eagerness to reunite with her beloved organization and surprise them. What kind of surprise would be fitting? Perhaps 100 pounds of TNT, reminiscent of what they buried in that underground laboratory in Nanyang. 100 pounds of dynamite delivered to her cherished headquarters. Boom! It would certainly be a sight to behold. A strange, bloodthirsty glint flickered in Xiao Ying's eyes. Xiao Yi failed to notice Xiao Ying's peculiar demeanor. After a moment of silence, he said, Sister, however you choose, I will support you. Given Xiao Ying's true capabilities, Xiao Yi did not feel it would be a loss to forego this recommendation. Xiao Ying gazed at her adorable brother, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Upon seeing this expression, Xiao Yi instinctively felt that she might again become playful with him, and though he wanted to retreat, he ultimately stood his ground, looking as innocent and bashful as a cat waiting to be petted. So, how should we respond to the president of Kyoto University and Su Zi? Xiao Ying inquired. Do you wish to attend Kyoto University? Xiao Yi, not foolish, quickly grasped Xiao Ying's implication. He nodded earnestly, a rare seriousness on his face as he declared, yes. But I want to gain admission to Kyoto University through my own efforts. Xiao Ying smiled nonchalantly. In truth, even if Xiao Yi were to replace her and report to Kyoto University, she would not object. She had always been generous towards those she respected. But who could resist the charm of a principled and spirited younger brother? Xiao Ying remarked, then I shall await you at Kyoto University. Xiao Yi, holding his phone, found himself perplexed on how to respond to the president of Kyoto University and Su Zi. Since Xiao Ying had chosen to forego the guaranteed admission spot, he naturally could not reveal Xiao Ying's identity to prevent unwelcome visitors from intruding upon him. After much internal conflict, Xiao Yi opted for the simplest course of refusal. In the laboratory, Su Zi frequently lost focus, his gaze drifting to the phone resting beside him. The screen was illuminated, lingering on the chat page with Xiao Yi. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a sudden movement on the screen. Su Zi immediately turned his attention, and upon seeing a reply from the other party, he snatched up the phone. Sorry, not convenient. was the response. Su Zi had waited by his phone for an entire day and night only to receive such a reply, which left him feeling anxious, prompting him to hastily compose a new message. Yet, regardless of what he wrote, whether suggesting text communication, assuring not to disturb the other's life, or even requesting merely 5 minutes to ask a few questions, there was no further response. The examination results were soon released, and students crowded around the bulletin board. The top scorer, Su Mingchun, achieved a score of 139, which was anticipated. However, everyone was taken aback to see the school beauty, Yi Jingning, plummet from the top 20 to over 100. It seemed the recent events had significantly impacted her. Influenced by Qiao Ying, Xiao Lingling had nearly been choked by him that morning, subsequently suffering from nightmares for 2 consecutive days, resulting in a dismal performance during the exam. She managed only a score of 102. Just as she was feeling dejected, she noticed at the very bottom of the list, Xiao Ying's name boldly displayed, 0 points. Xiao Lingling nearly burst out laughing. 0 points? How could one even achieve that? As the class bell rang, the teacher entered with the exam papers. Class monitor, please distribute the papers, and we will discuss them during this session. Everyone had received their papers, right? Good. Let us first examine question 8. I have explained this question countless times in class. I have a question, a female voice interrupted the mathematics teacher. The teacher turned to Qiao Ying, his expression impassive. What question? Qiao Ying lifted her exam paper. Who graded my paper? Why did I receive a 0? 0 points? Wow. That is a new low. Impressive. I thought 5 points was the limit. I never expected there was room for further decline. In stark contrast to the anonymous genius who had astonished the entire Kyoto University Mathematics Forum the previous night. How could there be such a disparity between individuals? What forum? What genius? You still don't know? This has gone viral. The president of Kyoto University and the mathematical prodigy Su Zi are currently scouring the internet for the problem solver, practically offering a bounty. The teacher thumped the podium. Casting a stern look at the disruptive Qiao Ying, I graded it. Are you not aware of why you received a 0? Qiao Ying relaxed her grip, letting the paper fall onto the desk. She gazed at the teacher, her tone neither too light nor too heavy, yet resonating with conviction. I am not aware. Chapter 23. Breaking into the president's office. Ace lawyer Chung Jinyan, the mathematics teacher, maintaining a stoic demeanor, set down the paper in his hand. Some individuals. I am unsure whether to regard them as audacious or simply lacking in sense, or perhaps they believe the school itself is lacking in discernment. The school, in consideration of someone's feelings, chose not to disclose her act of cheating. However, she herself seemed eager to make it widely known. Cheating? Are you referring to me? Xiao Ying's expression was impassive, devoid of any emotional display, making it difficult to discern her inner thoughts. Yet, those familiar with her understood that the calmer she appeared, the more perilous the situation became. Is there another student in the entire grade who has cheated? Where is the evidence? The teacher found this amusing and laughed outright, glancing at the exam paper on Xiao Ying's desk, retorting, do you still require evidence? After years of teaching, I have encountered all types of cheating students. But I have never seen someone as audacious as you, who dares to question the teacher in class after cheating. One must commend your courage. If only you had devoted such bravery to your studies, your grades would not be so dismal. I must admit, I underestimated you. I thought with your abilities, you wouldn't even be able to comprehend the answers you copied, yet you managed quite well. The teacher continued, somewhat impressed. As a girl, why pursue such dubious paths? You appear so quiet and composed, yet you have such audacity. You have certainly given me a new perspective on you. After all this, you still cannot provide evidence. Can you? Seeing Qiao Ying's unyielding and relentless attitude, the teacher's patience began to wane. So, you believe that after scoring 5 points on the last mock exam, you can achieve a perfect score this time? Others who copy their homework at least make some alterations. Even in cheating, you lack the finesse to do it discreetly. Ask your classmates if they believe you can score full marks. You claim you did not cheat. Fine, I want to press further. However, do explain the last difficult question. Even Su Mingxin from class 1 only answered the first part correctly, yet you got it all right. Do you truly believe you're more capable than Su Mingxin? Xiao Ying replied, why can't I? Is it forbidden for underperforming students to improve? Xiao Ying, I initially intended for you to reflect on your actions during the flag-raising ceremony next Monday. If you continue to argue irrationally, this incident of cheating will jeopardize your qualifications for the college entrance examination, lacking evidence and condemning a student based on prejudice, threatening their examination eligibility. Your teaching career has clearly reached its limits. Upon hearing this, the entire class erupted in disbelief, staring at Xiao Ying in astonishment. Wow, how bold of her to say that. These two statements are incredible. How did we not realize her strength before? What could have motivated such a sudden transformation? Yet, to be fair, I couldn't solve that last question either. Given her 5-point foundation, how did she manage it? Could she have stolen the answers? I heard she submitted her paper in just over 20 minutes. No one could copy that quickly. Hey, have you noticed she has lost weight? I noticed long ago. To be honest, she looks quite beautiful now that she is slimmer. She would look stunning at just over 90 pounds. She has certainly changed. The teacher, taken aback by Qiao Ying's audacity, was momentarily at a loss for words, her chest rising and falling with agitation as she slammed her hand on the desk. Qiao Ying, what exactly do you intend to do? It's simple. Produce evidence to prove my cheating. If you cannot, revert my score and apologize. The final words spoken by Qiao Ying resonated powerfully. Evidence. What further proof do you require? That exam paper is irrefutable evidence. Go home and ask your parents if you could achieve such a score. The teacher was visibly enraged, her emotions boiling over. Just as she was about to continue, Qiao Ying abruptly stood up. What do you intend to do? Qiao Ying kicked over the obstructive chair and, amidst the clatter, walked out of her seat towards the door. Qiao Ying, what are you doing? Return here at once. Yet, without a backward glance, Qiao Ying retorted. Find someone who isn't deaf or blind and can comprehend human language. How dare you speak to the teacher like that? Stop right there. The teacher, nearly driven mad with anger, chased after Qiao Ying. Goodness, she is so audacious. Qiao Ying stormed into the principal's office, accused of cheating and given a 0. She stubbornly confronted the teacher, shamelessly demanding her marks and seeking justice from the principal. The news spread swiftly throughout the school. Students from other classes remarked, cheating and still daring to demand marks? Have you lost your mind? Class 8 students commented, wow, her words are so bold. The mathematics teacher was the first to arrive, followed closely by the vice principal, the grade head, and Qiao Ying's homeroom teacher. In no time, the principal's office was filled with 7 or 8 teachers. Upon learning that Qiao Ying was the central figure in this incident, they all shook their heads. The usually amiable grade head advised gently, realizing one's mistakes and rectifying them is of utmost importance. This matter could escalate or diminish if you continue to act obstinately. It might truly affect your college entrance examinations. Hurry back to class. Faced with the imposing presence of school officials, other students would have been intimidated. But Qiao Ying stood her ground, her spirit unyielding. I want to see the invigilating teacher and the surveillance footage. Otherwise, we shall meet in court. The attendees could not help but laugh. Even the normally patient grade head stared at Qiao Ying as if she were a foolish child. I am not jesting. This was the last vestige of Qiao Ying's patience. Court, given your family's circumstances, you might not even be able to enter a law office. Scoffed the mathematics teacher, rolling her eyes secretly. Perhaps you should use the money for a lawyer to take you to the hospital for a checkup after that concussion from your fall down the stairs. Qiao Ying ceased the futile banter, pulling out her phone and dialing as if no one were present. The homeroom teacher, nearly apoplectic, exclaimed, Qiao Ying, how dare you bring a phone to school, and to take it out in front of the principal? The homeroom teacher advanced to confiscate the phone. Qiao Ying evaded, warning coldly, do you wish to face legal repercussions for seizing someone's private property? The call connected, a steady male voice responded, hello? Qiao Ying switched to speaker mode. Cheng Jinyan, is this Lawyer Cheng? I am Cheng Jinyan. Who is this? How did you acquire my private number? A mutual acquaintance provided it. I have a case I would like to entrust to your firm. Please send a lawyer over promptly. Upon hearing the name Cheng Jinyan, the principal straightened in his seat. Cheng Jinyan, the gold star lawyer of the legal world, renowned for his undefeated track record, monopolizing the industry with his personal firm, only accepting major cases. He was the sought-after prize among countless listed companies, with many willing to pay handsomely for his services, but unable to secure his representation. Even the esteemed Qin family from the capital had once offered a handsome sum to engage him as Qin Hanyue's personal attorney and to serve as the head of the legal department at the Qin Group, only to be rebuffed by Cheng Jinyan. A mere student in her teens, how could she possibly possess Cheng Jinyan's private contact information? And yet, she shamelessly demanded that he send someone to represent her in a legal matter? Today's students seem utterly corrupted by the delusions proliferating on the internet. The principal shook his head, convinced that Qiao Ying was either deceived or utterly deranged. Chapter 24. Mayor Feng appears in the principal's office. Miss Qiao. This is Cheng Jinyan's public persona. In truth, Cheng Jinyan traversed the murky waters between legality and illegality, handling numerous cases that others dared not touch. Even the most formidable figures in the underworld afforded him a modicum of respect, addressing him as Mr. Cheng, and were obliged to present him with gifts during festive seasons. Moreover, the apprehension surrounding Cheng Jinyan was compounded by the enigma of his personal background, which loomed large as a powerful and mysterious presence. Rumors had circulated that he was the scion of a crime lord, with a father who led the largest syndicate in Southeast Asia. Whether there was any veracity to such claims remained unknown to outsiders. However, an attempt to investigate his past had led to considerable trouble for those involved, without yielding any substantial findings. Unnamed friend? Upon hearing this, Cheng Jinyan paused, his grip on the pen tightening as he looked up. Yi Si. Yi Si's friend? Why did the voice sound so faint? Yi Si was not his true name. Due to the secrecy surrounding his identity, he had garnered this moniker over time. Cheng Jinyan, not daring to underestimate Yi Si's friend, inquired, "Where are you located? Domestic or abroad? I will arrange for someone to come immediately." Xiao Ying replied, "Domestically, in Yun City, Jiangxia District. I happened to be here on business 2 days ago, and just as I was about to leave, you can send me the specific location now. I will come over, and please send me the relevant documents so that I can familiarize myself with the situation on my way." Yun City 7th Middle School. There are no documents. Xiao Ying glanced at the school leaders, who exchanged uneasy looks, and calmly stated, "I am with the defendants." The 7th Middle School? The school? The defendants? Cheng Jinyan mused that if he could not guarantee her personal safety, he could dispatch more personnel. Given his professional inclination and the fact that the other party was Yi Si's friend, he could not fathom that his client was actually confronting several school leaders who posed no threat whatsoever. Xiao Ying replied, "No need." Cheng Jinyan urged, "Please describe the specifics of the situation." Xiao Ying responded unhurriedly, "Slander, defamation, threats, damage to personal reputation. I am the plaintiff, and the defendants are the school leaders of the 7th Middle School." This was Cheng Jinyan's first encounter with such a case. Such trivial matters would scarcely reach his office, and he would certainly not handle them personally. Yet, given the connection to Yi Si, he felt compelled to engage. "Very well, ensure your safety, and do not engage in any unnecessary disputes until I arrive. You have the right to remain silent." Cheng Jinyan glanced at his watch. "I will arrive within 45 minutes. He promptly instructed his assistant to expedite their journey. "Xiao Ying, have you exhausted your madness yet? It seems you have watched too many gangster films and have become completely entranced." The homeroom teacher gazed at Xiao Ying with an expression reminiscent of madness, convinced that she must have either sustained a severe head injury during her previous fall or that her ceaselessly gloomy demeanor had driven her to the brink of insanity, akin to the dramatic scenes portrayed in films. "Bringing a mobile phone to school? You truly have no regard for school regulations. I must have a serious discussion with your parents," the teacher declared, advancing once more to seize the phone. Xiao Ying effortlessly twisted her outstretched hand, executing a reverse lock that caused the teacher to cry out in pain. The onlookers were taken aback. "Xiao Ying, what are you doing? Are you intending to strike a teacher? Release her at once. You are utterly out of control," exclaimed the mathematics teacher as he jumped into the fray. Xiao Ying forcefully shoved the teacher away, declaring, "From this moment onward, we are in the relationship of plaintiff and defendant. Dismiss your authoritative posturing and wait patiently for the lawyer to arrive. Then, we shall coexist peacefully." This appeared as a reminder but was, in fact, a warning. The homeroom teacher stumbled several steps back, turning with barely contained fury to glare at Xiao Ying. "Xiao Ying, I believe you have truly lost your mind." The consensus among the onlookers was that Xiao Ying was indeed insane. "You are free to call the police, or I shall do it for you," she stated, directly dialing 110 before their eyes. The students were skeptical that she could summon a lawyer, but the call to 110 was genuine. The arrival of the police at the school was no trivial matter. The principal's expression darkened immediately, and he sprang to his feet. "Young lady, if you continue this nonsense, do you believe I will expel you?" He then instructed the homeroom teacher, Teacher Wang, immediately contact this student's parents. Before the homeroom teacher could notify Xiao Ying's family, an unexpected guest arrived at the principal's office. The door was left ajar, and the newcomer strode in with an air of urgency. "What is this gathering?" Upon recognizing the visitor, the principal's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly maneuvered around his desk, more excited to see the mayor than he would have been to greet a long-lost father. "Oh, Mayor Feng, what brings you here?" Almost jogging to extend his hand to Feng Tong, he was met with the latter's indifference as Feng Tong glided past him, swiftly approaching Xiao Ying. "Miss Xiao." Xiao Ying glanced at Feng Tong, whose face radiated warmth like a sunflower, as he extended both hands toward her. She lowered her gaze slightly, refraining from accepting his handshake. Unperturbed, Feng Tong withdrew his hand, his smile only widening as he introduced himself. "Miss Xiao, my surname is Feng, and I am Feng Tong, the mayor of Yun City." Xiao Ying, in a foul mood, merely regarded him briefly, offering little attention. Feng Tong's sudden appearance astonished those present, leaving them unprepared for his almost servile greeting of Miss Xiao, which rendered them momentarily speechless. The shift in Feng Tong's demeanor toward Xiao Ying shocked them further, leaving them perplexed about the unfolding situation. "Mayor Feng, do you know the student?" the principal inquired, sensing an unsettling turn of events, his heart racing with anxiety. "Miss Xiao is a distinguished guest of the Feng family," Feng Tong replied. The principal was left dumbfounded, his mind reeling. "What?" The homeroom teacher interjected. "Xiao Ying? Her? Mayor Feng, you cannot be serious. Xiao Ying resides in the old town, her parents being farmers. How could she possibly be?" Feng Tong furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure. Am I so blind as to not recognize who I am dealing with? I didn't mean it that way. It's just that her homeroom teacher was taken aback and hurried to clarify. He stammered, glancing incredulously at Xiao Ying. The principal, quick to react, swiftly diverted the conversation. Mayor Feng, we are honored by your unexpected visit. What instructions do you have for us? Feng Teng cleared his throat, not forgetting his role. With the college entrance examination approaching, I came to express my concern for the students preparing for it. The principal immediately began to flatter. It is indeed a blessing for Yun City to have you here. Our students would be overjoyed to know. Feng Teng paid no heed to his sycophancy. I heard upon entering that you intend to expel Xiao Ying. Feng Teng gestured towards the assembly, reminiscent of a tribunal. What grave transgression has she committed? The group of school leaders, pointedly addressed, lowered their heads and shrank back. The principal hastily interjected. It's a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. Indeed, merely a misunderstanding. The mathematics teacher echoed nervously, swallowing hard. Huh, Xiao Ying scoffed, eliciting a frown from Feng Teng. Chapter 25, Surveillance Evidence. Speak with my lawyer. Feng Teng frowned, causing everyone present to shudder inwardly. It appeared that this was not merely a misunderstanding. Feng Teng spoke in a subdued tone. I want a detailed account of what transpired. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, several school leaders exchanged knowing glances towards the mathematics teacher and the homeroom teacher. The mathematics teacher, meeting Feng Teng's gaze, was immediately struck with fear, her legs quaking under the silent pressure from the school leaders. She reluctantly stepped forward, stammering. Why yes, Mayor Feng, Xiao Ying's academic performance has never been exemplary. Yet, this time she unexpectedly ranked first in the math examination, so. Are you suggesting she cheated? Feng Teng interjected directly. Where's the evidence? Evidence. She repeated, but no further explanation followed. The mathematics teacher broke into a sweat, casting a desperate look towards the homeroom teacher and the principal. However, others were too preoccupied with their own troubles to notice her plight, feigning ignorance. Ultimately, the principal, as the highest authority in the school, had to step in to smooth things over. This matter is indeed a failure on Teacher Chen's part. He shifted the blame entirely. The mathematics teacher internally cursed the principal for his lack of integrity, but knew she had instigated the situation and could only accept her fate. It was my oversight. Feng Teng responded. So you have no proof to substantiate the claim of Xiao Ying's cheating, yet you have decided to expel her? Principal Feng. Is this how you resolve issues? The situation unexpectedly backfired on the principal, who hurriedly forced a smile. This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? I clearly heard everything upon my arrival. Feng Teng showed no respect for the principal. This was a matter that the Qin family had entrusted him with, and Feng Teng was not here to resolve issues, but rather to support Xiao Ying unequivocally. Principal Feng, with the college entrance examinations imminent, Xiao Ying is a prospective candidate. Not only is your unfounded accusation causing her psychological distress and jeopardizing her future, but I must also ask, who granted you the authority to expel a student preparing for the entrance examinations without cause? Feng Teng raised his voice, nearly instilling fear in the hearts of those present. Indeed, this is a failure on the part of the school, and I bear considerable responsibility as well. The principal wiped the sweat from his brow repeatedly. Humph. Feng Teng scoffed, his commanding presence silencing any who dared to lift their gaze, ignoring the principal and others. He turned to Xiao Ying. Classmate Xiao, how do you propose we handle this matter? If we do not provide a satisfactory resolution for you, as well as for the Qin family today, I fear my tenure as mayor may come to an abrupt end. My lawyer is on the way, Mayor Feng. There's no need for your concern, Xiao Ying replied, having no familiarity with this unknown mayor who had suddenly appeared. Naturally, she did not wish to owe him any favors, even if she could surmise who had entrusted Feng Teng to treat her with such deference. With Cheng Jinyan already en route, she did not want Feng Teng leveraging her name to curry favor with his superiors. Yet, how could Feng Teng let such a rare opportunity for demonstration slip away? With grand gestures, he declared, bring me the invigilating teacher, and also, retrieve the surveillance footage. The immediate priority is to ensure classmate Xiao's innocence. After all, Xiao Ying belonged to the Qin family, a family of significant status. Feng Teng had complete faith that she would never resort to cheating. In his view, as long as Xiao Ying required assistance, there was nothing the Qin family could not provide. Why would she need to cheat in a minor examination? Furthermore, her willingness to engage a lawyer indicated her integrity. Thus, he ordered the retrieval of the surveillance footage and summoned the invigilating teacher. The principal found himself in a quandary. If it turned out they had wronged Xiao Ying, how could he defy Feng Teng's orders? The mathematics teacher and class advisor, however, felt emboldened. Knowing full well the extent of Xiao Ying's academic struggles, was it conceivable that she could achieve such a score? Only by sheer luck. To this day, the mathematics teacher believed that Xiao Ying's previous correct answers were mere coincidences. Xiao Ying did not intervene in Feng Teng's actions. Soon, the invigilating teacher was summoned. Completely oblivious to the unfolding situation, the teacher, feeling intimidated in the presence of Mayor Feng, stated candidly during the exam, "I did not observe any suspicious behavior from classmate Xiao." The surveillance footage was promptly retrieved. Numerous eyes fixated on the screen. The footage revealed from the distribution of papers to Xiao Ying's writing and early submission that during the 20 minutes allocated for answering, she exhibited no irregularities. The mathematics teacher and class advisor were left dumbfounded. At that moment, the teacher recalled Xiao Ying's earlier remark, "You are about to conclude your teaching career." As the mathematics teacher faced the imminent end of her career, she grew anxious and impulsively manipulated the playback controls to view the footage again. This was impossible. How could Xiao Ying have achieved a perfect score? There had to be something amiss. The mathematics teacher, in a fit of agitation, voiced her thoughts aloud. Soon, she pointed out her suspicions. "Look at how she answers the questions, as if she knew the answers beforehand. Even I couldn't complete 6 pages in just 20 minutes. She merely glanced at the multiple-choice questions before writing her answers. This is not something an ordinary person could accomplish, knowing the answers in advance. Thus, they would need to retrieve the footage from the storage room as well. No worries, the police are already on their way. Matters of investigation and evidence collection are best left to them." Xiao Ying remained calm and even offered suggestions to the mathematics teacher. Principal Feng, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "You educators, banding together to bully a student. What a disgrace." The principal nearly knelt in fright, urgently urging the mathematics teacher, gritting his teeth, apologized to Xiao immediately. With the facts laid bare, what more is there to discuss? The principal was nearly beside himself with anger. The mathematics teacher, overwhelmed and paralyzed by fear, could only bow her head and stammer an apology. "Xiao, I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry." The principal interjected. "This is a mistake on the part of both myself and the school. We will assume full responsibility. In addressing the harm caused by Teacher Chen to Xiao, we will cooperate fully with whatever resolution she deems fit, ensuring a satisfactory response." What say you, Xiao? It was evident to the principal that Feng Tong prioritized Xiao Ying's wishes above all else. He was genuinely curious about Xiao Ying's background. How could a mere student command such deference from Feng Tong? The mathematics teacher, rendered speechless by fear, continued to apologize, her anxiety palpable, as if death were imminent. Unmoved by the pleas of the principal and the mathematics teacher, Xiao Ying replied coolly, "How this is handled is a matter for my lawyer." Everyone turned to follow her gaze, and in walked a young man, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an air of authority. He bore a serious demeanor, embodying an inexplicable contradiction. At first glance, he appeared scholarly, yet upon closer inspection, there was an aura of intimidation about him. Chapter 26. It is Qin Hanyue, not Qin Yuchen. Behind the man followed another individual, presumably his assistant, who carried a sleek black briefcase. They were escorted in by security. Clearly the lawyer Xiao Ying had mentioned. And who might this be? Feng Tong, having risen to his current position, was no ordinary individual. His keen perception immediately identified the man as someone of significance. His ingrained instincts from the political arena kicked in, and he approached Cheng Jinyan with outstretched hands. "Jinyan Law Firm." "Cheng Jinyan," the lawyer said, politely shaking Feng Tong's hand. As he surveyed the room, their eyes met, and he instantly recognized Xiao Ying's identity, the entrusted lawyer of this student. "Jinyan Law Firm? Cheng Jinyan?" Feng Tong's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a portrait of astonishment. He was well acquainted with this prominent figure. Previously, someone had intentionally sabotaged him, thrusting him into a scandal, and he had sought Cheng Jinyan's assistance, even going so far as to leverage connections and offer money, only to be turned away, as Cheng deemed the case too trivial. And now, this illustrious individual, whom he could not afford to hire, stood before him as Xiao Ying's appointed lawyer. Cheating in an examination, was such a case truly significant? Feng Ting struggled to comprehend. Even if it were commissioned by the Qin family, could he not handle it personally? However, before he could grasp the situation, Cheng Jinyan approached Xiao Ying directly. "How shall I address you?" "Xiao Ying," she replied. Cheng Jinyan nodded slightly. "Miss Xiao, I hope I haven't arrived too late." Xiao Ying replied, "A bit. But it doesn't matter." The person before her was an acquaintance, and Xiao Ying instinctively responded to Cheng Jinyan, completely forgetting that she was Xiao Ying at this moment, not Shui Ying. Fortunately, Cheng Jinyan did not press the matter further, attributing her demeanor to her personality. "Rest assured, I will handle the ensuing matters." To Xiao Ying's astonishment, she actually summoned a lawyer with a single phone call. A Feng Tong had already left the principal and the school leaders flustered and at a loss. And just as they managed to deal with him, now a lawyer was involved. The math teacher's endurance was pushed to its limits. Yet, at this moment, it was not the math teacher who was most unnerved, but the principal himself. It was truly Cheng Jinyan from the Jinyan Law Firm. The principal was utterly dumbfounded. He felt as though he might have to retire early, much like the math teacher. When it came to litigation, Cheng Jinyan was formidable. It was not merely the opposing client he posed a threat to, but even the opposing lawyer could find themselves at a disadvantage should he perform extraordinarily. The principal harbored a sinking feeling that by tomorrow, he might awaken to find the school he had painstakingly managed for over 20 years reduced to nothing. He was genuinely afraid. As if that were not enough, before the principal could catch his breath, the police arrived, observing the room filled with Xiao Ying's supporters. The principal was drenched in sweat despite the early May weather. No longer resisting, he, as the principal, lowered his stance and implored his own student for leniency. Appealing to her reason and emotions, he was on the verge of weeping, recounting how arduous his journey had been. Other school leaders followed suit, and soon the principal's office reverberated with a chorus of pleas, starkly contrasting the earlier scene where they had collectively besieged Xiaoying. Even with a prepared mindset, the experienced Cheng Jinyan found the unfolding scenario a true test of his professional capabilities. He had never imagined he would one day find himself in a school, advocating for a student in a case of examination misconduct. How would his peers react if they were to discover this? He could almost envision the expression on his assistant's face. Cheng Jinyan, with a mix of bemusement and concern, said, "Defendant, please keep your distance from my client." He dutifully shielded Xiaoying from harm. It was never the so-called underachievers who compromised the school's interests, but rather those irresponsible individuals who could not discern right from wrong. Educating the youth, they were merely leading them astray. After voicing her thoughts, Xiaoying turned to Cheng Jinyan and stated, "Lawyer Cheng, let us proceed through the proper channels. I am resolute in safeguarding my rights. Education has always been our nation's paramount responsibility, and regarding today's incident, I seriously doubt your ability to guide these children towards the right path. I am heading to the Education Bureau. Fengli, prepare to face the consequences of your actions." Feng Tong delivered this impassioned speech with great poise, leaving the principal's face ashen. Before returning to the classroom, Xiaoying spoke with Cheng Jinyan privately. "Although we are to follow the standard procedure, if you truly intend to bring me to court, I might begin to question your professional competence, Lawyer Cheng. I certainly do not wish to appear in court over such trivial matters involving these petty individuals. After all, who in the realm of Shuiying would not dare to take action? What deeds would they shy away from? What edifices would they hesitate to demolish?" Having a killer stand in court to defend herself felt utterly incongruous to her. It made her question her own professional competence. Cheng Jinyan was not a humorous individual, particularly with those he was unfamiliar with. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the girl before him evoked a sense of déjà vu. Xiaoying slightly curled her lips. "Then I must entrust you, Cheng Lawyer. I will transfer your fee to your account shortly." Cheng Jinyan raised his hand to stop her. "Since you are a friend of Yesi, how could I accept your money?" Xiaoying replied, "A deal is a deal. I am not accustomed to being in someone's debt." Cheng Jinyan nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, reasoning that a friend of Yesi surely would not lack for money. The back and forth seemed pointless. "Miss Qiao, you bear a striking resemblance to a friend of mine." Xiaoying remained silent but instinctively raised an eyebrow. Her movement was almost imperceptible. Yet Cheng Jinyan noticed. He gazed into her eyes and remarked, "You truly resemble her. She is about your age, also a girl, remarkably beautiful and strong. It is a pity that such a formidable person met with a tragic end." As Xiaoying observed the sorrow and regret flowing from Cheng Jinyan's eyes, she couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy as she reflected on her own fate. However, this sentiment was fleeting, soon replaced by hatred and a thirst for vengeance. Cheng Jinyan sensed that Xiaoying was no ordinary individual. After all, a friend of Yesi could not possibly be simple. He was not a person driven by curiosity, so he refrained from asking questions. Instead, he simply stated, "My friend, who is also a friend of Yesi, encountered misfortune, which drove Yesi into madness for quite some time. Since he introduced me to you, it is clear your relationship is far from ordinary. If possible, I hope you can converse with Yesi more, to prevent him from acting impulsively." He regarded Xiaoying, who bore no resemblance to Shuiying yet inexplicably possessed a familiarity reminiscent of her, particularly in her gaze. Cheng Jinyan considered it might be fate. Although Shuiying had perished, a girl strikingly similar to her had appeared, serving as a form of solace for both him and Yesi. Impulsive actions? Would Yesi truly risk everything against the shadows for her? Xiaoying pondered. At that moment, Feng Tong emerged, first greeting Xiaoying, then shaking Cheng Jinyan's hand once more, shamelessly requesting a business card, which he treasured and tucked away. He then addressed Xiaoying. "Miss Qiao, I have come at Mr. Qin's behest, and I hope my sudden appearance has not startled you." "Mr. Qin?" Cheng Jinyan glanced at Xiaoying with mild surprise. The only person capable of evoking such deference from the esteemed mayor would likely be Mr. Qin from the capital's Qin family. Xiaoying had anticipated this, yet she had not expected that this Mr. Qin was not Qin Yuchan, but rather Qin Hanyue. Chapter 27. Apologies in front of the entire school. We shall meet again. given the circumstances, and considering that one should not strike a smiling face. Xiaoying smiled slightly at the sunflower-like grin of Feng Teng and spoke pleasantly. Thank you for coming, Mayor Feng. You flatter me. It's my duty, Feng Teng replied, his mood soaring higher than if he had won a lottery, to ensure he could keep an eye on Xiaoying at all times. Feng Teng had arranged for people to be stationed at the school, receiving any news at the first sign of change. So far, the results had been remarkable. Miss Qiao may reach out to me whenever she encounters any issues. Please do not hesitate. Feng Teng successfully handed out his business card, extending an invitation for Miss Qiao to visit his home at any time. On his way to the teacher's office for materials, the campus heartthrob Su Mingqian crossed paths with Feng Teng, who was descending the stairs towards the school exit. Uncle Feng, Su Mingqian's father, serves as the deputy mayor, and the two families have maintained a cordial relationship, earning Su Mingqian's respect for Feng Teng. However, the children of the two families, Su Mingqian and Feng Wencheng, have never seen eye to eye. Mingqian, Feng Teng, in high spirits, approached and patted Su Mingqian on the shoulder. Uncle Feng, what brings you to my school? Are you here for an inspection? Su Mingqian was curious about what could possibly be the cause of such joy. Yes, work. Oh, I recall that you are also in your senior year, Mingqian. Do you know? Feng Teng's words trailed off as he suddenly hesitated. Know who? Su Mingqian inquired. Oh, it's nothing, never mind. Feng Teng had initially intended for Su Mingqian to look after Qiaoying, considering they are peers and classmates, and with Su Mingqian's capabilities, Qiaoying would surely appreciate it. He envisioned that if Su Mingqian were to win Xiaoying's favor, it might elevate his own standing from deputy mayor to mayor. His excitement momentarily clouded his judgment. Feng Teng thought to himself, that was close. I nearly jeopardized my own future. He then recalled that he had a son, albeit one who was rather unremarkable, lacking in academic performance and temperament. Yet, if he could win Xiaoying's affections, that would suffice. Unbeknownst to Feng Teng, his son, who was deemed lackluster as per the orders of Master Hua Qingdong, was currently scouring the school for Qiaoying. I must be on my way to the education bureau. You focus on your studies, he said. Su Mingqian observed Feng Teng laughing with his assistant, feeling perplexed. At that moment, the loudspeaker crackled to life. Greetings, students. I am your principal, Feng Li. I wish to clarify a matter. The teachers promptly urged the students to quiet down and listen. In yesterday's mathematics examination, Xiaoying from class 8 of the senior year achieved a perfect score, yet her mathematics teacher mistakenly accused her of cheating. Following an investigation, it has been proven that Xiaoying was wronged. Her score has now been rectified to 150 points. On behalf of myself and the school, I sincerely apologize to Qiaoying. Su Mingqian halted in his tracks, directing his gaze towards the loudspeaker. After the principal's apology, another voice followed. I am Xiaoying's mathematics teacher, Chun. After the mathematics teacher pursued Xiaoying out of the classroom, the students of class 8 craned their necks to listen to the commotion outside, eager to witness the spectacle of Xiaoying's humiliation. However, after a full class period, Xiaoying had yet to return, and the whereabouts of the mathematics teacher were equally uncertain. Instead, they overheard students from other classes mentioning that several school leaders had entered the principal's office, speculating that it must pertain to the cheating incident. They could not help but admire Xiaoying's audacity to confront the principal directly, even if it ultimately resulted in parental involvement or a more severe consequence. Her moment of bravery was enough to earn their reverence. Thus, when the principal's apology echoed through the loudspeaker, the 50-odd students in class 8 were left astonished, each questioning whether they had misheard, their jaws dropping in disbelief. After a brief and eerie silence, the classroom erupted into a frenzy, spiraling out of control. The sound of the teacher's hand striking the podium was drowned out by the fervent discussions. Goodness, can anyone enlighten me on what Xiaoying has done? How remarkable she is. Even the notoriously harsh Feng Bapi had to apologize to her in front of the entire school. This is truly unprecedented. If it were me, I would inscribe it in the family annals to bring honor to my lineage. Is there anyone who knows what transpired in the principal's office during those few minutes? I would gladly sacrifice a month's worth of breakfast money for the scoop. How did she manage it? Did Xiaoying score 150? Huh. That is undoubtedly the most absurd thing I have ever heard. The audacity of Xiaoying, who once seemed timid, to confront the principal and compel both the principal and the teachers to apologize is astonishing. Equally unbelievable is the notion that she achieved a perfect score. She scored 150? I overheard Xiao Lingling from the next class say that she finished the exam in just over 20 minutes. Can anyone explain how she completed the paper in such a short time and still earned full marks? Even copying the answers wouldn't be that swift. The principal mentioned that an investigation confirmed this. What sort of investigation? Did they review the surveillance footage? I'm not certain, but I just saw the police arriving. So can Xiaoying perhaps enlighten me on how she evaded both the cameras and the police to successfully cheat? As a self-proclaimed academic underachiever, I am in dire need of her insights. Having been Jiao Ying's classmate for nearly 3 years, I am convinced that her intellect would never allow her to achieve a score of 150. Yet, the principal and the math teacher's explicit confirmation, along with the recently departed police officers, leave me bewildered. The only plausible explanation is that this is a supernatural occurrence. It is inconceivable. How could Jiao Ying, with her less than stellar intellect, achieve a perfect score? Xiao Lingling was particularly agitated. Upon learning of Jiao Ying's alleged cheating, her defiance toward teachers, and her tumultuous scene in the principal's office, Xiao Lingling felt a surge of vengeful delight. Her emotions heightened to the point of losing control upon hearing the announcement. Realizing that her classmates were all staring at her, and the teacher wore a frown, Xiao Lingling's face flushed crimson. She hastily lowered her head and sat down, wishing to disappear into the ground, mortified by her public embarrassment. Jiao Lingling seethed, wishing she could crush Jiao Ying into oblivion, clearly attributing all her frustrations to Jiao Ying. Su Mingchen, clutching the materials the teacher had requested and preparing to return to the classroom, spotted Jiao Ying downstairs, conversing animatedly with a distinguished gentleman in a suit. They appeared to be engaged in a lively exchange, and the mature man even handed something to her. Standing on the staircase, Su Mingchen observed Jiao Ying, casually leaning against the railing with her hands in her pockets, and noted that she seemed different from before. However, recalling the earlier announcement, his feelings of distaste resurfaced. Like everyone else, Su Mingchen could not fathom that Jiao Ying, notoriously known for her academic struggles at No. 7 middle school, could possibly achieve a perfect score. He was baffled as to what means she employed to evade both the surveillance and the invigilators. Cheng Jinyan remarked, "I hope we have the opportunity to meet again." Jiao Ying replied confidently, "We will." It was uncertain whether her manner of speaking was inherently so, or if it bore a deeper significance. Chapter 28. The President of Kyoto University, Tuachin Hanyue. Seeks an exam participant Cheng Jinyan did not dwell on the matter. Rather, he felt a sense of anticipation and jestingly remarked, "I hope our next encounter will be in a joyful and comfortable setting." Jiao Ying chuckled lightly, assuring him, "Rest assured, it will certainly not resemble today." If Cheng Jinyan were to endure another lawsuit that belittled his professional capabilities, even bringing up EC 800 times would be of no avail. At that moment, Cheng Jinyan noticed Su Mingchen standing on the staircase and remarked to Jiao Ying, "That appears to be your classmate." He observed Su Mingchen's unwavering gaze, which seemed to be fixed on Jiao Ying. She had sensed someone behind her earlier, but had chosen to disregard it. Upon hearing Cheng Jinyan's comment, she instinctively turned to look. In just a second, she averted her gaze, stating succinctly, "I do not know him," without a hint of hesitation. Her nonchalant dismissal of Su Mingchen left him frowning. To Su Mingchen, Xiao Ying's previous gestures of delivering breakfast and writing love letters made her seem like an inescapable nuisance. Yet, he could not bring himself to admit to his past actions. Nevertheless, for Xiao Ying, it was simply a matter of not recognizing him. Su Mingchen felt a wave of hypocrisy wash over him, accompanied by a surge of irritation. He strode past the two, but after a distance, he inexplicably turned back to glance at them. He saw Xiao Ying standing still, watching the man depart. Su Mingchen scoffed internally, dismissing the moment, and entered the academic building. In the eyes of the high-achieving Su Mingchen, a lack of ambition was far more contemptible than attaining high scores through dishonest means. Xiao Ying glanced at the card from Cheng Jinyan in her hand, her fingers curling slightly. In the next moment, the card, coveted by others and treasured by Feng Tong, was flicked into the trash bin. Xiao Ying ambled leisurely behind Su Mingchen back to the classroom. What means of contact could she possibly lack? Did she truly require such a trivial item to reach out to him? The instant Xiao Ying entered the classroom, she was met with the collective gaze of her classmates. These stares were infused with admiration, skepticism, and scrutiny. Even the teacher watched her as she made her way from the entrance to her seat. The intensity of these gazes lingered, creating an almost absurd atmosphere, while the subject of their attention remained unfazed, engrossed in her own affairs, treating them as if they were mere air. One must admit, this level of composure is not something the average person possesses. That evening, upon returning home, Xiao Ying maintained her routine of night running. After her run, she noticed the courtyard of the Qiao residence ablaze with light. A small car and an electric scooter parked at the entrance. Sounds of conversation permeated the atmosphere. With her keen hearing, she quickly discerned who it was. She pushed open the courtyard gate to find Principal Fong Li and her mathematics teacher standing in the hall, along with her family of 4. The floor was strewn with lavish gifts, and on the table lay 2 bulging brown paper bags, the contents of which were all too evident. "Xiao Ying, you've finally returned. Come here quickly. I'm having some trouble understanding. Please explain to your father what's going on," her father urged, gesturing for her to come over while inviting the principal and teacher to take a seat. His sun-kissed, weathered face was etched with confusion and anxiety. Mr. Qiao, having lived a substantial part of his life, had encountered individuals of elevated status primarily among construction site foremen and project managers. Typically, it was he who commanded others. And he could scarcely recall a time when he had witnessed the principal humbly bearing gifts and money, beseeching assistance. Even the acerbic and haughty Li Lillian had softened her demeanor, speaking in hushed tones. There was little to articulate. I have yet to discard Feng Tang's business card. You may either take your belongings and depart at once, or I shall summon Feng Tang to personally escort you out. Xiao Ying, unperturbed, proceeded directly into her room to fetch her clothing for a shower. The Qiao family was taken aback by Xiao Ying's demeanor and words, rendered momentarily speechless. Mr. Qiao. The principal and teachers clutched Mr. Qiao's hand as if grasping at a lifeline. Regaining his composure, Mr. Qiao eagerly assented to assist. Xiao Ying had consistently underperformed academically, and Mr. Qiao had often been summoned to the school, enduring the reproach of much younger educators. Yet here he was, now reverently addressed as Mr. Qiao by the principal. Unfamiliar with such a scenario, Mr. Qiao felt an unsettling anxiety, fearing that Xiao Ying had embroiled herself in some mischief. Upon emerging from her shower, Xiao Ying noticed that the guest had not yet departed. Wiping her long hair, she frowned in displeasure, casting a glance at the two. That single look caused the principal and the teacher to immediately release Mr. Qiao's hand as if shocked. Then we shall take our leave now. So as not to disturb your family's rest, they stammered, almost fleeing. However, before they could exit the courtyard, Xiao Ying's voice rang out. Wait. The two turned back. Apprehensive yet hopeful. Xiao classmate? But Xiao Ying coldly tossed out two words, the items. They dared not protest, hastily returning to gather the scattered gifts. Upon witnessing the principal remove a brown paper bag from the table, Li Lillian exclaimed, Hey, Principal Feng. She hurried after him a few steps, turning back to glare at Xiao Ying in anger. You wretched girl, do you have any idea what is inside? That contains 100,000 yuan. Xiao Ying cast her a frosty glance, disinterested, and retreated to her room, closing the door. Li Lillian was unwilling to let them take the money back and quickly pursued them. Xiao Yi, what on earth is happening? Speak to your father again. Mr. Xiao comprehended the situation well enough. However, like everyone else, he found it hard to believe that Xiao Ying could achieve such high marks, much less that the principal would personally come to apologize due to this incident. The demeanor of the principal and teachers suggested that matters were far from simple. And who was Feng Tang, whom Xiao Ying had mentioned? He recalled that the mayor of Yun City bore that name. Xiao Yi recounted the events once more. Despite Mr. Xiao's disbelief, the principal and teachers had come to apologize, compelling him to accept the truth. He expressed his satisfaction. I always knew that you and Ling Ling are exceptionally bright. How could your elder sister possibly be lacking? That is not the case at all. Xiao Lingling nearly seethed. How could she possibly score full marks? She cheated, but there is no evidence. If she hadn't involved the police and escalated the issue, the principal and the others would not have come. Xiao Lingling gritted her teeth, her beautiful face slightly contorted. She is not foolish. Her previous poor performance was merely due to a lack of desire to study. Xiao Yi immediately stepped forward to defend Xiao Ying. Lack of desire to study? Oh. Xiao Lingling found it utterly amusing. Only a fool like you would believe what she said. The question posed by the president of Kyoto University last year was something she managed to solve, and you can verify that on the university's mathematics forum. Do you even comprehend what you were saying? Xiao Lingling, who excels in mathematics and, like Xiao Yi, dreams of being admitted to Kyoto University, naturally keeps an eye on the university's mathematics forum. Xiao Yi, not wanting to engage further, retreated to her room. Observing Xiao Yi's indifferent demeanor, Xiao Lingling felt a twinge of uncertainty. Thus, she returned to her room, picked up her battered phone that required charging 7 or 8 times a day, and logged onto the forum, leaving Xiao's father standing bewildered in the hall. After a moment, the slow-witted man realized what was happening and hurried outside to see off the president. In the capital city, Qin Hanyue was indeed a workaholic in every sense. By the time he returned home from the office, it was already past 10 in the evening. Third Master, President Zhang has been waiting for you all night. The butler greeted him as he heard the car approaching. Why was I not informed? Qin Hanyue ascended the steps briskly. President Zhang requested not to disturb you. In the hall, the elderly man, wearing reading glasses, was engrossed in his phone, occasionally adjusting his spectacles. Upon hearing the butler announce the return of his guest, he quickly looked up, only to see a tall figure exuding authority, dressed in a perfectly tailored suit that seemed more noble and graceful than any world-renowned model. His trousers sharply creased as he approached. You are still here at this late hour. If you needed to discuss something, why didn't you call? Qin Hanyue removed his suit jacket and handed it to the butler. I thought you were busy, so I refrained from pleasantries. I am here today to ask for your assistance. Speak on, Qin Hanyue replied, settling onto the sofa and pouring a cup of tea for the elderly man. I would like you to help me locate someone. Last year, a few of us old professors were toying with a problem and, after 2 months of fruitless effort, I posted the question online. Just a couple of days ago, someone finally solved it, but I cannot reach this individual. The elderly gentleman was none other than Zhang Qingyong, the president of Kyoto University. Look, this is the person, President Zhang said, holding up his phone to show Qin Hanyue a post by Qiao Yi on the forum. Qin Hanyue first glanced at the ID, then became captivated by the 6 images within the post. Taking the phone, he opened the images, and his first thought was, the handwriting is excellent. He then began to examine the problem-solving process. Born in Zurich and raised in Los Angeles, Qin Hanyue assisted in managing his family's business while studying in the United States, and he established his own company, successfully taking it public within a year. After further studies abroad, he resolutely returned home, enrolled in Kyoto University, and at the age of 20, officially took over the family business, maintaining a relationship with President Zhang that was both mentor and friend. Seeing Qin Hanyue engrossed in the problem, President Zhang remarked, I initially intended to bring this question to you, but knowing how busy you are, I didn't want to waste your time. It's truly difficult to arrange a meeting with you. Qin Hanyue, showing little interest in the problem, quickly scanned it and asked, is there no real name system for posting on the forum? No, he requires real name registration. I directly reported it to the administration, so why would I specifically seek you out? Our forum at Peking University only mandates real name registration for faculty and students. Visitors are exempt from this requirement. However, any posts or comments they make must undergo scrutiny by the management before being approved for publication. Qin Hanyue, have you been in contact with him? I have reached out to both you and your junior, Su Ziyi. I offered generous terms, but he merely replied that it was inconvenient and has since ignored me. Your junior, Su Ziyi, is even preparing to enlist a hacker to track his IP address. I thought that was rather inappropriate, so I came to seek your assistance. And how do you propose I assist? Qin Hanyue set his phone down. You possess considerable influence. Surely you can find a solution? Couldn't you simply enlist a technician from your team to help me investigate? Is there any difference between that and Su Ziyi hiring a hacker? Zhang, the principal, adjusted his glasses, acknowledging the lack of distinction. Observing the subtle smile on Qin Hanyue's face, he stubbornly insisted, the nature of the actions is fundamentally different. Qin Hanyue chose not to respond further and summoned his assistant, Qin Yin. Qin Yin was not merely Qin Hanyue's assistant. He was also the 10th-ranked hacker in the world, a fact known to very few. The security systems of the Qin Group featured numerous contributions from Qin Yin. To have such an elite hacker investigate a mere IP address was indeed an extravagant use of his talents. How long will this take? Principal Zhang inquired anxiously. On the day he posted, I happened to be suffering from a recurring headache, took medication, and spent the day at home. I couldn't contact him immediately, fearing he would perceive my lack of promptness as insincerity and decline to meet. Most geniuses possess unique personalities, as does Su Ziyi. In no time, within 3 minutes, Qin Yin had everything in place. He opened his computer and began his operation. Principal Zhang leaned in closely, observing the myriad of data flashing across the screen, none of which he recognized, and he couldn't help but marvel at the advancements in society and technology. As Qin Yin proceeded with his tasks, just as he was about to pinpoint the individual IP address, a large red exclamation mark suddenly flashed on the screen, indicating a risk. What is this? Even Principal Zhang, unfamiliar with such matters, sensed that something was amiss. Qin Hanyue, seated nearby and engrossed in his phone, looked up and asked, what is going on? The other party has established a firewall, Qin Yin replied, and after some effort, he successfully bypassed it, confirming the device's location. In Yun City. Once again, Yun City. Qin Hanyue slightly raised his gaze. This small Yun City has indeed been rather tumultuous of late. Qin Hanyue continued to narrow down the search. Understood, Qin Yin confidently replied. However, a few minutes later, he first furrowed his brow, then, with newfound enthusiasm, remarked, this is quite intriguing. Principal Zhang observed the suddenly animated Qin Yin, glanced at Qin Hanyue, and hesitated to voice his thoughts. Qiao Yi was busy searching for information on her phone when, unexpectedly, a warning symbol and a line of text appeared on the screen. The device is currently under an unknown cyber attack. System protection is underway. Please repair promptly. The screen turned a deep crimson, and then a black skull icon emerged, startling her. Qiao Yi believed he had inadvertently clicked on something, and sought to close the background to return to the home page. However, his phone remained unresponsive. Attempts to power it down proved futile. Had it been his old phone, Qiao Yi would have been indifferent, waiting until the following day to show it to Qiaoying. Yet, this exorbitantly expensive device had only been purchased recently, and he was typically meticulous, handling it with utmost care to avoid any scratches or bumps. Thus, disregarding whether Qiaoying was awake or not, he hurriedly sought her assistance. Qiaoying had just finished her shower and was feeling rather bored when Qiao Yi approached her with the phone. Sister, do you think my phone has contracted a virus? Having studied computer technology alongside Qiaoying for a couple of days, He had acquired quite a bit of the technical jargon. Did you accidentally click on some inappropriate website? Xiao Ying raised an eyebrow upon glancing at the device. Xiao Yi felt his ears flush with heat. I did not. I was just researching study materials when the phone suddenly malfunctioned. As the world's foremost hacker, Xiao Ying could easily discern whether it was a virus or a hacking attempt. She was merely teasing him. Observing her unperturbed demeanor and the hint of amusement in her eyes, Xiao Yi awkwardly murmured, "You certainly speak rather bluntly for a girl." Unfazed, Xiao Ying took the phone from him and opened her own computer. Xiao Yi wished to divert the conversation from such topics and quickly inquired, "Sister, what is wrong with my phone? It has been attacked." "By whom?" Xiao Yi glanced at his peculiar phone screen, then shifted his gaze to Xiao Ying's bewildering rapid-fire actions, his expression betraying a growing anxiety. This was his first encounter with such a situation. "Let's take a look." Xiao Ying continued her swift maneuvers. Upon purchasing the phone and computer, she had instinctively established firewalls and anti-tracking measures, driven more by boredom and her professional instincts than any foresight of necessity. Little did she anticipate that these measures would indeed prove useful so swiftly. Is this a random attack? Xiao Yi pondered. He had no friends, let alone enemies. Aside from his sister, he had never encountered anyone with technical prowess in real life. How could anyone target him? Thus, the most probable explanation seemed to be a random attack. Not at all, Xiao Ying contradicted him. Meanwhile, in the residence of the Qin family, Qin Hanyu was growing impatient. Still not resolved? He set down his phone. It had been over 10 minutes. Raising his gaze, he noticed Qin Yan's furrowed brow. An expression of grave concern etched upon his face, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and temples, creating an increasingly tense atmosphere. Principal Zhang, observing both Qin Yan and the computer, dared not utter a word, fearful of disrupting Qin Yan's concentration, as Qin Yan's fingers danced across the keyboard with increasing speed. The only sound was the rapid clicking of keys, while he felt a parched throat. They detected my presence. Not only have they strengthened their firewall, but they also breached mine. He spoke rapidly as he worked. Moreover, my device has been counter-tracked. Qin Yan abruptly halted his actions, his head snapping up to look at Qin Hanyu. Chapter 30. Xiao Ying and Qin Hanyu engage in a deadly duel of wits simultaneously. Xiao Ying's computer screen displayed a complex network of intersecting routes, with a red dot flashing in the center. What is this location? Xiao Yi inquired. Beijing, Xiao Ying replied. Beijing? The Qin family? Xiao Yi was perplexed. What does the other party intend to do? Xiao Ying provided clarity. Perhaps it is related to Jingda. Xiao Yi reacted swiftly. That question? The only connection he could find with the capital was the post on the Jingda Mathematics Forum. They are searching for you. Xiao Ying took a deep breath, considering it rather excessive for Jingda to mobilize such resources. However, considering that even the mathematical genius Su Ziyi could not solve this problem, employing such measures seemed somewhat justified. Nonetheless, it was rather impolite, Xiao Yi remarked. If memory serves, Qin Hanyu, the head of the Qin family, is a graduate of Jingda, so it stands to reason that they are seeking his assistance. In her previous life, Xiao Ying had heard much about the name Qin Hanyu, a figure shrouded in intrigue. Given this context, it seemed appropriate to reciprocate. Xiao Ying's mischievous side emerged. Xiao Yi asked, a gift? What should we send? How should we send it? Qin Hanyu extended his hand, and Qin Yan promptly handed him the computer. After a while, Qin Hanyu attempted to breach the newly established firewall of the other party once more. After several rounds, he became engrossed in the challenge. While Xiao Ying was preparing a return gift, the equipment once again alerted her of an attack, prompting her to immediately block it and counterattack. After a few exchanges, Xiao Ying realized that this individual was not the same as before. His skills were evidently superior. From the earlier opponent's techniques, she had roughly deduced that he was the hacker ranked 10th, known as Q. However, she could not ascertain the identity of this new adversary. The Qin family truly harbored hidden talents. Though Qin Hanyu was not on the leaderboard, the hacker known as Qin Yan Q was indeed his protege. The two engaged in a back-and-forth duel. Qin Hanyu's hacking skills were as sharp as a blade, striking directly at the core. Due to a momentary lapse in concentration, Xiao Ying allowed the opponent to exploit a flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Hanyu narrowed down the location, Jiangxia District. To her astonishment, it was not an unfamiliar place. She remembered visiting Jiangxia District a few days prior while accompanying Qin Yuchan to meet their savior. Having achieved fame at a young age and held in high esteem, this was Xiao Ying's first failure, causing her to narrow her eyes slightly. Just as Qin Hanyu was about to further refine the location, the computer's camera light suddenly flickered. Reacting swiftly, he adjusted the computer just enough for the lens to rest against his chest. Xiao Ying caught a glimpse of the man's tailored suit and the alluring black belt accentuating his waist. The opponent sat on a sofa, revealing a corner of an opulently decorated mansion in the background, but she was unable to see his face. Who is this? Xiao Yi inquired. Realizing that the person on screen might hear him, he quickly silenced himself. He cannot hear you, Xiaoying replied. Her gaze fixed on the well-defined right hand resting before the screen, a mole marking the first knuckle of the index finger. Quite intriguing. Qin Yan stood nearby, his eyes widening in disbelief upon realizing that the other party was monitoring them. Without seeing his face, Xiaoying lost interest in the upper half of his form. After discreetly sending the gift, she refrained from further entanglement and returned the phone to Xiao Yi. Is my phone functioning properly now? Xiao Yi rebooted the device, discovering it had returned to normal. Xiao Yi never anticipated that a single post would lead to such a situation. He once again sought confirmation from Xiao Ying regarding the matter of guaranteed admission. Upon receiving a definitive response from Xiao Ying, he promptly deleted the post upon returning to his room. At that moment, the post had garnered over 120,000 likes, with more than 60,000 shares and comments from a myriad of individuals, including a considerable number of foreigners. Xiao Yi felt no remorse. His decision to delete the post was a clear declaration of his stance. Qin Hanyue returned the computer to Qin Yan and inquired. It should be one of those at the top of the list. You have more dealings with them. Can you recognize who it is? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yan replied seriously, based on the technique, it resembles that of the top-ranked X. Yet, he could not contain his inner excitement. The top-ranked X was his idol. Indeed, it bore the hallmark of that individual's style. Solving mathematical problems and posting about them was rather absurd. Qin Hanyue was quite eager to meet this enigmatic genius hacker whose unpredictable methods were utterly unfathomable. He was astonished to discover that this X was not only a hacking prodigy, but also a mathematical genius. Qin Hanyue was entirely convinced that the two were one and the same. Principal Zhang, having listened for quite some time without understanding a word, interjected, "Have you found anything?" Qin Hanyue replied, "There is no need to continue searching. You should return to rest. I can have someone escort you or arrange a room for you." Disappointment clouded Principal Zhang's face. If even Qin Hanyue could not find this individual, then it seemed unlikely that anyone else would. The conditions you proposed are not something the other party lacks. They likely approached this problem out of mere boredom, a desire to showcase their skills, Qin Hanyue remarked. Regardless of whether the individual was X, possessing such exceptional talent and intellect, they would hardly be swayed by the meager conditions proposed by Principal Zhang. Moreover, the X he knew was a free spirit. Principal Zhang reflected on this, realizing that the individual in question was likely far more formidable than the mathematical genius Su Zi, and thus would not be lacking in what he offered. The conditions he had proposed were, in fact, rather petty. Subsequently, Principal Zhang discovered that the post on the forum had been deleted and could not be retrieved no matter how he scrolled. He thought to himself, it appears the other party is upset. The following day at the Qin group, Qin Yan had not slept all night and was conducting the morning meeting with his laptop. This was an update on the latest development of the Blue Ocean Bay Resort. Qin Yan operated his computer, opening a folder, and the information appeared on the massive electronic screen behind Qin Hanyue. The Qin family's enterprises span the globe, touching on multiple sectors, including being the largest real estate conglomerate in the nation. Qin Yuqian was intently focused on the meeting when he glanced up at the electronic screen behind his uncle. Qin Hanyue, upon seeing the content displayed, he exclaimed, "Wow!" The core members in the conference room widened their eyes, each displaying expressions of astonishment as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. Qin Yan, somewhat dazed, was perplexed by the reactions of those around him and turned to see what had drawn their attention. Upon seeing the content behind Qin Hanyue, he nearly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Qin Hanyue toyed with his pen, surveying the astonished faces of the core team, and then shifted in his chair, prompting Qin Yan to awaken from his stupor, flustered as he attempted to close the screen, yet found it impossible to do so. As Qin Hanyue turned around, he was met with the shocking sight of an unclothed couple entwined in a passionate embrace on the screen, an image devoid of any modesty. Being closest to the monitor, the visual impact was overwhelmingly intense. Qin Yan, unable to shut it off, found his computer inexplicably spiraling out of control, with inappropriate images flashing across the electronic display, culminating in an explosive video accompanied by enchanting sounds. Qin Hanyue, thoroughly taken aback, immediately darkened his expression. This was indeed a rather unexpected return gift from Xiaoying. The usually austere conference room now bore a vivid hue, resonating with the intoxicating moans of a woman. Qin Yan, in a state of panic, began to sweat profusely. Qin. President. Cough. Assistant Qin, having such material on a work computer can lead to errors. Please remember to store it elsewhere next time. Qin Yuqian stifled his laughter at the sight of his uncle's darkened countenance, finding the situation oddly amusing. For Qin Yuqian, who had always held a healthy fear of his stern uncle, witnessing him being forced to view adult content in public was a scene he could relish for years to come. My computer has a virus, Qin Yan defended himself. No matter how he tried, he couldn't turn it off. In a moment of desperation, he grabbed the remote control from the table and smashed it against the screen. With a loud bang, The display cracked in the center but remained intact, the volume inexplicably increasing. "I'll pay for it," Qin Yin lamented to Qin Hanyue, his face a mask of despair. "Actually, you just need to turn off the display," Qin Yuchen pointed out. The moment he spoke, Qin Yin felt even more like crying. Following closely behind Qin Hanyue, he had witnessed many scenes, yet this one left him utterly petrified, far more terrifying than being chased by a gunman. He could barely recall what he had just grabbed and forgot to use the remote to turn it off, his sole focus on Qin Hanyue's increasingly dark expression, leading him to the thought of smashing the display. As for why he didn't destroy his own computer, it was because it contained an abundance of crucial data that he couldn't afford to lose. Qin Hanyue naturally understood that the chaos stemmed from the individual from the previous night, and he refrained from chastising Qin Yin for not checking beforehand. "The meeting is adjourned," he stated curtly, rising and striding out of the conference room. Qin Yuchen approached and patted Qin Yin on the shoulder. "Assistant Qin, you're quite brave. It's the first time I've seen my uncle so furious." His uncle had always maintained a commendable demeanor. Qin Yin was on the verge of tears, hastily attempting to cleanse the virus and check his computer, only to discover that all his data had been replaced with inappropriate images and videos. Embracing his computer, he wept profusely. Had he offended his idol? However, he mused that if that individual from the previous night truly was X, he would have to consider switching idols after today's debacle. How ruthless. Chapter 31. Xiao Yi in a brawl. Did you delete the forum post? Xiao Lingling asked, having discovered the absence of the post upon waking, rushing to Xiao Yi's room. Xiao Yi had always known that Xiao Lingling was aware of her account on the Beijing University Mathematics Forum, yet she could not comprehend why. Since Xiao Ying had solved the problem, she did not create her own account to post it, but instead had Xiao Yi do so. At that moment, Xiao Lingling still found it hard to believe that Xiao Ying could solve the problem. "Yes," Xiao Yi replied. "Why? Is there any reason required for this?" Witnessing Xiao Yi's indifference towards her while growing closer to Xiao Ying, Xiao Lingling felt an overwhelming sense of imbalance within. Originally, Xiao Yi's aloof demeanor towards everyone could be tolerated, but what was this? Despite not harboring much affection for this brother, even wishing that her classmates and friends were unaware of her limping brother's existence, she could not bear to see Xiao Yi neglect her in favor of Xiao Ying. Suppressing her inner displeasure, she inquired, "Isn't it said that excelling in the exam guarantees admission to Jingda? Has Xiao Ying really been admitted?" Indeed, she had received private messages from Jingda's president and Su Ziyi, but she had no need for it. She could gain admission on her own merit. As Xiao Yi spoke, she grabbed her backpack and, maneuvering around the obstructing Xiao Lingling, stated, "I'm off to school." Could it be that even Su Ziyi had messaged her? Xiao Lingling, ever ambitious, had always aspired to attend Jingda to meet the mathematical prodigy Su Ziyi, even when almost every girl in school adored the school heartthrob Su Mingchen. She actually turned him down. Xiao Lingling's disbelief widened her eyes, her voice sharp with incredulity, her heart twisted with a frantic jealousy. "Are you not boasting? Such a sensational event. How could the president of Jingda not come personally?" "Believe it or not," Xiao Yi replied, slinging her bag over her shoulder as she bypassed Xiao Lingling, clenching her teeth in frustration. Xiao Lingling increasingly felt that Xiao Yi and the transformed Xiao Ying were strikingly similar, both eliciting a deep-seated disdain within her. Not in a rush to leave, Xiao Lingling waited until they had departed for work and school, leaving the house empty, before she began rummaging through Xiao Yi's desk, cluttered with books. She even opened the drawers, discovering inside a new phone that Xiao Ying had purchased for Xiao Yi. Picking it up, she gazed at the model that was far more exquisite than the advertisements, contrasting it with the crumbling, outdated phone she had bought 2 years ago for 800 yuan. Feeling an urge to crush the phone in her hands, regaining her composure, she attempted to unlock Xiao Yi's phone. After a failed first attempt, she succeeded using the lock pattern from Xiao Yi's old phone. Upon entering the forum, she was greeted by an overwhelming influx of private messages, with users reverently praising Xiao Ying as a deity, igniting a fiery jealousy that reddened her eyes. She located the private message from the Jingda president to Xiao Yi, where generous offers of housing and a car were presented, all of which Xiao Yi had declined with a single phrase. It truly was as Xiao Yi had stated. She then found Su Ziyi's message, where Su almost pleaded for a mere 5 minutes of conversation, causing her hands to tremble with mounting insanity. Yet, she held it together. Noticing a critical detail, Xiao Yi had never disclosed that the problem was solved by Xiao Ying. The president of Jingda and Su Ziyi did not even know whether this genius was male or female. Thus, she resumed her search for the draft notebook, her movements bordering on neurotic. Finally, beneath a pile of math problems, she uncovered it. Flipping it open, she found the complete solution process of that problem, 6 pages in total, identical to the image Xiao Yi had posted online. Xiao Lingling was elated, her excitement causing her breath to quicken. A smile crept across her lips, her eyes sparkling with a manic gleam. "Have you heard?" The homeroom teacher and math instructor of Class 8 have both resigned. Resigned? I have heard whispers of expulsion and that the mathematics teacher's teaching credentials have been revoked. Is this a jest? To expel a student on the mere accusation of cheating and to revoke a teacher's qualifications? Moreover, the validity of these accusations remains uncertain. Can anyone truly believe that Xiao Ying, a struggling student, could outperform Su Mingchen? This is no idle talk. My uncle works in the Education Bureau and has informed me that the mayor has exerted pressure. Recently, they have convened meetings throughout the day concerning the alleged cheating incident involving the student, and there are even whispers of deeper intrigues. Not only the teachers, but my uncle suspects that Fang Bapi may also face dire consequences. The mayor? Such bravado. Do you truly believe this matter falls within the mayor's jurisdiction? Do you think Xiao Ying is a relative of his? Even the mayor's own daughter would not receive such preferential treatment. Yet, perhaps there is indeed a connection, otherwise. Why would Fang Bapi have the audacity to apologize before the entire school? If you think the root of this issue lies solely in the wrongful accusation of cheating, consider that Xiao Ying was in the principal's office with all the school leaders for nearly an hour that day. Who knows what transpired? The police arrived afterward. Could it merely be a case of wrongful accusation? Additionally, I have heard from several students that they saw Xiao Ying conversing with an impeccably dressed and strikingly handsome man. Could Xiao Ying possess some hidden background? Humph, we shall see. This matter is far from over. As a fortunate observer standing in the corridor during the punishment, I caught a glimpse of this gentleman you speak of. To be candid, even I, as a male, found him handsome. His presence exuded an undeniable allure from afar. What transpired in the principal's office that day? Su Mingchen sat at his desk, diligently solving problems. With the impending college entrance examination, the atmosphere had always been tense. Yet in light of Xiao Ying's situation, the class buzzed with an unprecedented liveliness, with students engrossed in gossip rather than their studies. Amidst the fervent discussions and myriad speculations, Su Mingchen recalled his encounter with Feng Tong beneath the principal's office, along with the well-dressed man who stirred boundless curiosity among the female students. The fervor surrounding this incident lingered in the school for several days, but as its intensity began to wane, students gradually redirected their focus to their studies. However, on the day of the flag-raising ceremony that Monday, they were taken aback to find that their principal had been replaced. The new principal, amiable and resembling a benevolent Buddha, was the former vice principal of No. 6 High School, now appointed as the principal of their school. Once again, the classrooms erupted with chatter. From teachers and administrators to security guards and cafeteria staff, none were unaware of Xiao Ying from Class 8. Hey Xiao Yi, is there any truth to what they say? Does your plump sister truly have significant connections? I've noticed your recent attire is rather extravagant, and it seems you've even acquired the latest and most expensive phone. Did your family come into money, or has your sister befriended a wealthy individual? Do share with us. If your family has indeed prospered, perhaps your leg can finally be treated? I've observed that it has been limping for years. Can it truly be healed? Strangely enough, your sister seems to have shed some weight. I saw her this morning, and she appeared considerably slimmer. To be honest, she looks quite lovely now, and in time, she may become even more beautiful. No wonder she has connections with affluent and influential individuals. Oh dear, trouble has arisen. There has been a fight among the second-year students. Who is involved? Unclear. It appears to stem from a dispute, which escalated quite violently, resulting in bloodshed, prompting the arrival of ambulances and police cars. I heard that the boy who initiated the altercation is an academic prodigy, renowned for his exceptional grades. The one who was assaulted hails from a family of considerable influence, and this top student may find himself in dire straits. It seems the aggressor provoked him with some unkind words before resorting to violence. They are both from the same class. The assailant is said to have a limp, likely a target of mockery regarding his physical condition. In the midst of this, Xiao Ying, who had been resting her eyes, opened them. The taunts were not limited to the boy's limp. There were also insinuations regarding his sister's reputation. Initially, it was a one-on-one confrontation, but as the assaulted boy struggled against his opponent, he summoned a few friends to join in the fray. Chapter 32. Xiao Ying, are you bullying my brother because there's no one at home? Or is this the principal's office? This time, however, the atmosphere was markedly more chaotic, with a throng of onlookers gathered. The participants in the scuffle stood at the back, while the most severely injured sat in a chair, a nurse attending to him with alcohol for basic treatment. He grimaced in pain, gasping and shooting a defiant glance at Xiao Yi, who stood alone. Do you even know what you're doing? A lavishly dressed woman forcibly pulled the nurse aside and shouted at the doctor beside her. I'm paying for this. Why are you letting these interns tend to my son's injuries? If anything happens to him, I swear I'll make sure your hospital closes. Her eyes blazed with fury. The doctor hurriedly took the tweezers from the nurse's hands to attend to the boy's wounds himself. Miss, please attend to this child's injury. The new principal, Zhang Shiyun, whose visage resembled that of a serene Buddha, beckoned to the nurse who had been dismissed. I'm paying for your services. Do you dare to treat him? The woman retorted aggressively towards the nurse. Then, she turned her murderous gaze towards Xiao Yi, raising her hand once more, ready to strike. You ungrateful wretch. How dare you assault my son? Fortunately, Zhang Shouyun and several teachers restrained her. Let go of me. Do you even know what my husband does? Do you all want to jeopardize your futures? Madam, you've heard the details of the incident. While Xiao Yi's actions were indeed inappropriate, your child was at fault first. If you resort to violence now, the situation will escalate. Zhang Shouyun urged. Escalate. Let me tell you, I'll cripple this little brat right in front of you, and let us see who can stop me. This woman's words were reckless, a harbinger of disaster. Rest assured, I will handle this matter fairly, without bias towards anyone, and provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Perhaps we should first send the children to the hospital? And what about these bodyguards you've brought? Zhang Shouyun indicated towards the woman's entourage. Shouldn't they leave to avoid frightening the children? Unexpectedly, the woman pointed a finger at Zhang Shouyun, her eyes narrowing sharply. You're the new principal, aren't you? Did you even bother to investigate my background before your appointment? My husband is the chairman of the Shanshui Group. Believe me, I can have you packing your things in no time. Zhang Shouyun remained unfazed. He had been appointed by Feng Tong, who had significant backing, and it seemed that Feng Tong was connected to powerful figures as well. Unable to communicate with the other party, Zhang Shouyun felt disinclined to engage in conversation. Noticing that Xiao Yi had difficulty standing, he brought over a chair for her. However, Xiao Yi did not sit down. When will your parents arrive? Zhang Shouyun inquired kindly, gazing at her. After a moment, Xiao Yi replied, My father is at work and cannot come. What about your mother? She is away on a trip. Today. Li Lilian abruptly informed them that a relative from her family was getting married, insisting that Xiao Lingling, who was about to take her college entrance exams, take the day off to attend the wedding. Xiao Yi thought to herself, thank goodness they are not in Yun City right now. Otherwise, things would be even more chaotic. Just as Zhang Shouyun was about to say something else, Xiao Yi interjected, I will bear any issues alone. Zhang Shouyun nodded with a smile, appreciating her spirit. Such a little man. What are you all standing around for? Did my husband pay you to watch a show? Why aren't you teaching this boy a lesson? The woman shouted at several bodyguards, pointing at Xiao Yi. Are you deaf? Do you not want to work anymore? A boy pushed the doctor aside and shouted at his bodyguards, pointing at Xiao Yi. At that moment, the door behind the boy was pushed open. In the next instant, the boy was kicked hard in the back, crashing to the ground along with his chair with a loud thud. The kick felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. The boy thought he had been struck by a boulder, his back feeling as though it had been fractured. He fell heavily to the ground, unable to move for a while. The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, they saw a girl in a school uniform. The woman screamed and rushed over to check on her son. Xiao Ying, with her hands in her pockets, glanced at the boy on the ground. Can't even bark properly. She then leisurely walked over to Xiao Yi. Your strike needs work. You must practice. Seeing her sister, Xiao Yi's pent-up feelings of grievance and fear suddenly overwhelmed him, his nose tinged with bitterness and his eyes reddening. Sister, he croaked. He was merely a 16-year-old boy, who had always been quiet and studious. Encountering such a situation for the first time, especially against the backdrop of the chairman's husband and bodyguards, how could he not be frightened? Unable to hold back his tears, Xiao Yi turned his head away, but Xiao Ying still caught sight of it. He fought to suppress his tears. Sister, I've caused trouble. Xiao Yi felt an intense sense of regret. He understood that the consequences of his impulsive actions were beyond what his family could bear. The other party was wealthy and powerful, and it could potentially affect his two sisters, who were about to take their college entrance exams. With his sister backing him, he no longer felt isolated. Yet he felt as helpless as a child who had done something wrong. However, Xiao Ying smiled gently at him, her tone light and carefree. It's no big deal. Even if you blew this up today, I could handle it for you. This classmate, how could you strike someone? Zhang Shouyun hurried over to check on the boy's condition. The other school leaders, upon seeing Xiao Ying, reacted as if they had encountered a formidable presence, thinking, how is it her again? They quickly ran to inform Zhang Shouyun. That is Xiao Ying. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shouyun immediately turned to look. Indeed, it was Xiao Ying. He had been too preoccupied with the boy taking the beating to notice her closely. How did Xiao Ying get involved in this again? Zhang Shouyun glanced at Xiao Ying and then at Xiao Yi, promptly realizing that they were siblings. Feng Tong had only instructed him to look after Xiao Ying, not her entire family, and as he had just assumed his position today, he was unaware that Xiao Yi was her brother. Discovering that Xiao Yi was indeed Xiao Ying's brother made the situation much simpler. Son, my dear son, how are you? Quickly, tell your mother. The woman cried out frantically. Doctor, why aren't you rushing over to check on my son? The mother clutched her child, shouting loudly, and then turned to the bodyguards. Why are you all standing there? Beat her to a pulp. If she dies, it's on my conscience. Seeing their employer's son being harmed, the bodyguards Without a moment's hesitation, charged toward Xiao Ying, plunging the scene into chaos. Sister. Xiao Yi immediately positioned himself in front of his sister, just as a fist was hurled toward him. Before he could react, Xiao Ying yanked him aside, and in an instant, the assailant was sent flying. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Xiao Ying swiftly subdued several trained bodyguards, leaving them sprawled on the ground. When the dust settled, 7 or 8 men lay groaning in pain. Meanwhile, Xiao Ying stood confidently with her hands comfortably tucked in her pockets. The boys standing at the back were left dumbfounded, as if they were watching an action movie. The school leaders, who had been anxiously concerned for Xiao Ying's safety, were caught off guard, failing to comprehend the unfolding events before chaos erupted in front of them. Xiao Ying, stepping on a baseball bat that one of the bodyguards had somehow acquired, deftly flicked it up and caught it with ease. She approached the mother and son, towering over them with a cold, scrutinizing gaze. Isn't he nearly 18? Still calling for his mother in such a commotion, she remarked, surveying the crowd. The boys who met her gaze were rendered speechless, too frightened to utter a sound. Are you bullying my brother because there's no one at home? Chapter 33 Xiao Ying. I have a short temper, called Qin. You wretched girl, how dare you strike my son? Today, both you and your crippled brother, your entire family, will pay the price. The woman's face twisted with malice, as if she wished to consume Xiao Ying and Xiao Yi whole. In a flash, Xiao Ying tightened her grip on the baseball bat, a fierce glint flashing across her delicate features. In the next moment, she swung the bat toward the woman's head. Gasps filled the air as the crowd reacted in shock. A few timid boys even covered their eyes. Xiao Yi was taken aback, wanting to intervene, but it was too late. The bat halted a mere centimeter from the woman's cheek. The onlookers held their breath, mouths agape, relieved that a gruesome scene had been averted. Tension palpable as they swallowed hard. In that instant, the woman was rendered speechless, her mind blank with fear. The rush of wind from the swinging bat brushed her face, leaving her wide-eyed, and her legs buckled, causing her to collapse to the ground, motionless. Observing the woman, who was clearly terrified beyond belief, Xiao Ying's lips curled into a slight smirk, her eyes sparkling with the mischievous delight of a child who had successfully pulled off a prank. Just when everyone thought the situation was under control, Xiao Ying suddenly turned and struck the knee of the boy cradled in the woman's arms with a resounding blow. The sound of a bone breaking resonated clearly in the ears of all present, accompanied by the boys' agonizing screams that reverberated to the very depths of their souls, leaving everyone feeling a chilling dread, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The boy collapsed to the ground, shrieking in hysteria, gasping for breath as sweat poured from his brow. The woman erupted into a series of desperate screams, calling out for her son, terrified to touch his leg, and frantically beckoning for a doctor. The group of boys who had joined in the bullying of Xiao Yi had never witnessed such a scene. They watched in horror as the boy writhed in pain, his eyes rolling back as if he might faint yet remained painfully conscious, emitting cries of unbearable agony. Glancing at the frenzied woman, they recoiled in fear, some collapsing onto the ground, staring wide-eyed at the terrifying figure of Xiao Ying. Regaining a moment's breath, the boy clutched his mother's arm in fear, tears streaming down his face as he wailed, "Mom, it hurts. My leg is broken. I'm going to be disabled. It hurts so much." Xiao Ying spoke with a nonchalant tone. Since you have such disdain for the disabled, you might as well experience the taste of being disabled yourself. The woman, her eyes ablaze with fury, screamed at the bodyguards, "Call Chun Jianping right now. Have him bring people here." With a crazed expression, she glared back at Xiao Ying. "I swear I will beat you to death today." The towering bodyguard struggled to rise from the ground, baffled by how such a petite girl could wield such force. Xiao Yi, anxious and apprehensive, watched the bodyguard on the phone. "I'll tell you, my husband knows people in the underworld. None of you here will escape today." The woman hissed, pointing viciously at the school leaders. The situation escalated, leaving Zhang Shouyun feeling increasingly uncertain. This woman's husband, Chun Jianping, had been named an outstanding entrepreneur in Yun City last year. Even Feng Tung would have to show him respect. Now that Chun Jianping's son had been grievously injured, the school could very well face demolition. Even if Feng Tung had connections, they would only protect Xiao Ying and her brother, indifferent to his fate. At that moment, Zhang Shouyun was at a loss for what to do, when a faint, almost imperceptible laugh broke the tension. He turned to see Xiao Ying, casually resting the baseball bat on her shoulder, one hand in her pocket. Her posture, seemingly relaxed, exuded an undeniable air of defiance and authority. "Connected to the underworld? Please, enlighten me. Let us see if I recognize anyone," Xiao Ying mused. In this small town of Yun City, she doubted she would know anyone. Yet it was possible that someone from her past might be involved. "You little wretch, even at death's door, you dare to speak bravely. Soon, you'll realize your fate." The woman gritted her teeth, wishing she could charge at her if only she were capable. With the baseball bat pointed at the woman, Xiao Ying raised an eyebrow, offering a sardonic warning. If you don't want to end up like your son, you'd best mind your words. With a stoic expression, Xiaoying declared, I have a bad temper. Her temper had indeed led her to accidentally discharge her weapon on more than one occasion. The woman, confronted by the baseball bat menacingly thrust towards her face, hesitated to act defiantly. Noticing the sudden compliance, Xiaoying turned to Zhang Shouyun and asked, Was it Feng Tong who arranged for you to come? Call him. Zhang Shouyun, unsure of how to proceed, instinctively retrieved her phone to call Feng Tong, oblivious to the fact that Xiaoying had referred to him by his full name. Feng Tong. The woman glanced at Xiaoying, thinking, how could this be? A cripple and a schoolgirl couldn't possibly be connected to Feng Tong. At that moment, Zhang Shouyun addressed the person on the other end, Mayor Feng. Mayor? Xiaoyi, struggling to keep pace with the unfolding events, instinctively turned her attention towards the source of the voice. Xiaoying reached out to take the phone. Mayor Feng, it's me. My brother was attacked by some students at school, and their parents are wealthy and influential. They've come to the school threatening to kill my brother and me. How should we handle this? Xiaoying was unaccustomed to addressing a middle-aged man she had met only once with such formality. Even in her past life as Blood Shadow, she had often commanded respect from those significantly older than herself. Xiaoying switched the call to speaker mode. Everyone present could hear Feng Tang's booming voice erupt from the other end. How outrageous. Such a gang operates under my jurisdiction. Unbelievable. Miss Jiao, are you alright? Where are you right now? I will immediately send people to ensure your and your brother's safety. I am coming over right now. I must see what audacity these people have to act so lawlessly. She claimed her husband is the chairman of the Shanshui Group and has connections, Xiaoying added, prompting a frown from Feng Tong. The woman on the ground smirked at Feng Tong's silence on the other end, sneering, now you know who you've offended, don't you? Let me tell you, it's too late. Even Feng Tong has to respect my husband when he sees him. Think you're so capable? Keep calling for help. I want to see what significant figures you can summon to protect you. Nowadays, even the most insignificant people dare to call themselves Miss. Zhang Shouyun thought to herself that it seemed Feng Tong's backing was not as formidable as Chen Jianpei's. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi had shifted his focus away from the puzzling connection between his sister and a high-ranking official, especially when the mayor respectfully addressed Xiao Ying as Miss Qiao. He held his breath, anxiously fixated on the phone in Xiao Ying's hand, fearful that his entire family might suffer due to his actions. Unexpectedly, after a brief silence, Feng Tong scoffed, Humph, Shanshui Group. Chen Jianpei had better not harm you or your family, Miss Qiao. Otherwise, I assure you, he and his company will face dire consequences. Just wait, I'll be there shortly. This matter does not require your personal involvement. Simply call Chairman Chen. If that proves ineffective, then contact someone named Qin. Given that Qin Yuchan had been so considerate as to have Feng Ting look out for her, Xiaoying felt no need for formality. She was not one to hold back. Furthermore, just a few days prior, the Qin family had intrusively accessed Xiao Yi's phone, leaving Xiaoying in a rather unpleasant mood. Chapter 34. Xiaoying, do I lack a few billion from you? Qin. At the mention of the surname, Feng Tong felt a jolt of surprise, nearly dropping his phone. What is the relationship between Xiao Ying and the Qin family? How dare she address Qin Hanyue as Qin? Upon learning that the individual was Chun Jianpei from Shanshui Group, Feng Ting found himself in a predicament. Naturally, he wished to avoid offending anyone. Yet now, it appeared that one Shanshui Group was of little consequence. Furthermore, my brother allowed them to strike him. If there were no repercussions, that would be ideal. However, I cannot guarantee my response should things escalate. I mention this so everyone may be prepared. As she uttered the final phrase, her gaze instinctively swept over the mother and child on the ground. Xiaoying promptly ended the call and tossed her phone back to Zhang Shouyun. She then addressed the woman, instructing her to summon everyone she could. She would not allow them to claim she was the bully. Do not rejoice too soon, regardless of whether you have Feng Tong or anyone else behind you. Even if it costs me everything today, I swear I shall not let you escape. The woman, accustomed to her family's wealth and influence, had long been brazen and unafraid. Xiaoying proclaimed, let us see then. Chairman Chun Jianpei of Shanshui Group arrived more swiftly than anticipated, accompanied by 2 bodyguards and an assistant, bursting in with urgency. The woman, distressed by her son's weeping, immediately leaped to her feet upon seeing her husband, exclaiming furiously, your son's wife is on the verge of being killed. Where have you been all this time? Hurry and have this little wretch and the cripple dealt with. The woman, with a fierce countenance, shouted at her husband while pointing at Xiaoying. To her astonishment, she was met with a resounding slap from her husband. The blow not only stunned her, but also left everyone present bewildered. In disbelief, the woman stood frozen, only to frantically attempt to claw at Chen Jianpei, who warned her with a fierce glare, behave yourself. The woman, now paralyzed with fear, ceased her movements. What has happened to my son? Chen Jianpei disregarded his wife and urgently inquired of the doctor attending to his son. The doctor replied, Preliminary diagnosis indicates a comminuted fracture. We will need to take x-rays at the hospital to ascertain the extent of the bone damage. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianping slapped his wife again, gritting his teeth. I warned you repeatedly not to misuse my name recklessly. There are always greater forces beyond our understanding. Today, your foolishness has finally led to catastrophe. If it weren't for your ignorance, our son would not have suffered such a fate. How severe could a schoolyard brawl be? At worst, it would result in superficial injuries. Now, not only had his son become a cripple, but both he and the company might face ruin as well. Seeing his son in excruciating pain, Chen Jianping composed himself and approached Xiaoying. Miss Qiao, I presume? I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of my son and my wife. I am truly sorry for failing to teach them properly. Please, I implore you to exercise mercy and spare the Chen family. I would be eternally grateful. Xiaoying glanced at Chen Jianping's outstretched hand, but did not move. He withdrew his hand, assessing Xiaoyi. Upon entering, his immediate concern had been for Xiaoying. Seeing she was uninjured, he wiped his brow in relief. Now, noticing Xiaoyi was not gravely harmed either, he felt a slight easing of tension. Please, state how you wish for me to compensate you, and I shall comply without hesitation. Xiaoying replied, do you truly believe I lack the few billion you possess? Chen Jianping was momentarily rendered speechless. If Niling could persuade Xiaoying to spare them, he would do so without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. I shall arrange for my son to transfer schools, ensuring he departs from Yun City and never appears before you or your brother again. Furthermore, I will clarify to the entire school that he instigated the conflict, ensuring no adverse repercussions for your brother. Please, instruct me on any further actions required. Xiaoying glanced at the woman, who moments ago had radiated arrogance, now cowering with her face covered like an ostrich. A mere apology would not be excessive, would it? Chen Jianping immediately summoned his bodyguards to hoist the nearly unconscious boy from the ground, disregarding his cries of pain as he thrust him before Xiaoyi to apologize. I am sorry, Xiaoyi, I am truly sorry. The boy's tears flowed uncontrollably, his despair palpable. Chen Jianping then dragged his wife over, compelling her to apologize to Xiaoying and her brother. Is this acceptable? He inquired. What say you? Xiaoying directed her question towards Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, having recognized his sister's gaze, finally regained some semblance of reasoning. He said, Sister, let it be. The boys, belatedly aware of the situation, froze in place under Xiaoying's scrutiny, their legs trembling, utterly at a loss for words of apology or plea. At this moment, Zhang Shouyun stepped forward, stating, Very well. Each of you shall compose a 3,000-word reflection to be recited before the entire school tomorrow, in addition to receiving a demerit. Should such behavior occur again, expulsion will follow. The boys nodded vigorously, their eyes fixed on Xiaoying, terrified that the next blow could be for them. Seeing that Xiaoying said nothing, they interpreted it as tacit approval, and Zhang Shouyun waved them away. The boys fled, one of them so weak-kneed that he clung to a classmate's clothing, imploring them to assist him in leaving. Come, I shall take you to the infirmary, Xiaoying instructed Xiaoyi before stepping forward. Xiaoyi followed closely behind. Each step a struggle. The school leaders watched the siblings depart, exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Wait, Xiaoying said to her brother. Then turned back to Zhang Shouyun, saying, Principal Zhang, may I request a 2-day leave? No problem at all. I shall approve it shortly, Zhang Shouyun replied swiftly, appreciating her politeness and asking for leave. Once the siblings departed, the school leaders looked at one another, momentarily speechless. From the moment Xiaoying single-handedly incapacitated several professional bodyguards, they began to perceive the world as something fantastical. Subsequently, she shattered the kneecap of the young heir of the Shanshui group before their very eyes, followed by her conversation with Feng Teng, and finally, Chen Jianping's demeanor. Each of them, approaching their 50s, bearing various ailments such as hypertension, found it increasingly difficult to withstand the relentless waves of shock. Among them, Zhang Shouyun exhibited greater resilience, pondering, who is this Qin? What manner of Qin could provoke such reckless abandon in Feng Teng, instilling palpable fear in the esteemed chairman of the Shanshui group? It was a thought Zhang Shouyun dared not fully entertain. Chapter 35. Xiaoying. I can heal your leg. Qin Hanyue. Did you break someone's leg? Xiaoying escorted Xiaoyi to the school infirmary to tend to his wounds. Blood trickled from his face and nose, his eyes were swollen, and a bruise marred his forehead, while his body bore numerous contusions. Yet, for someone like Xiaoying, renowned globally as the illustrious healer Dr. Seeley, accustomed to the harshest of training since childhood, such injuries were trivial, hardly warranting a visit to the hospital. Xiaoyi swallowed 2 anti-inflammatory pills, cradling a steaming cup. Quietly seated beside the infirmary bed, occasionally lost in thought, he would steal glances at Xiaoying, contemplating deeply. Are you frightened? Xiaoying inquired. He immediately lifted his gaze to meet hers. Xiao Ying, arms crossed, leaned lazily against the doorframe, embodying a demeanor unlike any he had witnessed in her over the past decade. He hesitated, words caught in his throat. Did seeing me break someone's leg terrify you? No, Xiao Yi quickly replied. Then what is it? He simply had an abundance of questions, unsure where to begin. So he opted for the one that weighed most heavily on his mind. Sister, is this matter truly resolved? Xiao Ying replied, what? Do you regret not dealing with the others? Xiao Yi was perplexed by her violent tendencies and unconventional thinking, failing to grasp her intent. No, I mean, they want to trouble us again, right? We're safe now, aren't we? Mom and Dad want to find out. I told you, even if you blew it all up today, I could handle it. I never make empty promises. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yi finally recalled another question. Sister, do you know our mayor? Not well. Then how come? Our kind mayor is always eager to help. Isn't that a blessing for the people of Yunqing? Why bother explaining that it's Qin Yuchan's intention? A person with whom one would never intersect in the future hardly warranted such elaborate discourse. Any more questions? Yes. Sister, how did you become so skilled in fighting? When did you learn? I never knew. There are many things you don't know. You will learn in due course. Xiao Yi nodded, somewhat understanding. Not going to ask anymore. He shook his head, then asked, Sister, where are you going on leave? I'm heading to the capital to fetch something. To the capital for something? Xiao Yi was puzzled. His elder sister had never ventured beyond Jiangxia district. How could there be anything awaiting her in the capital? Before he could utter another word, Xiao Ying suddenly bent down, reaching to tug at the hem of his left trouser leg. Xiao Yi startled, as though trespassing upon forbidden territory, and sprang to his feet. His reaction was intense. His movements exaggerated, causing some water to spill from the cup. He tensed up, asking, What are you going to do, sister? His expression changed as he turned slightly, concealing his left foot behind him, his body bristling with defensiveness, as if Zhou Ying intended to do more than merely touch his pant leg, but rather to strip him of his clothing. Let me see your foot, Zhou Ying asserted directly, her tone imbued with an unwavering dominance. Such was her nature. She possessed no understanding or regard for social niceties, eschewing flattery and insincerity. When disagreements arose, she preferred to silence others through force, revealing a far colder disposition than the world perceived. I don't need to. My foot isn't injured, he replied. What I wish to see is an old wound. Upon hearing Zhou Ying's words, Xiao Yi immediately turned his gaze toward her. Ever since he had become disabled, he had enveloped himself tightly, regardless of the season. Even in the sweltering heat of summer, he stubbornly refrained from wearing shorts, opting instead for long pants that concealed even his ankles. He avoided basketball courts, steering clear of crowds, preferring to endure physical punishment rather than allow anyone to pull up his pant leg. To Xiao Yi, maintaining distance from people and situations was paramount. Yet he unexpectedly felt warmth emanating from Zhou Ying, the only person he trusted. However, he was now being asked to reveal his scars by someone who understood how much it meant to him. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, he furrowed his brow, gripping the fabric of his pants tightly, remaining silent for what seemed like an eternity. Zhou Ying observed the hurt in his eyes without uttering a word, simply watching him in silence. After a moment, Xiao Yi sat down, wordlessly rolling up his pant leg, his grip on the fabric so tight that his knuckles turned white. Zhou Ying noticed this and raised an eyebrow slightly, increasingly convinced that her newly acquired brother's temperament suited her well. Is it very ugly? Xiao Yi thought to himself, biting his teeth, wondering if he might frighten her. Zhou Ying crouched down for a closer look, then suddenly grasped his calf. Xiao Yi's pupils dilated in shock. Before he could decide whether to flee or inquire what Zhou Ying intended, she stated, the muscle atrophy isn't severe, it can be treated. Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned, looking at Zhou Ying with an expression of disbelief. What did you say? I said I can treat it, Zhou Ying replied, pulling down his pant leg and asking. Do you trust me? The doctor said, just answer me. Do you trust me? Xiao Yi regarded Zhou Ying, whose demeanor remained composed, seemingly unfazed even if the sky were to collapse. I do. Though he could not believe he could return to being a normal person, he believed in Zhou Ying. Tomorrow, I will go to the capital and bring you some medicine. If the treatment goes smoothly, by the end of the year, your foot will be like that of a normal person. Xiao Yi gazed at Zhou Ying, his face betraying little reaction. Yet internally, a storm surged within him. Feng Tong, unable to quell his concern, had come personally, although he was aware that the one assisting them was none other than the mayor of Yun City. Seeing the prominent figure from the television news standing before him, engaging in polite conversation with Zhou Ying, felt surreal to Xiao Yi. He was too nervous to speak freely. Observing Feng Tong's respect and warmth toward Zhou Ying, it became clear that her claims of Feng Tong being merely kind-hearted were far from the truth. After Feng Tong departed from the school, he promptly retrieved his mobile phone to make a call. At first, Qin Yan struggled to recall who Feng Tong was upon seeing his name. Fortunately, he had noted a few additional words indicating that he was the mayor of Yun City. Feng Tong, not wishing to take credit, was merely seeking to establish his presence and enhance his likability. Adroitly, he began with an apology for not taking better care of Xiao Ying. This tactic of retreating by advancing was one he had mastered. Xiao Ying was the savior of Qin Yuqian, who had specifically instructed to protect her diligently. Thus Qin Yin did not dare to underestimate the situation. He resolved to discuss this matter with Qin Hanyue when he became available. Did you break someone's leg? Qin Hanyue lifted his gaze, intrigued by the audacity of such a fierce girl capable of such brutality. Indeed, Qin Yin responded, equally astonished. It seemed she possessed some martial arts skills. Otherwise, how could a girl manage to break a boy's leg? To Qin Yan's surprise, Qin Hanyue brought up this girl, leaving him utterly bewildered, and he could only respond awkwardly. Perhaps she has learned some taekwondo or something similar. Qin Hanyue inquired. Did she not convey any messages to us this time? There should be none, Qin Yin replied. Lingering a moment longer, casting a glance at Qin Hanyue, hesitating to speak further. What is it you wish to say? Qin Hanyue asked, lowering his gaze to the documents. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yin articulated his thoughts. Mr. Qin, do you think this girl might act without restraint, relying on the support of the Qin family and Feng Tung in the future? Qin Hanyue coolly countered. What? Is Yu Qin's life not worth that price? A sudden jolt of realization struck Qin Yin, understanding he had misspoken, and he hurriedly clarified. That was not my intention. I merely meant that today it was the Mountain Water Group. But what about next time? I simply worry that if we continuously clean up after her, it may create unnecessary repercussions for you and the Qin family. Qin Hanyue replied. So you believe our family should be ungrateful towards a life-saving benefactor? No, Qin Yin stammered, frightened into silence. She does not seem to be one who seeks trouble. Even if she were to stir up a significant issue, do you think I, Qin Hanyue, would be unable to manage it? No matter how clever and bold she may be, in a small place like Yun City, she cannot stir up much of a storm. You are overestimating her. Qin Hanyue glanced at him. Now, go attend to your duties. The following day, Xiao Ying arrived in the capital. Upon exiting the airport, she hailed a taxi directly to her destination. Ming Shantang, a renowned Chinese medicine clinic, was well known throughout the nation. The esteemed Master Ming, a national treasure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, held a pivotal position within the medical community. As soon as she entered, Xiao Ying was enveloped by the familiar aroma of medicinal herbs. Behind the long counter, two massive brown-red medicine shelves stood, meticulously organized. The clinic was expansive, and a young apprentice was preparing herbs. Upon noticing a customer, he looked up and asked, Are you here for a consultation or to collect medicine? To collect medicine, Xiao Ying replied, producing a prescription. It was for Xiao Yi. The apprentice took the prescription and noticed several potent ingredients. He inquired, which doctor prescribed this? What is it for? It's for promoting blood circulation and unblocking blood vessels, Xiao Ying casually mentioned. How old is the patient? What symptoms does he have? The young apprentice pressed further. Is Master Ming not present in the clinic? Xiao Ying countered. The apprentice regarded her for a moment before responding. Please wait a moment. Holding the prescription, I ventured into the innermost tea room. After a while, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit emerged, clutching the prescription. Is this prescription yours? He inquired. Without hesitation, Xiao Ying replied. Just tell me if these herbs are for sale. Indeed, they are, he responded. But do you comprehend the rarity and value of the 200-year-old wild ginseng on this prescription? It is something that cannot be purchased even with wealth. Since I am here, I am well aware of what your esteemed establishment has to offer. Just state your price, she insisted. The middle-aged man grinned, raising a finger, then unfurling his entire hand. 15 million for one. How about it? Do you have enough money? Xiao Ying gazed at him, her eyes narrowing slightly. 15 million? This item is indeed worth that price. But is that the price set by Ming Lao or by you? The middle-aged man was not the Ming Lao Xiao Ying sought, regardless of who set the price. Just tell me if you can afford it. I am in urgent need, Xiao Ying stated, seemingly reminding him of something. What a joke. Who doesn't buy exorbitantly priced medicine out of necessity? The middle-aged man discerned that Xiao Ying was no ordinary individual, despite her plain attire. Her aura suggested she was of refined background, likely a wealthy young lady sent to procure medicine for her family. Xiao Ying cast a glance at him, but offered no reply. Instead, she addressed the young apothecary. I have an appointment with Ming Lao. She glanced at the clock on the wall. Where is he? Is it Miss Chiao? The young apothecary perused the appointment list. Yes. Ming Lao was on his way here, but received an emergency case. He should be back shortly. Would you like to wait for him here? Very well. The middle-aged man interjected. Tell me, young lady, are you here to purchase medicine or to seek treatment? Upon learning of Xiao Ying's appointment with Ming Lao, he placed the prescription on the counter, frowning with displeasure. You needn't trouble yourself. I will acquire the medicine from Ming Lao. What do you mean by that? Do you believe there is an issue with what I am selling or with the price I have set? The middle-aged man thought to himself that he had misjudged her. revealing her to be a less affluent individual than he anticipated. Xiaoying cast a sidelong glance at him, a semblance of a smile playing on her lips. If you are uncertain about any issues, you may inquire with Ming Lao upon his return. The middle-aged man's expression darkened immediately. He tossed the prescription aside, exclaiming, "How dare you cause a disturbance in my Ming Shantang?" He then turned to the young apothecary. "What are you dawdling for? Have her thrown out. If she dares to create a scene, send her to the police station." "What is happening here?" A voice of authority resonated at the entrance. An elderly man with a distinguished appearance and a white beard, embodying the essence of a benevolent healer, entered. It was Ming Lao, the very person Xiaoying sought. His arrival effectively quelled any thoughts Xiaoying had of resorting to violence in the establishment. "Miss Qiao?" Ming Lao approached, scrutinizing her with uncertainty, assessing her presence. "Yes. I am here to collect something and to procure medicine." Upon recognizing Xiaoying, Ming Lao promptly inquired of the two security guards behind her, "What are you doing?" "These are my guests." The guards exchanged glances between Ming Lao and the middle-aged man, and under the latter's subtle signal, they discreetly retreated to their posts. "I have prepared what you requested. I shall present it to you shortly," Ming Lao said, patting the vintage wooden medicine chest carried by his assistant. "What medication do you need? I can procure it for you." "No need. I cannot afford it," Xiaoying replied with a wry smile, her gaze deliberately drifting towards the middle-aged man. The latter's expression shifted slightly, returning her look with a warning. Ming Lao furrowed his brow. The price of traditional Chinese medicine varied greatly, from a few dollars to several thousand for a prescription. Although the latter was indeed steep for the average person, Xiaoying was seeking something valued at nearly 3 million. How could she possibly claim she could not afford it? "Do you have a prescription? May I see it?" he asked. "I do," Xiaoying responded, glancing down. Ming Lao, perplexed, followed her gaze and noticed a piece of paper quietly lying on the ground. Realizing that Xiaoying might have had an unpleasant encounter with his apprentice, he cast a slightly irritated glance at the middle-aged man, who bowed his head in silence. The assistant picked up the prescription and presented it to Ming Lao. After reviewing it, Ming Lao's face lit up with astonishment. He held the prescription excitedly and asked Xiaoying, "Who authored this?" Ming Lao had devoted decades to studying traditional Chinese medicine and had never before realized these herbs could be so effectively combined. "I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information," Xiaoying replied. Ming Lao's expression fell instantaneously. However, he quickly reflected that it was indeed someone else's property, and his inquiry was a breach of etiquette. He could only regretfully stifle his curiosity. "You mentioned you couldn't afford it. Which herb were you referring to?" 200-year-old wild ginseng, Xiaoying replied. Upon hearing this, Ming Lao immediately confronted his apprentice and the young herbalist. "Didn't I tell you that those 2 roots of wild ginseng are for emergencies? If a patient requires them, we provide them free of charge. How many times must I reiterate that they are not to be sold?" Xiaoying, clad in a hoodie with large pockets, chuckled lightly. "But this gentleman claims they are 15 million each." Ming Lao was infuriated, his hands trembling. Those 2 rare roots of ginseng had been gifted to him by a young boy 2 years prior. The items were too precious for him to accept without due consideration. Yet, the boy had treated them with utter nonchalance, discarding the exorbitant ginseng as if it were mere trifles. Ming Lao had assured the boy that he would provide these roots free of charge to anyone in need, vowing never to sell them at a high price to the wealthy. Unbeknownst to Ming Lao, the Xiaoying standing before him was the same young girl who had once gifted him those invaluable roots. Chapter 37. Former Partners. The false wild ginseng. Over 2 years ago, Shui-Ing was on a mission, traversing a remote mountainous region when she stumbled upon these 2 wild ginseng roots at the entrance of a cave. Recognizing their rarity, she decided to take them. At that time, she was accompanied by a trusted friend and fellow disciple, the only comrade in the shadows she could rely upon. However, her friend did not survive that mission. Shui-Ing buried her comrade at the scene, and while passing through the capital, in a daze, she carelessly left the 2 wild ginseng roots at Ming Shantang. Once something is given away, it is unreasonable to expect its return. The wild ginseng that Ming Lao consistently sells, whether gifted or consumed by herself, is of no concern to her. Moreover, when Ming Lao observed her poor condition at that time, she even expressed her concern. However, since the initial promise was only to assist in times of urgency, if the price was indeed set by Ming Lao, then her words were merely a facade. After taking something today, Xiaoying would never step foot in Ming Shantang again. "Fetch the item from the second compartment on the right of the top shelf for Miss Qiao," Ming Lao instructed the young apprentice. "Master, allow me to retrieve it," said the middle-aged man, perhaps feeling remorseful, wishing to atone for his past mistakes. Ming Lao regarded him and, softening, nodded in acquiescence. The middle-aged man, relieved, quickly took the ladder from the apprentice, climbed up, opened the compartment, and as he reached inside, he heard Ming Lao say, "Take both of them down." Hesitating momentarily, he complied. Ming Lao then addressed Xiao Ying. These 200-year-old wild ginseng roots were gifted to me by a young friend. She is about your age, he said with a warm smile after assessing Xiao Ying, and you two share a bit of a resemblance in character. He then sighed, unfortunately. She has not visited me in quite some time. Young lady, I feel we are fated to meet. I shall gift you these 2 wild ginseng roots for your use. Get a box. I will wrap them for Miss Qiao, he added. The middle-aged man, holding the 2 wild ginseng roots, deftly wrapped them, allowing the apprentice to fetch a box to place them in. Wait, Xiao Ying suddenly called out to him. The middle-aged man, startled, raised his gaze to her, his expression inscrutable. Is there a problem? I would like to see what these 200-year-old wild ginseng roots look like. Xiao Ying extended her hand, requesting the ginseng. What? Are the items from Ming Shantang questionable? Furthermore, what can a young girl like you understand? The middle-aged man's eyes glinted with venom. My master is offering them to you without charge. You are being exceedingly ungrateful. Zhuozhong, how dare you speak like that? Ming Lao reprimanded. When a customer comes to purchase medicine, is it not customary to show them the product? He stated, maintaining his composure. Yet, the middle-aged man did not budge with the wild ginseng in hand. At that moment, Ming Lao could discern the issue clearly. He swiftly approached and forcibly seized the ginseng from the middle-aged man's grasp. Upon inspection, it was evident that these were not the 200-year-old wild ginseng roots, but rather ordinary cultivated ginseng from the shop. Ming Lao was taken aback. Where are my 2 wild ginseng roots? He demanded of the middle-aged man, hastily directing the apprentice to climb the ladder and check. However, the compartment was utterly empty. Ming Lao, there is nothing, the apprentice reported. The middle-aged man fell to his knees, crawling before Ming Lao, clutching the hem of his trousers, tears streaming down his face. Master, it was Zhuozhong who was blinded by greed. I deserve punishment. Please, scold me or strike me. The middle-aged man wept profusely, consumed by regret. You. Ming Lao pointed at the middle-aged man, speechless with anger. Guarding against thieves by day and night is futile. The 2 wild ginseng roots are exceedingly rare. Those who receive them will hardly remember your kindness. When others are in dire need, is it not reasonable to charge a modest fee for the medicine? You scoundrel. Old Ming trembled with anger, his hand striking heavily against the middle-aged man's face. The man collapsed to the ground, swiftly rising to slap himself several times before once more grasping Old Ming's clothing. Master, you have scolded and struck me. Please forgive me this once. I shall not dare again. Old Ming forcefully shoved him away, pointing towards the door. Get out. Leave Ming Shantang, and do not let me see you again. Upon witnessing Old Ming's unwavering resolve, the man's initial regret and fear vanished, replaced by a cold and ruthless demeanor. He gradually silenced himself, glanced at Old Ming, and after a brief moment, stood up, turning his back as he walked away. Having stolen, amassed wealth, and passed off artificially cultivated ginseng as a century-old treasure, undermining the venerable reputation of Ming Shantang, he thought he could simply walk away unscathed. A voice, indifferent yet piercing, interrupted his thoughts. There is no such fortune in this world. This remark effectively halted the man in his tracks. He glared at Xiao Ying, issuing a menacing warning. You insolent girl. This is not your place to speak. Dare to defy me, and I shall ensure you will never utter another word. Initially inclined to let him go due to their master-disciple bond, Old Ming now saw the man's lack of remorse and his malevolent spirit unworthy of a healer. Filled with self-reproach, he shouted to the security at the door, Stop him, Xiao Lu. Call the police. Seeing this, the middle-aged man grew fearful, shoving aside the entering security, desperate to flee. Yet, in the next instant, Xiao Ying, like a specter, swiftly subdued him. The man found himself pinned beneath her, struggling in vain to rise, resorting to curses and threats against her. Soon, he was taken away by the police. I sincerely apologize for subjecting you to such a farce, Old Ming said, suppressing his sorrow as he instructed his assistant to fetch the finest 2 ginseng roots for Xiao Ying, along with the acupuncture needles she desired. The needles were identical to the ones she had previously used. While many knew Dr. Seely's scalpel could bring the dead back to life, few understood that his mastery of traditional Chinese medicine was equally unparalleled, wielding a silver needle with the capability to revive the lifeless. Young lady, may I inquire about the identity of your friend? Old Ming asked. His ancestors included a master blacksmith renowned for his craft. Yet this skill had only been passed down to his elderly cousin. The acupuncture needles available on the market were incomparable to those crafted by his cousin, who claimed to offer them only to those destined to receive them, charging merely for materials. Few were aware of his cousin's talent, and thus far, he had only gifted them to that particular child. When he received Xiao Ying's call, he had assumed it was that child on the line, but the voice was different. Now, upon seeing her, it was evident they were 2 distinct individuals. It is indeed the one you are thinking of, Xiao Ying replied. Old Ming, upon hearing this, was not overly surprised and inquired, Is she well? Very well, Xiao Ying responded. Observing the kind and gentle visage of old Ming, she added, "She asked me to visit you." To this, old Ming huffed softly, a look of skepticism crossing his face. She would not do that. Despite their few encounters, old Ming could discern that the girl was not one to easily express concern for others. Xiaoying said nothing, taking the medicine and needle before departing. Chapter 38. Rescuing the President of Jing University. A fortuitous encounter with Master Qin. "Wait for me here. I will go fetch the car," the young assistant said. Laden with bags as he headed toward the underground parking lot, Zhang Qingyong, with his hands clasped behind his back, strolled out of the mall alone. As Xiaoying emerged from the Ming Shantang, carrying a large bag of herbal medicine and preparing to hail a taxi to the hotel she had reserved, she noticed a throng gathered at the entrance of the mall. She overheard someone in the crowd exclaim, "The person seems to be in dire straits. Whose elder is this? Where are the children? How could they let an ill elder venture out alone? Someone call 120. Peering through the crowd, Xiaoying saw an elderly gentleman collapsed on the ground, his expression one of anguish. She pushed her way through the onlookers. The old man lay on the ground, his limbs rigid, fingers curled like claws, occasionally convulsing, while the muscles in his face began to stiffen, his mouth twisting at the corners. These were clear symptoms of a stroke. "Please, disperse a little to allow for air circulation," Xiaoying calmly requested, setting down her belongings and crouching beside him. "Young lady, what are you doing? If you are not a relative, you shouldn't touch him. It could be life-threatening," someone cautioned. Ignoring the warning, Xiaoying gently pulled down the old man's lower eyelid to examine it, and then checked his pulse with 2 fingers. "Ah, this young lady is a doctor," murmured the crowd in surprise. "But how can someone so young be a doctor? Perhaps she is a medical student? How daring to treat someone at her age. I believe he is experiencing a stroke. This is no trivial matter. My husband became paralyzed after a fall that led to a stroke," someone added anxiously. After her diagnosis, Xiaoying retrieved her acupuncture kit from the bag. The onlookers initially intended to dissuade her from interfering, but upon realizing her medical knowledge, they fell silent. Suddenly, Xiaoying produced a slender silver needle, prompting gasps of alarm from the crowd. As she poised the needle above the old man's head, a muscular man, a regular at the gym, stepped forward, brimming with righteous indignation. "What are you doing?" Xiaoying deftly evaded his outstretched hand, her movements swift and decisive as the needle plunged into the old man's biwei point. Another round of gasps echoed through the crowd, many retreating in fear of being implicated should anything happen to the elder. The thwarted man turned back just in time to see the needle inserted, and as Xiaoying prepared to administer a second needle, he attempted to intervene once more. Though well-meaning, Xiaoying found him obstructive. Thus, when his hand reached out to grasp her, she swiftly redirected the silver needle, pricking the fleshy part of his hand. The spectators scarcely comprehended the rapid sequence of events. All they heard was the man's bewildered yelp of pain, followed by his arm dropping limply, as if all strength had been sapped away. Cradling his numb and aching arm, he screamed, his face betraying sheer panic, successfully prompting the crowd to retreat several more steps. What did that little girl just do to him? Someone questioned, bewildered. She doesn't appear reckless. Can she truly be that skilled at such a young age? Acupuncture is not as simple as Western needle therapy. I noticed she came with a bag from Ming Shantang. Could she be a disciple of Master Ming? I have seen Master Ming perform acupuncture, and he does not conduct it so casually. If something goes awry, it could be catastrophic. The youth today are far too reckless. A multitude of voices erupted in discussion, each person offering their opinions and critiques regarding Xiaoying. In just a few moments, as they turned their gaze back, they discovered that the elderly man had already endured over a dozen needles in his head and arms, coupled with the muscle-bound man beside him, who was wailing in agony. The scene was enough to instill a sense of dread in onlookers. Several individuals shook their heads internally, thinking that the young girl had landed herself in significant trouble. Yet, no one noticed the gradual relaxation of the elderly man's face until the corners of his mouth began to straighten. Look, his mouth is no longer crooked. Soon, the once rigid limbs of the elder began to soften amidst the astonished gasps of the crowd, enabling him to clench his fists and move his legs. The excruciating pain in his head gradually receded, and Zhang Qingyong opened his eyes to see the focused girl squatting before him. The girl is speaking. The crowd, which had previously retreated, surged forward again. This young lady was remarkably impressive, just moments away from a stroke. She had managed to restore him to health with a few needles. The crowd erupted in applause, giving Xiaoying a thumbs up. Minutes later, Xiaoying began to withdraw the needles, starting with the first one from the biwei point on his head. Once she had gathered all the needles, she instructed the elder, "Please lie down for 3 minutes before getting up." She then approached the muscle-bound man, who was still clutching his arm in pain and hoarsely shouting. With her slender silver needles gliding around his neck, he suddenly fell silent, as if nothing had ever happened. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their expressions shifting from skepticism to wonder and finally to reverence. A young assistant squeezed through the throng, and upon seeing Zhang Qingyong lying on the ground, he was taken aback and hurried over to assess the situation. Principal Zhang. As Zhang Qingyong recovered from his debilitating headache, he urged the assistant to call out to Qiao Ying, who had walked a short distance away. Qiao Ying turned back, her expression slightly frosty. What is it? She instinctively assumed the assistant might attempt to extort her. Ultimately, Qiao Ying rode in the elder's vehicle to his home. The elder warmly welcomed her inside, appearing remarkably well, entirely unlike someone who had just suffered a serious health scare. Upon arriving, he instructed the housekeeper to prepare several dishes. On the way, the assistant had learned the details of the events, but he remained skeptical of the young Qiao Ying. After serving her tea, he began to persuade the elder to seek a hospital examination. Although the elder seemed fine now, he feared that complications might arise later. No need, no need. I am well aware of my own body. I feel perfectly fine, Zhang Qingyong assured, patting his chest. Yet the assistant persisted in his plea, prompting Zhang Qingyong to darken his expression, successfully silencing the assistant. Observing this, Qiao Ying refrained from further argument. Instead, she took a pen and paper from the table and began to write. 2 minutes later, she handed Zhang Qingyong a prescription. Take this prescription to Ming Shantang and have Elder Ming prepare the medicine. After reviewing the prescription, Zhang Qingyong inquired, Young lady, what is your relationship with Elder Ming? I have never heard of her having a female disciple. Just an ordinary friend, Qiao Ying replied. A friend? Zhang Qingyong's eyes widened in surprise, his voice rising several decibels in astonishment at the revelation that this young woman could claim friendship with Elder Ming. The young assistant, who had not witnessed Qiao Ying administering injections firsthand, regarded her with skepticism, believing her to be boasting or even questioning her integrity. Thank you, old man, Zhang Qingyong said as he carefully stored the prescription. Young lady, are you a local? You appear quite young. Are you still in school? What grade are you in? Which school do you attend? I'm in my 3rd year of high school at Yin City. Still in your final year? At such a tender age, you possess both the skill and courage to practice medicine. Truly impressive. Zhang Qingyong expressed his admiration for Qiao Ying. What brings you to the capital? Surely it is not the weekend? I came to buy some supplies from Ming Lao, Qiao Ying replied candidly. Zhang Qingyong glanced at the large bag of traditional Chinese medicine on the table. With the college entrance examination approaching, have you decided where to apply? His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, glimmering as if he were gazing at a prized treasure. What about the medical school of Jing University? Are you interested? If Principal Zhang were aware that the girl before him was the very candidate Qin Hanyue had desperately sought, he would surely regret his decision regarding the admissions process. If you nod your head, I will call your principal immediately. I appreciate your kind intentions, Qiao Ying replied, declining his offer. Zhang Qingyong was taken aback. Yet soon his respect for her deepened upon hearing her next words. I can pass the exam for Jing University on my own. As their conversation unfolded, a sleek black Maybach with a license plate, Jing A0000, came to a halt outside the courtyard. The door swung open, and a polished black shoe touched the ground. The man, impeccably dressed in a suit, stood tall with a striking physique, his features sharp yet cold. Principal Zhang, Mr. Qin has arrived. The young assistant hurriedly informed Zhang Qingyong. With her back to the door, Qiao Ying raised an eyebrow. Qin Hanyue? Chapter 39. Qiao Ying recognizes Qin Hanyue from that night. The man, clad in formal attire and enveloped by the evening's cool breeze, strode purposefully through the courtyard and entered the door. Meeting Principal Zhang's gaze, he offered a slight nod and positioned himself behind Qiao Ying to her right. As the man drew closer, Qiao Ying, seated with her back to him, felt the shadow cast by his imposing stature. What a rare visitor. What brings you here today? Have you managed to locate the person I've been searching for? Principal Zhang inquired, ever preoccupied with the elusive mathematical genius. I just met a client in the vicinity and thought to stop by to check on you, Qin Hanyue replied, instructing Qin Yan to hand over the items he had brought for Principal Zhang's assistant, adding, if I recall correctly, your granddaughter's birthday is next week. I brought a small gift. Ah, how thoughtful of you. Zhang Qingyong nodded appreciatively. Do you have guests? Qin Hanyue then glanced at the girl seated motionless on the sofa. Zhang Qingyong immediately shook his head, correcting him with a serious expression. This is no guest. She is the savior of my life. Savior? Qin Hanyue looked at her again. Intrigued. Please, have a seat, Zhang Qingyong urged. Qin Hanyue took a few steps forward and sat beside Zhang Qingyong. His posture was relaxed yet exuded an air of elegance and nobility. His long legs crossed habitually, radiating the aura of someone accustomed to positions of power. Upon lifting his gaze and meeting the face of the girl across from him, Qin Hanyue felt a flicker of surprise. It's her. Isn't this the young girl who saved his little nephew? Qin Yin was momentarily taken aback, feeling an uncanny familiarity with Qiao Ying. Upon closer examination, Qin Hanyue noted that she appeared considerably slimmer than when he had glimpsed her through the car window that day, but he could not be mistaken. However, this young girl had been in Yun City, 1,000 miles away, just yesterday, and had even broken a boy's leg. How had she ended up in the capital today? Seated in his teacher's home? It was rather embarrassing, considering he had remarked just the previous day that a girl in the small town of Yun City could hardly stir up any trouble. Yet here, she was in Beijing. Xiao Ying met the man's gaze without hesitation, and at that moment, Qin Hanyue thought, it seems she recognizes me. He was curious about her reaction upon seeing him. To his surprise, the girl displayed no response whatsoever. Her gaze was that of a stranger, disinterested and coolly shifting away as she picked up a glass of water to drink. While such a reaction could be deemed normal for an unfamiliar face, it lacked a certain politeness and decorum. Qin Hanyue found her behavior perplexing. Qin Yin had arranged for someone to protect this young girl, yet she had pointed it out, saying, the Qin family has spent all their money hiring bodyguards. If that did not indicate her awareness of the Qin family and Qin Yuchan, then her two encounters with Feng Tong, who had intervened on her behalf, should have made her cognizant of their connection. Yet, she acted as if she did not recognize them at all. Qin Hanyue rested his hand on his thigh, rhythmically tapping his fingers. Xiao Ying's attention was drawn to his hand, which was large and well-defined, with prominent knuckles and long fingers, faint veins visible on the back. On the first knuckle of his index finger, there was a small mole, adding a touch of alluring restraint to his otherwise exquisite hand. It was exactly as she had seen on the computer screen that night. Xiao Ying's drinking slowed slightly as she lingered her gaze on the mole, then shifted her focus upward, meticulously comparing his chest and abdomen. Her bold scrutiny caught Qin Hanyue's attention. He followed her gaze and looked down at his own body. It was indeed him. Xiao Ying realized that the second person who had invaded Xiao Yi's phone that night was the very man standing before her, Qin Hanyue. It was somewhat unexpected. The chairman of the Qin group was also a master of computer skills. What was she looking for? Qin Yin mused. Aware that his boss was quite handsome, it was no surprise that both women and men found him desirable. Yet, was she not being a tad too audacious? The young girl seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of modesty. Qin Hanyue, however, was unfazed. He withdrew his gaze and asked his teacher, you mentioned that this young lady is your savior. What transpired? Zhang Xingyong briefly recounted the events. I had just stepped out to buy a birthday gift for my granddaughter when my old ailment flared up, and I nearly succumbed. Fortunately, this young girl administered a few acupuncture needles. Had I not encountered her, I would have been in grave danger. Acupuncture? Qin Hanyue glanced at the large bag of herbal medicine emblazoned with Ming Shantang on the table before Xiao Ying. Do you understand acupuncture? He inquired of her. Just a bit. Intuitively, Xiao Ying wished to avoid excessive entanglement with this seemingly courteous yet inherently perilous man. She understood that this individual was far from an ordinary merchant. Qin Hanyue inquired. My surname is Qin. May I ask how to address you? Zhang Qingyong slapped his thigh in realization. Indeed. I completely forgot to ask the young lady her name. Xiao Ying replied. Xiao Ying, with Xiao from the Qiao tree and Ying from shadow. Upon seeing Xiao Ying's face, Qin Yin felt a brief moment of confusion, his thoughts mirroring those of Qin Hanyue, both puzzled as to why Xiao Ying, who should have been in Yun City, had unexpectedly appeared in the capital and inexplicably became Principal Zhang's savior. Qin Yin doubted whether he had mistaken her identity, especially since Xiao Ying appeared considerably slimmer than the last time they met. After all, there were many similar-looking individuals in the world. It was only when Xiao Ying revealed her name that Qin Yin confirmed her identity. He glanced at Xiao Ying and then at Qin Hanyue, who was conversing with her, clearly wanting to interject. What a lovely name, Zhang Qingyong remarked, clearly fond of Xiao Ying. He smiled at Qin Hanyue, praising her. Don't be fooled by her youth. Her medical skills and courage are remarkable. He gave a thumbs up, adding, truly exceptional. Her future undoubtedly holds limitless potential. In a world where people's hearts are difficult to gauge, Miss Qiao boldly offers assistance to a stranger, a patient no less. She is indeed warm-hearted. Qin Hanyue's words were laden with meaning, subtly reminding her of that night when she saved Qin Yuchan, testing her intentions. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ying deviated from the expected response, saying, few people compliment me so. Unaware of the underlying context, Zhang Qingyong continued enthusiastically introducing Qin Hanyue to Xiao Ying. This is the chairman of the Qin group. Don't let his youth deceive you. His business acumen is remarkable. He is also my most accomplished student. Once you get into Jing University, you must call him senior brother. Qin Hanyue responded. Miss Qiao is studying? Preparing for Jing University? Whether Xiao Ying genuinely did not recognize him or was merely feigning ignorance, Qin Hanyue had no intention of reminding her or revealing the truth. Does Mr. Qin have any good advice? Xiao Ying casually replied. Qin Hanyue smiled gently, shaking his head. Jing University is excellent. I wish Miss Qiao great success. Xiao Ying replied coolly. Thank you. My dear young lady, have you considered the medical school at Jing University? With your talents and qualifications, you are bound to make a name for yourself in the medical field, Zhang Xingyong urged, unwilling to let such a promising prospect slip away. Xiao Ying hesitated. At that moment, Qin Hanyue asked, Miss Qiao, do you have a preferred major? Mathematics or medicine? After some thought, Xiaoying replied, computer science seems good. Zhang Qingyong wore a pained expression, incredulous. Computer science? There are many job opportunities in computer science. If you are interested after graduation, you could join my company. We are currently in need of technical personnel. Qin Hanyue was merely repaying a favor owed to Qin Yuchan. Working for the Qin Group? Xiaoying raised an eyebrow. Amused internally, what lofty standards does your Qin family uphold? She could easily present an identity that surpassed even that of Qin Hanyue, the chairman of the Qin Group. Working for him, she expressed her disinterest plainly. So naive, Qin Yan thought, lacking emotional intelligence. He had no idea how polite Xiao Ying's words truly were. If Yi Si were present, he would have laughed heartily 3 times and retorted, have the esteemed blood shadow work for you? Are you dreaming in broad daylight? Chapter 40. The boss is teased. An unexpected encounter with Hua Chengdong. Qin Hanyue, rather unconcerned, found himself appreciating Xiaoying more. He politely remarked, I must apologize for my forwardness. You are not merely forward. You are audaciously whimsical. Xiaoying silently retorted, and then rose to her feet, stating, I shall forego the meal. Perhaps I will dine another time. The meal is nearly prepared. Zhang Qingyong interjected, rising as well, and inquired, Are you in a hurry to return to Yinqing? Indeed, Xiaoying replied without further elaboration. The only reason she had acquiesced to Zhang Qingyong's enthusiastic invitation was due to his identity. Upon hearing the young assistant refer to him as Principal Zhang at the entrance to the business district, she had deduced his position. It mattered little to her. But since Xiao Yi was also planning to take the entrance examination for Beijing University, she thought it prudent to help pave a path for him by making an acquaintance with the principal. However, she cast a discreet glance at Qin Hanyue. Well, since you are pressed for time, I shall not insist on your company. May I have your contact information? Not necessary. I shall certainly enroll in Beijing University. I shall see you on September 1st, Xiaoying responded, declining Zhang Qingyong's offer to escort her, and proceeded to leave with her belongings. Zhang Qingyong was genuinely impressed by Xiaoying's unpretentious confidence and composure. Although he was rebuffed in his offer to accompany her, he instructed his assistant to see her out. Qin Hanyue watched as Xiaoying walked a distance away, then, glancing down, noticed a prescription on the table. He reached for it. The characters on the paper flowed like a graceful dance. The handwriting seemed vaguely familiar. This is, Zhang Qingyong looked over and remarked. That prescription was written for me by that young lady. Qin Hanyue examined the prescription for a moment before setting it down and standing up. Seeing him rise to adjust his attire, Zhang Qingyong inquired, What? Are you leaving as well? Not going to share a meal with this old man? Another day. I shall see you off instead, Qin Hanyue replied, lifting his foot to depart. See off? Whom? Zhang Qingyong asked, perplexed. At that moment, the assistant approached with a phone. Principal Zhang, a call is coming in from the school. Zhang Qingyong took the phone and held it to his ear. He soon heard an excited voice exclaim, Old Zhang, you must come quickly. The genius who has been answering questions on the forum is here at our school. As Xiaoying exited, she noticed a black Maybach parked at the entrance. After taking a few steps, she abruptly halted, then retraced her steps to inspect the license plate. Jing A0000. Was it Qin Hanyue in that car? Or perhaps Qin Yuchan? Or were both of them present? At that moment, Xiaoying distinctly felt the gaze of someone in the vehicle upon her, confirming her suspicion that the car's presence near her home was indeed intentional. Carrying her belongings, she proceeded a short distance when, before she could hail a cab, the black Maybach stopped beside her. Qin Yan hurriedly exited the driver's seat, opened the rear door, and said to Xiaoying, Miss Qiao, my employer wishes to escort you in place of Principal Zhang. Please, do step inside. Xiaoying glanced at Qin Yan, then looked inside the car, where she could only see the long legs of the man in tailored trousers and his polished black shoes. After a brief contemplation, she handed her large bag of medicine to Qin Yan. Caught off guard, Qin Yan quickly grasped it, watching as Xiaoying directly entered the vehicle, and thought to himself, she is indeed quite unreserved. Qin Yan gently closed the car door for her and placed the large bag of items onto the passenger seat with care. Be careful with that. The items are quite expensive, Xiaoying reminded him. Were it not for her lack of funds, she would certainly not accept the 2 ginseng roots worth 3 million from Ming Lao without compensation, but she could only wait until she had the means to repay him. Understood, Qin Yan replied, though he inwardly mused about their actual value. As he settled into the car, he inquired, Miss Qiao, where shall I take you? To the Yinghao Hotel, she replied. The Yinghao Hotel? How extravagant of you. The minimum expenditure for a night's stay is at least 100,000. I presume the 1 million given by young Master Yu Chen has nearly been depleted? Qin Yan thought to himself, then asked, Are you going back to collect your luggage? He had assumed she meant the airport or train station, especially after she had just mentioned needing to return to Yun City from Principal Zhang's home. Yes, Xiaoying replied, uninterested in elaborating. as she had not anticipated that Qin Hanyue would have the leisure to take her to the hotel, wait for her to collect her belongings, and then kindly escort her to the airport. However, Qin Hanyue perceived her indifference. As Qin Yan started the engine, the sleek black Maybach gradually merged into the traffic. Miss Qiao, did you travel all the way to the capital to purchase so many medicines for a sick family member? Qin Hanyue initiated the conversation. You could say that. Those medicines are for my brother's foot bath. Foot bath? Qin Yan's features involuntarily twitched, and he couldn't help but glance at the large bag of traditional Chinese medicine beside him. Expensive medicines for a foot bath? What did she mean by you could say that? Was there an ailment or not? Was she merely experimenting? Principal Zhang had a chronic hereditary headache, previously alleviated by acupuncture from Ming Lao of Ming Shantang, which treated the symptoms but not the root cause. Based on Principal Zhang's earlier comments, it seemed that Miss Qiao had some knowledge of acupuncture and medicine. At such a young age, her accomplishments were indeed remarkable, raising questions about whether her expertise in acupuncture was self-taught or a result of misguided experimentation. To think that she would dare to perform acupuncture and yet have success. Either she was a genius exercising humility, or she was speaking nonsense. Qin Yan pondered. Qin Hanyue, naturally aware of Qiao Ying's reluctance to engage further, typically prided himself on being a gentleman. But today, he chose to be slightly impolite. Thus, he continued. You must be in your final year of high school, Miss Qiao. Are you studying sciences or humanities? Are you interested in computers? Unexpectedly, Qiao Ying responded, Mr. Qin seems quite interested in me. With her elbow resting on the car window and her hand propping her head to the side, she tilted her head slightly, wearing a half-smile that conveyed a sense of effortless languor mixed with an underlying sharpness, evoking the sensation of hidden thorns. Her tone deliberately carried a hint of frivolity. The driver, Qin Yan, nearly choked on his own saliva. The boss was being teased by a young girl. No, with that tone. It was more accurate to say the boss was being flirted with. Qin Hanyue chuckled silently. Having heard his nephew Qin Yuqin speak highly of this young lady on numerous occasions, he had initially thought Yuqin was viewing her through rose-tinted glasses. Now, it was evident that he had underestimated her. She was indeed extraordinary. Although it may be a bit forward, if I were to say yes. Would Miss Qiao be willing to enlighten me? Qin Hanyue regarded her thoughtfully. One could not help but acknowledge that he was precisely as cultured and gentlemanly as the rumors suggested. However, simultaneously, whispers from the outside world painted him as ruthless and severe, employing merciless tactics, with even the Qin family's business existing in a murky gray area, particularly abroad. The corners of Qiao Ying's lips lifted slightly as she uttered two words, not likely. She then added, but I am curious to hear your inquiries. The tail end of Qin Hanyue's voice rose slightly, elongated, his deep timbre exuding a magnetic allure, irresistibly tempting. He expressed genuine curiosity about the questions lingering in her mind regarding him. Qiao Ying was acutely aware of Qin Hanyue's subtle insinuations. What was he doubting about her? Was it that he had just learned she had saved Qin Yuchan, or had he recognized that the person he had clashed with that night was indeed her? Even if he had made that connection, she was merely a hacker. Why would he, the esteemed chairman of the Qin Group, go to such lengths? Or was the Qin Group genuinely in need of technical expertise? Qin Hanyue was taken aback by Qiao Ying's direct inquiry. At this moment, the sky had darkened. The car remained unlit, and in the dim confines of the vehicle, the two exchanged glances, their eyes locking together. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. At that moment, a red light appeared, causing the car to halt, and the interior was flooded with light as Qin Yan turned on the overhead lamp. The features of both individuals became strikingly clear, rendering them completely transparent. Sensing something amiss, Qin Yan was about to turn his head when a Lamborghini screeched to a halt beside them like an arrow, the brakes sound jarring. The car blasted heavy metal music, filling the air with its thunderous resonance. Qin Yan frowned, stealing a glance at the sports car, and inadvertently met the gaze of its owner. He quickly diverted his eyes. Suddenly, the music ceased, and Qin Yan thought, finally, some peace. However, a series of excited shouts erupted from the neighboring car. Hey, hey, hey! Turning back, he saw the exuberant owner of the sports car waving enthusiastically at them. No, it was directed at Qiao Ying. Was this her friend? Qin Yan glanced back at her. Hey, it's me. The owner of the sports car, evidently eager for her attention, leaned halfway out of the vehicle. At that moment, Qin Yan realized this was none other than Hua Qingdong, the beloved grandson of old Master Hua. Qiao Ying knew him? Your friend? A male voice inquired. As Qin Hanyue questioned, the window on Qiao Ying's side was open, and she cast a fleeting glance at the overly excited Hua Qingdong, who was practically leaping out of his vehicle. Do you remember me? It's me. Hua Qingdong exclaimed, astonished to encounter Qiao Ying in the capital. I don't know you. Qiao Ying replied, retracting her hand from the window and promptly raising the glass. Hey, it's me. Last time in Yun City, you won 3 million from me, remember? Hua Qingdong shouted, pointing at his own distinctly recognizable face as the window rose. The front passenger window was not completely shut, allowing Huo Chengdong's words to reach the three inside the car clearly. Qin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. 3 million? He instinctively turned to look back at Xiaoying, who wore an expression of nonchalance, as if she had never met Huo Chengdong. Xiaoying had won 3 million from Huo Chengdong? Had he mistaken her for someone else? For the first time, the usually indifferent Qin Yan felt a surge of curiosity, particularly intense. Huo Chengdong, in a state of agitation, disregarded the blaring horns behind him and stubbornly reversed his vehicle. Just as he reached out to knock on Xiaoying's window, the traffic light turned green, and the sleek black Maybach surged forward. Hey, damn it! He cursed vehemently, oblivious to the man inside the luxurious car. Perplexed, he muttered, "That's definitely her. Why is she ignoring me? Has she failed to recognize me?" Although Xiaoying had lost considerable weight and appeared more alluring, he could hardly dare to acknowledge her at first glance. Nevertheless, he was certain that the woman in the car was indeed the one who had raced against him in Yun City, defeating him with her dilapidated Honda. Frustrated, he clicked his tongue, feeling irked, and when the car behind him continued honking, he turned back and shouted, "Beep, beep, beep. I swear I'll smash your pathetic vehicle." The black Maybach came to a halt outside the Inghao Hotel. Before Xiaoying could step out, the man beside her remarked, "Miss Qiao, if you don't mind, I could have my assistant accompany you to collect your luggage. I'll take you to the airport shortly." With a sardonic smile, Xiaoying replied, "Mr. Qin, you are quite the enthusiast." "Indeed," Qin Hanyu responded. "No need. I'll be staying here tonight and leaving tomorrow," Xiaoying stated, dropping the pretense. However, Qin Hanyu appeared unfazed and pressed on. "May I invite you to a light meal, Miss Qiao?" "I'm on a diet," she retorted. Qin Hanyu chuckled, conceding defeat. Xiaoying exited the vehicle, accepting a large bag of medicine from Qin Yan, only to see Qin Hanyu following her out. Approaching her with his towering height exceeding hers by over a head, he extended a black and gold business card between his long fingers, saying, "Miss Qiao, should you require any assistance, please feel free to contact me." Qin Hanyu's card was a rare gem, highly sought after. Xiaoying studied the card for a moment before meeting his gaze and replied, "Since it is Mr. Qin's kind offer, I shall not decline." She accepted the card and turned to enter the hotel. In the car on the way back, Qin Yan remarked, "Third master." The young man in that sports car was Ho Changdong from the Ho family. The man in the back seat, fingers interlaced, had his eyes closed in contemplation. After a while, he leisurely responded. Qin Yan hesitated to speak further, noticing the man's eyes still shut in the rearview mirror, and thus suppressed his curiosity and questions. The next morning, Xiaoying boarded a flight returning to Yun City. Meanwhile, at Jing University, whispers spread. "Have you heard? The math genius, even more impressive than Master Su, made an appearance at our Jing University yesterday. Is that true? Where did you hear that? I haven't caught wind of anything. Is it reliable?" "Absolutely." The vice president personally received her, and shortly after, the principal arrived, visibly excited. "I heard the form's answerer has been found, and she's a stunning young lady. And get this, she's only in her 3rd year of high school." "3rd year? That's astonishing. Moreover, I heard she solved a problem that had stumped Master Su for half a year in just 2 months. Surely, the media will come to cover this." "Indeed. Our school's news agency has already dispatched reporters. Truly, exceptional individuals excel across various realms. Still in high school, and remarkably beautiful. Oh no, will my Master Su be snatched away? Please no." At this moment, within the serene and elegant cafe of the school, Su Zi, rarely stepping out of the laboratory, indulges in a leisurely cup of coffee. Opposite him sits a young lady, Xiao Lingling, with a delicate oval face, a petite upturned nose, and long black hair, adorned in a flowing white dress that somewhat softens the innate sharpness of her gaze. Is it truly impossible to locate the draft? Su Zi persistently seeks confirmation from Xiao Lingling once more. She shakes her head apologetically. "I'm afraid I had to dispose of it. There were simply too many drafts cluttering my home." With a hint of reluctance, she adds, "Since you have been granted direct admission to Kyoto University and need not return for the college entrance examination, would you be able to stay and rewrite a detailed solution based on your approach? The school requires it for teaching purposes, and I find myself in dire need of it." Xiao Lingling appears troubled, indeed, as she contemplates the enormity of the task. "It took me 2 entire months to solve that problem, leaving me utterly exhausted. I hope you once find it amusing, but even now, the sight of that problem gives me a physical reaction of discomfort." After successfully obtaining her admission to Kyoto University, Xiao Lingling has begun to address Su Zi as Senior Su. "I understand," he replies. "I will await your response." Relieved, she seeks to change the subject. "What are your interests, Senior Su?" "I am solely passionate about mathematics. Aside from eating and sleeping, I spend most of my time in the laboratory. Doesn't that become rather monotonous and exhausting?" "Not at all. I have a profound love for mathematics. Su Zi retorts, do you find mathematics tedious? Of course not. Just like you, Senior Su, I adore mathematics. By the way, Senior Su, do you have a? Xiao Lingling gazes at Su Zi's handsome visage, her heart racing with shyness. Just as she is about to voice her thoughts, Su Zi swiftly finishes his coffee and interjects. I have a problem for which I have yet to discover a better solution. May I seek your assistance? Me? Xiao Lingling blinks in surprise. Indeed. You are far more capable than I. I am certain you possess superior insights. Would it be convenient for you? Feeling a pang of guilt, Xiao Lingling is momentarily at a loss. How could she possibly be more skilled than Su Zi? She is acutely aware of how she secured her admission to Kyoto University and the genius of mathematics that Su Zi embodies. Swallowing hard, she finds herself flustered and anxious for a suitable excuse to decline. Is it inconvenient? Su Zi inquires. It's not that it's inconvenient. Before Xiao Lingling can formulate her excuse, a server accidentally spills orange juice nearby, splattering her pristine dress. With a startled cry, Xiao Lingling stands abruptly, her composure shattered as she gazes at her ruined dress, her frustration boiling over. Are you all right? Su Zi's voice prompts her to halt her tirade. Regaining her senses, she adopts a gentle, considerate demeanor, addressing the apologetic server, who is frantically offering napkins. I'm fine. And you? Are you hurt? I'm truly sorry. It was unintentional. How much was your dress? I will compensate you. The server continues to apologize. Compensate? Can a wretched servant like you afford it? Xiao Lingling silently seethed, yet wore a facade of understanding and grace as she replied, It's quite all right. I'll just wash it when I return. After the tumult, Su Zi found it impossible to seek Xiao Lingling's assistance any further. Heartbroken over the dress, Xiao Lingling secretly rejoiced at having narrowly escaped disaster. Upon returning to the hotel, she frantically washed the dress, but no amount of scrubbing could remove the stains, leading her to angrily discard it into the trash. Li Lilian felt a pang of anguish, having just disembarked from the train the previous day. They had immediately ventured to the mall. To ensure her daughter could present herself with dignity, Li Lilian had invested heavily in this dress, spending a considerable sum of 1,800. And now, it had only been worn for a single day. Li Lilian picked up the discarded dress, cursing under her breath. Where's my draft book? Xiaoyi was searching for his draft book, but could not locate it. He could never have imagined that it had been stealthily taken by Xiao Lingling to the capital. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Xiao Ying, who had been in the capital for 2 days. Sister, Xiaoyi exclaimed, his voice filled with surprise, you're back. Chapter 42. Qin Hanyue. Is today the day of the college entrance examination? What is this? Xiao Yi took the large bag that Xiao Ying handed him. Immediately enveloped by a strong scent of Chinese herbs, he hastily opened it to find it indeed contained medicine. And the inscription Ming Shantang on the bag filled him with newfound hope. Struggling to contain his excitement, he gazed at Xiao Ying. She instructed him on how to brew the medicine, identifying which was for drinking and which was for foot soaking. Xiao Yi listened attentively. Remember, the water must cover your knees. You can soak just your left foot. The water temperature should be as high as you can tolerate. While soaking, cover the bucket with a towel to retain the steam and soak for half an hour. Sister, this medicine must be expensive, right? It's manageable. Only the 2 ginseng roots are somewhat pricey, but I didn't spend much. The muscles in your injured left foot haven't deteriorated yet. Soak it for a while, and I'll administer acupuncture later. Acupuncture? You'll find out soon enough, Xiao Ying said, taking the acupuncture kit and returning to her room. Xiao Yi set his homework aside and carefully retrieved 2 packets of medicine from the bag, heading to the kitchen. As the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, Xiao Yi's fair complexion flushed with excitement. He eagerly anticipated the day when he could walk normally again. Just the thought sent his heart racing with exhilaration. At that moment, perhaps no one could fathom his emotions. Filled with hope, Xiao Yi transformed entirely. Once a silent, gloomy figure who kept to himself and rarely spoke at school, he would sit alone at his desk for an entire day. Despite his looks rivaling those of the school heartthrob Su Mingchen, he had remained unnoticed. Labeled by others as that limping student or, more kindly, the limping academic prodigy. Until a few days ago, when he had fought with the son of the chairman of Shanshui Group, the previously unremarkable Xiao Yi became the second person, after Xiao Ying, to gain notoriety among the entire school community. During Xiao Ying's absence, students had been buzzing about him. Have you heard? Chen Huanlin transferred schools. Transferred? Why? Weren't the other students involved in the fight only required to write reflections? Besides, isn't his family quite wealthy? Why would he transfer? Is it to a better school? I heard that on that day, Chen Huanlin's parents brought several bodyguards to the school, heading straight for the principal's office, while Xiao Yi was all alone. Initially, everyone believed that Xiao Yi was doomed. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Huanlin was ultimately carried away on a stretcher to the ambulance. Wasn't his injury supposed to be minor? Or did something transpire in the principal's office? I heard that Xiao Ying went to the principal's office afterward. The very same Xiao Ying who introduced us to our new principal. Who would have thought that Xiao Yi was actually Xiao Ying's younger brother? That crippled boy is Xiao Ying's brother? And he dares to call him crippled? If one were to argue that the once academically challenged Xiao Ying transformed into an academic prodigy, surpassing Su Mingchen and forcing the principal and teachers to publicly apologize, resulting in their dismissal, yet still not considered Xiao Ying extraordinary, then this recent incident where Xiao Yi fought with the son of the chairman of the Shanshui group, emerging without any disciplinary action or self-reflection, while the wealthy and powerful Chen Huanlin was compelled to transfer schools, would certainly suggest that Xiao Ying possesses significant connections. Today, as Xiao Yi walked through the school, he garnered the attention of many girls, with several noticing that he seemed to be in high spirits. Although he did not smile or initiate conversations, there was an unmistakable change in his gaze. I realized that Xiao Yi's looks are hardly inferior to those of the school heartthrob, Su Mingchen. I had noticed this long ago. If not for his unfortunate foot, one might wonder if Su Mingchen would still hold that title. What does a foot matter when he excels academically, possesses good looks, and has such an impressive sister? His future is bound to be promising. The college entrance examination is approaching. Just days before the exam, Xiao Lingling returned to Yun City. The mother and daughter radiated joy, appearing not to attend a relative's wedding, but rather as if they had struck a jackpot. Both donned new attire, looking quite splendid, especially Li Lilian, dressed like a city woman, wearing a silk scarf even in the sweltering heat, her eyes crinkling with smiles. Out of goodwill, Xiao Lingling even brought a gift for Xiao Ying, though Xiao Ying declined it. "Forget it," she said, and Xiao Lingling kept it for herself. Carrying the gift from his second sister, Xiao Yi entered Xiao Ying's room. "Sister, I feel as if mother and the others are not attending a wedding." Xiao Ying replied, "What they do is none of my concern." Xiao Yi felt that something was amiss, yet he could not articulate it. Later that evening, as Xiao Yi prepared medicine, Li Lilian was drawn to the kitchen by the smell. Upon discovering that the medicine was purchased by Xiao Ying to treat Xiao Yi's foot, she erupted in anger, threatening to pour it out. "You can't just take any medicine. It could be dangerous. Are you trying to kill yourself? That wretched girl wants to poison you, you devil." Xiao father emerged from his room, restraining Li Lilian, and explained, this medicine was specially procured by Xiao Ying from Ming Shantang in Beijing. He pointed to the package bearing the name Ming Shantang. "Ming Lao can prescribe medicine for her. Have you lost your mind?" Li Lilian, not lacking in common sense, was well aware of Ming Lao's reputation and did not believe that Xiao Ying could acquire medicine from him, convinced it was a counterfeit. "When did the eldest sister go to Beijing?" "I was unaware," questioned Xiao Lingling. "She arrived the day after you left," replied Xiao father. Li Lian was still unconvinced, relentlessly insisting that Xiao Yi's foot had been injured for so many years that merely taking some medicine could not possibly be effective. She declared that she would prevent Xiao Yi from taking it, and in her agitation, she reached for another packet of unboiled medicine to discard. Xiao Yi had been taking it for several days now, and he seemed to be doing well. Initially, Xiao's father also held doubts, but after observing Xiao Yi's obvious improvement in spirit over the past few days, he allowed him to continue. Although he understood that there was little hope for his son's foot to heal completely, he still wished to try, hoping for even the slightest improvement. In the midst of the struggle, the medicine spilled across the floor. Xiao Yi gazed at the scattered pills and slowly crouched down to gather them in his hands. Xiao Yi, Xiao's father, feeling a pang in his heart, hurriedly bent down to assist. As Xiao Yi held the medicine in his hands, he gradually lifted his gaze towards his mother and, gritting his teeth, declared emphatically, "Even if this medicine is poison, I will take it. The medicine costs 6,000 for a single prescription. Do you think I would travel all the way to the capital to spend over 100,000 just to poison Xiao Yi?" Xiao Ying appeared at the kitchen door at some point, coldly observing the scene. If Li Lian were not Xiao Ying and Xiao Yi's mother, Xiao Ying would undoubtedly have made her pick up the spilled medicine and swallow it again. Upon hearing this, Li Lian was at a loss for words, merely muttering a couple of complaints. "With so much money, you only give this little to the family." Upon learning of Xiao Ying's wealth, Xiao Lingling became even more resolute in her determination to attend Beijing University, vowing that no one would deter her. The day of the college entrance examination arrived as scheduled. Xiao Ying, carefully managing her time, stepped out with her exam supplies, only to find Xiao Yi waiting for her at the usual spot where he stood each day to accompany her to school. During the final year of high school, Xiao Yi had a break from classes, wearing the clothes Xiao Ying had purchased for him. Compared to their first encounter, when he had appeared so lifeless, he now exhibited a glimmer of vitality. "I will take you to school," Xiao Yi said. "It's unnecessary," Xiao Ying replied. "I have nothing to do at home." Xiao Yi insisted as he began to walk ahead. To him, the college entrance examination was a significant event, while other students had their parents and families to escort them. He understood that there was no pressure on Xiao Ying. Nevertheless, since he could accompany her, Xiao Yi did not want her to face it alone. Xiaoying was assigned to take the exam at her own school, and Xiao Yi escorted her to the school gate. Arriving later than intended, Xiao Yi urged her to enter the examination hall. Xiaoying waved at him, leisurely strolling through the school gate. A group of parents at the entrance shook their heads at Xiao Ying's nonchalant demeanor, concluding that she must be a poor student unlikely to succeed academically. Today is the college entrance examination? Qin Hanyu, preparing to leave for the company, suddenly remembered the significance of the day. Yes, third master, today is the college entrance examination. Qin Yin confirmed, pondering whether the boss was inquiring about that particular girl. Chapter 43, Submitting Answers Early, Unwritten Essay. Xiaoying, it won't affect my admission to Beijing University. The first exam was Chinese. Once the papers were distributed and the exam commenced, Xiaoying took her time, pen in hand, answering the questions. For a moment, the entire examination hall was filled with the sound of rustling papers. The candidates were all scratching their heads in deep thought, occasionally glancing at the time, furiously writing, their faces reflecting a sense of despair. In stark contrast, Xiaoying remained calm and unhurried, her demeanor composed, entirely detached from the tense atmosphere surrounding her. Upon completing the final question, Xiaoying glanced at the essay prompt and, amidst the astonished and disapproving gestures of the invigilator, submitted her paper early. As she exited the school, she was immediately confronted by reporters seeking an interview. Xiaoying deftly evaded them and noticed a young man standing under the shade of a tree not far away. Upon spotting her, he quickly approached, braving the sweltering sun. "Sis, you submitted your paper early?" he inquired. "Yes. You didn't go back?" Xiaoying scrutinized his flushed face. "How did you fare? Was it difficult?" "It was manageable," Xiaoying replied, slightly out of breath. Xiao Yi felt reassured until Xiaoying added, "But I didn't write the essay." "Didn't he write it?" Xiao Yi was taken aback. 60 points, and you didn't write it? He exclaimed, suddenly recalling that all he knew was Xiaoying's prowess in mathematics, unaware of her performance in other subjects. Panic set in as he thought, this could ruin her chances for Beijing University. "It won't affect my admission to Beijing University," Xiaoying calmly reassured him. With a total score of 750 and last year's admission threshold at 690, not writing the essay meant a direct deduction of 60 points. Even if she scored full marks in all other subjects, how could she possibly meet the cutoff? "Why is that impossible?" Xiaoying responded lightly, leading Xiao Yi to a nearby restaurant that appeared quite nice. "Let us eat first." While waiting for their meal, the exam time elapsed, and soon a throng of examinees began to pour out of the school, filling the restaurant rapidly. Su Mingchen arrived at the restaurant with his parents, having secured a reservation on the second floor. Upon ascending, Su Mingchen spotted the Qiao siblings seated by the window. "Mingchen, how did you do?" Su's father asked with concern. The exam was significantly more challenging than last year's, Su Mingchen replied candidly, having practiced with previous papers. Other students dining with their families lamented about the difficulty of the exam, some overwhelmed with emotion and unable to contain their tears. Su's father comforted his son. "Don't feel pressured." Xiao Yi observed the distressed students and lost his appetite. "Why didn't you write the essay?" he asked Xiaoying. Although Su Mingchen's family was seated right next to them, Xiao Yi lowered his voice, but Su Mingchen still overheard, though he chose not to pay attention. Xiaoying replied, "I couldn't be bothered to write so many words, and besides, the essay required a realistic approach. My score is sufficient." "Realistic? Are you going to recount your journey as a killer? Or perhaps your lavish lifestyle during leisure? Or maybe the tales of being bullied throughout your life? Or how you experienced a rebirth?" Su Mingchen glanced at Xiaoying, his thoughts simple, she was beyond saving. He had witnessed her submit her paper early and leave the examination hall. He never expected she would turn in a blank essay. Just make something up. Even a poor story could earn you 20 or 30 points. Do you understand how much a single point can separate candidates? I'm not good at storytelling. Xiaoying chuckled. Noticing Xiao Yi's worried and slightly angry expression, she offered him some food with her chopsticks and said, "If I don't get in, I'll take that question to Beijing University." Hearing this, Xiao Yi finally felt reassured. However, unbeknownst to them, Xiao Lingling had already impersonated Xiaoying. Su Mingchen, upon hearing Xiaoying's words, cast another glance her way, yet she remained oblivious to his presence, as if he did not exist at all. At the outset, Xiao Yi cast a complex glance at him. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and eat. Finish your meal, and then rest." Su's father served his son some dishes. In the subsequent mathematics, comprehensive science, and English examinations, Xiaoying submitted her papers early within the permitted time, being the first to exit the examination hall. Over the past 2 days, Xiao Yi had gleaned from the online lamentations of candidates across various provinces that this year's college entrance examination was the most arduous in nearly a decade. Observing Xiaoying, who was consistently the first to leave, Xiao Yi had already relinquished his hopes. However, he found solace in the fact that Xiaoying had a guaranteed admission to Peking University. Upon completing the final English exam, Xiao Yi stood outside the school gate. clutching a bouquet, when a reporter inquired whether he was there to greet a girlfriend or a classmate. Qiao Yi, his expression inscrutable, replied, "I am here for my sister." As soon as Qiao Ying emerged, she spotted Qiao Yi with the flowers. As she approached, he awkwardly presented the bouquet to her, uttering a brusque, "Here." "What?" Qiao Ying hesitated, a bemused smile playing on her lips. "It's for you. Why are you giving me flowers?" "To celebrate, and besides, everyone else has them." Qiao Yi appeared quite uncomfortable, his face flushing with embarrassment. Qiao Ying chuckled, choosing not to tease him further, and accepted the flowers. "Thank you. This seems to be the first time someone has given me flowers." However, she suddenly recalled that it might not be entirely accurate. If memory served her well, a certain Yi Si had once presented her with flowers, though it had been informal, simply a rose he had playfully offered during a few dances. Such gestures had never been a part of their relationship. Qiao Yi pressed his lips together, suppressing a smile. Unfortunately for Qiao Ying, her attempt to leave was thwarted by a group of reporters who surrounded her. "You submitted every paper early and were the first to leave. Everyone says this year's questions are the most difficult. What do you think of the difficulty? Could you share your thoughts with us?" Qiao Ying responded to the cameras with a matter-of-fact tone. "As long as you have hands, it's manageable." Knowing Qiao Ying's struggles with the humanities, particularly her blank Chinese essay, Qiao Yi felt compelled to caution her about her responses. In this age of rampant online discourse, any subpar performance could easily lead to cyberbullying. "How many points do you think you will score? Which university is your ideal choice? What is your usual academic performance? Given your impressive results, why didn't you receive a guaranteed admission?" The reporters, intrigued by her confident demeanor, thrust their microphones closer. Qiao Ying pressed her brows together, revealing a hint of icy impatience in her eyes. "You're crowding me." Several reporters, taken aback by her warning glare, recoiled momentarily, allowing Qiao Ying to lead Qiao Yi away. As Qiao Yi had anticipated, good news rarely spreads while bad news proliferates. The video of Qiao Ying's interview circulated online, provoking intense outrage and criticism from countless candidates who had faced setbacks during the examinations. Passers-by and parents alike condemned Qiao Ying for her perceived arrogance. Insiders began to divulge that Qiao Ying had been at the bottom of her class throughout high school, and during the final mathematics examination, she had even cheated to achieve the top score in her grade. Rather than facing repercussions, the school allegedly protected her. An increasing number of individuals claiming to be classmates from the same high school stepped forward, unveiling Qiao Ying's past. Some even shared her exam scores from the current semester, detailing her various academic misadventures. Ultimately, everyone awaited the results to vindicate their skepticism towards Qiao Ying. In this manner, Qiao Ying inexplicably gained notoriety online. Upon returning home, Qiao Yi discovered that Xiao Lingling was inexplicably asleep in the house. Confused, he was about to inquire whether she had skipped the examination when their father, Xiao Fu, returned from work and called out, "Xiao Yi." After a while, Xiao Yi knocked on Xiao Ying's door. "Sister, father said we won't be dining at home tonight. Third uncle has invited us to a grand hotel." Chapter 44. The Qiao family gathering and the comparison among relatives upon hearing that their third uncle, who resided in a villa, had invited them to a lavish hotel. Xiao Lingling immediately sprang up to dress herself, donning a new dress. "Didn't Ti Xiaoying buy you new clothes? Why are you wearing those old ones?" Xiao Lingling observed Qiao Yi's shabby attire, wrinkling her nose in disdain. "I washed them," Qiao Yi replied. "You'd be better off in your school uniform." "Do you even know which hotel third uncle invited us to?" "The Grand Cloud Hotel, the finest five-star establishment in all of Yun City. If you go dressed like this, it would be quite amusing if you can't even enter." Hearing the name of the hotel and witnessing the eager expression on Xiao Lingling's face, Xiao Yi chose not to engage further. Xiao Fu also retrieved his best garment and splurged on a 6-seater taxi. Throughout the journey, Xiao Lingling incessantly checked her reflection and chattered excitedly with Li Lilian about the opulence of the hotel. Xiao Lingling even researched online, showing her mother the results. "Mom, it says online that a single vegetable dish costs hundreds of yuan. Look at these abalones and lobsters. What vegetable could possibly be that expensive?" Xiao Fu, seated in the front passenger seat, turned around to comment, feeling that such food was not mere vegetables but rather akin to gold. Xiao Ying and Xiao Yi occupied the back row. Xiao Yi inadvertently stumbled upon an interview video of Xiao Ying, along with unfriendly comments and various leaks from self-proclaimed insiders in the comment section. He nudged Xiao Ying with his elbow. Xiao Ying removed her headphones and glanced at the phone screen presented by Xiao Yi. He whispered, "Sister, perhaps you should delete these videos when we return tonight." For Xiao Ying, hacking into these devices to delete a few videos would undoubtedly be trivial. Why waste time on them? Yet, Xiao Ying appeared nonchalant. Seeing her indifference, Xiao Yi chose to remain silent. Upon arriving at their destination, before they even exited the car, Li Lilian leaned out to marvel at the opulent hotel, exclaiming in awe. Xiao Lingling, adjusting her skirt, exited the vehicle, suppressing her excitement as she took out her phone to capture photos, intending to share them on social media later. The doorman recognized Xiao Ying and Xiao Yi, promptly approaching with a deep bow, warmly inquiring, "May I ask if you have a reservation?" I'm looking for my third brother. He is treating us," Xiao Fu replied, feeling rather awkward and stammering. "Very well, may I ask your brother's surname?" "Xiao Xingxiang." He responded, his authentic Yun City accent betraying his nervousness. "Please follow me this way." The doorman directed them inside. Xiao Lingling continued snapping photos, fulfilling her mother's request to take a few pictures with her and the hotel's beautiful decor. Meanwhile, Xiaoying strolled leisurely behind Xiao Yi, her hands in her pockets. Just as they entered the hotel, a luxurious car pulled up at the entrance, from which descended Su Mingchen and his son. Immediately following was a luxurious car worth millions, from which emerged the campus belle, Yi Jingning, accompanied by her father. Yi Jingning, having adorned herself exquisitely, appeared even more radiant than during her school days, her handbag accentuating her affluent demeanor. After alighting from the vehicle, she flashed a smile at Su Mingchen, who, however, seemed oblivious to her presence. Ye's father approached Su's father directly, extending his hands with an almost obsequious grin. "Deputy Mayor Su, you arrived quite early." "Just got here," Su's father replied, briefly shaking hands with Ye's father. "It hasn't been long since we last met." "Mingchen has grown taller and remains as handsome as ever," Ye's father remarked, turning his gaze towards Su Mingchen. "Hello, Uncle Yi," Su Mingchen greeted politely. Very well, Ye's father nodded repeatedly. "Mayor Feng had an unexpected matter to attend to and will arrive later. Let us head upstairs, as everyone else has already gathered." After Su's father spoke, he instructed the approaching waiter, "Table 101 on the top floor is reserved." The group then entered the hotel. "Mingchen, how did you fare on the exam?" Yi Jingning seized the opportunity to sidle up to Su Mingchen. "It was all right," Su Mingchen replied indifferently. "Everyone claims it was difficult, and I didn't perform well either." "Which university do you plan to apply to?" "Beijing University." Upon hearing that Su Mingchen intended to attend Beijing University, Yi Jingning bit her lip, her heart filled with resentment toward Xiaoying. If it weren't for Xiaoying inciting a group of troublemakers at school, her grades wouldn't have plummeted, and she would have had the chance to attend Beijing University alongside Su Mingchen. It was all that detestable Xiaoying's fault. The reservation made by Xiao's family was at a large crystal round table in the lobby, capable of seating over 30 guests. By the time the Xiao family of 5 was escorted in, nearly everyone had arrived. "Am I late?" Xiao's father inquired as he briskly approached his 3 brothers. "Oh, the eldest brother has arrived." Xiao Xingxiang, taking the main seat, patted his burgeoning belly while welcoming him. Yet his body remained rooted in place as he gestured toward the remaining seats for Xiao's family. "Please, take a seat. The dishes will be served shortly." "Sister-in-law is quite fashionable today. It seems you've made quite a bit this year," remarked second aunt, scrutinizing Li Lilian from head to toe with her elongated eyeliner. "Oh, my meager salary can hardly compare to your business earnings," Li Lilian replied, though inwardly she cursed. "It's just a bit of money. Always flaunting it. My daughter has been accepted to Beijing University while your son's fate remains uncertain, destined for some obscure university." Xiao Lingling was sweet-tongued, greeting each relative at the grand table and successfully garnering compliments from the elders. "Look at your cousin, so polite. While you only know how to cling to your phone and computer," second aunt chastised her son. "Who is that?" Third aunt pointed at the seated Xiaoying. "This is Little Ing," Xiao's father responded. "Little Ing? Why have you lost so much weight?" Second aunt barely recognized her. She has grown so beautiful, even more so than Lingling. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingling's smile became rigid. "Little E seems to have grown taller again. Why doesn't he know how to greet anyone?" Second aunt remarked, turning her gaze toward Xiao Yi. "Little Ing, Little E, quickly greet the elders," Xiao's father instructed the two. "Hello, second aunt," Xiao Yi politely acknowledged. Xiaoying lifted her gaze towards her so-called second aunt, who stood a fair distance away. Her lips moved slowly, but in the next moment, she averted her eyes. "When will we eat?" The second aunt's expression changed immediately. "Such a lack of manners. How have you been raised? It's as if you've never had a meal before." Understanding the situation, her uncle interjected, "Let us be reasonable. It's not as if we're unaware of your elder brother's difficult circumstances. This is his first time dining in such a grand hotel, and for a child who has never tasted fine cuisine, it is only natural to behave this way." It was evident that none of the 3 younger brothers held their elder brother in high regard. Xiao's father felt his face flush with embarrassment, being an honest man. He did not know how to retort. He could only bow his head, rubbing his thighs with his hands, and let out a few awkward chuckles, filled with shame and helplessness. Witnessing her father's humiliation churned Xiao Yi's stomach with discomfort, and she offered him a comforting word. "Dad, it's all right." Xiao's father looked up at his understanding daughter, and his heart lightened considerably. He nodded, "Dad is fine." In the past, Li Lilan would have only dared to curse inwardly, but this time, she refused to endure in silence any longer. She cast a glance at the second aunt's son. How did you perform on the college entrance examination, Xiaofeng? You've always been at the top. You must have done well, right? Surely you can get into Jing University? The expression on her uncle's family turned sour. Xiao Mufeng, who had been engrossed in his phone, raised his head. Influenced by his parents, he held no respect for this impoverished relative and retorted bluntly, Jing University isn't a toilet that anyone can just enter. Aunt, is that your way of saying my elder cousin got accepted? The second aunt burst into laughter. Everyone present was well aware of Xiao Ying's academic performance. The notion of Jing University was laughable. Given her poor grades and the family's financial struggles, it was likely she would head straight to the factory after the exams. Chapter 45. Miss Chiao is our hotel's VIP. Li Lilan leisurely adjusted her sitting posture, a smug look on her face. I cannot say whether your elder cousin will get in, but your second cousin has assured me that acceptance into Jing University is absolutely secure, right, Ling Ling? If it weren't for her daughter repeatedly insisting she keep the matter of the guaranteed admission to Jing University confidential, she would have seized this opportunity to boast and revel in their faces. Really, Ling Ling? You can get into Jing University? Xiao's father exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, gazing at his daughter in disbelief. For someone like Xiao's father, who had lived in poverty for most of his life and faced disdain from both his wife and siblings, his children represented his hope. The accomplishments of his son and second daughter were a source of immense pride for him. For someone of his humble background, having a child who could gain admission to Jing University and rise above their circumstances would be the greatest joy. Yes, Dad. I have been studying late into the night recently. I am confident I can tackle the exam questions. Getting into Jing University is absolutely within reach. Upon hearing this, Li Lilan straightened her back even further, feeling a rare sense of pride after so many years of being married into the Qiao family. Wonderful, wonderful. Xiao's father was nearly in tears, too overwhelmed to articulate his joy. Xiao Yi cast a glance at Xiao Ling Ling, who, upon sensing Xiao Yi's gaze, felt a pang of guilt. Is that so? Getting into Jing University is quite the achievement. The head of the family, Xiao Xingxiang, laughed heartily and declared, if you truly get into Jing University, your third uncle will prepare a generous red envelope for you. Thank you, third uncle. Receiving her uncle's affirmation, Xiao Ling Ling, now the center of attention, felt a wave of secret delight. Humph, anyone can boast. Let us see what happens when the exams arrive. It would be quite amusing if you ended up slapping your own face, Aunt Air scoffed, unable to bear the sight of Li Lilian's smugness. She quickly retorted, oh dear, how is Xiao Yi's foot? With today's advanced medical technology, perhaps a trip to the big city might offer a chance for healing. If he ends up limping for life, how will he find a job or a wife? Even if he manages to get into a good university, that foot will surely hold him back. Unprepared for the sudden malice from her elder, Xiao Yi froze, her hands, which had been resting under the table, clenching into fists in discomfort. Aunt Air's words had skillfully struck a nerve with Li Lilian. Before Li Lilian could react, a light, yet chilling voice interjected, if you truly care, don't just express it with words. Be practical and contribute a sum of 100,000 or 80,000 for my brother's treatment. He will remember your kindness. 100 or 80,000. How bold of you to say? Children have no idea how hard it is to earn money. While I do have some funds, my family has to make ends meet as well, Aunt Air replied. 30 or 50,000 would suffice. Xiaoying pressed on relentlessly, leaving Aunt Air's family somewhat at a loss for words. It was impossible for Aunt Air to part with even 1,000, let alone the amounts being suggested. But outright denying assistance would seem too harsh for someone who had initiated the conversation with concern. Aunt Air was left speechless. Don't cry out your hollow concern while poking at others' wounds. Xiao Ying's tone abruptly turned cold. At your age, you should be able to speak with some decency. The table fell silent in shock at Xiao Ying's words. Xiao's father jumped in alarm. Xiaoying, how can you speak to your Aunt Air like that? Li Lilian and Xiao Lingling, however, found a secret satisfaction in the exchange. Despite their dislike for Xiaoying, they relished the moment. How dare you speak to your Aunt Air that way? You are utterly disrespectful. Uncle Air erupted, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiaoying. Sister-in-law, you have raised quite a daughter to speak so rudely to her elders. Aunt Air was even more incensed. Aunt Air's son, Xiao Mufeng, sneered, humph. What can you expect from a child raised in a poor family? Xiaoying rested her hand on the table, leaning lazily against her chair. Her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded the trio, an unspoken danger glimmering in her cold gaze. I sincerely apologize, dear sister-in-law. The child is simply ignorant. Please don't take her words to heart. Xiao's father hastily interjected, standing up to offer his apologies. Just as Xiaoying was about to make a move, Xiao Yi sensed it and anxiously called out, Sister, why be so tense? I'm not doing anything. Xiaoying replied with a smile toward Xiao Yi. All right. Let us eat. It's rare for everyone to gather like this. The authoritative Qiao Xingxiang interjected to smooth things over. Though Aunt Air felt displeased, she had no choice but to relent, as her family's business still relied on Qiao Xingxiang's support. The dishes began to arrive one after another. Qiao Xingxiang's daughter noticed Qiao Lingling secretly taking photos of the dishes with her phone and disdainfully scoffed. This caught Aunt Air's attention, and upon noticing Qiao Lingling's actions, she quickly stood up and turned the dishes toward her, saying, "Come, Lingling, take a picture of this. It looks great. Don't eat yet. Let our future Peking University student take her photos first." Qiao Lingling's face flushed with embarrassment as she reluctantly set down her phone. "Continue taking photos, it's perfectly fine. Auntie understands your family's circumstances and your feelings. Having this meal is a rare opportunity for you, so there's no need to feel shy." "No, Auntie. I'm just taking pictures for fun," Qiao Lingling replied, suppressing her discomfort. She thought to herself, just bear with them for now. Once she secured her place at Jing University, they would no longer look down on her. What's so special about this? Just the other day, when I was in the capital, the president of Jing University personally hosted us at a lavish banquet, far more extravagant than this. However, before she could finish her sentence, her daughter Qiao Lingling's knee brushed against her. Li Lilian felt puzzled. This was a splendid occasion, not something shameful to hide. Yet, having been cautioned repeatedly by her daughter, and lacking the cultural insight to grasp the nuances, Li Lilian could only remain silent. "What happened a few days ago? Don't pretend to be something you're not. Don't you know your own worth?" Auntie rolled her eyes before addressing Qiao Xingxiang. "Brother, this feast must have cost a fortune, right? This meal is only about 70 to 80,000. Not too bad." Qiao Xingxiang slumped in his chair, his belly protruding, exuding an air of affluence. 70 to 80,000? Auntie gasped in astonishment. Li Lilian was equally taken aback. "This wine is a bit pricey, 1,001 per bottle. Come on, brother. You should have some too." Qiao Xingxiang signaled the waiter to pour wine for Qiao's father. As the waiter approached, Qiao's father immediately stood up nervously. I can't drink this. No need, you all enjoy yourselves. Go on, it's not that expensive. If you keep drinking that cheap erguo too, you might as well experience what good wine tastes like." After a few drinks, Qiao Xingxiang resumed his pretense, saying to Qiao's father, "If your daughter can't get into university, she can come work at my company. I'll arrange for her to learn some computer skills and be a clerk, earning 3,500 a month. Then, thank you, brother. I'll toast to you." Qiao's father grasped the wine, glanced at Xiao Ying, and sighed resignedly. Meanwhile, Qiao Lingling stole a quiet laugh. Before Xiao Ying could speak, Xiao Yi stepped forward. "My sister will definitely get in. Learning computers to be a clerk? 3,005. Xiao Yi felt a strong urge to defend Xiao Ying and strike back at these people. So what if the meal cost 70 to 80,000? His sister had taken him to a private room on the top floor last time, where the ambience was hundreds of times better, and 4 or 5 dishes had cost nearly 100,000, not to mention they had been there more than once. What was so unmanageable about a wine priced at 1,000 a bottle? His sister had once ordered a 5,000 bottle and found it undrinkable. The second time, she chose an even pricier one but barely sipped it. Seeing his father and elder sister in distress, Qiao Yi's frustration boiled over. Qiao Xingxiang smiled, too apathetic to argue with the child. "Miss Qiao, I see your table has finished the wine. The bottles you left unfinished last time are still being kept for you at our hotel. Would you like to have some?" A large table of people enjoying their meal turned their heads in unison to see a waiter bending down beside Xiao Ying, softly inquiring. The onlookers were left in confusion at this scene. Before they could react, another waiter approached, presenting a platter of exquisite pastries in front of Qiao Yi. Continuing to address Qiao Yi, he said, "Mr. Qiao, during your last visit, I noticed your fondness for this pastry from our hotel. It is a gift for our esteemed guests. Please, enjoy." Being referred to as Mr. made Qiao Yi feel a bit awkward. "Thank you. Miss Qiao, shall I assist you in opening this wine?" The attendant beside Xiao Ying inquired again. Holding the bottle, "You haven't discarded it?" Xiao Ying was surprised that they had actually kept it for her. The well-dressed attendant, with an attractive appearance, smiled and replied, "This wine is worth 87,000. We cannot afford to dispose of it casually. However, the bottle of red wine you ordered previously, which cost 50,000, has already been decanted and cannot be stored, so we had to dispose of that." Chapter 46, Mayor Feng. "Miss Qiao, you are dining as well." Aunt Air observed the surreal scene before her and pointed at Xiao Ying, asking the attendant, "What did you just say?" "She is your esteemed guest." "Indeed," the attendant affirmed. "Little girl, open your eyes and take a good look. How could she possibly be one of your esteemed guests? Are you still half asleep?" Aunt Air couldn't help but chuckle, as if she had just heard a joke. "Madam, I assure you, I do not make mistakes. Miss Qiao is indeed one of our esteemed guests," the attendant responded with a smile. "Please open the wine." Xiao Ying instructed the attendant. "Certainly," the attendant replied, uncorking the bottle and preparing to pour into a tall glass. However, Xiao Ying raised her hand to halt him. She took the bottle of wine, reached around Xiao Yi, and placed the nearly untouched bottle before her father, saying, "After a lifetime of hard work, you deserve to enjoy something fine." Xiao Ying herself did not drink. Not out of excessive filial piety, but simply because the wine was so unpalatable that it extinguished any desire to even sample it. Furthermore, she could not tolerate the mean-spirited demeanor of her so-called relatives, who considered themselves superior yet were nothing more than buffoons. Xiao Yi's father, bewildered by the attendant's unexpected reference to Miss Xiao, stared at the wine that Xiao Ying had brought over, shaking his head repeatedly. Dad won't drink," he said. Too fearful to touch it. What did that server say this wine costs? 87,000. Xiao Yi's father began to doubt whether the money they used was the same as his own. His slow-witted mind looked blankly at Xiao Ying, while Xiao Lingling voiced his unasked question. "Little Yi, have you dined here before?" Xiao Lingling inquired. "My sister brought me," Xiao Yi replied, pausing before adding, "In the top-floor private room. How much money does this rotund Xiao Ying truly possess? Designer clothes and shoes, a new phone and computer, and even expensive medicines worth hundreds of thousands." It was astonishing that she could afford to dine in such a place and purchase wine worth tens of thousands, only to discard what was left over. Even their wealthiest uncle could not compare to her extravagance. As Xiao Lingling pondered this, an uncomfortable feeling grew within her. Oh, where did my brother and sister-in-law strike it rich? How could they become wealthy and yet keep us in the dark? They don't treat us like family at all, Aunt Air immediately questioned. We haven't struck it rich. What wealth could we possibly have? It's just that the kids dined here. I have never been. Xiao Yi's father replied honestly. Kids? Where did these kids get so much money? Aunt Air's narrow eyes scrutinized Xiao Ying. It's one thing to be poor, but let us not engage in any unlawful activities that would tarnish our reputation as well. It is quite amusing, isn't it? You accumulate wealth through legitimate business endeavors, while we are accused of petty theft and deceit. Why is it that only you can prosper? Are we destined to remain impoverished for a lifetime? Li Lilian, never at a loss for words, swiftly retorted. Sister-in-law, please excuse my bluntness. I simply lack the gift of eloquence. However, it is curious that you and your husband have such opportunities for wealth, yet neglect to share the fortune with your kin. After all, I once lent money to Xiao Ying for her tuition, did I not? The second aunt, with a sarcastic tone, simultaneously sought to gain favor. Mr. Qiao, unwilling to engage, remained silent, prompting the second aunt to continue. Brother, among you siblings, you are the most sincere. How is it that now, having earned money, you fail to acknowledge your own family? Indeed, brother, the Qiao brothers chimed in agreement. Mr. Qiao, with a resigned smile, replied, I lack such prowess. It is Xiao Ying who excels at computer endeavors and earns her keep online, an unfamiliar realm for someone of my age. Online earnings? Mother, I want that, exclaimed the second aunt's youngest son, climbing onto a chair and pointing at the plate of pastries before Xiao Yi. What do you mean what? The second aunt snapped back. Xiao Yi then graciously moved the pastries to the rotating tray, positioning them in front of the little boy, who eagerly snatched a piece to devour. Observing this, Mr. Xiao stood up and carefully lifted an expensive bottle of red wine. Come, let us all partake. Allow me to pour for everyone. Your brothers are seasoned in business. They have surely tasted finer wines. Save your generosity for yourself, Xiao Ying interjected nonchalantly. Mr. Qiao stood awkwardly with the wine, while the aunts exchanged disapproving glances, their expressions turning sour, particularly the second aunt, as her son finished one pastry and reached for another. She snatched it from his hands and tossed it back onto the plate. Have you gone hungry at home? You're as greedy as a glutton. What progress can you expect at such a tender age? She scolded sharply. The child, only 4 or 5 years old, burst into tears at the loss of his treat and the harsh reprimand. The second aunt, growing more furious, turned her attention to the eldest brother's family. Brother, do not say I didn't warn you. Earning money online is often dubious. Beware of being deceived. I've heard of young girls engaging in predatory loans, borrowing vast sums, even being kept by wealthy older men. I hope your Xiao Ying isn't dabbling in such unsavory paths. Upon hearing this, Mr. Qiao's heart sank with concern for Xiao Ying, fearing she might fall victim to online scams. Meanwhile, Xiao Lingling secretly hoped for the opposite, wishing fervently that Xiao Ying's earnings came from such dubious sources. Such dealings require capital, do they not? Someone of your age, with sagging skin and wrinkles, wouldn't even attract attention for free, Xiao Ying retorted lightly. Just as Xiao Yi, provoked by the second aunt's words, struggled to contain his laughter, the second aunt slammed the table in outrage. How dare you speak so? At such a young age, instead of pursuing virtuous paths, you take pride in shedding your clothes for filthy gains. What a disgrace. I remember how you used to be. How did you undergo such a drastic transformation? Her loud outburst successfully drew the attention of Feng Tong. As Feng Tong stepped through the entrance, he found himself standing in the grand hall, Disdain etched across his face as he observed his troublesome son lingering outside, reluctant to enter. Upon hearing the commotion, Feng Teng instinctively turned his gaze, immediately spotting the ill-mannered second aunt. Frowning, he was about to avert his eyes when he suddenly recognized a familiar face amidst the crowd. The second aunt's vitriol escalated, and Li Lilian, unable to endure the insults, rose to retaliate vocally. The second aunt's eldest son intervened to defend his mother, threatening Li Lilian with a fierce warning. Dare to utter another word against my mother, and you'll regret it. The tension spread like wildfire. As the second son of the Qiao family joined in to berate Xiao Ying, accusing her of resorting to dishonorable means for money. In a fit of indignation, the typically gentle Qiao father, witnessing his daughter being bullied, could no longer hold back. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Second brother, mind your words. As the situation descended into chaos, the third and fourth branches of the family began to intervene. However, it was evident they sided with the second branch, seeking to suppress the financially struggling eldest family. Xiao Ying sat stoically in her chair, observing the absurdity of the Qiao family's petty squabbles. As the exchange between the second aunt and Li Lilian grew increasingly unbearable, the palpable tension among the Qiao brothers intensified, pushing her irritation to a boiling point. Just as the emotions reached their zenith, a chilling glint of murderous intent flickered in Xiao Ying's eyes. At that moment, a robust male voice broke through the tumult. Ah, is that not Miss Qiao? Dressed impeccably in a suit, Feng Teng exuded an air of authority, his countenance dignified yet slightly softened by the passage of time, complemented by a pair of spectacles that further accentuated his distinguished presence. His arrival effortlessly quelled the discord, bringing a serene silence to the gathering within mere seconds. The members of the Qiao family fell silent, all eyes now fixed upon Feng Teng. Mayor Feng, Xiao Yi said, anxious and concerned that a confrontation might ensue, putting his family at a disadvantage. Upon seeing Feng Teng, his worries began to dissipate. Mayor? Xiao Xingxiang, the third son of the Qiao family, instinctively exclaimed. Mayor? The second aunt was taken aback, glancing between Xiao Yi and Feng Teng, questioning if she had misheard. Ah, it's been a while since I've seen you, classmate Xiao. Feng Teng remarked with a broad smile, warmly shaking Xiao Yi's hand to establish camaraderie. He surveyed the room, noting the multitude of curious, probing gazes. Before turning to Xiao Ying with a cheerful demeanor, Miss Qiao, what a coincidence. Are you dining here as well? Why dine in the hall when I have reserved a private room upstairs? Feng Teng enthusiastically invited Xiao Ying to join him for dinner upstairs. Old Feng, what are you doing? Why don't you come up? We're just waiting for you, exclaimed Deputy Mayor Su, who had descended with his son, Su Mingchen. Meanwhile, Yi father, eagerly accompanied by his daughter Yi Jingning, also made his way down. Chapter 47. Xiao Ying, I am not acquainted with them. Feng Wen, the person Mr. Who asked me to find is indeed her. Feng Teng turned to the approaching Su family, saying, I just arrived and saw a familiar face, so I came over to greet. Before they could approach, Su Mingchen noticed Xiao Ying, likely due to Feng Teng's conspicuous proximity to her. Meanwhile, Yi Jingning's smile faltered upon spotting the figure seated in the chair, her brow furrowing in confusion as she pondered why Xiao Ying was present, and the mention of the mayor referring to a familiar acquaintance. Who could it be? Xiao Ying. Su's father glanced at Xiao Ying, having already articulated the confusion in his heart on behalf of Yi Jingning. Is the acquaintance you mentioned this young lady? This is Miss Qiao. Feng Teng is a person of many talents, and he has not forgotten Xiao Yi. This is Miss Qiao's younger brother. What is the meaning of this? Who are these individuals? How dare he refer to this unruly girl as Miss? Second aunt sensed that the situation was dire. The individuals before them, dressed impeccably and exuding an air of authority, were either government officials or prominent business magnates. Moreover, just moments ago, Xiao Yi had addressed that man as Mayor Feng. Had there been a misunderstanding, or were they indeed referring to the mayor they had in mind? Li Lilian directly inquired of her son, Xiao Yi. What do you call him? Miss Qiao? Yi Jingning nearly exclaimed, hastily covering her mouth. She cast another glance at Xiao Ying, pondering how she could possibly be considered a miss. Had Mayor Feng truly mistaken her for someone else? Yet, she quickly recalled the rumors circulating at school. Could it be that Xiao Ying truly possessed some remarkable background? Su Mingchen similarly regarded Xiao Ying with astonishment. The respect conveyed in Feng Teng's address imbued Su's father with a newfound seriousness as he scrutinized Xiao Ying. Miss Qiao? In his recollection, there were no high-ranking officials or corporate board members in Yun City with the surname Qiao. Even if there were, it would hardly warrant such deference from a mayor of Feng Teng's stature. Perhaps she was not from Yun City at all. Hello, I am Su Zhao. Su's father extended his hand towards Xiao Ying. Despite standing before a girl of similar age to his son, he did not dare to treat her lightly. However, Xiao Ying, accustomed to her own ways, was in a foul mood and naturally chose to ignore him. Miss Chiao prefers to avoid social interactions, Feng Tung interjected, attempting to alleviate the tension. I apologize for my presumption. I did not consider the nuances. Su's father did not take offense. Indeed, it was improper for him to extend a handshake to a young lady. Furthermore, the fact that even Feng Tung treated her with such regard indicated that it was only natural for her to disregard a mere deputy mayor. Miss Chiao, shall we ascend to dine? Feng Tung reiterated his invitation. At that moment, a voice suddenly exclaimed, Director Yi? Xiao Xingxiang, the third son of the Chiao family, recognized the figure standing behind Feng Tung's entourage as Ye's father. He hurriedly stepped back from his position and jogged towards Ye's father. Ah, Director Yi, it's truly you. Ye's father, taken aback by the eager approach of Xiao Xingxiang, found his hand seized before he could respond, and he was compelled to shake hands with him. And you are? I am Xiao Xingxiang, the proprietor of Chengxiang Stone Factory. The materials used for the renovations at your hotel were supplied by me. Oh, indeed, Mr. Chiao. Ye's father seemed to recall the existence of such an individual. But please, there's no need for such formality. You may simply call me Xingxiang. Xiao Xingxiang, filled with excitement and trepidation, continued, Director Yi, have you dined yet? I invite you to join us upstairs. No. I am here accompanying Mayor Feng and Deputy Mayor Su. Perhaps another time, Ye's father replied, having made considerable effort to attend this gathering, leaving no time to entertain a mere stone factory owner. Were it not for the fact that Xiao Xingxiang was seated at the same table as Miss Chiao, he would not have been so courteous. Mayor? Deputy Mayor? Xiao Xingxiang was bewildered, looking towards Feng Tung and uncertainly asking, Director Yi, are you saying that this gentleman is our mayor? Mayor? The Chiao family members exchanged hesitant glances, looking at both Feng Tung and Su Zhao, feeling utterly at a loss. Greetings, everyone. Mayor Feng timely acknowledged the large table of guests. Su's father nodded in agreement. After the pleasantries, Feng Tung leaned slightly and inquired, Miss Chiao, who are they? It was impossible to ignore the table of people any longer. We are family of Xiaoying. I am her second aunt. The second aunt responded swiftly, stepping forward to introduce herself. I am her third uncle, Xiao Xingxiang quickly added, abandoning his earlier aloofness. Mayor, I am Xiaoying's second uncle. He gestured towards his two sons. In an instant, the entire family jostled forward, eager to make their presence known. Yes, hello, they chimed in. But before Feng Tung could engage in further conversation with Xiaoying's relatives, the previously silent Xiaoying remarked coldly, I am not acquainted with them. She slowly rose, dismissing the faces before her with disdain. I cannot afford to associate with these wealthy relatives. Mayor Feng, you need not concern yourself with them. Her words left the Chiao family members embarrassed and speechless. Feng Tung, understanding the situation, acknowledged, I see. He had long been puzzled. He had investigated Xiaoying's background and found that she had never ventured beyond Jiangxia district. Her parents were humble laborers, and her younger brother was disabled. The family had been laborers for 3 generations. He could not fathom how such an unremarkable girl could possibly be linked to the influential Qin family of the capital. Xiaoying, my second aunt spoke out of turn. Please do not hold it against her, the second aunt interjected, approaching with an attempt to take Xiaoying's hand, only to be met with a frosty glare. Indeed, we are all family. My third uncle also erred, and he offers his apologies. And my elder brother. I truly regret the earlier remarks. At that moment, a visible shift occurred, with the family members suddenly adopting a cordial demeanor, a stark contrast to their earlier behavior when they had conspired against her. Li Liliang observed their changing expressions with a newfound sense of relief and satisfaction. My dear sister-in-law, your words are quite harsh. The second aunt is quite adaptable, her demeanor flipping a full 180 degrees without a moment's pause. Feng Tung mused quietly to himself. Is Miss Chiao truly related to these individuals? It certainly doesn't seem so, given the disparity in their temperaments and manners. Dad, are we still eating, or should I head back? Feng Wenzhong had been standing in the lobby for quite a while, noticing his father was engrossed in idle chatter and seemingly deaf to his presence, so he approached impatiently. From a distance, he spotted Su Mingshun and rolled his eyes at the sight of him. This guy, there isn't a single aspect of him that I find agreeable. Su Mingshun, upon hearing Feng Wenzhong's remarks, instinctively turned his head, but quickly returned to his previous focus. This glance only fueled Feng Wenzhong's irritation further. Approaching his father, he stated bluntly, Dad, if you're not eating, I'm leaving. I need to sleep. Feng Tung gazed at his troublesome son with exasperation. Can't you see I have important matters to attend to? Go upstairs and wait for me. Feng Wenzhong replied, I'm not eating anymore. I'm going back. Suddenly, he spotted someone. Hey, you. He pointed at Xiaoying. Why do you look so familiar? Impudent boy, put your hand down. This is Miss Chiao. Show some decorum. Feng Tung, infuriated, swatted his son's hand away. Miss Chiao? Xiaoying. Feng Wenzhong's eyes widened in astonishment as he uncontrollably raised his finger again, exclaiming, It's you. Goodness. You've lost so much weight. You know Miss Chiao? Upon hearing his son's recognition of Qiao Ying, Feng Teng momentarily forgot to reprimand his son. Of course I know her. Feng Wenzhong exclaimed excitedly. She's the one young master Hua asked me to find. Chapter 48. Encouraging Su Mingchen to pursue Qiao Ying. Night Sea's encrypted message, is that true? Upon hearing this, Feng Teng's respect for Qiao Ying grew significantly. Aren't you at number 7 high school? I've gone there to look for you several times, but never found you. Did I really make all those trips for nothing? A surge of emotion washed over Feng Wenzhong. Are you even from number 7 high school? Young Master Hua said he saw you in the capital a few days ago. Now there's another young Master Hua? Which one? Su's father wondered. What is the background of this young lady? Ignoring Feng Wenzhong, Qiao Ying addressed Feng Teng. Mayor Feng, I won't stay for the meal. I'll treat you another time when I have the opportunity. As she turned to leave, she suddenly smiled and looked at Yi Jingning's father. Mr. Yi, right? Yes, I am. Ye's father quickly responded, startled to be addressed. Qiao Ying continued, when doing business, one must be vigilant. If your partner lacks integrity, you could easily be undermined. Feng Teng's heart sank, his expression shifting dramatically. Qiao Ying's words were clear. Ye's father understood her implication and was more than willing to take advantage of the opportunity to slight Feng Teng. After Qiao Ying finished speaking, she departed, with Qiao Yi hurrying to catch up. Hey, don't go. I haven't finished my sentence. Just as Feng Wenzhong was about to pursue her, his father stopped him. Feng Teng then hurried after her, saying, Miss Qiao, allow me to escort you. Mr. Yi, when you have time, I would like to invite you to dinner. Feng Xingxiang said nervously, forcing a smile. Yet, the other party responded coldly, no need. Feng Xingxiang felt a heavy weight in his heart, growing anxious. Mr. Yi. However, the latter ignored him and took his daughter to find Feng Teng. Su's father called for his son Su Mingchen to join them as well, leaving the Qiao family in a state of bewilderment. After a while, Qiao's father finally muttered, so, Qiao Ying knows our mayor? After seeing the guests off, the group ascended the stairs. Dad, why did you pull me back earlier? I finally found her, and I hadn't finished speaking. In the elevator, Feng Wenzhong complained to his father. Leave it for later, Feng Teng whispered, discreetly patting his son's hand. I have Miss Qiao's contact information. I'll give it to you when we get home so you can report to young Master Hua. Really? Upon hearing the conversation, Feng Wen felt a surge of indignation. Hey, Dad, why do you refer to her as Miss Qiao? Do you know her? He urged his father to elaborate. Feng Teng exchanged a knowing glance with his son. Su's father, intrigued by Feng Teng's enigmatic demeanor, couldn't help but inquire, Old Feng, what is the situation with that Miss Qiao? Feng Teng chuckled heartily. You wouldn't recognize her. Su's father, not easily dismissed, laughed in response. How can you be so certain I don't know her? Is this something you're keeping from me? Feng Teng feigned mystery, waving his hand dismissively. As for Miss Qiao, I dare not speculate. He had no intention of sharing such intriguing information with others. Dare not speculate? Is she perhaps the daughter of a president? Feng Teng's words only deepened the intrigue. Xiaozhong mentioned that Miss Qiao is Ming Chun from the 7th high school. Have you encountered her at your school? Su's father inquired of his son. Lost in thought, Su Mingchen momentarily hesitated. Xiaoning, have you seen her? Mr. Yi chimed in, directing the question to his daughter. To their surprise, both Su Mingchen and Yi Jingning exchanged complex expressions. Su Mingchen certainly recognized her. After all, Qiao Ying had sent him love letters and breakfast. How could he not know her? Yi Jingning was equally familiar, having suffered greatly due to Qiao Ying's actions. Classmates, Su Mingchen replied. Both Feng Teng and his son turned their attention toward him. Classmates? It seems you are also in your senior year. Are you in the same class? How is your relationship? Su's father pressed on, unsure of how to respond. Su Mingchen was saved by the elevator's chime as it opened. What began as a simple dinner gathering had transformed into a web of unspoken thoughts and secrets, all due to the mysterious Qiao Ying. Once the dinner concluded and they were back in the car, Su's father continued to pry into the matter concerning Qiao Ying. When he again inquired about Su Mingchen's relationship with her, the boy, who had previously felt disdain for Qiao Ying, even regarding her pursuit of him as a source of shame, found himself surprisingly candid this time. She used to bring me breakfast, he admitted. Su's father's eyes brightened. So the young lady has feelings for you? That was a long time ago. She's different now, Su Mingchen responded. A sense of inexplicable melancholy washing over him as he spoke those words, a feeling he was yet to recognize. Gradually, he began to recall the changes in Qiao Ying. But what of it? The emotions of youth are the purest and most difficult to relinquish. She must still harbor some feelings for you. Had someone previously claimed that Qiao Ying still liked him, Su Mingchen would have dismissed it with a scoff. Yet now, not only did he feel no aversion, but he also found himself considering his father's words, even harboring a flicker of hope. Setting aside her identity, the girl's beauty was undeniable. You should reach out to her later, inquire about the school she intends to apply to, even if you don't end up at the same institution. Given your shared background as high school classmates in Yun City, and with you being so exceptional, Your relationship is bound to deepen. Su's father made his intentions clear, encouraging his son to pursue Xiaoying. Though he was unaware of Feng Ting's peculiar attitude toward Xiaoying or the underlying connections, he was well aware of the influential Hua family in the capital, as alluded to by Feng Wan. As for Yi Jingning, upon entering the car, she was immediately questioned by her father about her acquaintance with Xiaoying, who urged her to find a way to befriend her and become close confidants. As Yi Jingning listened to her father incessantly mention Miss Xiao, her irritation flared, and she could no longer contain herself. Dad, please stop. It was this Miss Xiao who caused the troublemakers to disturb the school and put me in this predicament. Her father, who had been lost in speculation about Xiao Ying's identity, was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng Tong, having learned from his son about the relationship between Xiao Ying and Hua Qingdong, understood his son's capabilities well enough to refrain from encouraging him to pursue Xiaoying. Instead, he urged him to find ways to establish a connection with her. He surmised that Xiaoying must be studying in the capital, and he resolved to do whatever it took to send his son there, even if it meant enrolling him in a less prestigious institution. After Xiao Yi had her fill alongside Xiaoying, she strolled home under the moonlight, embraced by the cool breeze. Noticing that Xiaoying appeared to be in better spirits, Xiao Yi couldn't help but inquire, "Sister, was that Mayor Feng's son? How does he know you? And who is this young Master Hua he mentioned? An inconsequential person." Xiaoying replied, "Oh, have you noticed any changes in your foot lately? Any sensations?" "Yes, it seems like I can apply some strength now," Xiao Yi responded instantly, her eyes sparkling with hope. "After we return, take your medicine and soak your foot. Once you're done, I will perform acupuncture on you," Xiaoying said. "Acupuncture? You know how to do that?" Xiao Yi's eyes widened in surprise. By the time Xiao Yi finished her medicine and soaked her foot, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Just as she dried her foot, Xiaoying entered her room, carrying a small cloth bag and a piece of paper that seemed to have something drawn on it. Placing the paper aside, Xiaoying opened her acupuncture kit. Upon seeing the slender silver needles arranged neatly inside, Xiao Yi couldn't help but feel anxious. "Do I need to lie down?" Despite being unable to fathom when Xiaoying had learned acupuncture, Xiao Yi unconditionally trusted her. "Just sit, roll up your pant leg. I will teach you, and once you learn, you can do it for yourself," Xiaoying instructed as she squatted down. "Will this take a long time?" Xiao Yi wondered if she would need to practice for 2 or 3 years, which is why Xiaoying encouraged her to learn on her own. However, Xiaoying replied, "I have something to attend to and will be leaving tomorrow for a considerable distance." "Where are you going? When will you return?" "I'm going to a place you don't know about. When I will be back is uncertain. The summer vacation is long, and I cannot waste my time at home." As she spoke, Xiaoying picked up a needle. "I'm beginning now. Relax, there's no need to be tense. It won't hurt. I'm not afraid of pain," Xiao Yi asserted. As Xiaoying commenced the acupuncture, her technique flowed effortlessly, a stark contrast to the seasoned practitioners with beards. She seemed anything but an expert in acupuncture. While performing the procedure, she explained each acupoint, the techniques, and the depth of the needles to Xiao Yi. The pain that Xiaoying could endure was evidently beyond what an ordinary person could comprehend. Beads of sweat formed on Xiao Yi's forehead, not from the mild discomfort of the needles, but from a deeper, bone-deep ache. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Yi recorded the session on her phone, transitioning from initial tension to burgeoning hope. Once one foot was covered in needles resembling a hedgehog, Xiaoying stood up and handed her the paper she had set aside. "This is an acupoint diagram I just drew." Xiao Yi took the item with disbelief, gasping as she asked, "Sister, how are you so incredible? You even know acupuncture?" Xiaoying replied, "Make sure to remember this. If you have any questions later, just ask me. Do not attempt it haphazardly." "Understood." Half an hour later, Xiaoying began to remove the needles. The needles must be collected in the order they were applied, and the timing must remain consistent. It cannot be chaotic. Xiao Yi attentively noted everything. Once she had finished her instructions, Xiaoying returned to her room. Upon opening her computer, she discovered an encrypted message had been sent to her. It was from Yi. Chapter 49. "Darling, you detonated the headquarters of the Divine Armed Alliance. Upon arriving in M Continent, I encountered my former subordinate Bai Xiao. Yi. Darling, I've returned to the country. May I seek you out?" Perhaps due to Xiaoying's prior indication that it was inconvenient to meet, Yi had refrained from contacting her until today. Xiaoying typed slowly with one hand, responding, "What a coincidence. I shall be departing for M Continent tomorrow." Yi, the annual contest of wits? Are you certain you can swagger about like that now? Shall I remind you, darling? You once blew up the headquarters of the Divine Armed Alliance. Xiaoying, what is there to fear? Yi, are you waiting for me to depart together, or shall we meet again in M Continent? Xiaoying, are you coming? They agreed to reunite in M Continent. And the next day, Xiaoying set off lightly with a black backpack. As soon as Xiaoying left, Li Lilian arrived, bearing breakfast and knocking on Xiaoying's door, affectionately calling her good daughter, her face adorned with a smile. After knocking for a considerable time without a response, Li Lilian gently reminded her to rise and eat breakfast later. She embodied the image of a doting mother, prompting Xiao Lingling in the adjacent room to grit her teeth and cover her ears. Just as Li Lilian was about to leave for work, several of Xiao's brothers arrived with their wives and children, bringing an array of gifts. The younger brothers and sisters-in-law affectionately called out elder brother and sister-in-law. The third brother, Xiao Xingxiang, generously spent a significant amount on gifts. Xiao Lingling, holding a beautiful dress and red envelope from her third uncle, glanced enviously at the large red envelope he had prepared for Xiao Ying, feeling a knot of displeasure in her heart, unable to find joy. Xiao's father, a man of deep sentiment, softened upon hearing his brother's heartfelt apologies, declaring that last night's events were behind them and that they remained a family. Seeing that the elder brother's anger had subsided, Xiao Xingxiang, ecstatic, inquired, "Is Xiaoying at home?" However, Li Lilian was not so easily appeased. She firmly stated, "My precious daughter is still asleep in her room. Then, I shall wait here until she wakes. As her uncle, I wish to apologize to her," Xiao Xingxiang replied. Thus, the brothers of the Qiao family waited patiently. Yet, as midday approached, there was still no sign of her awakening. The following day, the group returned once more. This time, they appeared hurried, bearing an air of grave seriousness, with several aunts even in tears. When Xiao's father inquired, he learned that there was trouble with Qiao Xingxiang's stone factory. The hotel owner, referred to as Director Yi, had cancelled all orders, and subsequently, more clients began to withdraw. The business was in dire straits. Even the suppliers were halting their cooperation with him. It was evident that all this turmoil stemmed from Xiao Ying. Nevertheless, they still did not manage to see her. "My sister has left the house. You need not come, for she will pay you no mind nor accept your offerings." Upon returning from school, Xiao Yi conveyed this message to them before retreating to her room. The brothers of the Qiao family were left in utter despair. To put it plainly, the second aunt's family essentially worked for the third uncle's household, while the fourth uncle's family also relied on the third uncle for financial support. With the downfall of the third uncle, they would all face ruin alongside him. Meanwhile, Xiaoying had successfully arrived in M Continent. After exiting the airport, she hailed a taxi to the hotel she had reserved. That night, a series of gunshots shattered the tranquility. Xiaoying strolled to the window, resting her hands on the sill as she gazed down at the bustling street below. The cacophony of screams and cries for help intermingled in various languages. In her cold, indifferent eyes, something flickered to life, and gradually, as if revived, she rediscovered a long-lost sensation within her, her entire being feeling remarkably at ease. The area remained restless throughout the night. This was the northwest region of M Continent, yet it was not Xiao Ying's ultimate destination. She intended to venture to places far more chaotic and perilous than this. She was in no rush to continue her journey, lingering in the hotel for 2 days before departing on the third day. Upon learning of her intended destination, the thick-lipped African driver hesitated to take her, demanding double the fare before reluctantly agreeing to risk driving her to the hotel. Before leaving, he kindly advised her to leave early. Xiaoying slung her bag over her shoulder and replied with a gracious thank you in fluent American English, her spirits high. While checking in at the front desk, she encountered several imposing men of varying skin tones also registering. The leader among them was a Chinese man with yellow skin and black eyes. They donned mercenary combat gear, armed with firearms, and bore visible wounds, the scent of blood evident as if they had recently emerged from a fierce battle. Damn it! Now even those disorganized scum dare to bully us. A blonde, blue-eyed mercenary licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and spat defiantly on the ground. Another African mercenary scoffed, speaking in his native tongue, "Our boss is dead. Now we are mere scattered remnants." The leading Chinese mercenary turned and seized the African by the collar, warning him fiercely, "Bardman, shut your mouth." Bardman, filled with fury, instinctively grabbed the collar of his adversary in a heated retort, "Am I wrong? Our boss is indeed dead. If she were alive, would you dare let her show herself? Bai Shao, I've long found you insufferable. Since our boss has perished, let us settle this with a fight and then part ways. Come on, enough. Are you not already feeling bullied? Must we turn against one another as well?" The other mercenaries intervened to separate them. Bai Shao gritted his teeth and released Bardman, who stumbled back several paces. At that moment, Bai Shao spoke in a deep voice, "In 10 days, I will secure first place at the contest. Those who wish to follow me may do so. Those who do not are free to join other mercenary groups or surrender to the divine forces, as you wish." Upon hearing Bai Zhao's declaration, the others looked at him in disbelief. Participating in the contest and attaining first place would earn him the recognition of his strength, granting him the right to lead their organization. Bai Shao was effectively acknowledging the grim reality of their boss's demise. "You too aspire to lead?" Bardman, with an air of defiance, declared his unwillingness to comply, expressing a preference for solitary existence. He turned his back on his companion's pleas and exited the hotel. Bai Xiao, gritting his teeth and enduring the silence, observed the scene. Xiao Ying, witnessing this exchange, reflected on how poorly her subordinates had fared during her absence from M Continent over the past year. As Bai Xiao composed himself to continue the check-in process, he sensed a presence beside him and turned to see a young woman who had been silently observing their argument. Intrigued by her audacity, he noted her unflinching gaze. To his surprise, rather than retreating, she smiled gently at him. Bai Xiao was momentarily taken aback, and by the time he regained his composure, she had already begun to walk towards the elevator. He watched her retreating figure, her enigmatic smile, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Later that night, Xiaoying stood by the window, gazing at the magnificent buildings in the distance, reminiscent of a grand palace. This was the headquarters of the Divine Armed Alliance. As Bai Xiao had mentioned, situated on the border of M Continent, it was a lawless zone teeming with mercenaries, bounty hunters, and fugitives, the very embodiment of a haven and a hell for nefarious souls. Yet, amidst the chaos, there existed a semblance of order. The Divine Armed Alliance was the largest and most formidable mercenary group, wielding unparalleled power and influence. Its enigmatic leader was known as the King of M Continent. Chapter 50. Qin Hanyue heads to M Continent. Xiaoying retrieves goods for Bai Xiao. Xiaoying squinted, scrutinizing the brightly lit edifice in the distance, muttering to herself. Is it repaired? The Divine Armed Alliance, a force no one dared to provoke, had earned a legendary reputation for its elusive boss. Yet, they had crossed paths with the fearless Blood Shadow. In broad daylight, 10 kilograms of TNT had decimated half of the headquarters, sending shockwaves throughout M Continent. Xiaoying pondered whether her subordinates' current misfortunes were linked to the revelation that she was behind the bombing. In the capital city, at the Qin residence, Qin Yin knocked on the study door. Boss, M Continent is more chaotic this year than before. A surge of fugitives from Southeast Asia has infiltrated, and yesterday, even our cargo was stolen. Perhaps you should intervene. Qin Hanyue, perusing a document, replied, Is the dual conference about to commence? Indeed, Qin Yin affirmed. It's only 10 days away, and this year promises to be more eventful than ever. Qin Hanyue closed the file, lifted his gaze, and after a brief pause, instructed, Inquire if Yuchen will attend. Understood, Qin Yin responded. Bardman had yet to return after leaving the hotel, causing Bai Xiao to worry. Ultimately, he gathered a few companions to search for him, relieved to find that he was unharmed. After 2 days of recuperation at the hotel, Bai Xiao's finances were dwindling, rendering him unable to cover even the cost of his stay. Utilizing his extensive network, he secured another cargo transport assignment and promptly set off with his companions. In the elevator, he encountered a young woman. The young woman, slightly plump yet possessing a fair complexion and exquisite features, exuded a serene confidence that captivated the gaze of onlookers. She was the same girl who had inexplicably smiled at him during their check-in just days prior. Notably, she shared with him the traits of black hair and dark eyes, suggesting she might be of Asian descent, possibly Chinese. As misfortune struck once more with their cargo being seized, the Blackwater mercenary group contemplated retreating to their humble beginnings. Let us speak of auspicious matters, my friends, suggested Bardman, who announced his intention to leave Blackwater after the mission's conclusion. As the elevator doors opened, Bardman was the first to step out, while Xiaoying lingered in the corner, observing the departing group. Just as the doors were about to close, she extended her foot to prevent them from shutting and exited the elevator. This shipment exceeded their initial estimates, leaving Bai Xiao and his team short-handed. They considered dispatching additional personnel, but time was of the essence, and they lacked the funds for hiring nearby help. Thus, they pressed on with their current numbers. Fortunately, the journey was not far. An 8-hour drive awaited them. To ensure safety, they resolved to accelerate without any stops, opting for less traveled routes. 7 trucks were assigned, perfectly matching their 7-member team, with each individual operating their own vehicle, leaving no room for extra hands. Yet, despite their caution, calamity struck. The lead truck driven by Bai Xiao suffered a blown tire, forcing the others to halt. Bai Xiao exited to inspect the damage, instructing the rest to remain inside. This year had been fraught with peril for Bai Xiao and his companions, instilling a heightened sense of vigilance. Before he could complete his assessment, a swarm of mercenaries armed with firearms erupted from the underbrush, encircling them in an instant. Outmatched in numbers, the 7 were rendered powerless, compelled to exit their vehicles at gunpoint. As their cargo faced imminent theft once again, Bardman, having endured a year of oppression, could bear it no longer. Clutching his hands behind his head, he suddenly struck, yanking a mercenary from the driver's seat and landing a fierce blow. Swiftly, he redirected his attack towards another assailant nearby. Bai Xiao, quick to respond, seized the lengthy weapon of a nearby mercenary, pulling him forward and delivering a swift kick to his lower back. Chaos erupted, and the tension escalated into a full-blown skirmish. The combat prowess of Bai Xiao and his team was renowned, rivaling that of elite forces. However, the overwhelming odds proved insurmountable. Ultimately, they found themselves subdued on the ground, with Bardman sustaining a serious leg injury from gunfire. The opposing mercenary leader, stepping on Bardman's wounded leg, boasted, "If not for those damned regulations from the Goddess Armed Alliance, I would blow your brains out." A pitiful bunch of survivors. In the midst of Bai Xiao and his team's indignation and fury, their cargo was seized, and the adversaries departed with brazen confidence, discussing their impending celebration. Unbeknownst to them, one of the trucks concealed an unexpected presence. As the vehicles proceeded, the middle truck inexplicably lost control and crashed into the one ahead. The driver of the truck, enraged, leaned out to look back, but his view was obstructed. After calling out the name of the driver behind him twice without receiving a response, he immediately summoned his companions to disembark and investigate. As they stepped out, a resounding thud echoed, and they witnessed the driver of the following vehicle being kicked out of the cab, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. With the mercenaries departing, the aftermath of the fierce battle lay scattered over the ground. White Owl, battered and bruised, struggled to rise from the earth. He glanced at the wounded Badman and instructed another companion, "You take Badman back. The rest of you, come with me to retrieve our goods." Their cargo had been stolen repeatedly, leaving them unable to compensate for the losses. This time, they were determined to reclaim what was theirs, even at the cost of their lives. Badman forcefully pushed away the companion who was helping him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "I am going with you. This is not the time for bravado." White Owl retorted angrily. "At worst, we will fight to the death." Badman was resolute in his decision. As the argument escalated, they suddenly heard the sound of engines approaching from a distance. Looking up, they saw several familiar trucks driving towards them. Alarm bells rang in their minds, and they tensed in anticipation. What were these people planning? White Owl gripped his military knife tightly, and before they could devise a contingency plan, a furious Badman attempted to charge at them, only to be restrained by his companions. As the trucks drew nearer, the passenger door swung open, and a figure leapt out, leaving White Owl and his group momentarily stunned. It was the girl. Before they could process this, another figure emerged from the driver's seat, further widening their eyes in disbelief. It was the mercenary leader who had earlier trampled Badman and boastfully declared his intent to blow Badman's brains out while absconding with their cargo. He fell from the driver's seat, battered and bloodied. Not only him, but the subsequent trucks also revealed more of the mercenaries, each one appearing worse for wear than the last. The once arrogant group now hobbled back, supporting each other and groaning in pain. White Owl stared at the scene, bewildered. "Why are you dawdling? Get ready to move." Snapped back to reality, he turned to the girl who had approached him without him noticing. "You," White Owl stammered, finally asking, "Are you Chinese?" Realizing that this was not the crux of the matter, he quickly followed up with, "Who are you? What are you doing here? What is the story with those goods and those people? I heard your leader is dead, and your Blackwater mercenary group is now leaderless. To express my sincerity here." Xiaoying spoke nonchalantly, gesturing towards the injured mercenaries. Before White Owl could respond, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Sack, who understood Mandarin, interjected, "What do you mean? Do you want to be our leader?" Xiaoying raised an eyebrow. "Am I not qualified? You? How could you possibly be our leader?" Sack's face was filled with disdain, his eyes betraying a deep-seated animosity. "Sack," White Owl interrupted, silencing Sack's audacious remarks. "Humph." Sack snorted, turning his face away. However, Xiaoying remained unfazed. Casting a glance at the irate Sack, she thought to herself, "Little Sack, still so endearing." Before Bai Xiao could utter another word, she swiftly seized the military knife from his grasp, followed by a rummage through his upper pocket. Bai Xiao instinctively reached for his pocket, only to discover that his lighter had been taken. Before he could inquire further, she simply stated, "Borrowing." Thereafter, she approached Budman, who was seated under a tree, brandishing the knife. Xiaoying crouched down. "What are you planning to do?" Budman, an American, spoke in English, his expression wary and dangerous as he regarded the girl before him. "Don't move," Xiaoying replied in English, pressing down on Budman's leg with one hand while directing the knife towards the bullet wound. The others gasped in alarm. Seeing this, Sack rushed forward, only to be restrained by Bai Xiao. Meanwhile, two of Budman's companions, positioned closer, attempted to intervene, yet Xiaoying's speed was unmatched. In a swift motion, the knife pierced the wound, and with a deft flick, the bullet was expelled, landing on the ground, stained with blood. Her technique was more adept than that of seasoned mercenaries who navigated the perils of gunfire. Budman let out a muffled groan, sweat beading on his forehead from the pain. It dawned on them that Xiaoying was aiding Budman, harboring no malicious intent. She then produced the lighter, igniting a flame. The heat seared the back of the knife, sterilizing it. Subsequently, she pressed the scalding blade against the blood-soaked wound, eliciting a sharp hiss. Budman cried out in agony, cursing vehemently. The The onlookers exchanged uneasy glances, astonished that this seemingly ordinary girl was so resolute and audacious in her actions. Enough, Xiaoying declared, rising and returning the knife and lighter to Bai Xiao. One of Budman's companions hastily tore a strip of cloth to bandage the now-stopped bleeding wound. The items have been returned to you. May we take our leave? The mercenary leader across from her inquired cautiously, clutching his painfully injured chest. Xiaoying cast a sidelong glance at them. What is the rush? The mercenary leader trembled slightly. Is there anything else? You cannot just kill us at will. The goddess armed will not permit indiscriminate slaughter. Bai Xiao and the others observed the mercenary leader, who moments ago had mocked the goddess armed and their rules, now invoking them for his own survival. Glancing at Xiaoying, leave a few lightly injured to escort our goods. The rest may depart, Xiaoying instructed. The notion of mercenaries escorting another group's goods, especially those who had previously been their vanquished foes, would surely incite laughter across the continent of Am. Yet, the mercenary leader dared not utter a word of dissent, hastily selecting a few individuals to accompany them. Bai Xiao and the others were left in a state of bewilderment, pondering that if they were to endure such humiliation, death would be preferable. Can we leave now? The mercenary leader asked once more. Xiaoying did not respond. Instead, she reached for the gun strapped to Bai Xiao's waist. He instinctively moved to stop her, but ultimately refrained from acting. What? What do you intend to do? The opposing group, stricken with fear, began to retreat, their hearts racing in their throats. The bullet was chambered with a crisp click as Xiaoying raised her gun and shot directly into the thigh of the mercenary leader. A gaping wound immediately erupted, causing him to clutch his leg and scream in agony. Bai Xiao and the others exchanged glances, recognizing that she was avenging Badman. Boss! Boss! Over 20 subordinates watched their wounded leader but dared not approach him, many of them terrified and nearly fleeing in panic. Get lost. Move, move, move. Xiaoying commanded. A few of the subordinates hastily lifted their injured leader and hurried away, leaving behind those who had been selected to assist in transporting the goods. Their injuries minor, yet their anxiety palpable. With a gesture, Xiaoying signaled to the mercenaries, who scrambled up to the truck's driver's seat. Get in, she said, climbing into the vehicle herself. Before nightfall, the cargo was successfully delivered to the designated location, and Bai Xiao and his companions received a handsome commission. Under the moonlight, the group set up a fire along the way to grill meat, as Badman required medical attention for his leg to prevent infection. They were preparing to head to the hospital shortly. Across the fire, Bai Xiao observed the girl sitting beneath a tree, her eyes closed in repose, the flames casting a blurry glow upon her features. Despite her being a complete stranger, she evoked a strangely familiar sensation within him. Whether it was her careless smirk, her subtle eyebrow raises, or her decisive demeanor and manner of speaking, everything about her bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. Sensing a disturbance, Xiaoying slightly opened her eyes and noticed Bai Xiao extending a stack of money along with a rabbit leg skewered on a stick. She raised an eyebrow, accepted the food, but declined the money. Thank you for today. This is 2/3 of the commission from this task. Just take it and go, Bai Xiao insisted. Xiaoying's gaze swept across the others and found them all watching her intently. Unfazed, she took a bite of the rabbit leg. Do you aspire to become the leader of the Blackwater mercenary group? She inquired, chewing. It's our own business, Bai Xiao replied. Since your leader's demise, you've faced your fair share of bullying, haven't you? Upon mentioning their leader's death, Sack stood up like he had stepped on a landmine. His face contorted with fury as he warned Xiaoying, shut up. If you dare say our leader is dead again, I'll end you. Xiaoying chuckled lightly, responding with a flippant, are you sure you can defeat me, little Sack? Sack was taken aback, and it was evident that Xiaoying had inadvertently let slip her knowledge. The others were equally stunned. Sack, being the youngest and possessing a youthful appearance, was often affectionately called that by their leader, a name reserved solely for him. Regaining his composure, Sack's anger flared anew. Shut up. You're not allowed to call me that. Do you know our leader? Bai Xiao inquired. I do. What was your relationship? Where is she? She's dead. She entrusted you to me, Xiaoying stated nonchalantly. Yet her words struck Bai Xiao and the others like a blow. What did you say? She's dead? Xiaoying reiterated, still with an unperturbed tone. Impossible. No one in this world could rival our leader. Sack dismissed everything with disbelief, threatening that if Xiaoying continued her nonsensical chatter, he would silence her. After a prolonged silence, Bai Xiao inquired in a low voice, who did this? Xiaoying lowered her eyelashes slightly, a chilling glint flashing in her eyes as she declared, I shall avenge your leader's grievances. Bai Xiao resolutely responded, we will seek vengeance for our leader ourselves. However, Xiaoying countered directly, you cannot. Once again, Bai Xiao fell into silence, gritting his teeth in frustration, and after a moment, he struck the ground with his clenched fist in anger. What has become of our leader's body? Bai Xiao asked, struggling to contain his pain. Xiaoying replied curtly, there is no complete corpse. Bai Xiao abruptly raised his head. Disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Xiaoying. Nonsense. I refuse to believe it. Sack, unable to accept this grim reality, shook his head and retreated step by step before ultimately dashing into the woods. The group fell into a collective silence, the only sounds being the crackling of the fire and Xiaoying's chewing. After finishing a rabbit leg, Xiaoying casually reassured them, there is nothing to mourn. In your line of work, death is an everyday occurrence. You say our leader entrusted us to you. What proof do you have? Bai Xiao asked. Chapter 52. Xiaoying, I admit, I am your leader. Qin Hanyue has arrived in Region M, believe it or not. I will participate in the upcoming duel in 7 days. Once I claim the first position and gain the approval of the God-Armed Alliance, I can ensure that you will unconditionally submit to me, regardless of your opinions. At that point, you will have no choice but to disband on the spot. Join another mercenary group, or align with the God-Armed. There are no other options. Xiaoying remarked that the God-Armed Alliance would not permit uncontrolled small mercenary groups to exist. Bai Xiao gazed at the audacious and domineering Xiaoying and stated, as long as you can defeat me at the duel, I, Bai Xiao, will be the first to acknowledge you. In the following days, Xiaoying accompanied Bai Xiao and his team on their missions. Over the past year, their Blackwater mercenary group had been severely suppressed across Region M, to the point of being bullied by all. Even stray dogs on the roadside would come to kick them. Each mission was fraught with malicious obstruction or outright robbery from various factions. Out of 5 missions, completing even one successfully was a stroke of luck, often resulting in injuries. As expected, their tasks over the next few days continued to be fraught with challenges. The difference this time was the presence of the peculiar Xiaoying. When she finally swung her weapon and shattered the opposing leader's kneecap, Bai Xiao realized he no longer needed to participate in the duel. With his skills, he wouldn't last 2 minutes against her. This girl's prowess was undoubtedly on par with their leaderess. Bai Xiao struggled to rise from the ground, dragging his injured body to check on Sack, who was severely wounded nearby. The assailants this time were the Hurricane Mercenary Group, who had just been defeated by them earlier that morning. The Hurricane Mercenary Group was notorious for being comprised entirely of villains. When they encountered their leader, they had been ruthlessly subdued, and since then, they had fled from Blackwater like mice fleeing from a cat. When the news of their leader's demise spread, the Hurricane, which harbored a deep-seated animosity towards them, launched a devastating retaliation. This year, the Hurricane was relentless in its oppression, renowned for its vengeful nature. It was no surprise that within mere hours, they regrouped and returned with renewed vigor. Fortunately, Xiaoying was present. Isn't the leader of the Blackwater Mercenary Corps already dead? Who are you? The man, clutching his shattered kneecap, struggled to crawl backward, his face etched with terror as he gazed at the girl. Around him lay his fallen subordinates, their wails echoing in his ears. Do not seek death again, or you shall witness the return of the nightmares from over a year ago, Xiaoying declared, her gaze cold and piercing as she loomed over him. Your Blackwater is reduced to a mere handful of remnants. With your skills, why stoop to associate with these worthless fools? Join our Hurricane Mercenary Corps instead. Our leader values talent and will not treat you poorly. A leading mercenary called out to Xiaoying as she turned to leave. She halted, slightly turning to face him. Utter another word, and you shall perish here. You wouldn't dare. Our Hurricane Mercenary Corps is no insignificant faction. The Divine Armed Alliance would never permit it. Believe what you will. I could easily slay you today, and the Divine Armed Alliance would not utter a peep. Xiaoying retorted, her staff pointed menacingly at him. The murderous intent radiating from her face made him swallow hard, conjuring memories of the Blackwater Mercenary Corps former leader, Nameless, who had once dominated the arena, defeating all challengers and besting their leader. As he regained his composure, cold sweat trickled down his back. Get lost. As the Hurricane Mercenary Corps departed, the forest fell silent once more. Xiaoying surveyed her injured subordinates and jested. Your leader was rather inconsiderate, creating a host of enemies only to perish himself, leaving you to weather the storm. Bai Xiao was the first to voice his support for Xiaoying, and while others remained silent, it was evident that after these few days, they held little opposition to her ambition of becoming their leader. This sentiment even extended to Bardman, who had initially intended to leave. Of course, this did not include Sack. Speak another disrespectful word about our leader, and I shall kill you. Sack seethed, glaring furiously at Xiaoying. He is injured. Spare him your wrath, Bai Xiao interjected. Everyone in the Blackwater Mercenary Corps knew that Sack was a fervent admirer of their leader, ready to defend him at all costs. The only reason he had endured Xiaoying's presence was likely due to her half-hearted claim. Your leader entrusted you to me. Bai Xiao patted Sack's shoulder. Let us take a moment to rest. He then approached Xiaoying, handing her a can of beer. Do you drink? Xiaoying accepted it and opened it. Bai Xiao sat beside her and remarked, our leader's sole passion is drinking, but she is quite discerning, only indulging in the finest. Bai Xiao gazed at the resplendent full moon above, speaking to himself. Our Blackwater Mercenary Corps was initially just an ordinary group among countless mercenary factions, inconspicuous in both strength and numbers, until we encountered our leader. He took a swig of his drink. In a mere 3 months, the reputation of our Blackwater Mercenary Corps has resonated throughout the entirety of Continent M. I dare say, aside from the Goddess Armed Alliance, no one would dare to provoke us, and yet, our leader has the audacity to challenge them. As he reminisced about their past glory, nostalgia and admiration for their leader shone brightly in Bai Zhao's eyes, betraying his reverence. Do you know where we ranked among the mercenary corps across Continent M back then? 5th. Do you have any idea how vast the top-ranking corps were? With how many members? At least 5,000. And do you know how many we had at that time? Fewer than 500. The once formidable Blackwater Mercenary Corps, under the unassuming leadership of their leader, forged numerous legends across Continent M. Merely the feat of their leader single-handedly challenging 33 mercenary leaders at the Duel Summit was enough to instill fear throughout the continent. Unnamed had stirred the entire continent with his prowess. Yet now, he had fallen to a state akin to that of a pariah. I believe what you say, Bai Xiao suddenly declared. Xiao Ying, who had been listening intently, raised an eyebrow slightly. It's because you bear an uncanny resemblance to our leader, Bai Xiao remarked. Crumpling the empty beer can in his hand, he abruptly turned to face Xiao Ying, his gaze piercing, and asked, "Who exactly are you? Why do you share such a similar skill set?" Xiao Ying met his earnest gaze and responded with a hint of sarcasm. "What? Do you suspect I am your leader?" They truly bore a striking resemblance, a thought that had crossed Bai Zhao's mind before. One could gain weight, alter their appearance through surgery, or modify their voice. But height? Their leader stood at 1.70 meters, whereas this girl was somewhat shorter. All right, I admit it, I am your leader. I was blown up at sea, and my soul has been reborn in this girl named Xiao Ying. Bai Xiao, observing Xiao Ying's serious yet mischievous expression, replied with a touch of exasperation. Don't say that in front of Sack. If he hears it, he'll surely engage in a fight with you. Within just a few days, the once dormant Blackwater Mercenary Corps, which had been suppressed for a year, stirred with renewed activity, and the news spread like wildfire across Continent M. Some claimed the leader of the Blackwater Mercenary Corps had returned. Those who had seen Xiao Ying insisted she was not the same person. Others disparaged the Blackwater Mercenary Corps as a faction that relied solely on a woman, branding it a useless and soft-dependent group. Qin Yan had already caught wind of these developments before arriving at Continent M. Old comrades who had once left the Blackwater Mercenary Corps due to oppression were quietly returning upon hearing the news. The grand headquarters of the Goddess Armed Alliance was ablaze with light. Armored vehicles adorned with the Alliance's logo entered the heavily guarded headquarters. At the center was a sleek black Maybach. Qin Yan, who had arrived in Continent M ahead of time, stood at the entrance awaiting their arrival. As the car door swung open, a man clad in a bespoke black suit with dark patterns emerged, exuding an aura of authority. His demeanor was both imposing and alluring, radiating a powerful presence that commanded respect. Qin Yan stepped forward, greeting, Third Master. Upon entering, Qin Yan reported to Qin Hanyue about the recent developments in Region M. As the report drew to a close, he recalled another matter worthy of mention. I have heard whispers that the leader of the Blackwater Mercenary Corps has returned from the dead. Qin Hanyue responded. Are you referring to Wu Ming? Chapter 53. Encountering acquaintances at the arena. The annual duel exhibition is a significant event in Region M, organized and overseen by the formidable and powerful entity known as the Divine Armed Alliance. Even 2 days prior to the commencement of the event, a considerable number of participants had already arrived, and all available accommodations had been fully booked for over a fortnight. Do you truly believe such a bloody and violent spectacle would be conducted in secrecy? Quite the contrary. The duel exhibition has become an integral part of the local culture, taking place in a bustling area of Northwest Region M. To the west of the dueling grounds lies a thriving urban center, while the opposite side reveals an endless expanse of desert. The exhibition spans 10 days, and those without a place to stay have set up their own tents, adeptly establishing camps in the arid wilderness. Xiao Ying and her companions are no exception. Little Sack, care to accompany me for a stroll? She inquired. This desolate place offers nothing of interest, just sand. And I've told you, do not call me that. Sack emerged from his tent, his frustration evident as he retorted to Xiao Ying. This area is too crowded. Let us not draw too much attention. The duel exhibition will commence in a few hours. Bai Xiao interjected. Following Bai Zhao's remark, everyone surveyed their surroundings. At that moment, the area was adorned with thousands of tents of various sizes, giving the impression of a sizable tribe. A glance around revealed a multitude of individuals, each with varying skin tones, yet all sharing a common trait. None appeared friendly. Numerous pairs of eyes, brimming with a murderous intent, lingered upon them. Some onlookers stood near their tent, sharpening their daggers while casting provocative and derisive glances in their direction. Their gazes resembled that of a predator eyeing its prey. Clearly, The recent activities had rekindled interest in the once-diminished Blackwater Mercenary Corps, drawing the attention of various factions. This was not a favorable development for Bai Xiao and his companions. The Blackwater Mercenary Corps had previously ascended to prominence with minimal numbers and under significant disadvantage, evoking envy and resentment. Coupled with their leader's ostentatious behavior, they had garnered numerous formidable adversaries. Their resurgence would inevitably render them targets, subject to relentless suppression. And Bai Xiao and his allies appeared ill-equipped to resist. Xiaoying scoffed, "Let them come. They are welcome to risk their lives." "Be cautious not to let your tongue slip," Sak retorted disdainfully as he retreated into his tent. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a blanket, tossing it to Xiaoying. With an air of pride mixed with disdain, he remarked, "The temperature in the desert varies greatly between day and night. Do take care not to freeze, little girl." Xiaoying countered, "Wasn't your former leader also a little girl?" Sak's expression shifted immediately. "Do not compare yourself to our leader. You are hardly worthy." Xiaoying mused to herself. It seems she must once again triumph in 33 consecutive battles at this duel exhibition. Otherwise, she would forever be unable to displace Wu Ming's esteemed status in their hearts. Nor could she hope to inspire the same unwavering loyalty they held for him. Only by achieving fame in the arena can one deter those who covet the Blackwater Mercenary Corps. As Xiaoying gazed at the blanket in her hands, she could not help but express her frustration internally. Her former subordinates no longer recognized her. She had to conquer them by defeating her former self. What a predicament! Before 6 o'clock, darkness descended. An increasing throng gathered at the arena. Nearly the entire populace of the Northwest had arrived. They formed clusters in matching combat uniforms or roamed alone as mercenaries, with several bounty hunters among them. Numerous gangs had journeyed from distant corners of the world, either to partake in the excitement or for ulterior motives. The moment Xiaoying and her companions appeared, they drew considerable attention. Most recognized Bai Xiao, their gazes sweeping over him and his companions before lingering on the incongruous presence of Xiaoying. The arrival of a woman was indeed a spectacle, particularly one so young and seemingly innocent as this delicate girl from Huagua. In contrast to the grim and dark surroundings, as well as the towering, battle-hardened outlaws, Xiaoying stood out remarkably. It was difficult not to notice her. Though the former leader of Blackwater, Wu Ming, had once possessed an innocent facade akin to this girl, she was far more stunning, a veritable enchantress. Yet, that enchantress was capable of taking lives. Those who had witnessed the previous arena or heard of Wu Ming's exploits understood the terror she instilled. They dared not regard Wu Ming as merely a woman. Wherever Bai Xiao and his group went, those eyes followed closely. With Wu Ming in their past, they could not afford to underestimate Xiaoying. Indeed, she was not Wu Ming. The Blackwater Mercenary Corps could only rely on women. What connection could this girl possibly have to Wu Ming? Was she the one who had driven the Hurricane Gang to retreat in disgrace? Let us not be hasty. This individual seems formidable. What if she turns out to be another Wu Ming? We cannot bear the consequences. Last year's arena saw no presence from Blackwater, yet this year they exhibit such audacity. Do they intend for that woman to participate? The Hurricane Gang had suffered considerable losses at their hands days prior, and it was rumored they intended to strike tonight. If that is the case, let us sit back and watch the spectacle unfold. The arena was constructed in imitation of the ancient Roman Colosseum from 70–80 AD, appearing circular from the exterior and elliptical from above. Spanning approximately 15,000 square meters, this colossal structure could accommodate nearly 60,000 spectators, making it a prominent attraction in M-Continent. Bai Xiao and his companions arrived late, wishing to remain inconspicuous, and thus found a discreet vantage point. Overlooking the central arena, they observed two individuals eagerly preparing for combat. Having missed last year's event, Sake was particularly enthusiastic this year. Shall we place bets? I intend to wager on that tall one. Thanks to Xiaoying, they finally had some funds after a year of losses that had left them struggling to afford meals. Sake's provisions had improved in recent days. Save it for the final day to bet on my victory. We will leverage what we can and stake as much as possible. Xiaoying leaned against the railing, gazing down at the arena below. Sak opened his mouth, intending to retort, but upon contemplating Xiaoying's formidable abilities, he chose to remain silent. Finally, somewhat begrudgingly, he remarked, "Those who emerge on the final day are not to be trifled with." Bai Xiao also cast a glance at Xiaoying, uncertain of the full extent of her capabilities. The mercenaries who had been seizing their goods over the past few days were of mediocre strength, merely prevailing due to their numbers. This underscored Xiaoying's remarkable patience, making her well-suited for prolonged confrontations, though perhaps not for swift, one-on-one duels. Given the prowess Xiaoying had thus far displayed, winning 3 or 4 matches was undoubtedly within her reach, yet his instincts suggested she would not settle for such a modest tally. Xiaoying casually remarked. Then the odds would be even more enticing. The first match was about to commence. As Xiaoying languidly awaited, She glanced upward and was suddenly met with a familiar visage across the way. The man stood impeccably attired in a suit, with a stern countenance. His hands were tucked into the pockets of his trousers, and he stood tall and composed, a stark contrast to the disheveled outlaws scrambling amidst the hail of gunfire. Chapter 54. Each man more theatrical than the last. Surrounding the man was a cadre of bodyguards clad in black suits. In a sea of bodies on the upper floors. Only the area surrounding him was notably spacious and serene, rendering him exceedingly conspicuous. This anomaly not only caught Xiao Ying's attention, but also drew the gaze of others. Who was he? Qin Hanyue. What was he doing here? Xiao Ying narrowed her eyes. The duel was about to commence. The man lowered his gaze, coldly surveying the carnage below. Third Master, the skirmishes of the past few days have been trivial, lacking any spectacle. You have been preoccupied with matters in M continent, and have hardly had a moment's respite. Perhaps you should return to headquarters for some rest? Qin Yin inquired with concern. Qin Hanyue did not respond. Instead, he suddenly sensed something amiss, slightly lifting his eyelids to peer down at the level below. Qin Yin noticed Qin Hanyue's fixation and followed his gaze, soon spotting Bai Xiao and his companions. It's that gang from the Blackwater Mercenary Corps. Qin Yin realized that upon arriving in M continent, his manner of speaking had shifted. Once a refined urban elite, he now found himself referring to such ruffians. Didn't he, the leader of Blackwater, return? Why is he not visible? As Qin Yin scrutinized Bai Xiao and the others, he noted the absence of any women among them. At that moment, Bai Xiao and his group also glanced in their direction. After a brief exchange of glances, Qin Hanyue expressionlessly withdrew his gaze. Bai Xiao turned to Xiao Ying, who was concealed behind him, and asked, "Do you know them?" Xiao Ying peered out from behind Bai Xiao, observing that Qin Hanyue had ceased his scrutiny, and replied, "Not well." "Then why are you hiding?" Sak interjected. "Those individuals hardly seem ordinary, especially the one in front. Could he possibly be a relative of yours?" The often ridiculed youth, Sak, finally had the opportunity to jest about someone else's age. However, Sak was less interested in the relationship between Xiao Ying and the group and instead noticed something else. He twisted his neck and disdainfully remarked, "This setup resembles that of the Goddess Armed Alliance. Their attire is strikingly similar." As he spoke, Sak observed the security detail stationed on each floor, all of whom were affiliated with the Goddess Armed Alliance. Sak detested those who donned a facade of propriety, their demeanor rigidly conventional. After observing for a couple of rounds, Qin Hanyue turned away. Xiao Ying's gaze lingered on him for a moment before she addressed Bai Xiao and the others, stating, "I have some matters to attend to and may not return for a while. Call me if something arises." She truly considered herself our leader. Sak scoffed, then added, "It's rather unsafe here at night. Are you certain you don't want to return with us?" "No, you all can sleep in the tent." "I shall find a bed," Xiao Ying responded, walking away with purpose. "A bed? What bed could be found in this place?" Sak scoffed again. Just as Qin Hanyue exited the arena, an exceedingly incongruous figure caught his eye. "Miss Qiao?" he called uncertainly. Xiao Ying turned, surprise etched on her face. "Mr. Qin." Qin Yan's eyes widened at the sight of Xiao Ying, his reaction akin to encountering a specter. How could she possibly be here? Blinking rapidly to confirm her identity, he noted that since their last meeting in the capital, she had transformed from plump to merely slightly overweight in less than a month. After scrutinizing her for a moment, he remarked, "You are significantly more beautiful than the last time we met." Qin Hanyue stepped closer. "Miss Qiao, it truly is you. What brings you here?" "Tourism," Xiao Ying replied, fabricating her answer without hesitation. She had no expectations of Qin Hanyue believing her, and thus did not bother to concoct a more convincing story. Evidently, even Qin Yin could not suppress his incredulity, his expression betraying his thoughts. "Traveling in the northwest of M continent? And you chose to come to the arena? Why not simply vacation in a war-torn area of Syria?" At his words, Qin Hanyue could not help but smile faintly, a subtle curve gracing his lips as he chuckled softly. The unguarded expression and mirth exuded an inexplicable allure. Though Xiao Ying had encountered many handsome men, she could not deny that in her 2 lives, Qin Hanyue's visage captivated her the most. "Where is Mr. Qin?" Xiao Ying inquired. "Also sightseeing," he replied. "What a coincidence," thought Qin Yin. These two were equally skilled in their performances. "Miss Qiao, have you been inside?" Qin Hanyue asked. "I wanted to go in, but I was a bit apprehensive." "Did Mr. Qin just come out? Is it lively inside?" "Not particularly suitable for young ladies," Qin Hanyue remarked. "What a pity." Xiao Ying expressed, a hint of regret in her tone. "What are your plans now, Miss Qiao?" "I just arrived today and haven't found a place to stay. I'm hoping to explore a bit further to see if I can find a hotel." "You've arrived late, Miss Qiao. There likely aren't any accommodations available in this vicinity. My hotel may still have vacancies. If you need, I can arrange it for you," Qin Hanyue offered. Qin Yin looked at Qin Hanyue, silently questioning with his eyes. "Since when did you stay in a hotel? Would it be too much trouble, Mr. Qin?" Xiao Ying asked. "Not at all," he assured her. "Then thank you. You are most welcome." Qin Hanyue gestured elegantly towards the luxury vehicles parked nearby. Shall we? As Qiaoying took a few steps away, Qin Hanyue turned to Qin Yin, instructing, arrange a hotel. Are you planning to accompany Miss Qiao to the hotel and not return to headquarters? Qin Yin boldly inquired. Qin Hanyue did not respond to him and followed Qiao Ying's footsteps. As the car departed from the arena, Qin Hanyue initiated a conversation. What prompted Miss Qiao to choose M Province for her travels? It is hardly a suitable destination. Once settled in the car and having resolved her accommodation, Qiao Ying's enthusiasm waned, her tone becoming markedly cooler, reverting to her usual self-reliant demeanor. She countered, if it is indeed unsuitable for tourism, then what about Mr. Qin? Upon achieving his objective, the shift in demeanor was swifter than turning a page. I have some business here and come frequently, he responded. Is Mr. Qin here for business as well? Although he had intended to extract information from her, he found himself ensnared in her inquiries, and quite overtly at that. Partly, yes, I also came to explore, Qin Hanyue replied. And what about Miss Qiao? He was determined not to let her evade the question. He had long harbored curiosity about the gladiatorial contests of ancient Rome, and upon discovering online that such events were held here, he came to witness it firsthand. I wonder what website Miss Qiao frequents to find information on these contests. I visit this place often and have some understanding of M Province and its gladiatorial events, which are far more brutal than gladiatorial games. Only select sources would dare to document them. Ah, is that so? Qiao Ying remained unfazed by his probing. Upon witnessing her reaction, Qin Hanyue anticipated she might exclaim, had I known it was so perilous, I would not have come. Instead, she declared, then I must see it for myself tomorrow. Qin Hanyue chuckled silently. Miss Qiao is indeed quite bold. Before he could inquire further, he asked, did Miss Qiao come alone? Yes, alone. Fortunately, I encountered you, Mr. Qin, otherwise I might have found myself in danger, she replied. It is indeed unsafe for a girl to venture here alone. How many days do you plan to stay? If you do not mind, we could explore together. Qiao Ying readily agreed. That sounds good. The scenery outside the window whizzed by. Yet the brightly lit headquarters of the Divine Armed Alliance remained firmly within her view. It was remarkably grand, no matter where one stood in M Province. A slight elevation would reveal its presence. That looks truly beautiful. Is it a tourist attraction? I wish we could go inside, she mused. Qin Yin, seated in the driver's seat, heard her words and turned to follow her gaze. Upon seeing the expanse of golden lights in the distance, he could not help but cough. A tourist attraction? She is quite audacious in her choice of places to visit. Qin Hanyue's gaze traversed over Qiao Ying's rounded head before settling back on her, smiling slightly. Indeed, it is a tourist attraction. If Miss Qiao wishes to explore, I would be delighted to accompany her. Qin Yin silently scoffed. These two seemed to possess an abundance of cunning. Chapter 55. They share a room. Miss Qiao must be of age. Upon hearing Qin Hanyue's words, Qiao Ying did not respond, seemingly uninterested. Her gaze still fixed on the distant headquarters of the Divine Armed Alliance. Suddenly, she sensed something and turned her attention to the back of the car. At the rear of their convoy, a commonly seen local truck trailed at a moderate distance. Qiao Ying discreetly withdrew her gaze and turned to face Qin Hanyue, who sat casually and comfortably, leisurely continuing their conversation. Mr. Qin, have you had the chance to explore inside? This question sounded familiar to Qin Hanyue, echoing his earlier inquiry about whether she had visited the arena. I have, he replied. The view is indeed quite splendid. Their responses were starkly opposed, yet stylistically aligned. They exchanged a knowing smile, each harboring their own secrets, as Qiao Ying suppressed the urge to scoff, and both continued to peruse their respective scripts. After more than an hour, the convoy halted outside the only five-star hotel in the area. A valet rushed forward. How forgetful of me. I neglected to assist Miss Qiao with her luggage, Qin Hanyue realized upon disembarking. Qiao Ying interjected, I have no luggage. I'm on a budget trip. A budget trip to the northwest of M continent struck Qin Hanyue as increasingly absurd. Therefore, I must trouble Mr. Qin to arrange some change of clothes for me. She continued. Following her lead, Qin Hanyue subtly scanned her figure, responding, I shall have the hotel front desk deliver them to your room shortly. The group subsequently entered the hotel and ascended to the top floor via the elevator. Qin Hanyue escorted her to her door. I am right next door, Miss Qiao. Feel free to reach out to me should you require anything. Thank you so much, Mr. Qin, she replied. Not at all, he said, and once she entered, Qin Yin promptly reported to Qin Hanyue, Third Master, a vehicle has been trailing us. It appears their intentions are not benign. They are quite audacious. They are not targeting us, Qin Hanyue stated. Then who? Qin Yin inquired, puzzled. At that moment, Qin Hanyue glanced at the closed door of Qiao Ying's room, and the answer was evident. Her? Qin Yin exclaimed in astonishment. Investigate further and send additional personnel, Qin Hanyue commanded. Understood. Meanwhile, Qiao Ying surveyed the opulent presidential suite, gliding toward the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Upon reaching it, Her gaze fell upon a group of tall men entering the hotel lobby, having followed her from the arena, brazenly entering the establishment. It seemed they were intent on her demise that evening. In the adjacent room, Qin Hanyu loosened his tie and removed his suit jacket, preparing for a shower when a knock at the door interrupted him. Irritated by the disturbance, he furrowed his brow. However, upon opening the door and seeing the visitor, his expression swiftly returned to its original state, gradually warming. "Miss Chiao, what can I do for you?" The man, now devoid of his suit jacket and tie, wore only a fine white shirt, 2 buttons undone, revealing his alluring Adam's apple and a hint of collarbone. The absence of his usual austere demeanor lent him an air of languid charm. Xiao Ying, adhering to the principle of seizing the opportunity, unabashedly indulged her eyes upon him. With a composed expression, she stated, "Mr. Qin mentioned that I could seek your assistance should I have any needs, and I find myself in need now." Her face adorned with a smile and a touch of well-placed shyness. "Something seems amiss," Qin Hanyu pondered. "Please, Miss Chiao, speak freely. The room is rather spacious, and I feel a tad apprehensive sleeping alone. Is it permissible for me to seek refuge in Mr. Qin's room for the night? I assure you, with such ample space, I shall not be a bother." Qin Hanyu raised an eyebrow, his tone languid. "What? You wish to borrow my room for the night?" Miss Chiao replied. "I truly am fearful." Qin Hanyu masked his emotions, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he regarded the girl at the door. "As a man, I have no qualms. But are you, Miss Chiao, truly at ease with this? You are not afraid of me? With Mr. Qin's esteemed reputation, I doubt he would take an interest in me." Upon hearing this, Qin Hanyu could only chuckle, graciously stepping aside to allow her entry before closing the door behind her. "If you wish to bathe, you may do so now," he said to the girl, whose gaze was fixated on the liquor cabinet upon entering. "Please, go ahead, Mr. Qin. My clothes have yet to arrive. Then I shall bathe first. Miss Chiao, feel free." The bathroom was located within the bedroom, leaving Xiao Ying alone in the living room. At that moment, she approached the liquor cabinet, marveling at the exquisite selection. Such splendid offerings were indeed a hallmark of a presidential suite. Xiao Ying, a connoisseur of fine spirits, mused that Mr. Qin, with his considerable wealth, would likely not mind if she indulged in a couple of bottles. After a brief interval, her keen ears detected a knock at the door, surely from next door. Upon opening it, she found the hotel concierge with a plethora of bags, knocking on the adjacent door. "Delivering clothes?" she inquired. "Yes, are you Miss Chiao?" the concierge asked, uncertainly glancing at the room number. "That is me. Please hand them over," she replied, reaching for the items. "And this is for Mr. Qin," the concierge added, offering 2 more bags as he checked the room number again. Xiao Ying accepted them on behalf of Qin Hanyu. Upon finishing his shower, Qin Hanyu emerged to find Xiao Ying gazing out from the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, oblivious to his presence until he spoke. "Miss Chiao, rest assured, the security here is exceptional. There are no threats to be concerned about." His words carried a hint of implication. Turning to face him, she noticed his damp, cropped hair and the white bathrobe that clung to his form, the collar slightly ajar, revealing the chiseled contours of his chest and the hint of defined abs beneath the loosely tied belt. "Your clothes." Xiao Ying gestured towards the sofa with a slight lift of her chin. Qin Hanyu's gaze shifted to the bar, where an open bottle of red wine caught his attention, half empty. A glance towards the liquor cabinet revealed the most expensive bottle had been taken. "I apologize," Xiao Ying said. "I was a bit parched and couldn't find any water, so I opened a bottle of wine." Qin Hanyu chuckled, seemingly unconcerned, and pointed out, "The water is in the corner." Then, unexpectedly, he added, "Miss Chiao, I presume you are of age?" Xiao Ying followed his gaze to the water dispenser, conspicuously visible at half her height. Before she could muster a casual response, she heard Qin Hanyu's next remark. Xiao Ying looked back at him, intrigued. What was the intention behind his question? In Chapter 56, Master Qin slept on the sofa. Qin Hanyu remarked, "As adults, we are permitted to indulge in alcohol. If Miss Chiao enjoys these drinks, she may partake freely, provided she exercises moderation for her health." Such a display of moral rectitude only served to highlight her own vanity. Rumors had it that Master Qin was averse to women. Was it due to his principled nature, an elevated standard, or perhaps a hidden affliction? Contemplating this, Xiao Ying's gaze wandered over the man before her, lingering on his striking visage. If he indeed bore some ailment, it would be an egregious waste. Yet, observing his robust complexion, filled with vitality beyond that of the average man, she found this unlikely. Could it be a congenital issue? The uncertainty lingered. Noticing the girl's gaze, Qin Hanyu caught a glimpse of a wistful expression in her eyes, almost as if she were about to shake her head in disapproval. Puzzled, he inquired, "What is it?" "Nothing. I'm just going to take a shower," Xiao Ying replied, moving toward the sofa to collect her clothing. "Thank you for the attire, Mr. Qin." With that, she entered the bedroom. The hotel's top floor was tranquil, yet beneath it, turmoil brewed. The expansive establishment was teeming with guests, but fortunately, Qin Yin had initially brought sufficient manpower to secure the upper level. Reinforcements had also arrived outside, meticulously controlling the entire hotel. Meanwhile, those lurking in the shadows began to stir, but just then, a scout reported an unsettling development. Hold your positions. Soon after, word came from the comrades stationed outside. The God Armed Forces have arrived. Everyone stay put. The God Armed Forces? What business did they have here? After spending most of the day in the desert, Xiao Ying emerged from her shower feeling rejuvenated. However, her elation was short-lived. Upon donning her clothes, she glanced down at her chest and fell momentarily speechless. Astonishingly, the fit was impeccable, even superior to what she had previously purchased. When she had mentioned buying clothes, Qin Hanyue had subtly assessed her form, a scrutiny that did not escape Xiao Ying's keen observation. His gaze was certainly discerning. She silently ground her teeth in frustration. Seated on the bedroom sofa, Qin Hanyue had changed from his bathrobe into proper attire, embodying once again the image of a moral gentleman. With his long legs crossed, he was engrossed in his phone when Xiao Ying emerged from the bathroom. Miss Qiao, the clothing seems suitable. Do you like it? Qin Hanyue inquired, raising his gaze. Yes. It fits well, and I like it. Xiao Ying responded. Perhaps it was her imagination, but Qin Hanyue detected an undercurrent of chill in her tone, leaving him perplexed as he scrutinized her outfit. Did she not appreciate it? Noticing her lackluster expression, he pondered for a moment before realizing he understood Xiao Ying's character well enough. Once her goals were achieved, she would readily abandon the pretense. This was likely one of those moments. Qin Hanyue couldn't help but smile. That's good to hear. Good night, Mr. Qin, Xiao Ying said, drying her damp hair as she moved toward the exit. Wait a moment, Qin Hanyue called after her. Is there something else? Xiao Ying turned back, still drying her hair. Are you planning to sleep on the sofa outside? Xiao Ying cast a glance at the sofa beneath him, thinking to herself, if not the sofa outside, would I be sleeping in here? I am not picky. Had it not been for Mr. Qin, I might have found myself homeless tonight, uncertain of my survival by dawn. Such words do not resonate with sincerity. Qin Hanyue remarked. Miss Qiao, you should retire to bed. To bed? Xiao Ying glanced at the luxurious, plush bed, her delicate brows arching slightly. Could Mr. Qin genuinely have taken a liking to me? Qin Hanyue smiled and clarified. If Miss Qiao occupies the bed, I shall naturally take the sofa. You will sleep on the sofa? How can that be acceptable? Upon hearing Xiao Ying's response, Qin Hanyue discerned that her thoughts were becoming animated once more. He was genuinely courteous, but she might not be. This girl was indeed intriguing. I am a man, sturdy enough. Sleeping on the sofa is of no concern to me. Qin Hanyue set down his phone, rose, and approached the television cabinet, rummaging through it for something. As Xiao Ying observed his profile, she was about to inquire when he seemed to have found what he sought. Here, the temperature fluctuates greatly. Miss Qiao should dry her hair before sleeping to avoid catching a chill. Xiao Ying glanced at the hairdryer he presented, then raised her gaze back to him, pausing for 2 seconds before smiling. Mr. Qin is quite attentive. With that, she took the hairdryer and entered the bathroom to dry her hair. When she emerged, her hair dry, she noticed a blanket had been placed on the sofa where Qin Hanyue sat. Miss Qiao, you should rest on the bed. Then I shall not be polite. Qin Hanyue smiled and nodded. Xiao Ying lay on the bed, feeling so comfortable she nearly stretched out. In this new life, it was her first time sleeping on such a splendid bed. Mr. Qin, being so chivalrous and considerate, must surely have many admirers. Lying on the soft bed, Xiao Ying couldn't help but compliment him. Miss Qiao, you flatter me. She turned onto her side, propping her head with one hand as she regarded the man on the sofa. Mr. Qin, do you have many women in your life? Coughing slightly, Qin Hanyue was taken aback by her sudden boldness. He turned to her. What? Xiao Ying raised an eyebrow. Mr. Qin's reaction is quite pronounced. Could it be that you have always been single? Forgive me for the jest. Is this how wealthy people converse? The man's tone lifted at the end, exuding a languid allure. It's nothing. I was merely complimenting you. Qin Hanyue blinked, astonished, confirming it was indeed a compliment. Bai Xiao messaged her, inquiring about her whereabouts and safety. Still in the arena, Bai Xiao informed Xiao Ying that they had learned from various sources of the Hurricane Mercenary Group's intentions against them. He expressed his concern for her. Xiao Ying, unfazed, replied, the Hurricane people are downstairs. Bai Xiao was momentarily taken aback, about to rally everyone to find her, when Xiao Ying sent another message. No need to worry, I have assistance. In the eyes of the Hurricane Mercenary Group, Bai Xiao and his companions posed little threat. What they truly sought to eliminate was her, who could potentially aid the Blackwater Mercenary Group in reclaiming their former glory. Thus, Xiao Ying felt no trepidation for Bai Xiao and the others. Miss Qiao, I am turning off the lights. Xiao Ying did not look at Qin Hanyue, merely responding verbally. With a click, the room was enveloped in darkness. Qin Hanyue lay on the sofa, a thin blanket draped over his waist, gazing at the ceiling. Is Miss Qiao always this audacious? Traveling alone to M continent. Do your family members not worry? I am merely here for leisure, while Mr. Qin is engaged in business, which must render him far more vulnerable than an inconsequential individual such as myself. Is Mr. Qin's family concerned for his well-being? Extracting information from her is indeed a daunting task. Qin Hanyue, in a bid to mirror her ambiguity, replied, "The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. Danger lurks wherever commerce is conducted. My sleep is light. I trust Mr. Qin does not snore?" This shift in topic left Qin Hanyue feeling somewhat helpless. No. He neither snores nor grinds his teeth, does not speak in his sleep, nor is he prone to sleepwalking. Miss Chiao can rest assured. Is that so? I cannot guarantee the same for myself. Should I disturb Mr. Qin? I hope he does not take offense. It seemed she was somewhat displeased with Qin Hanyue's repeated attempts to pry. He smiled silently. It's nothing. Thereafter, the room succumbed to a profound silence. Xiaoying, a killer by nature, had always been a solitary figure. The mere thought of someone beside her while sleeping, even a cat, was unsettling. Only a corpse could be deemed utterly safe. Moreover, sharing a bed with the legendary Third Master Qin added layers of complexity to her emotions. It would be disingenuous to claim her heart was devoid of tumult. Tossing and turning, Xiaoying listened intently. There was no sound from the sofa, save for the faint rhythm of breathing. In the dead of night, a soft footfall brushed past the sofa. A figure slipped from the bedroom, and the door was gently closed. The man on the sofa opened his eyes in silence, his dark gaze piercing through the night. Chapter 57. Qin Hanyue. It is indeed an unfamiliar experience. The following morning, Qin Yan knocked on Qin Hanyue's door, ready to speak, but was halted by a raised hand from Qin Hanyue, leaving him bewildered. The next moment, someone emerged from the bedroom, strolling past him with an air of nonchalance, as if he were invisible. Qin Yan stared in astonishment at Xiaoying, who, with tousled hair and a yawn, clearly had just risen. He stood frozen, his features contorted in disbelief. Xiaoying cast him a cold glance, her expression marked by annoyance at being roused from slumber. Qin Yan's body involuntarily quivered. Having been by Qin Hanyue's side, he had encountered countless grand spectacles, honing his ability to remain unflustered in the face of adversity. Yet at this moment, he lost composure, his finger pointing uncontrollably towards Xiaoying behind Qin Hanyue, a complete breakdown of his usual demeanor. Qin Hanyue disregarded him, instead directing his attention to Xiaoying, who sat casually on the sofa, propping her head with one hand while gazing out the window, treating the space as her own. He inquired with genuine concern, "How did Miss Chiao sleep last night?" Leaving Qin Yan in a state of utter confusion, Xiaoying turned to the man, her gaze landing on his strikingly handsome and austere face, which lifted her spirits, prompting a faint smile to grace her lips. It was tolerable. "And Mr. Qin? I trust sleeping on the sofa is not too uncomfortable? Were you able to turn over?" Last night, Qin Hanyue had voluntarily relinquished the bed, opting for the sofa, which astonished Xiaoying. The esteemed third master of the Qin family, accustomed to a life of luxury, had humbled himself in such a manner. Sleeping on the sofa? Qin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly shouting in incredulity as he looked at his boss, a hand pressed to his heart. Such an overwhelming revelation, so early in the day, was simply too much for him to bear. Qin Hanyue secretly rubbed his forehead, pondering. This young lady seems unaware of the need to consider his dignity in front of his subordinates. Could it be intentional? Fortunately, Qin Yan is reticent. It is indeed a bit unusual at first. It must be quite a burden for Mr. Qin. My apologies. I, a grown man, am not so delicate. As long as Miss Chiao is well rested, that suffices. However, Qin Hanyue swiftly shifted the topic. Miss Chiao suddenly got up in the middle of the night, which genuinely startled me. I initially thought she was jesting about sleepwalking. Xiaoying, with an unflinching demeanor, replied, "Did I frighten Mr. Qin? I sincerely apologize." Qin Hanyue slightly shook his head, indicating it was of no consequence. Xiaoying continued, "I didn't engage in any improper behavior, did I?" Qin Hanyue's thoughts were drawn back to the moment shortly after Xiaoying left the room, only to return quietly. Yet, she did not go straight to bed. Instead, she approached the sofa, crouching down to observe him. Qin Hanyue lay on the couch, feeling the weight of her gaze upon his face, inhaling the scent of the same shampoo they both used, and sensing her breath, which was so near. Her breathing was steady and subtle, almost imperceptible, leaving Qin Hanyue momentarily uncertain whether she was truly sleepwalking or simply adept at controlling her state, having practiced martial arts. He did not believe in her sleepwalking claim. Xiaoying merely stared at him without making any move, and after a while, she returned to bed. Subsequently, Qin Hanyue opened his eyes. He had excellent hearing. Yet after Xiaoying left the bedroom, he could not discern whether she had truly exited the room or merely lingered in the living room for a while. Qin Hanyue discreetly withdrew his thoughts. "No." Xiaoying smiled. "That's good. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward." Qin Hanyue inquired, "Would Miss Chiao prefer to dine in the room or go to the restaurant?" "I am amenable either way." Let us visit the restaurant then. Xiao Ying regarded Qin Hanyue, a fleeting, inscrutable expression passing through her eyes before she rose. Please wait while I brush my teeth. As Xiao Ying entered the bedroom, the warmth on Qin Hanyue's face dissipated in an instant. Qin Yan, still caught in a daze, was abruptly queried by his master. What was the purpose of the morning knock? Qin Yan was evidently still regaining his composure, and once he did, he hurriedly lowered his voice. Third Master, we have confirmed the identities of those individuals. They are from the Hurricane Mercenary Group. Where are they? Qin Hanyue inquired. They remain at the hotel, already checked in, over 20 individuals, occupying a room, stationed right below us. They likely refrained from action last night, due to our presence. Qin Yan was perplexed. The Hurricane's strength ranks among the top on the continent of M. Why would they target an ordinary person like Miss Qiao? What enmity could exist? How could a young lady like her provoke a mercenary group? Although M is chaotic and few women venture here, leading to rampant desires among the men, it is improbable that Xiao Ying's beauty would incite such a grand response from the Hurricane. Furthermore, if it were merely due to matters of romance, she would have been in danger the moment she stepped into M, making it unlikely for her to stroll through the arena unscathed. An ordinary person? Qin Hanyue certainly did not think so. As Qin Yan observed the pensive Qin Hanyue, his curiosity could not be contained. Summoning his courage, he cautiously probed, Third Master, what transpired between you and her last night? Qin Yan was eager to uncover how Xiao Ying, who ought to have been in the adjacent room, ended up here, and why the Third Master, who should have been nestled in the soft embrace of a grand bed, found himself relegated to the sofa. The image of Qin Hanyue on the sofa was beyond Qin Yan's imagination. Did you hear anything unusual last night? Qin Hanyue inquired. Qin Yan immediately adopted a serious demeanor, replying, No, not at all. The soundproofing in this hotel is exceptional. We heard nothing. Qin Hanyue furrowed his brow, turning to regard Qin Yan, whose face betrayed an abundance of thoughts and emotions. Suddenly, his voice dropped, and his expression turned icy. I am inquiring about the people from Hurricane. Caught off guard, Qin Yan stuttered. No, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. Faced with Qin Hanyue's unsettling gaze, Qin Yan dared not breathe too heavily, though his mind raced with speculation. Was the Third Master deliberately avoiding the topic? Something felt amiss. A lone man and woman alone in a room. The Third Master having maintained his chastity for so many years, and then there was the mention of Miss Qiao sleepwalking last night. He found it hard to believe that nothing had transpired. Perhaps the age difference was a bit too pronounced? Upon descending to the dining hall, Xiao Ying sensed an unusual atmosphere. The majority of the guests were mercenaries attending the competition, and none appeared to be ordinary individuals. Among them were members of Hurricane. The impeccably dressed Qin Hanyue and his companions stood out even more, especially with the presence of the delicate young lady among them. Their arrival naturally drew the attention of everyone present. The members of Hurricane, with their predatory gazes, closely tracked Xiao Ying as they methodically sliced their food. Qin Yan noticed the Hurricane members and leaned in to discreetly inform Qin Hanyue, Third Master. However, Qin Hanyue remained unfazed, ignoring the warning as he guided Xiao Ying to a window-side table. What would you like to eat, Miss Qiao? He inquired with gentlemanly courtesy, presenting the menu to her. Xiao Ying casually selected a few items. The meal was served promptly. Please, Miss Qiao, do not hesitate, Qin Hanyue said with a smile. It is indeed fortunate to encounter Mr. Qin here. Xiao Ying, unreserved, began to eat. I too consider myself fortunate to run into an acquaintance while out and about. Qin Hanyue replied, as they engaged in pleasant conversation. In the midst of their dialogue, Qin Hanyue suddenly remarked, It seems they are familiar with you, Miss Qiao. Are they friends of yours? Shall we go greet them? Following his gaze, Xiao Ying looked towards the Hurricane mercenaries. Chapter 58. Qin Hanyue engages Xiao Ying in business. Another familiar face. Xiao Ying subtly withdrew her gaze, taking a bite of her fruit salad before responding, I was about to ask if they are friends of yours, Mr. Qin, as they have been fixated on you. A clever reversal of the situation. Indeed, she deftly redirected the conversation. Qin Yan, observing from the side, silently praised her wit. It appears there has been a misunderstanding, Qin Hanyue replied. Where does Mr. Qin plan to go shortly? I have some business matters to attend to. Do you have any thoughts, Miss Qiao? Miss Qiao mentioned last night that she would like to visit the fighting arena today, and I can accompany her later this evening. Previously, Qin Yan would have thought that Qin Hanyue's attentiveness and consideration towards Xiao Ying was solely due to Qin Yuchen, and that the rest was mere pretense. However, after the inexplicable circumstance of the two sharing a room for an entire night, everything had taken on an unusual significance. The situation appeared increasingly ambiguous to Qin Yan. After all, when had their Third Master ever treated anyone with such warmth? Even if it were a charade, it had never reached this level. May I accompany you in your business dealings, Mr. Qin? I do not dare to venture out alone. This hotel, Xiao Ying said, Glancing around at the predatory gazes that surrounded them, I feel rather uneasy here. These individuals do not seem trustworthy. Internally, Qin Yin was incredulous. Here we are in M province, and you still harbor such fears? Only our third master would allow you to pull such stunts. Miss Qiao need not worry. I will arrange for someone to accompany her, he assured. But none can provide the sense of security that you do, Mr. Qin. Qin Yin inhaled deeply. What could Qin Hanyu say? He could only smile and remind her, accompanying me in business may prove even more perilous. I trust Mr. Qin to keep me safe, Xiaoying replied. Qin Hanyu nodded in affirmation. That goes without saying. After breakfast, while Xiaoying excused herself to the restroom, Qin Yin seized the opportunity to inquire. Third master, are you taking Miss Qiao back to the headquarters? He wished to remind Qin Hanyu that he had mentioned it was a tourist area last night. Qin Hanyu responded, notify them that we will meet at their territory. Prepare. We shall proceed. Qin Yin was taken aback. Third master, that is unwise. It is far too risky. Qin Hanyu stated. It is inconvenient to take her to the headquarters with Miss Qiao accompanying us. He had a vague suspicion of Xiaoying's true intentions for sticking close to him. With her presence, they had to exercise even greater caution. Those individuals were clearly not innocent. If anything were to happen, Qin Hanyue's tone darkened. You speak too much. After a night had passed, the number of people surrounding Qin Hanyue had noticeably increased, with dozens of luxury vehicles accommodating 60 to 70 individuals. There were likely more concealed in the shadows. Xiaoying stood at the hotel entrance, discreetly scanning her surroundings, only to find the hurricane group had arrived. Standing in the hotel lobby, fixated on her. Indeed, after getting into the car, that familiar truck reappeared in the rearview mirror. Xiaoying thought to herself. The specter refuses to depart. Had she gotten up in the middle of the night yesterday, she should have sent them away for good. Her gaze then shifted to the man beside her. The hurricane members dared not make a move, merely following them, seemingly wary of Qin Hanyue. Who was this Qin? Noticing Xiaoying's stare, Qin Hanyue inquired, is there something on my face? Nothing. I was just admiring your looks, Xiaoying replied. Qin Hanyue chuckled softly. Thank you. The vehicle journeyed southeast for over 2 hours, the bustling streets gradually giving way to desolation, tall buildings transforming into small bungalows, and the environment growing increasingly harsh. Scattered soldiers lined the road, coldly observing their convoy as they passed. Soon, a modest village appeared before them, nestled against the mountains and waters, exuding an air of unexpected charm. The scenery was quite delightful. The glaring weapons in the hands of those individuals and the uncleaned bloodstains in the grass by the roadside certainly marred the scenery. The convoy was halted by the guards at the entrance. If you're afraid, you may wait for me in the vehicle, Qin Hanyue said to Xiaoying. No need. I will accompany Mr. Qin, Xiaoying replied as she alighted from the car. The guards approached, speaking in the local dialect, requesting to conduct a search. Qin Yin first glanced at Xiaoying, then turned to Qin Hanyue. Seeing that Qin Hanyue said nothing, Qin Yin allowed them to proceed with the search. Xiaoying then observed as they retrieved a desert eagle from Qin Yin, raising an eyebrow. Not bad, Mr. Qin is quite generous to equip his subordinate with such a fine weapon. After searching Qin Yin, the guards shifted their attention to Qin Hanyue. But upon receiving a cold and dangerous glare from him, they awkwardly redirected their focus to Xiaoying. The outcome was the same. They decided to bypass her. Thinking that a young girl, even if armed, posed little threat, Qin Yin brought along a dozen of his most skilled subordinates to accompany Qin Hanyue into the village, while the rest remained outside. The village was constructed of wood, comprising 2 levels, and upon entering, one would discover an open-air balcony. Those who were to discuss business with Qin Hanyue had already prepared tea and awaited on the balcony. Mr. Qin, welcome, Isis exclaimed, pushing aside the alluring woman in his arms, removing the cigarette from his mouth, and extending his hands toward Qin Hanyue, dressed in a floral shirt and shorts. With flip-flops adorning his feet, a long scar divided his left eye. Recognizing the familiar scar, Xiaoying raised an eyebrow. Ah, yet another acquaintance. Qin Hanyue refrained from shaking hands, having noticed that Isis's hands had not been idle with the woman earlier. Isis, undeterred, bit into his cigarette and gestured for Qin Hanyue to take a seat. Noticing Xiaoying, who appeared quite youthful, he did not wait for her to speak. After Qin Hanyue sat down, he patted the spot beside him, indicating for the young woman to join him, and she complied. Seeing this, Isis's gaze lingered on Xiaoying for a moment before he cheerfully remarked in a blend of Filipino and occasional English. Does Mr. Qin prefer younger students? I have sources. How many do you need? I can have them delivered to you immediately. Qin Hanyue frowned slightly. Realizing his misstep, Isis quickly offered an apologetic smile and redirected the conversation. Allow me to introduce myself. I recently arrived in M continent, and, being unfamiliar with the customs, caused some inconvenience for Mr. Qin. As he spoke, Isis clapped his hands, and soon, several of his subordinates carried in 7 or 8 wooden boxes. Upon opening them, They revealed an array of firearms and ammunition. Xiaoying couldn't help but cast a glance. In order to establish a foothold in M continent, one must naturally demonstrate sincerity. As long as Mr. Qin nods in agreement, he will witness my earnestness every month henceforth. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, I shall conduct myself with utmost decorum here. As Isaiah spoke, he extended his arms and embraced two women, exuding a confident and arrogant demeanor. Qin Hanyue crossed his long legs, interlacing his fingers as he pressed down slightly. With his gaze cast downward upon his hands, he spoke softly. On the 6th, was it my goods that you seized? Slowly raising his eyes, he directed his gaze towards Isaiah across the table. Chapter 59. Qin Hanyue. If you wish to confront me in M continent, you should ponder it carefully. Isaiah's nightmare. Oh dear, were those Mr. Qin's goods? Isaiah feigned surprise, quickly clasping his hands together and repeatedly apologizing. What a calamity it is to have carelessly offended Mr. Qin upon my arrival. It was indeed a reckless act. Clearly, this was a deliberate ploy to intimidate Qin Hanyue, to signal to him and the entirety of M continent that he is not to be trifled with. It was a tactic Isaiah had often employed, with no history of failure. Unfortunately, this time he had encountered an immovable obstacle. To Qin Hanyue, such maneuvers were not threats, but rather invitations to a fatal confrontation. Qin Hanyue regarded Isaiah with a cold stare. Return to me what you have taken in the same manner as you seized it. Should even a single item be missing, I will ensure you regret ever setting foot in M continent. Of course, Mr. Qin, please do not be upset. Later, I will personally deliver the goods to you, along with an apology, ensuring everything is returned in its original condition. I hope you will not hold this against me. Recognizing that Qin Hanyue was not one to be trifled with, Isaiah promptly converted the dozen boxes of arms and ammunition into an offering of apology, attempting to appease. Consider these items as my tribute to you, Mr. Qin. I shall replace them another day. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the man opposite him. There is no need. What does Mr. Qin mean? Isaiah's expression momentarily faltered, his remaining eye fixated intently on Qin Hanyue, his demeanor oscillating between shadowy and bright, as if poised to strike at any moment. I have no interest in such things, Qin Hanyue replied, his face impassive. Moreover, M continent does not welcome you. You have 3 days to gather your belongings and depart to where you came from. Isaiah narrowed his solitary eye, the smile on his face evaporating entirely. Is it Mr. Qin who does not welcome me? Or is it M continent? Qin Hanyue smirked disdainfully. Does it make a difference? M continent is under my jurisdiction. Mr. Qin, one should not be overly arrogant. Excessive ambition can lead to one's downfall. Isaiah's tone grew increasingly frigid, his singular eye resembling a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. Would you care to experience what it feels like to be prey? Qin Hanyue challenged. Isaiah clenched his jaw, the muscles in his gaunt cheeks visibly tensing. With a fierce expression, Isaiah declared, You dare to bring such a small entourage to my territory? I initially thought this would be a pleasant negotiation, but it seems I have underestimated your audacity. However, confidence is commendable, yet, overconfidence comes at a cost. As Isaiah concluded his statement, his subordinates tightened their grips on their firearms. A mere upward tilt of their weapons could spell doom for Qin Hanyue and his companions. Just as the moment of action unfolded under the command of Isaiah, Qin Yin and his companions unhesitatingly positioned themselves to encircle Qin Hanyue and Xiaoying. Tension escalated between the two factions, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Qin Hanyue subtly shifted his sore neck, his demeanor transforming from that of a gentleman to one radiating a fierce intensity. With a slight parting of his thin lips, he coldly warned, Have you truly considered the consequences of confronting me in M continent? The air grew taut, akin to a tightly drawn bowstring, ready to snap at the slightest provocation. In the midst of this palpable silence, a youthful voice unexpectedly broke through. The results will be released at midnight. Remember to show me after you check. As the tension dissipated, all eyes turned towards the girl seated with her phone. Xiaoying, feeling the weight of their gazes, blinked and apologetically informed Qin Hanyue. The signal here is rather poor. Unfazed, she continued to type on her phone, engaging in a WeChat conversation as though oblivious to her surroundings. Observing her relaxed posture, almost as if she were lounging in a grand chair, Qin Yin felt a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. No one in the room exuded such calmness. A stark contrast to her earlier display of fragility when she claimed to be afraid and insisted on following them. Qin Yin pondered whether she was willfully blind to the situation or simply unable to comprehend it, contemplating whether to gently remind her to take note of her surroundings. You bear a striking resemblance to someone I know, Isaiah remarked, his Mandarin so clumsy that even a native speaker might stumble. He took a drag from his cigarette, his expression a blend of loathing and something else, as he recounted, When I was in Southeast Asia, there was a Chinese girl of similar age to you. Xiaoying raised her gaze, observing Isaias as he smoked. The grotesque scar on his left eye twisted with each puff, resembling a centipede crawling across his eyelid. The sight nearly provoked laughter from Qiao Ying, for that very scar was a mark left by Yi Si back in Southeast Asia, when Isaias had fixated on her, declaring her the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered and demanding she become his. It was Yi Si who had reacted first, swiftly delivering a blow that left Isaias bloodied and disfigured. At that time, Isaias had been a formidable figure in Southeast Asia, closely entwined with various local criminal organizations. Yet within a week, Yi Si had managed to drive him and his entourage out of the region. Ironically, Qiaoying found it amusing that Isaias, whether by misfortune or fate, had fled to M country, a place intimately connected to Yi Si, only to find himself once again terrorized and forced to retreat. Now, 3 years later, Isaias had returned, but he remarked, "Yet you are not as beautiful as she." Qiaoying raised an eyebrow slightly, replying with a simple, "Thank you." This unexpected gratitude left Isaias momentarily bewildered, questioning whether his Mandarin was truly that poor or if he had miscommunicated entirely. Qin Yan's reaction was not much better than Isaias's. As he thought to himself, if someone tells you that you are ugly, should you thank them? Is that a lack of common sense or a deficiency in hearing? To express gratitude? That would truly leave Isaias at a loss. Isaias's response, coupled with his unattractive appearance, only made Qiaoying want to laugh even more. She could hardly suppress the smile forming at the corners of her mouth. So, she turned to Qin Hanyue and said, "I need to use the restroom." Without waiting for a reply from Qin Hanyue, Qiaoying stood up. "Qin Yan, accompany Miss Qiao," Qin Hanyue commanded. "Understood," Qin Yan replied. Isaias subtly gestured to his two subordinates. However, Qiaoying interjected, "No need, I can go by myself." Qin Yan frowned, unable to tolerate her recklessness. This was not a place where she could act without restraint. But before he could voice his concerns, he heard Qin Hanyue say, "Let her go alone. Miss Qiao can take care of her own safety. You all continue your conversation, I will return shortly." With a wave of her hand, Qiaoying departed on her own. Naturally, Isaias could not insist that his subordinates follow her, so he observed her retreating figure, lost in thought. The main stronghold was surrounded by a dozen wooden huts of varying sizes, each guarded by armed sentinels. As Qiaoying exited the main stronghold, her gaze fixed upon one heavily guarded wooden hut. Avoiding the guard's line of sight, she maneuvered around to the back and approached a window. Lifting a corner of the window, she peered inside. The guard at the door was dutifully vigilant, oblivious to the fact that an extra person was now present within. Qiaoying opened one of the wooden crates. It was filled to the brim with advanced timed explosives. This room was stocked with firearms and ammunition. No wonder Isaias exuded such confidence. The supplies were indeed substantial. With this equipment, any mercenary group could dominate the M continent. Gazing at the bombs within the crate, Qiaoying seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, she tilted her head, a glint of cunning sparkling in her eyes. Chapter 60, The Great Explosion. Searching the M continent for sanitary napkins by helicopter on the open-air balcony, the tea had cooled, losing its fragrance. Qiaoying leisurely returned, her demeanor as carefree as if she had strolled through her own backyard, seemingly oblivious to the armed individuals around her. "Mr. Qin, have the negotiations concluded? It seems the hour is quite late, and I find myself a bit hungry," Qiaoying remarked. "Miss Qiao is hungry," Qin Hanyue stated as he rose and approached her. "Then we shall return." However, before they could leave, a multitude of dark gun barrels were suddenly aimed at them. Qin Hanyue turned around, casting a cold glare at Isaias. Isaias, biting his cigarette, held his gaze on Qin Hanyue for a few seconds before shifting his attention to Qiaoying. After a moment, Isaias raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to lower their weapons. "You have 3 days," he said. Qin Hanyue replied in Tagalog, and with his men, he strode away. "Boss, why let them go? This opportunity has presented itself. Why not take decisive action?" One subordinate approached Isaias, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. Isaias shook his head slightly, his gaze following Qiaoying as she walked beside Qin Hanyue. Initially, he regarded her as just another inconsequential woman in Qin Hanyue's entourage, no different from the two in his arms. But just moments ago, Qiaoying had reminded him of that enchanting girl from Huagua. The young maiden was no mere decorative vase devoid of substance, though she refrained from action at that moment. A profound intuition whispered to him that she possessed a far more terrifying nature than the one who had claimed his eyesight, Naitis. The bloodstained lessons of the past warned Isaias that those who appeared harmless yet exuded an extraordinary calmness were anything but simple. The presence of Qin Hanyue alone had already instilled a sense of trepidation within him, should that girl prove to be of a similar caliber. Any actions he took would be tantamount to courting his own demise. As Qin Hanyue and his companions departed the encampment and set forth in their vehicle, a thunderous explosion erupted mere meters from their path. The sound reverberated, setting off a chain reaction of subsequent blasts. Having just vacated the main stronghold, Qin Yan, still on high alert, was startled, nearly leaping from his seat in shock. He instinctively ducked his head to shield himself, his heart racing wildly. The deafening roar of the explosion assaulted their ears, leaving a painful ringing in its wake. When Qin Yan dared to look back, he beheld a vast inferno consuming the stronghold, billowing clouds of black smoke rising ominously. The cacophony of chaos emanated from within the camp. At the moment of the explosion, the guards stationed at the entrance nearly lost their footing, their expressions transformed by sheer panic, before they scrambled back into the stronghold. What on earth is happening? Qin Yan exclaimed, bewildered. Qin Hanyue, maintaining his composure, displayed no signs of fear, as if he had anticipated such an event. In dry conditions, if materials are not stored properly, spontaneous combustion leading to an explosion is quite normal. Let us proceed, he stated calmly. Dry conditions? What nonsense. You spent an entire night with that young lady and have now taken to spouting such absurdities. Qin Yan retorted, incredulous. Even soothing the young lady cannot warrant such ridiculousness. He hastily pressed the accelerator, eager to escape this perilous place. Miss Qiao, were you frightened? Qin Hanyue inquired, displaying genuine concern. Not really. It was akin to fireworks. Though the noise was a bit jarring, Xiaoying replied, covering her ears with one hand. Observing her reaction, a faint smile flickered in Qin Hanyue's eyes. These substances contain excessive chemical components, releasing nothing but black smoke, far inferior to fireworks. Miss Qiao enjoys fireworks. I can arrange a display for her. However, this cannot be compared to mere fireworks. This was a significant explosion. Qin Yan struggled to comprehend the nature of their exchange. Third Master, given the scale of the explosion, could it have been Isaiah's ammunition depot that detonated? Who could be responsible for this? Surely, they will not implicate us in this matter? He glanced apprehensively at the inferno raging behind them. His concern was justified. They had just failed negotiations and left the territory, only for it to erupt into chaos. The potential death toll from such an explosion was considerable. What if this is attributed to Mr. Qin? He wondered anxiously. Xiaoying cast a worried glance at Qin Hanyue. Noticing her composed demeanor that belied the gravity of the situation, Qin Hanyue replied earnestly, Miss Qiao, there is no need for concern. We stand upright and fear not the shadows that may fall. For the second time that day, Qin Yan's expression faltered. What nonsense. Third Master, did you not sleep well on the sofa last night? Have you not fully awakened? Do you even realize what you were saying? Xiaoying nodded in agreement, stating, indeed. Mr. Qin's integrity shields him from slander. Qin Hanyue retrieved a bottle of mineral water, twisted off the cap, and handed it to Xiaoying, remarking, There's nothing to eat in the car. I apologize for the inconvenience, Miss Qiao. After taking a sip, Xiaoying replied, It's fine. I can hold on a little longer. We can eat when we return to the hotel. Qin Yan interjected, I feel rather superfluous. Upon arriving at the hotel, Qin Hanyue led the way to the 8th floor for dinner. It was only after Xiaoying had filled her stomach that they ascended to the top floor. As Qin Hanyue retrieved the room key and opened the door, he turned around to find Qin Yan and Xiaoying trailing behind him. Sensing something amiss, Qin Yan glanced back and was surprised to see Xiaoying standing just behind him. Before he could speak, Qin Hanyue's cold voice pierced the air. Do you have something to say? Qin Yan felt a chill run down his neck. I have a couple more things to discuss. Let's talk after dinner. Qin Hanyue replied, causing Qin Yan's legs to tremble slightly in response. He hurriedly stepped away from the two. After only a few paces, he overheard the man softly inquiring of the young lady, Miss Qiao, do you feel frightened being alone in your room during the day? What a stark contrast in treatment. Xiaoying responded, It's not that I fear the people from the village. I worry they might pin the explosion on Mr. Qin and come to cause trouble. Qin Hanyue was momentarily speechless, offering a reassuring smile to the girl, albeit with a hint of helplessness. He ushered her into the room. Given the urgency of the situation, Qin Yan had no choice but to call Qin Hanyue in the room. He suspected that the explosion was orchestrated by the Hurricane mercenary group, who aimed to frame them, presumably targeting Xiaoying. Qin Yan grew increasingly curious about the enmity between Xiaoying and the Hurricane. His analysis was logical and well-founded, yet Qin Hanyue remarked, You possess intelligence, albeit not in abundance. He then ended the call. Qin Yan noted, the signal was indeed poor in the village, and Xiaoying's messages failed to send. Now, she is seated on the living room sofa, attempting to resend them to Xiaoyi. As they conversed, an unexpected sharp pain surged in her abdomen, followed by a rush of warmth. Xiaoying paused in her typing, her brows furrowing in concern. What is the matter? The man by the floor-to-ceiling window, having put away his phone, turned to see her troubled expression. With the matter between Xiaoying and Hurricane still unresolved, and the sudden explosion complicating things further, Qin Yan was deep in thought when Qin Hanyue's call came through. Upon hearing Qin Hanyue's instructions, the highly intelligent Qin Yan, ranked among the top 10 hackers, felt as if his mind had plummeted into a void. After a long pause, just as Qin Hanyue was about to lose patience, Qin Yin managed to regain his composure. At the moment he boarded the helicopter, his expression was a colorful canvas of bewilderment. Searching for feminine hygiene products across the vast continent in such a commanding helicopter was an endeavor unlike any other, one that he doubted anyone else would undertake. Qin Yin mused, if this were to get out, not only would I be ridiculed, but my master and the entire Divine Armed Alliance would become a laughingstock. Qin Hanyue poured a glass of warm water, and, once Xiao Ying emerged from the washroom, offered it to her. The M continent lacks nothing, except for items desired by women, which requires some time. Please be patient. Chapter 61. I would appreciate Mr. Qin's assistance in administering an injection. Boss, what do you mean by that look? Do you not have any women at home? Surely, if there is no wife, there must be a mother? What is there to warrant such an expression over a physiological issue? Boss, allow me to clarify. I am not procuring this for personal use. Nor do I possess any peculiar inclinations. Can you please speak up? Why are you staring at me like that? Hey, boss, don't come any closer. What are you intending to do? Stay still and listen to me. Just nod if you agree and shake your head if you disagree. No further commentary is necessary. And keep your distance. You are the one who is twisted. Your entire family is deranged. Do you think I cannot comprehend your nonsensical language? You don't want to remain in the M continent, do you? Do not pull me. I must confront him today. Qin Yin cursed vehemently. Being dragged out of yet another shop by two subordinates, venting his frustrations for a full 2 minutes, exhausting his repertoire of profanity. Such unprecedented rudeness and volatility. Taking a deep breath, he turned to see his subordinates struggling to suppress laughter, their faces contorted. Qin Yin fired back. Laugh, laugh, what nonsense. Keep searching. I refuse to believe that in such a vast M continent, one cannot find it. In the hotel, Qin Hanyue noticed that Xiao Ying's complexion had turned pale, with beads of sweat forming on her forehead and nose, as if she were cold. He turned and entered the bedroom to retrieve the blanket he had used the previous night. He spread it over Xiao Ying's abdomen and legs. Qin Hanyue, known for his decisiveness and dominance in the marketplace, faced this situation for the first time. Apart from offering a glass of warm water and a blanket, he was at a loss for what else to do. Seeing Xiao Ying in discomfort, he inquired, Miss Xiao, do you need to go to the hospital? Or perhaps some pain relief medication? No need. Qin Hanyue had to relent. Suddenly recalling something, he took out his phone and quietly searched the internet. After gaining some understanding, he messaged Qin Yin to bring back some brown sugar. Mr. Qin, could you assist me in finding a needle? A finer one, if possible. Qin Hanyue was initially taken aback, but upon realizing what Xiao Ying required the needle for, he agreed. Just as Xiao Ying began to show signs of impatience, Qin Yin finally returned. Qin Hanyue went to open the door. At the entrance, Qin Yin appeared disheveled. His previously immaculate hair was now tousled, his clothes wrinkled, and the once sharp gaze above his mask now looked somewhat dazed. Seeing this, Qin Hanyue couldn't help but frown. Had he gone shopping or attempted a robbery that failed? Third master, Qin Yin weakly pulled down his mask, revealing a face that looked half dead. I'm allergic to dust, it's a disguise. He explained while holding the mask. Under the piercing gaze of Qin Hanyue, Qin Yin lamented, considering that this was all for the sake of his carefully maintained appearance. Here are the needle and brown sugar you requested, along with that. Qin Yin hurriedly handed over a large, bulging black plastic bag, as if it were a hot potato. Qin Hanyue accepted the heavy bag, his brow immediately furrowing, and he gritted his teeth. You bought so much. Are you going to use it too? The scarcity of supplies necessitates a prudent stockpile. You cannot fathom how elusive this item is. Before half of the conversation could be exchanged, the door slammed shut. Staring at the door, which nearly brushed against his nose, Qin Yin lamented, those shopkeepers are hardly human. Qin Hanyue, overwhelmed by the assortment of packaging in the bag, could only randomly select 2 packets for Xiao Ying in the restroom. Miss Xiao, I have procured the items. He gently rapped on the door. During the 2 hours Qin Yin spent shopping, Xiao Ying had made 4 or 5 trips to the restroom, the last of which lingered longer than expected. Sounds emerged from within. Eventually, the door cracked open, revealing a delicate, fair hand reaching out. By the time Xiao Ying emerged from the restroom, Qin Hanyue had prepared a cup of brown sugar water. Aware of the efficacy of the concoction, Xiao Ying accepted it with gratitude, expressing, Thank you, Mr. Qin. I could only find this needle, Qin Hanyue remarked as he handed her a box. Upon opening it, Xiao Ying discovered several slender needles, resembling acupuncture needles more closely than she had anticipated. With needle in hand, she approached the television cabinet for a lighter provided by the hotel, then settled onto the sofa. Qin Hanyue stood nearby, observing as Xiao Ying heated the needle tip until it glowed red and hot. She then lifted one foot and carefully inserted the needle into an acupoint located 4 fingers above her ankle. As her fingertips gently rubbed the needle's end, it gradually penetrated her skin. Is this moxibustion? Qin Hanyue pondered, recalling his encounters with Elder Ming of Ming Shantang due to his father's illness, where he had witnessed such acupuncture techniques. Xiaoying glanced at him, maintaining her focus as she continued her task. When she prepared for the second needle, she suddenly grasped her clothing, mimicking a motion to lift her garment. Qin Hanyue instinctively turned away. Watching the man's back, Xiaoying smirked, lifting her shirt slightly and adjusting her pants to insert the needle into the Zhongji acupoint, located 4 inches below her navel. After a moment of waiting, unsure of how much longer she would take, Qin Hanyue stated, "I will wait outside. Miss Qiao, call me if you need anything." Just as he raised his foot, Xiaoying remarked, "I need something now." Turning back, he saw the girl extend a needle and lighter towards him. Without waiting for his inquiry, she leaned over the sofa and instructed, "The next acupoint is located at the sacral region, just below the bony prominence, aligned with the second sacral foramen." As she spoke, her hand reached behind her, pressing into a spot on her lower back. "Could you assist me with this needle, Mr. Qin?" she requested, holding the items. Qin Hanyue stood at the edge of the sofa, hesitating. Xiaoying turned to him, sensing his uncertainty, and with a hint of exasperation. She propped herself up and extended her arm toward him. Instinctively, Qin Hanyue attempted to evade her touch, but as he hesitated, her hand slipped beneath his suit jacket, reaching toward his lower back. At that moment, Xiaoying pressed against the acupoint. Qin Hanyue abruptly ceased his movements, his expression tightening slightly. The location felt rather intimate. Through the fabric, he could sense the softness of the girl's fingertips. Could it be that Mr. Qin was feeling bashful? Xiaoying retracted her hand, reclining back onto the sofa, not sparing a glance at the man as she spoke. When she received no response, a moment later, the sound of a lighter ignited the air, followed by the sensation of her shirt being lifted slightly at the lower back, while the waistband of her pants was tugged down a few inches by the man's large hand. A cool draft brushed against the exposed expanse of skin, soon replaced by the sharp, searing sting of a needle piercing her flesh. Qin Hanyue meticulously replicated Xiaoying's earlier technique, skillfully maneuvering the silver needle deeper with his fingertips. Before him lay a generous swath of the girl's fair skin, causing his gaze to darken momentarily. Minutes later, Qin Hanyue withdrew the needle, kindly helping her adjust her clothing back into place. The previously throbbing discomfort in her abdomen had significantly subsided. The condition of this body was rather poor. It was only in the first month that Xiaoying had experienced the debilitating cramps she had never encountered in her past life. Upon acquiring the silver needle, she had promptly administered acupuncture for several days as soon as her menstrual cycle commenced. For one who had long since grown numb to physical pain, she would prefer a single sharp stab rather than endure the agony of menstrual cramps for 5 or 6 days. Fortunately, after a few rounds of treatment, she began to feel better. Observing the renewed color in Xiaoying's face, Qin Hanyue remarked, "During my last visit to Principal Zhang's residence, I initially thought he had exaggerated due to your age, but seeing it firsthand today, I realized my perspective was too narrow. It's merely ordinary moxibustion, yet it proves effective for ailments like dysmenorrhea, impotence, and premature ejaculation. Given Mr. Qin's attentive care towards me, I could offer you a few acupuncture sessions free of charge to experiment." Qin Hanyue responded incredulously. "Me? Impotent? Premature?" Chapter 62. 690 points. All correct except for the essay. The president of Jing University personally visited. Could it be menstrual pain? Xiaoying mused. Just a jest. She turned over, adopting a supine position. A jest? Qin Hanyue's thin lips moved, as if about to speak. However, upon noticing Xiaoying resting with her eyes closed, he decided against it. Xiaoying eventually drifted into slumber. When she was in a hazy state of sleep, she suddenly felt a lightness in her body. She opened her eyes abruptly, only to find Qin Hanyue's face before her. Realizing she was being cradled in his arms, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Had she possessed a knife at that moment, Qin Hanyue would have lost his head. "What do you think you're doing?" Xiaoying asked coldly. "Let us go to bed," Qin Hanyue replied gently. Their gazes locked, and after a brief moment, Xiaoying closed her eyes again, choosing not to say another word. Qin Hanyue carried her to the bed and tucked her in with a blanket. The outside world had already grown dark, prompting him to switch off the bedroom lights. After completing these tasks, he did not leave, but instead stood by the bedside, observing as Xiaoying turned onto her side, facing inward as she resumed her slumber. Qin Hanyue's features became indistinct in the darkness, rendering his expression unreadable. The girl had quickly suppressed her emotions. Yet the perceptive Qin Hanyue still caught the fleeting glimmer of her fierce intent. In that instant, the atmosphere around her shifted entirely. If Isis were present, sensing that familiar aura, her reaction would undoubtedly be explosive. Gazing into Xiaoying's icy and penetrating eyes, Qin Hanyue felt a shiver run through him. Such a gaze emanating from an 18 or 19-year-old girl was indeed peculiar enough to astonish him. One could hardly find a more formidable presence among the notorious outlaws of M continent, who are accustomed to living on the edge of death. Meanwhile, the leaders of prestigious universities in the country were fervently engaged, having begun to check the examination scores through internal channels since the afternoon. At a certain 985 university, the administrators raced against time, urging the admissions office to reach out to 2 particular students, eager to recruit them for their institution. They were taken aback by the difficulty of this year's examination, with many students scoring as low as 148 in mathematics. Just as they were sifting through the results, an astonishing full score of 150 in mathematics caught their attention. This student has achieved full marks in mathematics, but what about English and Chinese? Such a significant disparity. As the teacher adjusted his glasses and delved into the details, he abruptly stood up, pointing at the computer screen, and exclaimed, "We must pursue this candidate." The following noon, after finishing her lunch, Xiaoying returned to her room and caught sight of her phone lying undisturbed on the sofa since morning. Upon picking it up, she realized it had run out of battery. After plugging it in and powering it up, she was greeted by an overwhelming number of missed calls, over 100, coming from various admissions offices across the nation. Among them, her brother Xiao Yi's call was buried in the flood. Just as she intended to call him back, he reached out first. "Sister, we have many visitors at home. How did you perform on the exam?" Through the screen, Xiaoying could sense the barely contained excitement in Xiao Yi's voice. "I just remembered, I haven't checked yet," she replied. "How could you forget such an important day? Only you could manage that," he teased, eager to know. Xiaoying settled onto the sofa and retrieved the hotel-provided laptop from the table. Under Xiao Yi's urging, she entered her examination registration number. "How did you do?" he asked anxiously, his excitement likely surpassing even his own anticipation for his own results. Xiaoying had not written the essay, and Xiao Yi held little hope for her admission to Kyoto University without it. However, the presence of so many admissions officers from the top 50 universities in the country piqued his curiosity about her score. "I can't check it," she stated. "Why not? Is the internet down?" Xiao Yi inquired. Calmly observing the computer screen, Xiao Ying replied, "The scores of the top 50 within the province are not yet available. We will know in a few days." "Top 50? Xiao Yi exclaimed in shock, turning to look at the admissions officers in the courtyard, who were animatedly discussing matters with their father. No wonder they hadn't revealed her score. Several cars were parked at the entrance, and curious neighbors emerged from their homes to witness the commotion, speculating that the Qiao family had produced a top scholar. Gossiping elderly neighbors approached the doorstep, questioning Xiao Yi about the purpose of the visiting schools and his score. Some even speculated that the schools were there to recruit Xiao Lingling. However, none mentioned Xiao Ying. In their minds, she was the girl with a slouched posture, long hair obscuring her eyes, who seemed utterly disinterested in academics. "It's my elder sister who has been accepted." Xiao Yi uttered a phrase and walked away with her phone. "This year's exams are exceedingly difficult. I have seen numerous individuals online struggling, particularly in mathematics and language arts. Sister, considering you managed to rank within the top 50 in the province without even writing an essay, is there a possibility that, despite not meeting the cutoff score, you could still gain admission to Peking University through special consideration?" At that moment, Xiaoying remarked, "I will find out shortly." "What?" Xiao Yi faintly heard the sound of keyboard typing, and a thought struck her. "Sister, you wouldn't." "Indeed," Xiaoying responded. "I hacked into the official website of the Yuncheng Examination Bureau. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Just as Xiao Yi was about to voice her concern, she heard the approach of another vehicle. Turning to see which school it belonged to, her eyes widened in astonishment upon reading the large characters on the car. She stared blankly at Xiao Ying and said, "Sister, no need to check. The Peking University car has arrived." 2 of them. Following closely was an extravagant Bentley, a vehicle unlikely to be afforded by the admissions office, yet it clearly bore the name of Peking University. Simultaneously, Xiaoying said, "I have sent a screenshot to your phone." An elderly gentleman, benevolent and amiable, emerged from the back seat of the Bentley, assisted by the driver of the same vehicle. Xiao Yi heard someone from the Peking University admissions office call out to the old man, "Principal." The principal of Peking University. Xiao Yi gazed at the group from Peking University, almost unconsciously opening WeChat. Upon seeing the results sent by Xiao Ying, she fell silent for a moment, then gasped in disbelief. Mathematics, 150, full score. English, 150, full score. Chemistry, 100, full score. Physics, 110, full score. Biology, 90, full score. And language arts, 90. Ranked 12th in the province. Holding her phone, Xiao Yi remained in a daze for quite some time. Out of a total of 750 points, she had achieved an astonishing 690, deducting only 60 points for not writing an essay. She had answered every question correctly in all subjects, including language arts. No wonder the admissions office arrived so promptly, and each one seemed as fierce as wolves toward Xiao Ying. Surely, even the top scorer of the province could not boast results as impressive as Xiao Ying's. How on earth did she accomplish this? Hurry up. We cannot lag behind too much. Zhang Qingyong, accompanied by a group of people, marched into the Qiao family courtyard, eagerly awaiting a glimpse of Qiao Ying. The admissions representatives, upon seeing more individuals arriving, wondered which stubborn contender dared to challenge them again. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was from Peking University. The principal had personally come to recruit students. This should be a unique occurrence, indeed. Qiao Lingling silently stood at her door, watching as the admissions representatives lavished praise upon Qiao Ying, presenting various enticing offers. Jealousy clouded her mind. Suddenly, she heard someone call out Peking University principal. Qiao Lingling snapped back to attention. She saw Zhang Qingyong appearing, supported by a young assistant. Her mind went blank, and upon glancing at Xiao Yi at the doorway, she quickly reacted, anxiously pulling her mother, who was about to greet Zhang Qingyong, into the room and locking the door. Why did you pull me in? Did you not see the principal of Peking University has arrived? You should hurry out and serve Principal Zhang a cup of tea, so our neighbors can see. Oh, I never imagined that after enduring a lifetime of hardship, Li Lilian would find herself in such fortunate circumstances, with both of her daughters gaining admission to Peking University. Throughout the morning, her face ached from the relentless smiling. I had truly underestimated that girl. Her academic prowess is remarkably impressive. This time, I must host a splendid banquet to treat your father's relatives, those who have looked down upon me, and show them that they can no longer regard Li Lilian with disdain. With such generous offers from various institutions, I wonder what conditions Peking University will impose. Surely, they must be substantial, perhaps not 2 houses, but certainly something significant. As Li Lilian mused aloud, she moved to open the door to speak with Principal Zhang. However, her daughter grasped her arm tightly, pleading, Mom, please don't go out. Why not? Li Lilian retorted. Haven't you heard that Principal Zhang has arrived? Your face looks as if you've seen a ghost. Are you unwell? Feeling her daughter's forehead, which was chilling to the touch, she gently patted her hand. If you're not feeling well, bear with it. I'll take you to the hospital later. For now, I need to go and serve Principal Zhang some tea. Mom. Qiao Lingling exclaimed urgently, positioning herself in front of the door. Although Li Lilian had not received extensive education, she was not foolish. Connecting the dots from previous events, she sensed something amiss and ceased her laughter. What is going on with your guaranteed admission? Qiao Yi, observing the sudden closure of the door by her sister, Qiao Lingling, recalled that Qiao Lingling had never revealed her exam scores. Chapter 63. The principal of Peking University seeks Qiao Ying, Qin Hanhua. She is with me. Upon discovering that Qiao Lingling had stolen Xiao Ying's exam questions to gain admission under false pretenses, Li Lilian nearly fainted. You foolish girl. Without the proper skills, how could you take on such a task? I thought you genuinely had talent. Her anxiety intensified as she lamented. Even if you manage to get into Peking University, you will eventually be exposed. Li Lilian, though lacking formal education, understood that if Qiao Lingling was granted admission based on a single exam question, she would inevitably have to solve problems for the university in the future. What would happen if she couldn't perform? I don't care. I want to attend Peking University. Qiao Lingling's eyes burned with reckless determination. She grasped her mother's hand tightly. This must remain a secret from Qiao Ying. Qiao Yi and Dad, especially Qiao Ying, she won't let me off easily. Li Lilian replied. Qiao Ying isn't the issue. What about Peking University? Let us take it one step at a time. As long as Qiao Ying remains unaware, I will assert that I solved that question myself. And Peking University will not suspect a thing. Mom, please help me, otherwise I'm finished. Qiao Lingling gazed at her mother with desperation, as if she were clutching a lifeline. Li Lilian, with far more thoughts racing through her mind than her daughter, patted Qiao Lingling's hand reassuringly. I will assist you. If their scheme were to be uncovered, the benefits that Peking University might extend to Qiao Lingling would vanish. And Li Lilian would not only lose the ability to hold her head high among friends and family, but also become a subject of ridicule. Moreover, her daughter Qiao Lingling's future would be at stake. Li Lilian would not permit such a calamity to unfold. When Xiao's father learned that the principal of Peking University was present, he was both astonished and elated, rendered speechless and unsure of how to position himself. He nervously wiped his hands on his clothing and, with trepidation, shook hands with the principal. Never in his life had he imagined he would have the opportunity to shake hands with the principal of Peking University. Turning to call for Qiao Lingling and his wife to come and greet their esteemed guest, he realized that neither of them was anywhere to be found. Thus, he summoned Qiao Yi from the entrance. What of Qiao Ying? I arrived early from the capital specifically for her, Zhang Qingyong remarked, surveying the surroundings in search of Qiao Ying's figure. Qiao Yi replied, my sister has gone far away. She will likely return at the start of the school term. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyong's expression fell with disappointment. Principal Zhang, you've come such a long way. How did my daughter perform on her exams? Qiao's father, still in the dark, felt a sense of unease. Zhang Qingyong responded. The results for the top 50 in science within the province will not be available for a few days. He glanced around at the admissions office and, lowering his voice, said to Qiao's father, "Let me put it this way. Qiao Ying's scores are more impressive than those of the provincial champion." Qiao's father was perplexed. If her scores surpassed those of the provincial champion, why was she not the champion herself? Just then, Qiao Yi, still reeling from the shock of Qiao Ying's results, thought to herself, "It's because my sister didn't write the essay. Had she done so, there would be no provincial champion to speak of." "Principal Zhang, why have you come in person?" "This is the first time I've seen you personally involved in admissions," remarked one of the admissions officers, intrigued. This year's exams were indeed challenging. Yet even if a student achieved the perfect score of 750, such an occurrence was rare enough not to warrant the personal attention of the president of Jing University. "Last month, my father had a health scare and nearly collapsed on the street. It was thanks to Qiao Ying's timely intervention that he was saved. Today, I am not only here on behalf of Jing University to welcome her, but also to express my heartfelt gratitude for her life-saving act. Moreover, our vice president and the dean of the medical school will be joining us shortly." Zhang Qingyong expressed his determination, hoping to dissuade the admissions officers from pursuing Qiao Ying further. The admissions office was taken aback to discover that Qiao Ying had a personal connection with the president of Jing University, along with such a significant debt of gratitude. Before Qiao's father could fully comprehend the implications of his daughter's scores being superior to those of the provincial champion, he was hit with the revelation that Qiao Ying had saved the life of the president of Jing University. The medical school? This student achieved perfect scores in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Wouldn't it be a waste for her to head to the medical school? One of the officers mused. "You know nothing," Zhang Qingyong retorted, waving them off. "You may leave. There is no need for further discussion. Qiao Ying has explicitly told me that she intends to apply to Jing University." "Principal Zhang, we haven't even met her yet. How can this be taken as fact? Do you doubt it?" Zhang Qingyong turned to the Qiao family for confirmation. Qiao Yi candidly stated, "My sister did say she plans to attend Jing University. Did you hear that?" Zhang Qingyong pressed. "But this choice is subject to change." The others persisted. "Fine. To avoid the impression that I'm pressuring you, let me remind you. Should Qiao Ying agree to enroll in our medical school, I will personally gift her a residence in the capital with the location of her choosing." The moment those words left Zhang Qingyong's lips, everyone present, including Li Lilian and Xiao Lingling, who had been eavesdropping by the door, widened their eyes in astonishment. A residence in the capital? She can choose the location? That could easily be worth 30 to 40 million. They gasped. Such extravagance left the admissions officers feeling deflated. With an offer like that, how could they compete with Jing University? Before long, 3 or 4 representatives departed. Zhang Qingyong nodded with satisfaction, leisurely requesting Qiao Yi for Qiao Ying's phone number. Unfortunately, the call could not be connected. Just as Qin Hanyue returned to the hotel and was still downstairs, he received a call from Zhang Qingyong. "Guess where I am? You seem to be in a good mood today." Zhang Qingyong chuckled. "Do you remember that young girl who saved me last time? I'm at her home." He was waiting for the dean of the medical school at the Qiao residence. Qin Hanyue raised an eyebrow slightly. "Do you know how many points she scored in the college entrance examination?" "How many?" 690, ranking 12th in the province for science." "Not bad," Qin Hanyue remarked. "Oh, but wait, do you know why she only scored 690? "What do you mean?" Qin Hanyue entered the elevator. "She didn't write the essay for the Chinese exam." Zhang Qingyong's voice brimmed with astonished delight. "So, apart from the Chinese essay, she got everything else right?" Upon hearing this score, Qin Hanyue was not particularly surprised. It was within her capabilities. Zhang Qingyong continued, "I honestly had no one else to share this with, so I called you. You're the only one who has met that girl. You must understand my feelings." As the elevator doors opened, Qin Hanyue took out his room card. On the other end, Zhang Qingyong continued speaking, "What a pity. The girl has gone far away, and I can't reach her by phone." Entering the room, Qin Hanyue noticed the girl on the sofa with a laptop, walked over, and sat down on the opposite side. He said to Zhang Qingyong, "She is with me." Zhang Qingyong was taken aback. "What did you say?" "She is right next to me. Do you want to speak with her?" Qiao Ying lifted her gaze from the computer to the face of the man beside her. Was he referring to her? Then Qin Hanyue brought the phone in front of her, switched it to speakerphone, and with a hint of a smile, said, "Miss Qiao, President Zhang is looking for you." After intercepting a barrage of calls from the admissions office, Qiao Ying initially looked at the phone and then shot Qin Hanyue a glare. From the phone came Zhang Qingyong's uncertain inquiry, "Qiao student?" Qiao Ying diverted her gaze back to the computer and responded nonchalantly, "Is there something President Zhang needs?" "It really is you," Zhang Qingyong exclaimed with delight. He happily rambled on with congratulations, praise, and pleasantries, before finally succumbing to curiosity. "Qiao student, could you tell me why you didn't write the Chinese essay? Was there a reason?" Apart from the final essay, Qiao Ying had also scored full marks on the earlier questions, so it couldn't possibly be due to a lack of ability or time. Indeed, Xiaoying replied nonchalantly. 690 is enough to get into Beijing University. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Qin Hanyue's lips, evoking a sense of pride. Of course, this was something she could achieve. Chapter 64. The Final Confrontation, an ambitious attempt to compete with the unknown. It is not the perfect scores of the academic elite that one should fear, but rather their mastery of score management. Upon hearing this response, Zhang Qingyong was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. I truly admire your character. If it had been someone else, Zhang Qingyong would have been poking their forehead to admonish them for being arrogant and presumptuous. But this was Xiaoying. She possessed the merit to be so. When Zhang Qingyong offered to gift her a house, Xiaoying did not refuse. In the capital, it is essential for her to remain for at least 4 years, possessing a residence that facilitates her endeavors, especially considering that it is rightfully hers. However, upon hearing of the suggestion to enter medical school, Xiaoying declined. Zhang Qingyong encouraged her to take her time in considering the matter, assuring her that regardless of her decision on medical school, the apartment would be provided. Furthermore, he presented generous terms on behalf of Jing University, offering scholarships amounting to millions. After arranging to meet Xiaoying at the beginning of the semester, Zhang Qingyong deliberately activated the speakerphone, ensuring that the entire admissions office overheard the conversation. The admissions staff exchanged silent glances, while Zhang Qingyong basked in his self-satisfaction. Xiaoying, tapping away at her keyboard and tilting her head, grew somewhat impatient as Zhang Qingyong continued his lengthy monologue. Unable to restrain herself, she cast a sidelong glance at the overly inquisitive Qin Hanyue. After several minutes of discourse, Zhang Qingyong finally concluded his call. Once the phone call ended, he felt as though he had overlooked something significant. After a moment, it dawned on him that in his excitement, he had neglected a crucial point. Wasn't Xiaoying supposed to be traveling? Why was she with Qin Hanyue? Qin Hanyue, putting away his phone, congratulated her. Congratulations, Xiao Jr. Xiaoying replied with a soft, cool hum. Thank you. Qin Hanyue inquired, are you mocking him? Xiaoying turned to him, retorting, Senior Qin. Qin Hanyue felt a pang in his heart, but could only smile wryly, thinking it unwise to argue with a young lady. Observing that Xiaoying was still engrossed in her typing, he contemplated something for a moment before standing up. Upon closer inspection, he noticed she was playing a puzzle game. Miss Xiao, I have arranged for some additional clothing for you, considering your recent discomfort. It will be delivered shortly. How thoughtful of you, Mr. Qin, she replied. It's a trivial matter. As soon as Qin Hanyue stepped into the bedroom, Xiaoying switched screens. The puzzle game vanished, replaced by grand and imposing architecture. A lavishly decorated hall teeming with black-clad bodyguards. Indeed, it was the headquarters of the Divine Armed Alliance. 2 hours prior, in that very hall, Xiaoying had witnessed the entirety of the conversation between Qin Hanyue and his subordinates. Days later, Xiaoying's results were published. The Qiao family was inundated with a steady stream of admissions officers, their doorstep nearly worn from the constant traffic. This news spread rapidly. It was reported that the president of Jing University had personally come to recruit, prompting local journalists to take notice. The earnest Qiao father found himself in front of the camera on several occasions. Achieving high scores was nothing extraordinary. It happened every year. What was remarkable was the personal visit from both the president and vice president of Jing University. The president even went so far as to offer lavish residences in pursuit of this student. Most astonishingly, this candidate, who had garnered such attention and financial backing, had submitted a blank essay for the Chinese language portion of the exam. Even the most lackluster students would manage to concoct a few words for extra points. And those truly at a loss would at least write a title, hoping for a stroke of luck in the scoring. Yet, she had not written a single character. The most extraordinary fact was that this student achieved an impressive score of 690 without submitting an essay, ranking 12th in the province for the sciences. She was the only student in the province to obtain perfect scores in both mathematics and comprehensive sciences, and uniquely in the nation, she scored full marks in mathematics, comprehensive sciences, and English. Mayor Feng Tong of Yun City, along with the principal of the 7th High School and numerous school officials, arrived in succession to extend their congratulations. The entire Cloud City is abuzz with news of a student named Xiaoying from the 7th High School. The attention she has garnered eclipses not only that of the provincial top scholar, but even the national champion. This year's top scorer, as well as those from previous years, pale in comparison to the attention she receives. Meanwhile, those who previously criticized Xiaoying for a video interview outside the school after her college entrance examination have fallen silent. Feng Wen stands at the entrance of the Qiao family home, glancing back at the throng of people in the courtyard. Her father, the school leaders from 7th High, reporters, and various relatives of the Qiao family. He is perplexed and turns to Qiao Yi, who has also stepped out for some fresh air. Can you explain how your sister managed to score 690 after 3 years of consistently scoring 5 out of 10? She hasn't even written an essay. That would imply a perfect score. Initially reluctant to engage, Xiao Yi contemplates and responds, "My sister isn't devoid of intelligence." Feng Wen pauses, taken aback. "What do you mean? Does that imply Xiao Ying is not intelligent, while I am?" With only 2 days left until the duel competition, Xiao Yi asks if Miss Qiao plans to attend. Recently, Xiao Ying has been unwell, and Qin Hanyue, who had offered to take her to the competition, has refrained from mentioning it. Considering the time and Xiao Ying's condition, it seems her monthly cycle should have concluded by now. Without looking up, Xiao Ying replies, "Perhaps tomorrow." Qin Hanyue nods in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. The following day, after dinner, Qin Hanyue and his companions exit the hotel, arriving at the duel arena 10 minutes before the event begins. The crowd on the final day is larger than on any previous occasion. As they appear, they capture the attention of many, notably Xiao Ying, who is among them. On the first day, numerous individuals witnessed this Chinese girl walking alongside the Blackwater mercenary group. Some even experienced near mishaps when attempting to seize goods from Blackwater, nearly being incapacitated by Xiao Ying. Today, however, she is seen with a group that resembles merchants. It must be that the Blackwater crew has proven inadequate, prompting the young girl to seek refuge with others. Rumor has it she possesses remarkable skills. If she is willing, the Flame Mercenary Group would gladly welcome her. "You merely wish for her to become your commander's wife," another remarks. "It seems everyone wants to play the role of a second Nameless, but can a mere girl, still unweaned, truly be fit for such a title?" Feeling the piercing gazes directed at them, Qin Yin steps forward to caution Xiao Ying, "Miss Qiao, the people here are not to be trifled with. Please be mindful not to stray from us." Additionally, this duel competition differs significantly from the gladiatorial contests of ancient Rome, so be prepared mentally. Qin Yin muses to himself, "Are young girls today so audacious? A rather beautiful girl actually enjoys such spectacles. What does the boss think? Surely, he understands the nature of this event better than she does. It's quite alarming that he would bring her to witness such brutality and violence. Won't she return with nightmares and psychological scars?" He notices the intensity of the crowd's stares, as if they could devour Qiao Ying whole. He genuinely worries that something untoward may occur due to her presence. The group ascends to the second floor, whereby Xiao and others follow, standing several meters away from Xiao Ying and her companions. Hadn't she claimed to be unfamiliar with that group? Would she truly be spending all these days with them? Sak glanced at Xiao Ying standing beside Qin Hanyue, feeling an inexplicable surge of anger. Did she not claim that our leader entrusted us to her care? Now she appears indifferent to us. What does this signify? Bardman quipped, "You are not a child. You need only to manage your own life. Must you also oversee your meals, sleep, and bathroom breaks?" Regardless of Xiao Ying's background or whether she truly knew their leader, Bardman genuinely admired her skills. Qin Yin noticed Bai Xiao and others, lowering his voice to converse with Qin Hanyue. A couple of days ago, Bai Xiao clashed with some from the Hurricane faction, narrowly emerging victorious. Following this, Qin Hanyue cast his gaze in that direction. Qin Yin continued, "I have been keeping tabs on the arena these past few days, yet curiously, I have not spotted that woman who just joined Blackwater." He was particularly intrigued by this woman, who dared to compare herself to the Nameless One. Were it not for the Nameless One's destruction of their Divine Armed Alliance headquarters, Qin Yin would have revered both her and X, the top hacker, as idols. Upon hearing this, Qin Hanyue lowered his gaze towards the girl beside him, noticing she seemed oblivious to Bai Xiao and the others. Just as Qin Hanyue withdrew his gaze, Xiao Ying's attention shifted towards Bai Xiao and company. "She has seen us. Should we approach her?" Sak expressed curiosity about the well-dressed individuals surrounding Xiao Ying. Chapter 65. Unveiling Qin Hanyue's identity. Xiao Ying leapt down, intercepting with a clenched fist. Observing Xiao Ying withdraw her gaze from them, Bai Xiao restrained Sak, saying, "Let us not be hasty. The duel will commence on schedule." On the final day, the atmosphere was palpably charged with excitement. Below, the previous day's victor was moving his arms within the arena, tilting his head back and casting a disdainful glance at the layers of spectators above. Wearing a provocative and contemptuous expression, seemingly challenging anyone to dare confront him, Bai Xiao instinctively looked towards Xiao Ying, contemplating whether she would join the fray. But noticed she remained, much like the others, merely observing. Bai Xiao then scanned the crowd, noting that everyone was holding their ground, whether out of fear or simply choosing to bide their time. The previous day's victor was a thick-lipped black man, and after a prolonged silence with no challengers, his demeanor grew increasingly arrogant, even gesturing a middle finger at them. At that moment, a mercenary descended amidst the cheers of the crowd. It was John. Sak, witnessing the blonde-haired, blue-eyed challenger, gasped in shock. Is he out of his mind? Gripping the railing tightly, Sak's emotions swelled. He is no match for that guy. He is seeking his own demise. The others shared his concern. John had once been a member of their Blackwater mercenary group, but had departed for various reasons, joining another faction. All eyes were now fixed on the two combatants in the arena. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man was notably cautious, unwilling to strike hastily, and instead remained vigilant. The African mercenary cast a disdainful glance at his opponent before launching a sudden offensive, his fist striking like lightning towards the white mercenary's face. The latter narrowly evaded the blow, only to be deceived by a feint, resulting in a heavy strike to his abdomen. The disparity in their abilities was stark. The African mercenary's punches fell like rain, overwhelming the white mercenary with an unrelenting barrage that left him utterly defenseless. Each blow landed with a sickening thud, the sound of bones breaking resonating in the air. The African mercenary, with a nefarious intent, focused his assault on the white mercenary's face, and after enduring several punches, the once handsome visage of John was rendered unrecognizable, bloodied, and bruised. The mercenary group to which the African belonged had a notorious reputation, and his earlier provocations incited outrage among onlookers. Damn it! Sack gripped the railing tightly, the veins on his hands bulging. Is nobody going to stop him from killing? Zhou Ying, leaning against the railing, watched the scene unfold below and suddenly spoke. Upon hearing her, Qin Hanyue turned to look at her. After a moment of silence, he replied, "In the arena, life and death are predetermined for those who enter. Fate governs, and no one is accountable, nor is there a need for responsibility." Yet, it was rare for anyone to truly kill. For these desperate mercenaries, it was preferable to reduce their opponents to a state of near death rather than take their lives, unless personal vendettas were at play. The African mercenary in the ring, however, was clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Zhou Ying was well aware of the rules. Her inquiry was deliberate. Instead of responding, she shifted the topic, asking, "It's the final day. Aren't your divine armed forces planning to showcase their prowess? So many elites, and yet no display?" At this, Qin Hanyue's pupils constricted sharply. The girl, who had been observing the scene below, turned her gaze towards him, a smile that was both knowing and enigmatic gracing her lips.